Deco will need a little bit of help off of his, if he doesn't have any more removal in hand, Clara will be able to, if she can get 1 or 2 more characters to stick, can close this thing out. So Deco, another Hades and Into the Unknown, something will be welcome here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I mean, once you get that pressure on, it's not good to be in a response mode. Now, Delta can turn a very hard corner that can be harder for Clara to turn, but it does look like Clara titrated her deck to have top end answers, which is a very smart play in this meta, knowing that. I think a lot of people said it's going to be Blurple and then a couple other decks here today. So I imagine when Clara was building her deck last night or over the past few weeks, she knew this would be a top end she's against, and we're seeing it in effect here, where she is at 18, and and when I say there's not a lot of wide board removal, there's not unless there's somehow a Monstro coming, which that is a tough card to run. You need to power that whale with a lot of card draw, and without friends, you might not see that whale coming out as much.
Monstro, there is. You see on the screen a whale of a card. Here's Hypnotic Strength that will come down, give Challenger +2 to that Hades, but also draw Delco a card. We see that run quite a bit in the meta right now.
Yes.
At worst case scenario, you ink it or draw a card, but again, like these types of, we call them combat tricks in other games, but cards that give your characters, manipulate their strength or your opponent's strength are extra valuable right now in this meta.
Oh, we just saw a 3 genie draw off of that Finder's Keeper.
Yeah, a trademark that.
I do. I like it very much, and I'll never stop. But that is not the card you want to see. He needed card draw many turns ago. Now it is not the greatest time. But I mean, he's still working here. He's able to thin out enough where we don't have what we call the Lorthal board. We just see a single Bobby, which feels good, but still you're able to stop the clock, but you're able to stop it forever. And Clara's deck is designed to just keep going wide over and over again. Although Scrump might not be the card to do that with.
No, definitely not the card you want to draw there. But we have Circle of Life come into play, and I think Scrump was the last ink that we needed to play it. We're gonna search through the discard pile here. Plenty of options. What a great. I mean, at that point, Clara just needed an inkable. She's probably sitting with that Circle of Life in the hand. Just draw an inkable card. Allow me to play the Circle of Life. Pulling back. Is that Miss Park Avenue?
That is more kind of it's kind of card draw in a sense where you're. It's interesting, right? We talk about card draw being from your pile of cards, but card draw can be like we're seeing here from your discard, which is an ability that took a while to be fully viable. But with Circle of Life, Lady, it's going to make it where it's kind of like your second draw pile. You get to come back and say, oh, well, let me get that back. I really like that card.
Yeah, and speaking of getting back, I mean, Lady, great choice here because you essentially get 3 for 1. Miss Park Avenue, which comes into play, allows you to pull 2 characters from your discard pile back to your hand. So Clara refilling her hand a little bit there. I say refill, but at least, when you're empty, any additional cards feels good. So getting another couple cards there. So even if Dalco can find a way to deal with this Miss Park Avenue, Clara with plenty of ammunition now to drop on the board. And Dalco sitting all the way back at 1 is not going to be able to race here, so just has to find an answer turn after turn.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The fatigue of having to find that answer over and over again. We saw 2 Hades. Hades is putting in overtime, and he says, listen, let's just go to game 3, which is smart because, as we know, you could lose a game and still win the round, and so they're going to go on to game 3 where Dalco will be on the play. He did win game 1. Clara won game 2, so let's go ahead and see who wins for game 3 of round 1 of Charlie's Collectible Show. 25K. It's the first qualifier for the Invitational Series.
Yeah, I mean this is a huge show. I mean, I talked about it in our intro video if anybody saw that earlier, but Charlie's has a storied history in Lorcana. It was one of the first big third-party shows or tournaments that we had, and it always does. It always manages to set the meta, to change how people are thinking about the game based on current set release. We've had players like this. Well, people may remember this is the tournament where Brendan DeCandio put Diggy Diggy Hole on the map. This is a tournament that Zach Bibbins came into with an Amethyst Steel deck that nobody else could play and took the tournament. So there's always fantastic players here, and it always gives people an indication of where it's possible for the meta to go. For one last one, I'll remind you, like last time before Worlds, it was the first appearance of Brooms in Amethyst Steel. Now, some people were fiddling with him a little bit, but Brooms won the event. And then we saw players work them into their decks for the Worlds tournament. So Charlie's is a very important tournament.
It was truly a spectacular moment to have the post-interview game where they said, well, my roommate, Justin Shaft. And then seeing that deck later, piloted by DKP, and knowing that they are world-class cards. So it was like, following the string. I looked like one of those people with red string in my room being like, well, it started in this apartment and then made all the way to the Worlds first place champion, I think is what they generally call it, of DKP piloting that Yensid Brooms deck, which, as we learned, begrudgingly was a broom deck. I believe he said, I added the brooms, and then I had 2 brooms, and then I said I might as well have a Yensid, which I truly love the inception of that
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
just
Now it's a
begrudgingly.
brooms deck. And
I guess
there
it's
was this
brooms.
debate when it came out about like how many brooms makes it a broom deck, you know? How many dogs makes it a dog deck?
Yes.
How many stitches makes it a stitch deck?
It's just enough where you feel that's happening, right? I think if
True.
Stitch New Dog can be a dog or a Stitch. And here we go. We
My
start with
goodness, we're off to the races.
yeah, and right off the bat we see this Basil card, which I heard somebody say, you know Basil, and I said I don't know Basil, and that's because like I said, this is a challenging meta, and because of that, support is more valuable than it has ever been before. As we know, support is a mechanic where if you quest, you get to lend that strength to another character. So in this case, that Basil, he's a 2/1, but he can quest for 1 and then pump somebody up by 2 strength. It is extremely powerful when you're trying to get rid of things like Daisy Duck, other menaces.
Yeah, he's become very popular here in Blurple and several other or a couple other decks that people fiddle with in this meta. But Tipo coming down for a ramp on turn 2, that's critically important for Dalco. And Claire on the other side, turn 1, Pegasus, 1/1 with evasive. Nothing with evasive on Dalco's side of the board just yet, so Claire free to quest with this Pegasus this turn. One note on this deck here. A lot of people think of this color combination as an aggro color combination. They think of dogs as aggro. And we've also seen, I think the most popular aggro color right now is the Amber Steel aggro package. But what you're going to find in the meta right now is that because there's a lot of the targeted removal has been taken away, this whole idea of running out fast and running under people, like you can do it. Not much can beat a hand of like 3 daisies opening up. But really what you're going to see with some of these aggro decks is efficiency. And you're going to watch board states build up over time because the more characters that you get on the board in this meta, the more support characters you have, the more characters you have that give your other characters challenger, the more tools you have to force efficient trades. And so I wouldn't be surprised throughout the day if we see even cards and decks that are known for their aggressive nature being held back while their players build up a board state that allow them to close out things. I was talking to one of Claire's fellow Quebecians, Quebecians? I don't know, Quebecers?
Quebec.
Last night, and he said, in my deck, he was playing an aggro deck. He's like, what I want to do is fill the board and then quest twice and win the game in 2 turns. Quest for 12, quest for 8, close it out. And so that's what we may see.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that we saw a little bit, though, that, I don't think we've seen a Daisy yet, which makes me believe that Clara does see the fear of being against a late game Blurple deck, or Amber. Blurple is the colloquial name. I don't know. Are we allowed to, have we gotten a
Blurple has been approved.
It's approved.
Blurple
okay,
is
that's
approved.
good to hear. It's good
we
to
could
hear.
say it at Worlds, which means I think
This is approved.
We're yeah.
But if you know you're against decks like this, and we know this is going to be a very heavy meta share, I would guess 30 to 40% of the room. It feels pretty high, but I would guess it's pretty high. Is going to be that. Clara knew that she probably can't be too aggressive. Now, this Pegasus is such a great one because Pegasus is, I would think, a cousin to Pascal, which was a set 1 darling, where if you have an evasive card out there starting on turn 1, people underestimate it. And same with Diablo. It's another one, the little 0/1 that turns into a card if you banish him. It can be great, but in this case, Elsa messes with that math spectacularly, coming in, exerting that tramp, and kind of ruining that game plan. And also even that Pegasus is now vulnerable with Elsa on the board, and also that Iago. So it's kind of tricky. She had a cute plan, but unfortunately that Blurple can be a very menacing deck to be across from.
The problem is Blurple, in a meta where removal comes at a premium and there's not much of it, Blurple has some really great tools, not only Hades, but Into the Unknown. And that Elsa, is one of the cards that can prevent your opponent from building up this wide board state that I talked about that perhaps is in the game plan of some of these Emerald decks. There we see Elsa exerting that tramp and then finishing it off in short order. And Dalco will quest out here, go to 4 lore, I believe, and starting to push things along.
And it's so amazing seeing these little value cards because you look at that Basil and you're like, well, I don't want to waste my precious removal on such a little card. However, suddenly that Elsa becomes a rush 4/5 character, which is far more scary than a 2/5 that she normally is. So that support, you sequence it right and people don't fear it, kind of like that Pegasus that I talked about. It'll linger and then be a big problem later in the game. So, and Clara very, very, very notably doesn't have any removal options. I think she might have some tempo cards. Emerald does have some good, sometimes bounce options or give reckless, things like that. But removal is a very tough thing for her deck. She just kind of gets under and does tempo plays, which tempo plays are going to essentially throw the momentum off for your opponent.
Yeah, the biggest one. Oh, there's that Dumbo. He's the scourge of the meta right now. It feels like everybody wants him.
Oh, he's cute.
Everybody needs him. 9th wonder of the world. They always make the best cards, the cutest, most beautiful cards.
Yeah, I can't be mad at him. Look at him. But he is a menace because evasive, and then card draw, and then also your more card draw. So Liam, do you fear this Dumbo?
I do, especially in a deck like this, and one of the ways that you give cards, a downside when they have a very strong exert ability or ability is make them have to exert in order to use it. And Dumbo, in order to use his card draw, has to be exerted. But if you have evasive cards on the board where their ink is already dry, you can use them immediately. And we see Dalco do that, exerting the Iago to draw a card with 1 extra ink. So I'm already getting value out of that Dumbo, and it's just so good.
It is, and I think, as we saw in the last, oh, there we go. There's the rare Emerald onto Amber Stitch shift. So that little Stitch can then turn into Rockstar Stitch. You know me, love him. He came around set 1. I've never stopped loving this card, but he was so great in set 1. But then with things like Zeus and all sorts of songs, he became a little less exciting. But we have this beautiful Stitch here, ready to quest and possibly not draw cards yet. So that's the tricky thing. Claire has to decide, will this Stitch be around long enough to get that card draw ability, or are we just trying to get that quest for 3? And instead we're singing.
Oh, there it is.
Under the Sea. That's going to be instead of doing Be Prepared, it's Under the Sea.
Under the Sea. We talked about Claire doesn't have a lot of removal tools, but one of the cards that all Emerald decks, I think, right now are pretty darn near close to all of them are running is that Under the Sea. Fantastic card, clearing things up in short order here. We're used to seeing this sneaky 5-cost shift line in steel cards, the Robin Hood coming out and singing Whole New World or things like that. But here, Stitch shifting out immediately, being able to sing together with the other characters there, clean up a lot of those cards, and Clara down to the Iago and the Dumbo. But unfortunately, those are 2 pretty scary cards.
Yeah, together, certainly very scary.
Certainly, but definitely better off than she was last turn. And here comes the Genie to draw another card. And Dalco's going to start rebuilding things pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that Under the Sea is such a fun card because it's like a joyful Be Prepared. You can't be sad, and it's a one-sided Be Prepared, which makes it even better. But it's synced together. It's great for these aggro decks to have, like you mentioned. That Stitch, he went from being just a little guy to suddenly a 6-cost singer, which makes Under the Sea a much more affordable option. So very cool to see that. But like we mentioned, a few things were gone, but unfortunately, those are some menacing cards on the other side, and Pegasus can't do that. And there we go. There's Into the Unknown coming in and getting rid of Rick. Beautiful, beautiful Rockstar.
Beautiful Rockstar. Lucky for Clara, at least she'll get 2 ink out of it. She's a little bit closer to that circle of life, but not a lot in the discard pile right now to leverage. Dalco knows that she has that in hand. Let's see. We do have another Stitch Rockstar. Okay. Unfortunately, it's a very powerful ability, Stitch Rockstar. The ability to draw cards when little characters are played. But unfortunately, when Dalco has that parrot over there and Genie and other things that can clean up those little characters, it doesn't feel terribly good to bring them in and immediately exert them. Second Star to the Right now being played.
Yes. Now, Second Star to the Right is a card that also got the glow up reprint treatment set 4, and then came back here for set 9. And Chosen Player draws how many cards, Liam? 5.
5.
That's a lot of cards.
5.
Yeah. So that's all it is to say. Because that's what it feels. It's so frustrating against this Amethyst Sapphire deck, is because card draw. You get to the point where you're like, hey, as long as I don't keep drawing removal, I'll be fine. But things like Second Star to the Right, Genie, Dumbo, make sure that you get those cards. You keep digging. You keep looking for answers. Now, we see John Silver come down, as we talked about. That's a great tempo play. Tramp's coming down as well. But will it be enough knowing that Delcho is just filling his hand with all sorts of devious answers?
Yeah, Tramp, when he comes into play, is that Street Smart? No, that's not Street Smart Dog.
By the end of the day, we'll have all of them. I
Tramp.
promise.
Enterprising Dog. Enterprising Dog would give strength to that Pegasus when he comes into play, 1 for each character in play, which will allow her to clean up that Dumbo, prevent any more card draw there. That feels like a pretty good trade, but just a lot of stats over there on Dalco's side of the board. 6 on that Hades, 6 on that Parrot, 4 on that Genie, and when you need damage-based removal, makes it kind of difficult.
It does. So, yeah, we talk about having the answers. It's all going to be card draws are the most important thing, I think, at this point in the game, because most of cards in Delcho's deck are designed to be punishing to Clara. Now, Clara has cards that are designed to be a problem, but not as punishing, I would say, as Delcho's top end. So I think Clara's going to be a little bit nervous here. I'm wondering how many cards. I don't see any in her hands. If her hand's empty, that's going to be a very tall mountain to climb, because we know that Delcho's hard. I can't count it, but that is certainly more than 1 card. So here we go. Let's see. Does she only have 1 card in hand? Yeah, she's in top deck mode, as we call it in the industry, and that is a rough place to be in. Now, this is a great top deck. That is Lady Miss Park Avenue, which Miss Park Avenue is a fantastic card to get off the top, because we get 2 cards from our discard. Now, she doesn't have a ton of cards in her discard, and so you don't get to be too choosy. It has to come from that discard. So it is something. Is it enough? Time will tell. but that 2 Under the Seas already in the discard makes me believe that it is going to be a rough time here for Clara. Even though she got those 2 cards, that board is just menacing and a little overwhelming to look at.
Yeah, it's just very, very difficult right now. Going a little bit wide, she will be able to give Reckless each turn to prevent Dalco from running away with things too much, but there's just a lot of stats over there, and that's one of the things that makes Blurple so frustrating to play against. Is in a meta where you've lost that like unconditional removal and you're down to damage-based removal. I mean, when you're dropping cards with 6, 7, 8 lore on the board every turn, it's just a tall task for character-based removal to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about having answers over and over again, but now there's a great answer. That Bell Accomplished Mystic, she was one of my favorite cards from set 4, and then she came back roaring in set 9 and even got an enchanted this set. And she's great because she's healing and
It's Elsa, Spirit of Winter.
Yeah, it feels like the greatest hits. We're like, tell me about that girl.
Right. All the Chapter 1 legendaries making an appearance here. This is a foil version as well, and foil new version, actually. You can tell this is from Fabled because the whole card is foiled there. Now, this will exert 2 characters on Clara's side of the board. She will not be able to ready them at the start of her next turn if they're still around. So Dalco seems trying to figure out which characters here. Now, he can choose already exerted characters to prevent them from readying again. So that that John Silver is a tempting target. But the top end of this Blurple deck is just so scary.
It is. It's punishing, and the thing with the mixture of card draw plus a punishing top end really is what I think the pain here. Now, of these cards, there is a chance that, I mean, you could shift that tramp, so that is something to think about. But I mean, in this case, we're going to go ahead and exert down. Looks like it was the Bobby and Pegasus, which, they won't ready because Pegasus has now been banished. Pegasus shall not be ready where he is going. So this is tricky here. And we see Yelena coming up. We lost a beloved card, Merlin Crab, but Yelena came in and said, I'm kind of like Crab in a lot of ways.
Crab light, a little bit more lore.
I'm Crab adjacent. Now, that's not on a leave. It's only when she comes into play. Crab, was famous for the exit and entrance. But Yelena says, but I quest for 2, which is quite nice of her.
Yeah, we have a Crab at home.
Yes. The Crab is Yelena, which is from Frozen 2. Great movie. So sometimes there's a character where I'm like, who are you from? Ryder?
Yeah. I have this problem with Raya the Last Dragon and Frozen 2, where I'm like,
it's a little blurry.
Similar.
You're both from a
same universe, maybe?
Yeah, right. You're both kind of feuding in the forest. But here we go. We got another John Silver dropping on the board. I actually watched Treasure Planet for the first time this week. Good movie. I do not like at the end he cuts off his rat tail. That was a problem I had. Why did he have to do that? But this is a great movie. And John Silver coming back and saying, hey, we've got these games are a little bit more grindy, and in a game where you have to use every character every turn, he's great. This reckless ability I truly love. And I don't know if Dalcho loves it as much, but at this point I think they're feeling pretty comfortable knowing that, yes, there could be another Under the Sea coming, but with Elsa on the board and that Iago that has been a persistent presence of his own bird type, sitting pretty.
Clara trying to keep things going here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on Dalco's side of the board. Looks like he has things in hand. Clara doing a little bit of cleanup there. Of course, Miss Park Avenue getting the extra strength from Tramp, and Clara happy to lose that. I think she still has that Circle of Life in hand, so losing Miss Park Avenue will allow her to pull that back and get 2 cards as well. It's a move we saw her do in the previous game. So 3 for 1 there. And
there's
another Dumbo, and he'll immediately use that Iago to draw a card using Dumbo's second ability.
How beautiful though is that the new mark on the legendaries as well as the iconics. I haven't pulled an enchanted. Well, I know I haven't pulled enchanted, but they have that beautiful foiling, which I love it. The cards, you can tell they really just plussed up everything about the cards this set, which as a collector and a player, I truly enjoy it.
I do too.
But yeah, now we are kind of in that kind of game where I hate. This happens in football. It happens in every game where you get to the point where you're like, I don't want to belabor the point too much, but I do feel like this is a rough board state to say that Claire might be able to turn this corner. Now she's a great player, and she's got a lot of ink for an aggro deck. So she's not out, but this is going to be a rough one.
Looks like
there we go.
Maximize the lore, the handshake there, and I think that'll do it for round 1 and our future match table.
Yeah, and I think for people who are at home, like, don't worry, guys. Blurpool's not going to run away with it. Seeing that the first match is probably making some people, the Blurpool Doomsdayers, probably get out their calendar and say, I told you this was a day. But there are a lot of decks out there. We knew going into this weekend that someone came up to me and said, what are the big 3? And I said, well, Blurple, which is Amethyst Sapphire, Amber Steel, and Amethyst Steel, I think are like the big ones. But I think there's so many possibilities. And Clara showed this deck is obviously have a lot of versatility. Are there any other decks that you're kind of hoping? We call them rogue decks. Are there such things as a rogue deck in a new meta? I'm not so sure.
That's a good question. I mean, at what point is the meta so established that you have rogue decks? I don't know. One thing I will say, Clara, to your point, Clara is a very skilled player in these colors and would not bring this deck if she didn't do significant testing and was confident that she could take the tournament with them. And I have talked to several other players. We won't spoil it now. There's another color combo out there floating around that several big name players are on. And we can't wait for you all to see that. It sounds mean. So to your point, I do think we see a lot of the big three, but there are plenty of well-established players here that have brought things that are not the big three in. And I'll be interested to see how those fare against the menace that is Blurple and its cousin, Amethyst Steel.
Now, here we are in the car. I might make this joke too many times. It does feel like I feel like a race car driver. But I will say that one of the things that's kind of exciting about this meta, but very frustrating, is it's with every meta, you can't have it all, usually. It feels like you have to pick. And we saw Clara, I think, pick a deck that had some top level. Dogs can be very fast, and it can be more titrated towards that mid-range. And it looked like with the John Silver, the more expensive tramps and ladies in there, that she might have jettisoned things like a Daisy Duck. I never saw a Daisy Duck. Doesn't mean it's not in there, but there's a chance that she wasn't trying to get under. She said, well, I want to have my ability to stay in the game and not, because if anyone's ever run an aggro deck or hyper aggro, you know that once you lose, you feel the moment you lost. You're like, I'm never going to draw cards again. I'm never going to play something beefy again. I've lost. So it felt like she tried to make a choice here. And so maybe the faster decks will do better against that Blurple deck, and just trying to outvalue a Blurple top end is just not possible. So I'm going to be very excited to see what decks do fare well today.
Yeah, no, to your point, this deck, I think clearly much better on the draw, as every deck is in this format. But yeah, I didn't see a Daisy Duck at all, and I think this deck is more designed to race to an early under the sea to try to shut down your opponent, and then try to push your lore total a little bit. Use control options like John Silver to force people to challenge into you, and then that shift. I saw, I think 3 Rockstar Stitches shifted in all 3 games. So clearly a line that Clara likes that not only allows her to quest for a quick 3 lore, but to sing that under the sea as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And then using your discard pile for an extra hand later in the game. So yeah, we'll see how Clara does for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I will say one of my favorite combos I saw in that deck was absolutely the Rockstar Stitch as a singer plus Circle of Life into the Lady Park Avenue into getting those 2 cards when you play the Lady Park Avenue. That is a brilliant play. Gives you kind of that creative card draw. Yeah, we don't have healing. You're not healing for 3 Rapunzel, but you are getting 3 cards off of that little synergy there. So is it a slope? It's tricky. You can't have it all, but I'm excited to see how it plays out today. And that was round 1. You guys came into game 2, round 1, and we have 7 rounds today.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. That went to 3 games, and that actually, the feature table started a little late, so I'm willing to bet that we're going to go to round 2 here sooner than we normally would between games. Katie, before we do that, I want to play a quick game with you.
Uh-oh, I wasn't prepared for this.
I know.
Surprise, remember that time we discussed this?
For our fans, or everybody watching in the chat right now, let's play a game. Let's go back and forth with big players, like well-known names that we saw here today, that are playing in this tournament, to kind of tell people what the room looks like.
Yeah.
So I'll go first. I've seen Zan out there this morning.
The home team. That's the home team. We always said, will he be here? He has to. He wakes up and he's right next to. But then we'll start with other Worlds competitors. We had Zach Bivens.
Zach Bivens is here in the house. Other Worlds competitors and DLC champions on that theme. Diego Sass, winner of DLC Toronto.
Yeah. We have Ed Chu, just walking around casually.
Yeah, I haven't even seen Ed. I've just heard rumors of him being here.
You never know where Ed is. That's truly the whimsical thing. At Gen Con, he just walked by. I'm like, is that Ed Chu? It was.
Yep, there he is. We also have Dale Bolito.
Yeah, Canada's down here in full force. I also saw Shadox of Canada, which is another Canadian player. And with him, was there any other Canadian players you saw up there?
Who's that?
I'll do 2. I saw Joseph Quigley.
Oh, that's right. Joseph Quigley's here.
Yeah.
Speaking of Canadian players, Sailor is here.
Yeah.
Of Team Maelstrom, another top 8 in North American Continentals and Worlds competitor.
Yeah. And then, okay, here we go. Thinking Mo Shamblin. How could you forget Mo Shamblin?
Nobody forgets Mo. I have a list. I'm cheating.
Mo Shamblin. I don't. I would like to point out that I am using my brain. It is, who does everyone I saw this morning? But we saw some Illuminati members here. We saw Gabe, who is a friend of the show. I don't know what show we're on.
friend
Friend of every show.
friend of everybody.
Yeah, friend of everyone. And with Gabe was
Gabe and Skinner.
he helped
here.
us. Yeah, Skinner.
Yeah, Skinner here from SSG. SSG rolling deep. Another SSG player, Hector Herrera, who plays for SSG, who is a previous Charlie's winner, I believe.
Okay, here we go. I saw R&B.
You saw R&B from Team Maelstrom.
You can't miss him. He was shining like a beacon of hope and joy.
And I'll say Humble from Team Maelstrom as well, who's here.
I'll finish out. Bannable.
Bannable, yeah. So we got all those.
Bannable.
We did Zach. Mark Miller is a winner of SSG release weekend tournament in the previous set.
Oh, goodness.
Fantastic player.
Now I'm like, okay, I thought there's 500 players out there. I don't know if we reached 500. I'll have to check on that. But okay. If I'm forgetting somebody, no, I didn't. Did we get
the only one on my list, Clara, is the only one on my list.
Well, yeah, we saw Clara. Yeah, that's a cheating. But
out there.
But there's other players. I mean, it's very exciting because our last DLC where we were all together as a family was kind of nationals, but I mean, even before that, I mean, it was in the fall. So, I mean, it's been about a year or so, like a little under a year, and it feels so good. It feels like walking in this morning, we pulled up with our little coffee, and I'm like, my friends are here.
Yeah, that's true. If anybody saw our intro video, which we'll play again later, Charlie's is super fun, and it's the same with every tournament. Like, because there's a lot of players who get here early, who are trying to do last minute prep, etc. They get here to do their deck lists, and there's always like this gathering of players outside the door. And when you walk up for the first time, it's like a who's who, and you're shaking hands and
the jerseys of it all too. We saw
so
Team Ohana, Forbidden Mountain, non-Inkables or uninkables. We saw. Maelstrom. So yeah, it is. Someone said, "Is Jeremy Bertrani there?" I don't know. He has to be.
Probably. I haven't seen. I
saw
haven't
Sand,
seen
and they weren't
him.
walking together, and I feel like they would have
been hand in hand. So
yes,
I'm
it's
not
kinda,
sure.
It's kind of. I saw DKP I saw Ed no DKP. I was like, well, that's not. It was very great at Gen Con. They were like a buddy system, and I quite liked that. It was very fun to see them together, especially because they both have very different energies, but they're both the best players in the world. So
yeah,
it is so fun watching the whimsical nature of those two walking around. And a little anecdote is Ed said something, and DKP said, "Yeah, that's why you're not the best player in the world." And I was like, "Whoa!" And that is the fun. And he laughed. I would die, but in that case scenario, if you're the second best, then I would take it. I guess I'm not the second best, so that would crush me if DKP said that to me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
of course, I'd be like, of course not. Yeah.
Yeah, well, of course, but so yeah. What else? Is there any other exciting? I mean, this is the beginning to mention. This is the first qualifier for the Invitational series, which is a big deal. The Invitational, we've seen them pop up. Charlie's has not had an Invitational yet. This is the first of its kind. This is one. There'll be 4 total. Another one is coming up in December, and then there'll be 2 more after that. And then it's the Invitational, and there's going to be lots of information. I believe we'll probably post some things about what that qualification does. But like you mentioned, this is an illustrious. I mean, it was called the Candio Open at one point.
Yeah.
I think he won 2, didn't he? Or did he?
I don't know if he won. He definitely won 1.
He won 2. Yeah.
Has he won 2?
He back to back. Because I mean, before Diggy Hole, because he won 1 before the Digging the Hole. And now, if you know, Diggy Hole was a blow up deck because Amber Seal's song was Amber Seal's song. It was just he said Amber Seal's song, but that was not Amber Seal's song. Amber Seal
really confused people for a while. They're
Yeah.
like, which version am I playing when they sat down?
We got rid of that problem though.
But yeah, so to your point, this is always a big tournament. I don't know if it's the location, if it's the Charlie's name, I don't know what it is, but it always brings out some of the very, very best players. And the top 16 is always fun because it's generally, I don't know, 75%, a mix of some of the who's who of the Lorcana, top end players. But then there's always some who work their way in who we've never heard of before. So there's always a shot for people to make a name here as well. And this tournament really sets metas. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, I mean, we had one tournament already, like you mentioned. Southside Gaming had a tournament, but I think this weekend's going to be a huge weekend because we have another. I don't know if they're live yet. If anybody has access to a Buffalo Wild Wings or sports bar, this is your time to go and say, "Hey, listen, there's no sports happening today that I know of. College football, I don't know what that is. Tell them to put on this. Inking, and then there's another tournament I
side
saw.
by side.
Allie and Adam." Harlan Sweet, if you will. They were so yeah, put it all up because honestly, this is a huge weekend for Disney Lorcana. This is a new meta. Cards are out, cards are in, and I know people are saying, "Well, listen, it's going to be just Dumbo." But even if it is, that's important to note because sometimes the meta seems over, and that just means people are going to cook a little differently. It means things can happen. Everybody knows Hiram felt good until he was gone in middle of set 7. So no one's ever safe in the sense that the meta shifts. It's never completely done. It changes from week to week, and this tournament will determine what happens in PPG, which is going to determine what happens in DLC Milwaukee, which those are 2 very big tournaments. One of them's a CCQ, and the other one is a DLC.
Yeah. Yeah, I will be interested to see what happens here because on the one hand, it does feel like there's certain decks, aka Blurple, which is just it's just good into everything, or at least even into everything, and it just feels super overpowered. I'm not sure. I mean, Dumbo is very very good. It doesn't feel like Dumbo is. I don't know.
He's got a cost. It's not. There's certain cards that it just feels like it's value all the way down, and that card it is valuable where we are right now. I mean, we don't have Zeus. If we had a Zeus around, Dumbo, goodbye.
That's
You
true.
wonder where he went. He's not a ninth wonder. He's the ninth wonder where he went. And there's times where things are good, and I think he's going to be good for a while. I'm not going to say that, guys, don't worry, Dumbo's not a big deal. I just think that he's powerful in a meta where people don't have a lot of other options. But I
A
think
lot of other tools.
we're going to see tools emerge. We mentioned I did the main stage of JDZ, and they said that reprints. This is a reprint set. We know 84% of the cards in Fabled was a reprint, but they can happen in any set. So it's not something where it's like, hey, if it didn't get reprinted, it's gone forever. So the next set, Whispers in the Well, could
Yeah.
have some things, and so and sometimes the meta pre-adapts to things coming out. We saw the meta kind of shift, knowing that certain cards are going to go. So very excited to see where it goes, but. There's 450 people here at this tournament. I believe there's 100 to 200 people up in inking. So we're going to have an extreme amount of data after this weekend.
Yeah, with again some of the best players. One other thing I'll point out is, we've been in scenarios before where very very early in the meta there have been decks where everybody said that is broken, that is busted. The biggest one that occurs to me right now is where Zen wheeled out his items build with Oswald and just like crushed people that first weekend. And it wasn't terribly long though, even 2-3 weeks where people figured out, well, okay, this is not necessarily the best deck in the meta. It's good, but there's plenty of answers to it, and there's other options. The other thing I'll mention is, back in the Genie Wars, as I like to talk about, where everybody's like, Genie's the best card. It's like a $15, $20 rare. Everybody needs Genies. Genies everywhere.
Ugh.
And the question was, what's the best card to deal with Genie? Later in that meta, Ed Chu wheels in a Genie-less deck. Into a Genius Amethyst deck into Nationals and wins.
Yeah, he said, let's go to the library.
Yeah, let's go to the library instead. So, like, I do agree that the meta does feel particularly Blurple heavy right now, and for sure Blurple will be very well represented because it's just a fantastic deck. There's just not a lot of answers for a lot of the threats it puts on the board, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some other things make a splash here and kind of knock Blurple down a peg or two, but we'll see.
I think that's what everybody. I think right. There's like the hero decks where it's like, look at, because I think everybody. There's two types of people who are like, I want a deck to be so good that I know I can run it and I'll do good. But there's other people that's like, I want a deck that can be shaken. And so I think both people will be happy. Well, I don't know. One people will be happy. I don't think both can be happy. I think if Blurple is knocked down a peg, but I think no matter what, it's gonna have a strong showing. One thing I will mention is we talked a lot about the play draw disparity, and that is something that we talked a lot about when it was a best of 2 format. Now we're in best of 3. Best of 2 was used in the DLCs in season 1, but season 2 we know we are switching over to best of 3. And one of the things somebody said is Blurple has this extremely frustrating play line. If you go first and you have a Genie followed by an Elsa, that's rough, especially if you just played a Genie and then suddenly you have 2 attack power coming in. And we saw Basil, who comes and even mess with that math even more. Basil comes in with as a support character, and it's so funny having this little baby mouse, a great mouse detective,
sit on the board for like 5 turns,
and then come in and then mess with your Genie right away.
Yeah,
and it's frustrating, but yeah, I mean, when you get to go first, you do have that disadvantage where you're not drawing a card, but you have the advantage of everything. You're just responding and kind of crushing, which is good, but not good if you're on the other side of it. So I think play draw disparity is obviously something that the designers think about all the time, and I think it's like something where they will be evaluating these results. People said, as I saw someone in the chat said, I hope Ravensburg is paying attention. I can assure you they are. I can assure you they are paying attention to these tournament results, because as we saw with the Diablo mid-season ban, Hiram, they're looking and making sure the game is...
Bucky errata?
Bucky errata, yeah. Oh yeah, Diablo wasn't banned. I felt like he was because of Bucky. It was
that's true.
It was Bucky that was hurt.
It
wasn't Bucky's fault. I would point out that Bucky by himself, not a problem. Diablo might have been a problem.
I bought 4 Diablos, including a foil, the night before the Bucky ban.
Yeah, you were doing the opposite of insider
timing.
trading. You're doing outsider trading.
Outsider trading, yeah.
Yeah,
the worst.
So
let's see. Well, we're gonna have to double check with the production here, see how close we are to game 2.
yeah, I think pairings are going up. Let me double check. I'm refreshing.
Oh, they're
the
rolling.
app.
We got the tables. Let's head down. Let's bring you all round 2.
Yeah, and I am looking here at our top table. So now, I mean, 50% of the room is on the top tables. That's the kind of fun thing here is, well, not technically 50%, less than 50% probably won their last match. And so we're going to slowly filter down. Now, as we saw in that pre-video, there is an upstairs, there's a downstairs, there's kind of 3 sections. Ooh, Who do we have here? I keep saying friend of the show, like this is one cohesive show, but I say friend of the show because they're friend of everyone's show. This is World Class Cards Kendall. Kendall is a wonderful player who is made famous for his play of a deck that he's against here of Amethyst Ruby, but today he is not on that one. What do we see Kendall on here?
Yeah, Kendall looks like he's on Blurple, which is fun. It's he'll have that Amethyst package that he loves, but paired with a different color, the deck that we've been talking all about recently. So we'll see if Kendall can get toppled by his own creation over there. Kendall actually has a very good history at CCS. He always finishes very, very well. I don't think he's ever actually taken one down, but he finishes top 8 all the time. What he does do, if I remember correctly, and chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but what he does do is he always finishes very well on day 1 and then goes on to win the smaller prize pool on day 2. I feel like Kendall is always crushing people on this Sunday event.
That's good. You know, you got to be famous for something, and he is famous for that, Crocs, and in this case, Amethyst Ruby, which I am betting this is an Amethyst Ruby evasive list. We saw that rise. Now, will it be a Shark evasive list? I don't know, but I feel like if you're running Amethyst, you're probably running a Dumbo, but we're gonna find out. We see behind him is a Southside Gaming. I wonder if that's a secret Zach Bivens appearance.
Well, it is. So look at that, and the chat's pointing this out too. So in the back there, that looks like Zansayat and Zach Bivens.
Oh no, I feel bad being like behind you.
Yeah, on the second feature table.
Oh no, they're behind me, aren't they?
Yeah, so we're gonna like watch them over their shoulders. If you're interested in watching that, Stanley Goodman, I see you in the chat. If you're interested in watching that match, there is a second featured stream live right now. And what is it at, Wesley? It's at 20 Lore Stream 2. You can go watch that match. We have some great commentators over there as well who are watching that particular match. So you can go watch that as well if you're not interested in watching Kendall getting taken down by his bread and butter here.
Now, here is a deck that someone in the chat just reminded me, and I literally told you this last night, Liam, that there are deck names where I'm like, guys, what are we doing here? And this is one of them where people call it Flinger Dingers. Don't love that. Don't know what that means. And I'm probably someone in the chat just said you can't say that. But it is a deck that uses your flinging damage. You're moving damage around. These are characters that like to hold damage and like to send damage across the Great Blue Sea. So this is something where we have one damage character coming in. That's a Queen of Hearts who likes to carry damage and become a little bit more powerful. I believe she was a 4/4 when she has damage on her. And you can move damage around with a few things. We have Mulan. We're going to have Belle, Medusa, lots of things carrying and moving damage, and then I do think there might be a there might be a Shark or two. We'll see. But this is a damage action spectacular.
And this deck has finished. You know, we didn't see a lot of Ruby Amethyst last weekend, which is our only taste of this meta. But I did see. I think in the I have the note here. So in the SSG event, Eric Thompson did carry one of these decks into the top 8. So it can perform well into this meta.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because we talk about removal. Moving damage is like a crafty way of doing removal. It's removal with a side of healing, which is not something you associate Ruby with. You're not like, oh, you're the classic healing deck of Ruby. But when you're moving damage, it's essentially healing with a little bit of removal. But on the other side, we see that Basil coming in. He is that support character, a 2/1 that can pump up really anything. It can make a Tipo a 3 damage character all of a sudden. But instead, we're going to go ahead, or we're going to ramp, which has to feel not super great. Ramping without a body against a board that's just resplendent with bodies. It's probably a little stressful. You have a Vanilla Pibon Sweets, a Mulan, Queen of Hearts, and a Palace Guard, which are kind of an interesting lineup, but we're going to go ahead and develop and just try to get to that Blurple top end. It's tough.
Doesn't feel like a great opening here for Kendall. Definitely, I mean, had the ramp. If you miss the ramp, it's potentially game over, but does have the vision, so he is going to hunt a little bit. And definitely not out of it. Of course, this deck is so annoying on the top end with some of its big bodies and some of its removal answers. So El Gladiator trying to run under him a little bit here. Let's see what Kendall found.
Yeah, I mean, this is tricky because, I mean, I don't want to say Kendall has a window that's going to get smaller and smaller. We know that there is removal. We know there's the Hades, the Into the Knowns. Elsa can do some tempo here, but it's going to get... We know that the Amethyst Ruby is famous for being also kind of a control deck. Now, it's not the same control deck you saw. We have no big Sisus. We don't have any Be Prepareds, but it does have a lot of the tools that Kendall might have access to, just a little different packaging. So here we go. We're going a little bit wider here. We've got that Prince John, which is a beefy card here that also is going to be carrying some damage onto it. So we might start flinging some damage and get to see the namesake.
Yeah, this card, really fun card. I mean, a 5/5 for 3 is just, I mean, probably the best stats you get for that cost in the game. But the downside is he does take damage whenever your opponent plays a character. I think we're going to see that happen here. What did we? Okay, so the Bell Accomplished Mystic came down. Where did we slide stuff around to? I kind of missed that.
Well, we put a little bit here on that Vanellope von Schweetz, which is not a character you see a lot in a non-racers deck, but you don't see a lot of racers these days. So Vanellope von Schweetz is a character where she is evasive, and that is an invasive you got this.
Evasive.
Yeah, she's evasive. There
She's
you go.
evasive.
And she is. She's currently not on the board, but here we go with Moana. And this is very interesting because Gladiator is really putting the pressure on and making Kendall come up with a lot of answers. And Kendall can do spot removal. He can do it spectacularly. He can even maybe do a couple at a turn. He could do a Hades and Into an Unknown here pretty soon. But he doesn't really have access to a lot of easy wide removal. He has to earn every piece of removal he has, I feel.
Really wide board over there from El Gladiator. Kendall looking for answers. That Bell Accomplished Mystic helped a little bit. It does give him a big body there. Drawing another piece of removal. Did draw Into the Unknown. And we also see, I think, the Elsa in hand. So able to do a little bit of cleanup here if you'd like.
Yeah.
But the unfortunate thing is, on the willpower side, everything over there is fairly well statted. 4 strength or 4 willpower, 5 or 4 willpower remaining on Prince John. So even Elsa, without a little bit of a boost, and of course we do have that Basil sitting there as well, can't take things out super cleanly, but plenty of options, just a lot of willpower to get around there.
It is. Those are some, we talked about that last game that Under the Sea is such a powerful card. When you have these bigger bodies, it makes it a little bit less of a thing. That Vanellope von Schweetz is double powerful. She's evasive and she's Under the Sea proof, and that's a card I believe we will see several times in this day. But yeah, now Kendall is sitting there going, I have answers. I cannot use them all because they're pretty expensive answers. Notably, Elsa is an uninkable 8 cost, so you can't, or she's 8, I believe.
Elsa 8,
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good. She's been around a while, but he has to earn that, and so it kind of becomes this thing, right, where you want to ramp to your top end answers. If you're ramping, you can't answer to their low end activities, so it's tricky. And we see Kendall kind of thinking through this, going, "All right, what is the right thing to do?"
Yeah, I'm just thinking there's so many options here. We have Into the Unknown, we have the Elsa. Anything is viable with that support on the Basil there. So let's. If you have the Elsa come in, we'll exert the Moana. One, of course, a card that gives your character's strength whenever she challenges.
Yeah, and there we go with that Elsa coming in and dealing another damage to that Prince John, which takes a damage anytime your opponent plays another character. Which in this case, it's designed to be kind of a punishment, a penalty to say, hey, you're going to get damage, but it can be tricky knowing that the flinging part of the dingers, which I don't feel good saying, is that it's going to fling damage. So it kind of feels bad to put damage unless you're going to go ahead and banish it, which in this case, they are not going to. They're going to go ahead and take care of that Moana and kind of see what they're able to do and just try to hold on for another turn to see if they can turn the corner here with their other cards.
She also will sit there with 4 damage on her. Yeah, so it feels a little better. El Gladiator, though, sitting at 9 lore, really managing to push things in the mid game here. Kendall now, that Bell is available for a challenge.
Yeah, I'm doing that kind of math here where we're going to go ahead and... Oh.
Clean up that Mulan.
Yeah. Which Mulan right now is not... She's carrying the most. She was carrying the most damage, I believe, with 3. So it's like, well, do I want to go to the character with 2 or the one with 3? And in that case, with 3, which makes sense because that was a 3-1 versus if she challenged into that Prince John, that would be the end of such a character.
But now, things really shifted that turn. Now, El Gladiator here with only a couple cards in hand. I think 2, maybe 3, but not managing to hit much card draw. There's that Mother Gothel there.
Yeah, Mother Gothel, I believe, is another. I'm looking up right here, but I believe it is a damage matters kind of card. I call it damage matters because it's
damage mover.
Yeah. Because essentially, it is you're removing a damage counter to a chosen opposing character, and that's whenever a character challenges. So knowing that this is, like we mentioned a few times, a challenge and questing heavy meta, you'll probably get some value back there. But it is probably not the most valuable card in their deck. But it is the card they have.
But fantastic card here, actually, though, because what El Gladiator wants to do is do a little bit of board control, clean up some of those powerful characters if they can, while also pushing his lore total. And here it allows for some very efficient removal. He's going to be able to challenge into that Bell or that Basil perhaps and slide damage over to that Elsa, which is sitting there as an evasive threat. clean up multiple characters very efficiently. This is actually a very impactful card here.
As you're talking, I'm like, I see it. It's all
It's all
it's all
clicking.
coming together, and that's how these kind of newer decks. I don't think was this deck popular in the last format. I feel like it's more popular now, and it is. It makes sense. We're making things to fling, and that damage shall be flinging spectacularly. So yeah, now the math is not so favorable for Kendall.
So we challenged, moved a damage
over
to that Elsa. I didn't quite see what reduced the damage on the Prince John.
As far as what reduced here, well, it's the moving of it all.
Now we're moving.
Yeah, so it's just every time they're challenged, he's able to move one across the board. So he was at 3 damage, or 2, right? And 3. 2. Either way, he was able to get one off there. Now that Queen of Hearts becomes a 4/4, and you're still moving damage.
Sliding those damage characters around. El Gladiator trying to cross with that. Ink's not dry yet. Kendall pointing out you cannot do that just yet. Now, this feels pretty bad. Board was cleaned up quite a bit. El Gladiator at 10 lore. Kendall does have some removal options on the top end. I think we're able to ink up to 7 now, which will make that Hades available. We can remove something and then get, a bigger body character on the board. Perhaps that's the play here. Another Basil into the Inkwell. There's that Hades.
Yeah.
Infernal Schemer.
It feels like the Mother Gothel is pretty impactful. However, we know that there is a 5/5, but he goes ahead and elects to get rid of that Mother Gothel, which we saw do a lot of pinging damage around. So very happy to get rid of that Mother Gothel and see what other kind of cards. Like we saw, there's only 1 card in hand. It's the same card.
Oh, it's
that
another
feels
Mother Gothel.
miserable.
Nothing worse than banishing one of your opponent's cards and then having him play the same thing immediately.
Yeah, you're like, that's not legal, right? It is. You are allowed to have 4 copies of a card, which means if you get rid of one of them, there might be 3 more where that came from, and that's what's happening here. Now, that being said, it's not the end of the world, but it is certainly frustrating because now their hand is empty, but it's a pretty nice board state.
Let's see. We'll have a genie come in and look for other answers. Another damage there at Prince John. Kendall just trying to hopefully clean that up, the conventional way, I guess, with Prince John, just make him damage himself. So unfortunately, if he challenges a quest here, it makes it vulnerable. It makes his Hades vulnerable to the damage sliding shenanigans of Mother Gothel. There is an Into the Unknown available as well, so we'll be able to do a little bit more removal there if we want to.
And we do know these players built this deck knowing what meta they were going into, and we talked that this is going to be a Blurple heavy meta. So that any kind of card that says, hey, when something comes into play, you deal 1 damage. Technically, Blurple is not known for going really wide. It generally is doing 1 character per turn once it gets to that top end. So that's the good news, is you can run something like a Prince John and not be too afraid. But as we're seeing here, they're able to do some pretty efficient cleanup here, doing it Into the Unknown, playing a genie to draw a card, and then challenging into it, and making sure that it's payback. You clean up my board, I'll help clean up yours.
Yeah, Kendall cleaning things up very well there. We do have that Queen of Hearts who's been around since, I think, turn 2, sitting around, and that Mother Gothel as well. But here's another Moana coming into play. Moana, a card that gives other characters strength when she challenges. It's something, again, that's really popular in this meta right now. It's strength manipulators and cards with support.
Yeah, and that makes that a 7/4 if that Queen of Hearts wants to come across on that Hades, and she does. And she challenges, which means, so basically it looks like what he was trying to do is challenge into the Hades, and because there's challenging, move 1 damage.
See here, but the order here is very important because the Queen of Hearts does have 1 damage on her, and so the question becomes, in that case, what he was trying to do is quest slide that damage.
But that makes her now.
But the damage, it looks like that combat, that has to be resolved before that damage is slid, and so it's a trade instead of being able to move that damage off the Queen of Hearts there.
Yeah, which makes sense, because, that damage is critical to make her a 4/4. If she does not have that damage, she is all but a 4. Well, she's a 4/4, but it would be, rather she's a 1/4 plus a 3, so it changes that math quite a bit. So in this case, you just want to get that Hades off the board efficiently. And there we go. We see a Madam Mim. We knew Madam Mim Snake. We knew Madam Mim Fox. We don't know her anymore. Not in this format. But now we have Madam Mim Elephant, which, if you loved getting cards back, this is the bounce we got, guys. This is the only bounce we have.
The only bounce we have. The Madam Mim package is left, I guess. There's a small parcel left. And here we have elephants all over the place. Elephants on parade here on Kendall's side of the board, with Madam Mim Elephant, Dumbo coming down. Not able to use Dumbo immediately. There's no other evasive characters to leverage, but in a deck or in a meta where card draw comes at a premium, that Dumbo feels pretty good right now. A Gladiator, though, up to 14 lore, so this is going to be a race. Kendall has, some bigger bodies on the board now, or a bigger body on the board and some tools. But, Gladiator now at 15. Kendall has to keep drawing here to keep finding a removal. That Dumbo will draw a card.
Yeah, we have a pack of pachyderms. We'll see if that. Ooh, we could have the pack of pachyderms deck. Let's call it that, guys. We'll see. Blurple's already pretty popular, but I like Literatia more. Oh man. So yeah, and then we're seeing. Obviously, Kendall's deck has legs in the top end. So we're seeing that right now. This is still game 1. We said that this is going to be a faster meta, and it is faster than it would be maybe with Be Prepared. But I mean, this is 2 decks that are kind of trying to do control. They're doing control, they're doing removal, and it's working here. That being said, El Gladiator still in this game.
Yeah. Here's the game we're about to play. Yzma coming down here. Super impactful. Yzma, a card which will allow Gladiator to draw up to 3 cards if his hand is empty, which it is. If you have fewer than 3 cards in hand, draw until you have 3 cards in hand. So something Kendall will be eager to get rid of if he can. He's going to use the Dumbo to draw a card here.
Yeah, we saw this card used to very, very high success rate in Worlds. I believe somebody pulled not only this card, but an enchanted version. And I can't remember what player it was, but I saw that. I was like, reading it, I'm like, oh no, that's a good card. And that happens sometimes, right? There's a card that we don't play, and then we look at it again, and you're like, well, that's actually quite good, isn't it?
Yeah. That pair there cleaning up Mother Gothel. We're also going to clean up that Queen of Hearts. Left only with that Yzma. Kenna would love to get rid of that. And there's the card. It's Hades sending it to the Inkwell. And I think Gladiator 10 is empty now. So look at that smile over there from Gladiator. Yeah. He's like, oh, you had it. So we'll see what it is. It's a Gothel. It's not, it's a card with lore. It's not terrible. It's going to stick around there. We just need to do that 3 times.
Beautiful, though, watching. We're like, Kendall, Kendall. And Kendall said, just wait. But I have card draw and I have control.
Right. And here's where this meta feels or Dumbo can feel so punishing, because Kendall needs to find removal cards like every turn or every other turn at least. And that Dumbo now, with the evasive characters on board, can draw 3 cards per turn, as Kendall churns through his deck looking for things that he can use to answer that Mother Gothel. And the options are out there. There's Elsa's. Oh my goodness. Second star to the right. Going to be Sung here. Drawing 5 cards.
5. I like to keep saying 5 cards.
5 cards.
It's a lot of cards, especially when it's Sing Together. Sing Together is a mechanic we saw for the 2 Illumineers quests, because it's a card that's designed to say, hey, it's multiplayer, but people are catching on. When you have a wide board, Sing Together is great. That is cheap.
Yep. And there's that Elsa. It's going to exert that Mother Gothel. We're now going to get 1 lore out of it. I assume that we'll have something come in and finish that off here in short order. That something being that Iago, most likely.
I would like to also point out.
Or nope, Elsa will just do it herself. There we go. Get a little hypnotic strength +2, or challenger +2.
Goodness.
And
Inkatipo, why not? Let's Inkatipo. He's got a lot of cards right now. There's always room for 1 more. And he says, I'll pass.
Yeah, this is where you're top decking for the Be Prepared, right?
And look at all those cards. I don't know what answers they have, but there's probably an Elsa or a Hades or something that's going to come in and mess with it. Because, it's nice to draw cards. Now, if that's all you have is this 1 character, because it kind of is a tale of 2 stories, right? You have a character that can quest for 2 and get you to 19, but also you need it to draw cards. So it's like, what do you care about more in this case? And we'll even get to do it. We'll even get to make that choice.
Let's see. Kendall going to draw plenty of cards here off this Dumbo, potentially.
And he's looking. He's digging for that illustrious spot removal. Because as we know, Into the Unknown is a great card, but it must be exerted. So here's a great way to. Here's a great trick.
Yep. I'm just gonna exert you.
Oh my goodness! As he goes through his portfolio.
So many portfolio of cards. So many cards there. Tipo coming down into the Inkwell, and Yzma, of course, won't be able to ready at the start of El Gladiator's turn. Kendall could finish Yzma off, but instead just choosing to quest out here, leaving that Yzma just hanging out there, exerted.
And he has it Into the Unknown, and I'm just wondering, is he just waiting to see, does he have to use it? And he says, I don't think I do I? And that was beautiful. We saw that the damage, moving the damage, is a viable strategy. However, it's just the top end. Once you get to turn 7, or not turn 7, 7 ink, rather, it's just the answers feel unlimited. The fact that they can sing second star to the right, they can do Into the Unknown, they can do all sorts of things. They can sing, they can dance. After all, this is Blurple, and that's all I can say. So I think El Gladiator was like that. That was stolen, right? I was going to win, and then it went away, right?
Yep. Yeah, all the way up 17. And yeah, Dumbo, we really saw what makes it so menacing in this deck with all of the evasives people are running. Drawing 1 card off Dumbo each turn is fine. It's good. Whatever. Exert to draw a card. But when you can play him and immediately leverage 2, 3, 4 sometimes other evasive characters to draw you cards immediately, like 3 cards per turn, Feels pretty good.
Now, I would posture, I'm not entirely convinced that double alone is a problem. It's kind of like Rapunzel. Rapunzel is very valuable, but Rapunzel by herself wasn't enough to beat. Now, it was an auto include. It was a card that was powerful enough that when you're building a deck, you're like, well, of course I'm putting in this card. But you're not going to win the game because you have that one card. Obviously, the cards that had the most impact in that game is Hades. It was Into the Unknown. It was drawing 5 cards. So we used to have this card. You guys might have heard of it. It's called Friends on the Other Side that drew 2, and it wasn't that expensive at all. You could sing it with just a 3-cost character. So I would posture that obviously Dumbo is very, 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 very powerful. But I think Blurple not always, since Sense 8 has been a pretty menacing contender. So I don't know. I see people saying, is it going to get banned? I don't know. I don't know if it really is the biggest problem. I think the deck around it is a problem. But I mean, even if you got rid of Dumbo, still a second third to the right. You still had Genie. I don't know. We'll have to kind of. What do you thoughts? Do you have any gut reaction after seeing 2 games of Dumbo winning?
Oh, Dumbo. I mean, it is a powerful card, but you're right. It is the colors that it's paired with. One of the reasons that Blurple is so good is because it has some of the best removal options remaining in the game. Hades is a card that's been around for forever, but all of a sudden the value is spiking as people realize just how powerful it is in this meta because it is willpower agnostic removal and also can remove things that are sitting ready. So, and then also your other answers for Dumbo to prevent your opponent from really going off with them are in Amethyst. It's Elsa, which can exert that Dumbo and prevent you from using it on the following turn. Really what makes Dumbo so good, and we saw this with Hiram as well, like what made Hiram so good is the fact that you gained value from him immediately upon playing him. So it's the enter play ability. If he had to sit a whole turn before questing and drawing new cards, Hiram would not be as nearly as a problem as he was. And what makes Dumbo so problematic is the lower end evasive cards that allow you to, if you can establish them, immediately gain value off of Dumbo when he's played.
There is Dumbo, the least scary version of a Dumbo as one ink. That is, if you're going to do a Dumbo.
Little baby Dumbo?
Yeah, well, no, that was just the ink Dumbo.
Oh, ink Dumbo? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the least scary place to have him is in your inkwell. But we do see a vintage card here. It's Rafiki, and he is a challenger that, having, as we saw that last game, Kendall did not have an early game activity. Now, did it matter? No, it didn't end up mattering. But Rafiki is something that can do some challenging here in the early game. Will he necessarily matter in this matchup? I'm not so sure, but he is a body, and sometimes people just want to get that out of there.
Yeah, Rafiki card, very popular in the meta. Oh, here, Hypnotic Strength. We're not going to, okay. Going into the inkwell, okay, sorry. Yeah. I was like, that Rafiki can do some work with that Hypnotic Strength, but it's, not enough ink. So, Rafiki very popular in the meta, back around like set 2-3 time frame.
Coming for that Cinderella.
Yeah, very popular. Yeah, trying to eat that Cinderella. But working its way back in here, Kendall obviously loved to play that card back in the day.
Everybody's got a weakness, which I am now looking up that card very quickly because I'm not super familiar with that card, but I believe if it's Amethyst, I'm going to take a nice bet here that is a card draw card. Am I right? Is my gut?
It is a little of both. A little damage manipulation, a little card draw. Move 1 damage counter from each damage character you have in play to a chosen opposing character. Draw a card for each damage counter moved this way.
Well, so, with Prince Johns and Mulans and all that's a pretty nice thing. But in this case, not ready for it, and it's ink.
Yes. But hopefully, I mean, I'd love to see that later. It's a really fun card when it's played to a wide effect. El Gladiator also establishing a library last turn. No ink to move anything into it just yet, but it will gain him a lore at the start of his turn here. Kendall will have to deal with that sooner or later. We do have a couple quests here with Vanellope and the Palace Guard. And it looks like it's back over to Kendall.
And yeah, you talked about the library. Library made an appearance. And I did see in the chat, somebody mentioned, I heard there was a player that couldn't find Dumbos and showed up with purple anyway. And that player, he's in this chat right now, or in this stream right now. It was Kendall. So if we were talking about, can you play without Dumbos? Well, ask Kendall. And maybe we'll get a chance to. Is that, Dumbo's good, but this deck is just a lot of really good cards. I mean, gosh, it's after you get past the first couple turns where it's like, whatever. Then you get to these cards where you're like, oh no, it's all hits all the way down.
They were doing a little bit of challenging there. Rafiki being used to great effect, putting 3 damage on that library, getting a little bit closer down. Now, El Gladiator racing ahead to 7 now. That library taking up a little bit more. Obviously, I mean, we saw from last game, El Gladiator's game plan really has to close this fast before Kendall unlocks his top end.
Which we see some top end there in the hand.
Yeah, plenty of options there.
Yeah, so like you said, he's trying to go fast, and it's such a painful thing too that putting that Rafiki out there. Not menacing by itself, but it makes El Gladiator go, oh, Okay, do I have to deal with it? And anytime you think about dealing with your opponent's cards, you might have already lost because you're like, once you make that decision of having to go and challenge into, you're losing momentum. That library is designed to get some card draw, and you're leaving a lot of things open. Now, this is a card. I love this card so much in Limited. I played against it in a midnight release. My pal Caleb was playing it, and I'm like, oh no, when I read it, it's a queen that whenever your other card is challenged, you get to draw a card, which in this case, we'll see if they get to use it, but it is a great card draw tool. Yeah, I mean, drawing cards, always good. And this is a card where she can shift on turn 2. We saw, or rather, she should shift 2 cost. And we did see there's a rushed Queen of Hearts also in this deck.
So Gladiator up to 7. Our Madge in the chat saying, I really hope I see this Ruby Amethyst deck win here. This is a list. It's very similar to this one, just a couple small differences that did take top 8 in SSG last weekend, so it is capable of competing. But Queen of Hearts there, not sticking around too long.
No, off with their heads, they say. And Elsa said that. 2 queens, one left. And so that is, unfortunately, this Elsa card, the exerting ability is truly very powerful. It's just able to come in. We've seen this ability before. We saw it with Pinocchio, a talkative puppet, where you're able to exert a character. But knowing in this deck, there's so many very menacing things. We see, Gladiator just dumped his hand and said, this is
going
what I got.
wide here. Palace Guard, Lumiere, Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, and saying, can I keep these, please? And maybe, but we've seen what Kendall can do when he heats up, and he's heating up further. He exerted 2 cards, draw 5 cards. And
Seems good.
yeah, and that is and it's funny because Second Star to the Right's been around, I believe, since set 3.
Yeah.
Oh, no, his Sing Together set 4.
4?
Yeah.
4, yeah.
Yeah, and so this card came in set 4. I didn't see anyone play it, but now we say we need to draw. We saw Finders Keepers being run, and did we see one in his hand? Because Finders Keepers is another one where it's pretty expensive, but the value of drawing a card late game, especially when you're looking for answers, cannot be measured. It is huge. I don't think they'd be running Finders Keeper, but that is a card where it was pretty expensive. It's 5, and you're like, you can't sing it. It's an action, but 3 cards is so important, especially when look at what he's doing with them. It's some nefarious business.
Yeah, fun interaction there, by the way. Hypnotic Strength being used not to augment somebody's strength, but being used to trigger the vanish ability of the Palace Guard there. So Kendall giving Challenger +2 with that Hypnotic Strength to the Palace Guard, his vanish ability will see that and immediately head to the discard pile. So fun little banish there.
Yeah, I mean, the illusions became... Illusions came in with right before Jafar, and they're tied to his magical powers. And all you have to do is just target it, and then suddenly they poof, and which is very fun to think about. But in a world where Steel Song is not really so scary anymore, I see a lot of illusions in Amethyst list.
Yeah, and here we go again. This Elsa Spirit of Winter coming down, exerting 2 characters. They will not ready at the start of the next turn. This is one of the ways the Blurpo closes things out. Elsa, very powerful ability, and then she quests for 3.
Why not?
On the top end. Why not? Making her even better in this color combo. You know, anytime there's expensive Floodborn characters, they get better when their shift targets are actually pretty decent. And not that you ever want to lose a 5th Spirit, but the option is always there to shift on top of smaller Elsa there, the 5th Spirit. So just a really powerful 1-2 punch in this color combination. Yeah,
something about shift that you forget about. I don't know if you listen or forget about, but you can shift on top of yourself, which is kind of crazy. That used to be something that I had done with Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. You can shift on top. I believe Lady Tremaine shift. So if you're in a low ink situation, you're trying to generate value, that's something that can be kind of fun. In this case, he doesn't need to. Kendall says, I know that you don't have cards in your hand. I know that I have so many cards. Now, in this case, he goes Visions because he's like, well, I could always use one more. Why not? And yeah, I mean, he's got options all over the place, and now a wide board of truly menacing characters. And why not? Is a Hades coming down? Is that what I'm about to feel? Yes, that is Hades.
There is Hades coming down. Just, take that Queen of Hearts. Why not? Another one. Why not? With that bell.
And now, and then moving that not moving damage. Or what happened there? Or no, just challenging. Just old-fashioned challenging. It's just old-fashioned. Just old-fashioned, the way we used to do it, where you just square up with your fisticuffs. And my goodness, Kendall is showing that, guys, there's a lot of value in this Blurple deck. It's value in every card.
Yeah, Kendall giving that a quick check. I think with no damage counters on Gladiator's side of the board, I bet doing a quick check to see if she could slide damage counters among opposing characters. And you can.
Yeah, but the problem is, I mean, somebody pointed out in the chat. I mean, gosh, those beginnings of the games, El Gladiator had me shaking in my boots. I was going, what is he gonna do? But it's just a tale of two sides of the deck, where some decks are really scary in the beginning, some decks are very scary at the end, and my goodness, Kendall's deck is scary in the end. The top end of Amethyst Sapphire is just card draw and removal and pain, but not panic.
Pain. Lots
Pain's
of pain.
not in this deck, but maybe. I mean, Pain might be in the Flinger deck. Still don't like Flinger Dinger. I'm gonna call it damage move damage deck. You can't make me.
Yeah, it's an interesting deck. It's a lot of fun. What it really needs though is it needs a fairly wide board, or at least mid board, to do some of the tricks that it wants to do. It wants to do things like drop that Queen of Hearts, drop that Mother Gothel, and then immediately have you challenge with 3-4 characters in order to make maximum use of that ability like right away, without your opponent having a chance to respond. And if you're not able to establish those key pieces, Prince John or other things that can hold damage counters and then that are powerful challengers, if you can't build that board state, either because you don't have it or your opponent's able to pick off some of your key cogs in your machine, then I do think it kind of struggles to close things out. And unfortunately, Kendall, one of the problems, one of the premier removal tools in this meta right now is Elsa the Fifth Spirit. And in Blurple, you can play her on turn 4 with a little bit of ramp. And so immediately starting on turn 4, followed by turns 5, 6, and 7, you're unlocking a lot of your removal tools. And when your deck requires you to build up some sort of an engine, this Blurple deck's just not allowing you to do that. It's just a frustrating, I think, matchup for this Flinger deck. I'm willing to bet it's a lot better into some of the other decks that we see running around the meta right now, like Amethyst Steel. Although Steel does have a little bit of removal, it doesn't have a ton left, and a lot smaller characters where moving those damage counters around allows you to move things pretty efficiently. So, I don't know. Fun deck, and it is fun seeing Kendall switch over to a deck that he's not known for, but is clearly crushing people with in the early part of the tournament.
Clearly crushing, and I think that'd be a cool
love
gamer
crushing.
tag. Hi, it's me, clearly
Clearly
crushing. Clearly crushing with Katie. And that was round 2. And for those just tuning in, we had round 1 with Clara versus a Blurple deck. Unfortunately, Blooper 1. And then round 2, Blurple 1. Now, don't panic, because I was checking. I did look over at Ink, and don't worry, over there, an Amber Steel won around. So don't doomsday. That's what I'm afraid of, because sometimes people start going, it's happening. We saw this. We saw this in set 7, where I think me and you cast it up in World Class. I mean, I wasn't physically there, but World Class Cards. It was the time where Sapphire Steel and Sapphire Ruby were scaring people. Probably rightfully so. That was a time where it was a good time to be scared of those decks. But it makes me happy. Look, decks are winning. There's other decks out there. Don't panic yet.
Yeah, and there are some really spicy decks here. I know some very well-known players who've brought in color combinations you might be a little surprised by. They're not the big 3, as I'll call them right now, of Amethyst Steel, Blurple, and Amber Steel. So there is hope, and there's plenty of variety out there in the room. Hopefully, some of that will rise to the top. And yeah, we've already seen 2 in round 1 and 2. Unfortunately, both times they lost. But I tell you, Katie, anytime that I've done well in a tournament, I've lost round 1 and had to claw my way back. So.
And that's the way to do it. That's actually
Right.
a pro gamer tip, is you want to have a little grit. You want get a little grit under your wheels round 1. And then it's like you got to do the Rocky thing. Because if you win, you're going to be like, wow, I guess I'm good. And then you're too confident. You want to get a little bit of pain. Now, have I won a tournament? No. So please don't subscribe to my How to Win a Tournament Metafy, or How to Win, rather, a tournament of this caliber. But I think there's plot there, guys. So if you're going to lose, do it early, claw back, and make no mistakes for the rest of the day.
That's right.
Hot tip.
Chat, if you're here with us right now, I mean, don't go anywhere. We're going to have another round coming up pretty soon, and interviews and all sorts of things. They've got deck text planned, things like that. If you do go somewhere, head over and check out Ink. They're doing an awesome stream as well. And so you can bounce back and forth between the 2
Or
and see
both.
some awesome Lorcana. Both. Have them both up.
Yeah. That's the real move, is to have everything.
I want to know, if you're here with us right now, I want to know which, and some of you have been shouting out your favorite decks. Which decks are you hoping to see do well in the tournament? Are any of you rooting for the big 3? Is any Blurple fans, or is everybody just hoping for a rogue pet deck of their choice to kind of rise up to the top here?
I will say I am rooting for Amber Steel, because I always am. I don't think I'll ever stop loving Amber Steel. Ever since I played Lilo Wishing on a Star into Simba Protective Cub, or rather Stitch New Dog into Stitch Rockstar.
Yeah.
You can't forget those moments. Yeah, Ariel was great. Yeah, Rapunzel is great. But I mean, oh my goodness, going fast in Amber Steel is where I long to be. I long to be done with my match after 20 minutes.
Lilo Simba. Is
Yeah,
that
I long
the
to
play?
be done. Let me have a little snack.
Flopping says, any Emerald deck? Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great.
Yeah, we saw John Silver do some stuff.
We did. John Silver, very, very good in this meta, actually. A lot of people kind of like him. We did a top 10 video where we pulled 25 like worlds and very well-known players, and to create a top 10 list of cards for the set. And John Silver didn't crack the list quite. He was number 11. He was honorable mention. But a lot of people really high on that card. I'm hoping for Emerald Amethyst myself. It's one of my pet decks. Emerald Amethyst tempo or mid-range would be great. Christmas songs, that would be fantastic.
Merry Christmas. We do have Team Infinities out there.
That is true.
Cody is out there, and I saw him and said, Merry Christmas. And he said, not today.
Yeah.
So you won't see him playing that, but that is one of my favorite things that we saw. Red, Blue for Life. What are you playing in that list, I would like to ask? What is in that list today? I have not seen it.
I mean, red, blue, sapphire, ruby, sapphire players are loyal. They're almost as loyal as sapphire steel players.
What is that deck without popsicles and without Big Sisu?
Big Sisu.
We have Little Daring Visitor. Little Daring Visitor can get out there and be like, "What do I do, guys?" And be like, "Wait for something amazing, I guess." But my goodness. So yeah, I'm looking through. If you guys are wondering, what is she doing? I'm not ordering DoorDash. I'm looking through and seeing what matches we got out there.
That's what Kay loves to do.
Yeah, just order DoorDash. No, I love Melee, or not Melee, but I love looking at brackets because it's very interesting to see. Because we've had I thought that we knew everything. SSG Hayes is out there. We might open some boosties. I don't want to freak out.
Look at. Oh my goodness, production here coming in big between rounds.
And Liam only grabbing 2, which I think is truly demure.
All right.
Liam grabbed. Oh, I'll just take 2. But
we can't do them all now. All right.
I know, but I'm gonna open one.
Red blue players just switched to Blurple. It's the only controlling in the format.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Red blue. What is purple but red and blue mixed together? So think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that. You're playing red, blue, which is
That's
whatever.
true.
I tried to do
Blurple.
something deep there. Liam looked like it wasn't that deep, but I was pretty proud. So we're just gonna open a pack. But I saw as I was looking through here, because it's truly the who's who of Lorcana out there. We mentioned there's other tournaments going on. It doesn't feel like it because they're all out there.
They're all out. There's like 500 people.
Yeah, 450 I think exact. But I mean, with the staff and everything, it feels like it's a DLC out there, which feels so good because we are coming up on DLC season. It's happening.
That's true. All right, we're gonna open a couple things here.
How does
Show
this
off the
look?
new Fable. There we go. Be our guest.
We're gonna work on
Set 1.
Queen of Hearts. We just saw her. She was a little stressed.
Beast Mirror. Set 1. The nostalgia factor hits hard.
Oh no, other way.
Hidden Cove.
Mirror.
Card. Emerald
Cove.
players happy to see reprinted. I'm sure.
Not a lot of places. Oh, one jump. It's kind of like seeing your old friends, right? It's like it's kind of like going out there. You're like, these are my old friends.
Newer friend.
Yeah, newer friend. Medallion waits. We have Mama Odie and Maui's Place of Exile. That's fine. Look at this family.
Look
okay.
at this family.
I feel it's fine. I like it. This was revealed. Oh wait, this wasn't the end. That wasn't the end. Oh, but okay, this is the end. It's Sergeant Tibbs. Everybody freak out. I have foil Sergeant Tibbs.
Fun note on Robin Hood. If you watched our video on this, Robin Hood has different text than his original printing. It used to say, draw a card, and they've added a may to his ability, and so it reads differently now. It says you may draw a card.
It used to be very
draw a card.
assertive. It said you will draw a card.
Yeah, but that's interesting.
It is. May is interesting because when you talk, I mean, that's something you'll hear at top tables all the time. Is it May?
Yeah, you missed a trigger. It's a May trigger.
All right, we got
that
Mickey
Mickey
Mouse
Mouse?
Steamboat Pilot, I believe.
One of the nephews.
One of the. Oh,
Cusco.
I
another
want that epic.
popular card. Hey, brilliant reveal on this card.
The
A
Dumbo,
little-
the only Dumbo people don't fear.
Yeah, not the Dumbo you want. Smash. Some of the only damage-based removal. It's a rare.
All right. Can we get a
Moana,
legendary? Can
beautiful
we get a
card.
legendary chat? No.
See, I dug and tried to target a pack, and I guess I failed miserably. Oh, it's an uncommon.
And
it's
Judy.
Judy Hopps.
Okay, can we open one more? Just one more, because these 2 packs, I will say. Also, there's a light here, and there's my favorite producer is back here. I might also raise my chair because if I get too close to the camera, I look like I'm like, hey guys. But we'll see if we can make it a little brighter. If not, trust me, the glow of my smile shall light up these cards. Me and Liam will smile through. Now, Liam, I am headed out after this round, and we're gonna get a very, very wonderful person in here. And it'll be Brent is coming in here, and then we'll do like a little rotating because there's a lot of people out there. When we say a lot of people, there's a lot of judges, there's a lot of production, there's a lot of commentators. So we talked about the second stream. There is a second stream, and then there'll be people rotating in, so you'll get to see some friendly faces. Rapunzel.
Yeah, and we definitely want to do. We're gonna do some interviews later. There's Lorcana artists out there. I'm excited to talk to. So I'm really excited to walk the floor between rounds 2 and
Me
kind
too.
of see
I
what's
can't
going
wait.
on.
It's like it's fun when we do these tournaments, but it's also kind of like we are truly in a room sequestered. So getting out, you're kind of like, hey guys, what's going on? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I gotta go this way. This is the way people do it. Smash. Okay, listen. This is we gotta get it on. Okay, heating up.
There you go. Big Tink's always good.
And okay, it's
You love
fine.
to see her.
And Antonio. All right, listen.
So
these
super
are-
rare. Best pack. You had a super rare and a rare that was downshifted from super
I
rare.
know. So super rare in our hearts.
Yep. There's Powerline. Prince
Naveen.
Naveen.
Why worry? You know.
Pegasus.
Ugh.
Beautiful art by Brian Weiss. This is Dustin Panzino, I believe.
This is my favorite. Where Liam's like, guess what? I know everything about this card. I'm like, oh no.
No, Matnui.
Antonui. All right, here we go.
Kirk. So depressing.
We're heating up. The box is heating up. I feel it. It's not yet.
No, not yet. But eventually, Queen set one.
Okay,
Oh,
it's heating up, but it's
no.
not yet. And now this is how they get you guys. This is how you get you. Is because now everybody at home though. Now, if you're opening packs with us, check your foils because there is a chance that the foils are printed on the epic paper. I've pulled 2. My sister's pulled about 12, and it is so exciting. Katie, I crave data. We don't have data yet, but we'll work on it. Listen, there's 450 people out there. I'm in here. I'm working. Knives. I can't do everything, but you could. Knives, get in here. Get in. Where are you? If you say them 3 times, if you say birds, birds, birds.
That's true. Pigeons, pigeons, pigeons.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Well. Anyway, no.
Well,
but I mean, I
packs
do.
are opened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna probably go out there. There's a sales floor. I'm like, there's gotta be a pack somewhere. I think it's very funny. The set people are saying, oh, well, what's the fun in opening cards if it is reprints? And the answer is, I love these cards. I mean, seeing set 1 cards, I will say opening first chapter packs to this day. If somebody says I have 9 packs, set 1 through 9, which one would you like to open? I'll probably always pick first chapter because that was just the most fun time. And I feel like every time I open a first chapter pack, I still have the whimsy of it all. And I feel like the hits on those set is just so thrilling. The fact that there could be an Elsa out there. I have pulled an Elsa. I pulled one. You pulled an Elsa in nature too, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And
It wasn't mine.
Oh no.
No, it wasn't
Who
my
was it?
Elsa. No,
Who
the
was it?
Enchanted Elsa first chapter.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a gentleman who was standing in line with me at Gen Con.
Because there was a conspiracy that like you.
Yes.
Okay, and that conspiracy is over now. Because I mean, what kind of conspiracy is it where you don't get to keep the Elsa?
I know there was. They're like,
That's a
you
terrible
seated that back.
conspiracy.
No, it was the last pack in the box.
Because yeah, it was like, oh, it just seems so suspicious, and that's not very suspicious if you don't get to keep it.
It's
So,
sometimes,
unfortunately,
sometimes like life is funny. It's
and
the
last pack
odds.
magic is a thing. I opened a last pack magic scar, and I went, "Is that real?" And the answer is, it is. Last pack magic. Now, last pack tragic is also a thing that we've all experienced, folks. Last pack tragic is
Most
just
of the time.
yeah, where you're like, oh, here we go. You're like, oh,
Most of the time.
oh, okay, but. Yeah, so we are wrapping up round 2. I
Yeah.
will see if Brett is going to come in because that's
And
like kind of
We're gonna go to a very quick break. I'm gonna go check on the floor. I'm gonna see if we can get an interview. I'm gonna see what's going on out there real quick. We're gonna bring you
Yeah.
the latest. Brent's coming in here for round 3, and it's coming up very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be just right back.
yeah. And chat,
Just
let us
right
know if there's anything you want too, because guess what? We want to make you have a great show today too. So let us know what you want, and we'll be back and do those things. Welcome back, Illumineers.
Hello, hello.
Look who it is. It's Brent. And I have never casted with him before. I've almost casted with him once, and I said, remember that time we almost cast together? And now I'll never be able to say that again. Now it's remember that time we did cast together.
Yeah.
It's now.
Always exciting to cast with an official DLC commentator caster.
Not yet. I
Katie.
feel like I'm like...
You're there.
I
Your
know, right?
pictures. It's inevitable.
Pending. You'll say pending. Like after pending official. Because that picture was there. You're right.
You're like Thanos. You're inevitable,
I am
Katie.
inevitable.
It's happening. It's coming up. But you know what else is coming up?
Lots of stuff.
A fantastic match between Dragon Jonathan Williams.
That's our feature? I didn't know this.
Hector. Yes, that is what I was told.
Okay.
That's what I was told by Liam. So
Dragon John's, if you guys don't know, he's also by John Williams, which I believe is a composer for Star Wars, but this is not the right. This is a different John Williams.
Different John Williams, yes, not the composer for Star Wars and Superman. No.
Yeah, he's like, you know the Two Sons, the Two Sons ballad. Well, he wrote that, and then he said, well, I'm time to play a different game. And so someone in the chat, we said, what deck do you want to win today?
Yeah.
And they said, I want to see Ruby Sapphire. And I said, perchance, what would you put in such a deck? What would you put in Ruby Sapphire in today's day? So I don't think Jonathan Williams will be playing.
I highly doubt it. I was looking at Frank Karsten. He put out those 15 decks of all the different color combinations. I was taking a look at it. It's like it's unconventional Tool.
Oh no!
You know what I mean? It's Maurice's. Tool. It's a lot of random stuff. Ruby Sapphire, not the deck that it once was. Now that we have no Sisus, now that we don't have the B preps anymore, a lot of the control factor. But I'd assume that Dragon Johns is going to be playing some good old Blurple. It seems to be the control deck of the format.
It is. Blurple said, well, if I can't do what I like to do, I guess I'll do this. And it makes sense, right? If you're going to play not your favorite deck, you'll play the next best deck that is like your favorite deck.
Absolutely.
Now, was he the one that won down at PBG
Hector
Texas?
did win 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's still wearing the hat. He hasn't taken it off. It's hard to sleep in. It's a hard thing. He has a sleeping cowboy hat that he puts over it. I'm sure of it. I did tell him, hey, how fun would it be to put a tiny cowboy hat underneath this cowboy hat? He takes off first cowboy hat, second cowboy hat underneath. Maybe today.
I would love if underneath the smaller cowboy hat, inexplicably, there's a larger cowboy hat underneath. Like it just
a cowboy hat paradox.
Yes. Maybe it's made out of cloth and it's like a magic trick.
It's like those can of nuts that you open, which I did get tricked by one of those the other day. I'd like to point out that
you actually opened up a can of peanuts that a snake jumped out of.
It was out of Dave & Buster's, and it was in the prize room, and I said, is this one of those? And it was. So, like, I kind of tricked myself in a way.
The cans always look so fake, though, to me. That's the main thing. I'm
but
always
you don't expect it when you expect it.
That's true.
I psyched myself out a little
bit. If planters started doing that, then I'd be very confused. They would probably get a lot of people. I would like to shout out, though, in a couple weeks, I don't know if you know this, but there is the Lone Star Open happening in Waco, Texas, September 27th, the weekend of. It's going to be a 10K weekend. Katie.
That is very exciting. We are eating I said we're eating good in the Illuminary neighborhood, and I don't know if I have to pay whoever the eating good in the neighborhood is. That Applebee's?
I think so.
Well, I'm not going to pay them. I've already paid my due in college to them. But yeah, I mean,
they never said the Illuminary neighborhood.
That's true. They did not. That is my twist. Thank you. And then Ravensburger's like, well, they have to pay us. I'm like, dang it. But yes, that is in Texas, which is very close to where 20 Lore, some of the 20 Lore folks are in.
That's exactly right. They will be there. They will be handling the broadcast. It's going to be a fun time all around over at Nexus Card Shop. You are going to. Oh, it looks like we are actually getting into the game here.
Oh, this is surprising. This is stunning stuff. Big if true, and we have got steal your meta here. We have everybody. Listen, I know you wanted a Blurple mirror. It's not okay. I know you wanted to see Blurple every round, but we said as a treat, we'll show you a different deck, and I am very, very, very excited about. We call it Blue Steel for Zoolander fans, but it is Sapphire Steel, and the deck that doesn't really do a lot. I always feel bad. I talk kind of down on it, Amethyst Steel, but it's not the most exciting deck in the world, but it's a deck that does what it needs to do to win, and that is Amethyst Steel.
It is a mid-range deck that is just very dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I usually think of Dragon Johnson. I think of Sapphire, but I'm excited to see he's a phenomenal player. I'm sure that he could play anything. Meanwhile, Hector on the Sapphire Steel, I'm wondering what he's going to be doing with it. Are we going to be seeing some Heroes Allies stuff, right? Are we going to be seeing some Pleakley Spice down at the 6K in Orange County last weekend? There was just a lot of Blurple, there was a lot of Amethyst Steel, and one player rose to top 4 and said, you know what, I'm going to get there with Sapphire Steel, so let's go. We got the Smee hitting.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking to some players who said you weren't there when Sapphire Steel was good. And that's the thing about Sapphire Steel is it's always been there. And that's my favorite players in the entire game are Sapphire Steel fans. Have someone that loves you the way that those players love that deck. They have dedicated discords. They have like clandestine meetings and back allies. They're passing ally cards and allies. And we see a classic combo, not the combo that we had in sets 1 through whatever, rather, one Smee, the one that we know and love that got a damage.
Right.
This is not that Smee. This is a different Smee.
This is the evasive Smee on your turn. But what's interesting to me on these last couple turns here is what the players inked. Dragon Johns played down or inked his Dumbo, one of, I'm assuming, 4, which is crazy to put $70 right into the inkwell. And then Hector said, you know what? I don't need to ramp. I don't need to play this Tipo. I'm just going to play a Mr. Shmee down and start establishing some board presence. So wondering how much these players have gotten into this matchup, you know?
Oh, Doc No Docking. Doc No Docking is truly... So they're kind of... This tells me that nobody's on their plan A right now. People are doing some improvisational comedy here, and it happens. And, the tricky thing is that Captain Hook sideways across another Captain Hook is not your favorite thing to see, because that is not so scary. You can absolutely trade into that with no sweat.
That's right,
But
and we get the Pleakley.
Oh, I love that Pleakley. He's a cannibal, and I love him.
I was wondering if that might be why we don't see the Tipo, but the Pleakley is you can put a character down into your inkwell. The Treasure Guardian is going to go into the inkwell for Dragon Johns. Gets out the Genie, this 3/4 evasive on your turn Genie, and still has not quested, still has not done anything. We're staring down each other, but I think that Dragon Johns is going to come out ahead on this stare down because it looks like he has 2 Strength of a Raging Fires. Ooh, and the Gorgeous!
It's an ally deck, I'm thinking here, because that is, like you said, a gorgeous Scar. Doing his best, Macbeth here, with the skull in hand, and this is...
Enchanted Scar. It's going to give +1 to all of the allies, +1 strength. At the end of the turn, you can also use the strength of one of your allies, banish them, draw the number of cards equal to their strength, and then discard 2 cards. That might be where we're going with the Shmee if we didn't have that Strength of a Raging Fire. Missed that play.
Yeah,
wow.
It's always so sad, right, when you spend that time being like, and then this is going to happen, and this is going to happen. They go, none of that's happening.
Yeah, I should have seen the strength coming. Oh.
We never do. And I think there's a second strength coming. So next time we see a cool card, we'll go, well.
And Hector's in a little bit of trouble here. Hector's only got 1 card in hand, does not have the board presence that you would normally want. Dragon Johns, by the way, with another Genie here, seems like the logical play is going to be put it down, get it, draw another card, and establish the board. And the question is Hector going to have enough answers into these evasive threats like Genies?
Yeah, that's and then there's a second. The Dumbo, I said in the last game, the least scary version of Dumbo is when he's in your inkwell. This is the time where I'm like, I wonder why people are afraid of him.
I can't believe that Dragon Johns is electing to ink another Dumbo, but he knows something that we don't.
Well, he's got a dock in hand, so he's kind of trying to work towards it. A dock in the hand can feel really heavy because he's already played 1 Doc No Docking. So I feel like there is that kind of thing of like, listen, I just got to get through this hand, and I get to draw 2 cards. I don't have to do any funky stuff to draw cards. He's drawing cards off of Genie, so maybe it's just a situation where he's like, I don't need to. And that's something we talk about with Liam, is people are like, ban Dumbo. Is Dumbo, he's an engine. He helps drive forward the deck, but Dumbo himself isn't crazy. But we do see a card here revealed by Liam, and then immediately banished by Strength. This is
the Aurora, the 3/5 Aurora that gives all of your characters ward. That would have been huge for Hector if it could stick. But again, Dragon Johns knew that if I'm going to ink something, I'm not going to ink the Strength of a Raging Fires. That sometimes means you have to ink some of your more powerful cards in favor of the matchup. So the Dumbos get inked, the Strengths keep in hand, and now Dragon Johns in a dominant position here. We're looking at how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lore on board. 10, 11 with this Jafar. And I mean, what is Hector going to do? We don't have any widespread board removal. What do? We have to start making challenges in, but he doesn't have really any characters that are going to be able to take out either of these because of the Mr. Shmee will have evasive on the turn, but only as a 3/2.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get pretty creative. You need support. You need some songs. You need lots of things that he does not have because he only has 2 cards. So
Right.
I mean, gosh, twice we said, oh, here's a really, oh, it's gone. So twice we said, here's a cool card that's not here. So, I mean, I feel like Hector has had a very not fun game this game, while Dragon Johnson said, would you like to see me do a flat lay of all my cards? And is currently putting all of that on the playmat.
That's why he didn't need the Dumbos. He's like, I'm going to empty out my hand. I'm going to dock. I'm going to get all the cards back. Meanwhile, Hector now with 2 cards in hand. I believe I saw a dock flash. Is that a dock? No, maybe not. It looks like, it looks like a Captain Hook.
Is it a Vincenzo? Or Vincenzo, no. Yeah, Vincenzo Santorini. You know
oh, that is.
No more Chinese grocery. And there we go. Boom.
So we're going to deal 3 damage and make the trade, but that's only 1 character.
Yeah, Vincenzo's known for doing a little bit of smash tactics, coming in, dealing 3 damage, and not enough here because, I mean, he had to throw a whole body and use an entire Vincenzo trigger just to get rid of 1 genie. And then there's another one saying, am I chop liver to you?
Absolutely. And Dragon John's now in a dominant position, has 8 lore on board, has the bell in hand, and says now this turn is not the turn for Bell. We're going to turn one of the characters sideways. I wonder if it is going to be the Vincenzo or not.
There's someone pointing out in chat that John is very, very famous for being put on the CCS stream and then losing. And he says, not today. Guys, please, this is the start of the Invitational series. I must win this. And he is showing that this deck, we said it's mid-range, and we are in the middle of the range, and it is doing mid-range things.
We are in the middle of the range here. I mean, you would assume that the Sapphire deck is the one with the bigger, threats on the board with more ink, but Hector just not being able to find any card draw. Meanwhile, Dragon John's just pummeling.
Yeah, and we see a very dominant position here. He's at 2 lore, but he's got all the momentum in the world on his side. He's got, we see him setting up that bell.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, that was actually a great play because we saw him setting up that bell Accomplished Mystic, but this just gives more bell Accomplished Mystic stuff now.
That's true.
It moves 3 damage, but we're hedging our bets here. We got more chances to do damage than ever.
And this Tinkerbell, I mean, that's a great top deck. This Vincenzo's also going to be able to start cleaning up here. And yeah, that bell, I'm sure Dragon John's is happy that he has he's held on to that, but still a very dominant position here on the part of Dragon John's. Hector, though,
Got 2 bells in here?
has the opportunity to come back here. So now the question is, what's the optimal challenge? Maybe, so we put 3 more into Vincenzo, then we put another 3 from the Elsa, heal the Elsa up and put it onto the Vincenzo. Is that the play?
Yeah, it does look like we're just going to go ahead and move that damage on over and say, get out of here, Vincenzo Santorini, and get back to Atlantis. And now he only has, it looks like he's out a Treasure Guardian, so it's not what I would consider the greatest hand. However, Hector says, I've seen what I need to see.
And Dragon John's had already, quested on that last turn. He was not still at 2. He climbs up to 15, and Hector has had enough here.
Yeah, he said, please, mercy. And that was, I mean, we talked at the beginning, we're like, this is a fast meta. And then we saw 2 games that were pretty grindy. So I was like, well, okay. But this, I think, is kind of showing how fast the game can go. We started this round, and Dragon John says, I'm going to play all my greatest hits. And
very, very smart to do so, because whenever you're against, I mean, so much of the time, the concept that I keep hearing is who's the beatdown, right? Who is going to be the aggro deck? Because even if you have an Amethyst Steel deck and it is mid-range, so that means that sometimes you'll be the part of aggro, sometimes you'll be the part of the control if you're playing into the aggro. And Dragon John smartly realizing, I'm the beatdown. I have to be the aggro here, getting out as many characters out on board. And, one of the things that you were talking about, Fabled, they did not reprint a whole lot of widespread removal. In fact, to my knowledge, it's really only Mob Song, maybe, and that's not even wide. It's just 3 characters and Under the Sea. Yeah.
And Monstro, if you're brave enough. Are you brave enough for Monstro?
Are you brave enough to discard that many cards
would you like
from
to
your
discard
hand?
Your whole hand
yeah.
today, sir?
You really want to do this right now? And we don't even know if Dragon Johns is playing the Mob Song, but just pointing out that that is what's in there. Shout outs to y'all in chat. Thank you so much for joining us. I see a lot of very, very familiar names here.
Yeah.
What's up, Love Train TCG? What's up, Neves Nerd Corner? Valhalla Main.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to somebody who said, hey, I played round 4 with purple steel, or rather amethyst steel for those playing along at home. If you can't strength Scar, you lose. And that is such a good point because that Scar you said, oh, it's happening. And the reason is because he's card draw. He adds strength. I mean, he's buffing your characters. He's getting card draws. He's nothing to laugh at a 5/4. But he certainly doesn't have Ward. Wouldn't that be nice if he was out there with Aurora? He wasn't.
I know. But that Aurora came down a turn too late. What's up, Triton HS? Good afternoon. Criplin in chat saying, let's go, Hector. I am hoping to see a game 3. I always love watching these matches. The happy is going to come down. And now we'll see how Dragon Johns does on the draw. That's going to be a large part of this matchup, right?
Yeah.
Again, into who the beatdown is. Palace Guard is going to come out, the 1/4 that has Vanish. So, Hector could easily throw something down, banish it no matter what, as long as he can target the Palace Guard. But that Palace Guard is going to stick around for quite a bit here.
Oh, this is a fun card here.
Ooh.
It's a Calhoun, which, I mean, she's kind of great in the sense that there's no singers on board, so we're certainly, even if we could sing a strength this turn, you can't. Now, you could hard cast. No, you can't because it still won't work. So, because she's got that resist 1. So, she's sitting pretty now, going like, listen, I'm probably going to survive this turn. I really can't think of anything that would get rid of her at this point. So, ooh.
Absolutely.
What
Whoa! And the Enchanted Alice, the one that gives support, and all your other characters gain support. Wow, Hector's on a very interesting Sapphire Steel build. Meanwhile, Dragon John's electing to play another Calhoun. Looks like there's ink trouble in Dragon John's hand. 3 genies.
The 3-knee. The 3-knee.
The 3-knees.
Liam does not like the 3-knee because I'm like, oh no, we've got the 3-knee. And he literally stopped talking. I was like, I like 3-knee. But anyway, so the 3-knee is in hand, but that is truly diabolical behavior because next to the 3-knee is something we saw that was the most valuable card in his hand last game.
You ever watch Boy Meets World?
Yes.
3-knee.
Oh,
3-knee.
yeah. 3-knee. Mr. Feeney's like, what? But here we go. He got ink. He said, listen, guys, stop saying that. Now it's the Deanie.
Now it's just the Deanie. Everybody calm down. We got Deanie on board. Not on board, but in hand. Another Genie. Oh, man. Dragon John's looking like he might
Wait,
run
did he draw
away with
another
this one,
Genie?
too.
No, that way he couldn't. No, he didn't.
No, he
It's
drew
Elsa. I was
another-
like, he
he
can't
drew an
have
Elsa.
a double 3D. That's insane behavior. But either way, yeah, Dragon John says, I will get what I need. And he did it, unfortunately or fortunately. And those Calhouns are doing what Calhoun does spectacularly and just kind of menacing and keeping Hector at saying, I'm scared. And as we saw, Dragon John has the kind of deck that has reach both in card draw and lore burst. So if Hector doesn't take advantage of this time, he's going to enter a world where he might never get time again.
Yeah, I don't think Hector's going to, because usually in the Sapphire versus Amethyst matchup, right, it's like, well, one is going to be able to ramp up, get their big threats out, but Hector has not been able to effectively ramp. Meanwhile, the Amethyst specialty is let's draw more cards, and these Genies showcasing exactly why that's so powerful. You're not only are you getting a 2-questing, 2/4 evasive onto the board that's going to be hard for Hector to deal with, you're also drawing a card that replaces itself. So now we got the Deanie on board. Perhaps we get to the 3-knee.
The 3-knee, which is actually surprisingly making me hungry. I'm like, I could go for a 3-knee for lunch. But here we go. There's Scar.
Yeah, but Dragon Johns was able to keep the strength of a Raging Fire in hand. I didn't get to say because if he didn't draw into that ink on that turn where he needed to get to 4 to play the Genie, he would have had to ink that strength, and that would have been huge. But things really going Dragon John's way. You can see on
Everything's coming up,
Hector's face.
Dragon Johns.
Yep. I mean, yeah, we're
He
assuming
just
that
moved
it's
it
the
away.
Scar.
He said what? He literally just moved it away. Like,
Do we ever do anything but the,
Yeah, for those who out there are like, Pleakley's kind of scary. Look at him. He's got 3 fingers.
Hector already knows. He's got 3 fingers.
I don't trust the look of that.
What more do you need, I guess, when you're a lion? Raj is going to come out, speaking of felines, and this is looking like a rematch. This is looking like an exact replica of the first game here.
He's feline scared right now. It'll work. Tough to say. But yeah, I mean, poor Hector. He's been on the play. He's been on the draw. Or rather, was he on the play last game? I can't remember.
I believe he was on the draw last game, but I could be wrong.
But either way, he's played 2 games where he's like, it'd be really cool if I got to do the thing my deck does. And Dragon John says, I don't think that's going to happen today. And here we go, another feline type card with Treasure Guardian.
Treasure Guardian
more.
comes down. Yep, and because we have that Raja out, because we have the Palace Guard out, we're going to be able to draw an additional card. Or draw 1 card, rather.
Surprise Liam on board.
I know.
Or on screen, not on
Liam
board.
is watching. Liam's trying to learn.
Judge
What is
Liam.
this Sapphire Steel doing here? And Dragon John's just applying the pressure. He says, I'm not going to let you execute the
Ooh.
game plan that you want. Oh, the
Hades.
enchanted Hades.
Who I think is going to be the next big bad. That's my theory because we're going in the well. What's the well? Underground. Where does Hades live? The underworld. So this is my theory. Everybody come with me on this journey together in the well.
Yeah, and we already did have Ursula, which would have made sense because she's under the sea, right?
Yeah,
she's
now
underneath.
Yeah, so
Now we're going even under that.
We're going under the sea.
The underworld. And Hector is
Double
thinking
Elsas,
through.
by the way.
He has to make some challenges, but I mean, you have to you kind of have to get as much lore off the board as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough because, I mean, like you mentioned, no board wipes. What does that mean? Well, it means your board's going to get wiped. We're going to have the first playmat, and then what about second playmat where you put, like, maybe your other stuff? Luckily, we don't have it, like, in set 7 where it was the items spectacular, where it truly was wild. I took a screenshot. I believe it was world-class cards, and Sansayed's mat just looked like every card was there. But in this case, most cards were on the playmat. And here he goes, challenging through, getting value with that Calhoun, and really just kind of showing that his deck is teched.
Right, and the
get
sequencing extremely important, right? You play down the Elsa, tap the or exert the Lawrence, challenge in with the Elsa, put the 2 damage on so that your Calhoun can eat for free there.
Calhoun's eat free on Tuesdays.
And Dragon John's just too fast, just too lightning fast. I mean, it doesn't hurt when you have the 3D in hand, right?
Yeah, but 3D in the hand is worth 3 in the bush. And here we go. And so we see Hector doing something that I think is the greatest tell. If you're ever watching somebody play a card game and you want to know, and you don't want to talk about who won, just look at who starts looking at their cards after.
Oh, interesting.
Because the person who's going like, where's the good cards? I always feel like
right.
that's like
Yeah. They're looking for what the answers were going to be potentially.
Yeah, and they're shuffling up, but I mean that is GG's, as they say in the business. And that, I mean, Hector, shout out to him for bringing a deck like that because, people said there's 3 decks you bring, and Hector said, what about this one? And I don't think this doesn't mean that this isn't a good deck. So let's just say that if you lose round 3, you have 9 rounds, 7 today. There's still a long day ahead.
7 rounds of Swiss here at the Charlie's Collectible Show 25K weekend. We got 7K up top for the number 1 finisher of this
insane
450 player match here.
Yeah, it'd be like, hey, do you want to win a 2011 Honda Civic? Well, you can today. I don't
Yes.
know. I'm not guessing. I'm kind of using math here.
Would you like 1/3 of a
Yeah,
of a new or a very old Honda Civic?
Yeah, one new Honda Civic or 1/3 of a new and one very old one. But either way, it is quite the prize. Cars are expensive. So that's maybe not how they should advertise this tournament. Is how many Honda Civics
Right.
you can win.
That's how you gotta put you know a lot about a person by what they value their currency in, right? So it's like I was talking with Topes. I was talking with Topes, and he was like, "Wow, that's a lot of Dumbos."
Yeah,
I
go
was
out
talking
there.
about
I've
the
recently come
7K.
into a lot of Dumbos.
Yeah.
No, I only come into one Dumbo. I opened a lot of packs, which we might open a few packs as a treat. I thought there was a medical emergency. It was not. It was just Brent opening packs. I'm excited and scared to witness that firsthand.
It was Topes was like, "Ugh, yeah, I never really pull anything good out of packs. First pack, legendary, Surfer Stitch. For those who missed it.
You said this attitude, you gotta get out of here. That's always the word for people who are like, I'm not gonna win. They're like, I guess I won a DLC. You're like, what is happening?
I'm seeing people say they can't hear the commentary.
No, everybody, just one person said they can't.
Okay.
And then everybody got mad at that person. Said, well, it's just you.
Oh,
which is
confirmed.
always-
I can hear commentary.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, confirmed. I can. Listen, but these things happen. Listen, who amongst us hasn't accidentally muted their laptop and told the chat that they couldn't hear and then realized they muted it?
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
a modern day problem. You're muted.
It just happens. Katie, what have you been super looking forward to in this fabled meta, in all of this? Like, is there a certain deck that you're interested in seeing today? Is there something that you really want to pull? Like everything's brand new. It just came to the big box stores, right? Like, what is on your list of bingo card for fabled?
I mean, I would say, there's that scene in The Incredibles where Mr. Incredible lifts up a car and the little kid's there and he's like, hey, what are you waiting for? And the kid goes, I don't know, something amazing, I guess. And that's me. I want to see something that I haven't seen.
Yeah.
Because, going into this, everyone's like, we got the meta figured out. It's done. And I'm like, well, can somebody, not me, because I don't know how to do it, but somebody out there, show me something like a Pirates. I want to be like bedazzled or bewildered by a new deck. That would be quite cool.
I think bedazzled works
yeah,
too.
it would be bedazzled.
I want to be covered in jewels.
I am so excited about racers. And
Stick around, everybody. Yeah.
And I come back
We're
the
going to
next
be
round.
bedazzling Katie.
yeah, every time a new rogue deck does well, I will put one jewel on my forehead. And it's a big forehead, guys. We got time and jewels. We're sending Tony Lore out to go buy the bedazzler as we speak.
Absolutely.
But I would say, I mean, the traditional deck, I love Amber Steel. I was telling Liam, I loved it since the first time I played it, and I will always love it. And I would like to see it do well if we can.
It's a part of the rock paper scissors meta right now that we're
Yeah.
looking at. As far as the experts have been talking,
experts.
it's Amber Steel as the aggro, it's Amethyst Steel as the mid range, and it's Blurple as the control. But we're starting to see some interesting stuff. Sapphire Steel didn't have a great showing just now, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't just a matter of not finding the right cards, right?
Yeah. So we're going to throw it over to a special. So guys, just so you know, I mean, if you watch the video at the beginning, we'll play it again at some point today. We walked around like, welcome to the place, to the D, and it was very cool. But we showed the interview space, and we're going to go over there. Liam has a very exciting interview with the winner of last round. Who do we got in the interview booth?
We got Dragon Johns.
We do. We do. You might have seen him in the last round. He won. So
Yeah, not the Jonathan Williams you're thinking
yes,
of.
you might be thinking
Yeah.
he's busy. He was booked. We called. We said, hey, can we get the composer of Star Wars?
He's a huge Lorcana fan. He said, I want to be out there. I want to do it, but I need to write this music for Jaws 2 or whatever.
Yeah, I got stuff to do. I cannot make it. Maybe I'll be at the one in December. So we'll see. I'll talk to Charlie and say, what are the what's the yay nay on getting Jonathan Williams of Star Wars fame? But we got the next best John Williams, the one that is the winner of that last match. Shout out to Lorcana Duo, who says, I love Brent.
Well,
first
I love
off,
you guys.
Monica, is that you? You have
/ Patrick.
Well, yeah, just
Yeah.
like Monica or Patrick. I would expect Monica to say she loves it. So that's what I'm saying. Like one of them, Monica and Patrick, it's a duo. One time I hung out with them at the parks, and I was the Lorcana trio. How powerful is that?
Oh, the best.
I was like, I'm the Lorcana trio.
You were the third head of Cerberus.
Yeah, I know. At first, they're just a two-headed dog. That's not a thing. No one's afraid of that.
What up, Rules of Villainy? Also, nice to see you in the chat. Lorcana Craze, BFC Buffalo. Hello, hello, hello.
We have Rules of Villainy in here.
Round one was dogs. Was round one dogs?
Monica loves Katie. Yeah, round one was dogs, but shout out Rules of Villainy. Well, I believe Brad is obsessed with Jock. Jock's not in dogs, but maybe one day. I finally watched Lady and the Tramp a couple days ago.
Wow.
Weird movie.
Yeah?
I love old Disney movies. No plot really. It's kind of like a very loose series of events.
I watched it very, very long ago, so I don't remember a whole lot other than the classic spaghetti scene.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it's just a series of vignettes of like, well, baby's coming. Well, and like
Question
a lot of
for
people,
lore, what up? Sorry, please.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's just a lot of people kind of being vaguely mean to dogs. And it's just like they're really, it's rough.
101 Dalmatians, also very similar premise. People mean to dogs.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what's going on?
It's because you instantly root for the dogs.
The underdog in
Ooh.
which underworld Hades.
We
Turn
got
of dogs, whatever. We'll get back. We'll get it all figured out.
Yeah, we got Threeny. We got.
I have had people confuse or tell me I'm not a real Disney adult because I haven't seen a lot of movies, but listen. When you're the youngest child, you feel like you've seen a lot of movies because you get it. People talk about it.
Yeah.
You feel like you've absorbed it to the point where I don't need to see Sleeping Beauty. I get it.
Right. The older siblings are watching stuff. You watch it for like 10 minutes. You're like, I get it. I
Yeah.
get what's going on.
So the one CCS, and I miss it.
Oh.
I'm going to go to all of them, zoologists.
Righty,
You
as-
can't stop me.
As
But here
much
we
as
go.
I want to keep
I
talking
know, I'm so
about the
excited.
dogs,
The dogs are
we got to
out.
throw it to Liam. We're going to have this interview with Dragon Johns, Amethyst Steel. You saw it here first, folks. CCS, stick around.
All right, everybody, welcome back to CCS. I'm in here in the interview area with Jonathan Williams, who you just got to see 2-0 Hector Herrera. Hector is no slouch at these tournaments. He actually won the event back in March. What was it like sitting down across from him?
Probably scary because I thought he was going to beat me with his blue steel deck.
Now, when I saw you before the game started, you kind of looked at me and said, I think this is a bad matchup for me. Why'd you put me on camera here? What is it about that matchup that scared you, and how did you overcome it?
So the matchup scares me. Like if he get like a Pluto out and a Aurora and then do Scar, he can draw like 20 cards in one turn. And then I'm just sitting there like he's dropping down Hades and Vincenzo and all the big characters, and you can't be able to kill Vincenzo with purple steel.
Yeah.
But I was able to strength his Scar every time, so that's what put the edge over the game.
Just never allowed that to
Yes.
go off. That's good. I mean, luckily, I mean, for steel players, I'm sure they're super excited that at least strength stuck around to allow you to do a little bit of it.
Yeah, we got strength, smash,
It's true. Smash
Yeah.
didn't come back.
Ambush is another card I thought about playing, but Inkable, if it was Inkable, I would be playing it. I tested a lot of cards like that. And most of the time when you play Blue Steel, you just hold Strength in your hand and then wait till you play Scar.
Now, so we were talking a little before too. Last weekend was SSG. It was the release tournament. That's your stomping grounds. You're always playing down there.
Yeah.
And you took in an Emerald Amethyst deck. You said you knew it was a bad idea, no
Yep.
Dumbos. This weekend, you're playing Dumbos.
Yep.
Everybody's scared of this card. Is Dumbo that good?
Dumbo's good, but when you top deck it in the late game, we got like 7 ink and like at least 2 to 3 guys out that can gain lore and draw a card. Like usually I ink it early game, and then I'm hoping to top deck it when I have like Elsa, the Dragon Genie, and any other evasive out. And I just top deck it, and I'm like, oh, okay, that was good. It fills my hand up, and it's like I'm questing at the same time. But I'm not really too scared of it because it dies to a lot of things in the format right now, like Smash and Strength, and you play Elsa, tap it down, kill it with Genie, stuff like that.
Yeah. Now, interesting note for everybody who's scared of hunting down 4 of these. You told me you only run 3 for that reason, because it is kind of rough on the top deck late game. So why
Yes.
3 instead of 4?
So I run in 3 because I don't want to see it early, and I don't want to see it mid game when I need to control the board. Like I'd rather see a Bell or something else, not just play it, tap down my one guy, because it gives them an easy trade. If I tap it down and they got Calhoun and Skater Mim out, they can kill the the Genie Dragon for free, gain lore, and then now I'm behind. They got just a Dumbo, and they can just like tap down Elsa, kill it. So that's why I'm playing just 3 of them for later game top deck.
Later game top deck? Okay, last question. Is Amethyst Steel the best deck in the format?
I don't think so. I think Blurple is kind of the best deck in the format, especially with second star turn right. But I'm like, do I want to play blue, purple mirrors with no B prep, no board wipes? Because usually, I'm a B prep guy.
I know you're a
big
B-
C, so
yeah, you are
I can reset the board. But
control
once
guy forever.
Once you get behind in a mirror match, it's so hard to get back. Because they get like 5 characters out, and then Hades your guy, and then you go, okay, Hades your guy, and you're like, all right, Hades your guy, still questing at the same time. There's nothing you can do. And then they start to right, draw 5 cards, and you're like, well, I'm behind. I know they got more Hades. They'll play Mim, bounce it, pick Elsa. So I don't want to play them games.
You're just like, heck no,
I don't play
Blurple
them
Mirrors
games. I
in
don't
a best
play
of 3.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck to you. It's super exciting seeing you here. Always enjoy watching you play. And yeah, can't wait to see what you do in the next few rounds.
Yep, hopefully I get top 8.
Yeah, let's send it back to the booth.
Welcome back. We've just been sitting here staring at each other, not saying a word because of how excited we are. Katie,
Yeah.
you want to tell the folks what we got here in our hands?
Boosties for the chat. And by for the chat, I mean it's not. It's actually Wesley's packs, and we're going to open them very kindly and put them back in the box. But boosties for the chat to look at, boosties
Yeah.
for us to touch. So you go first. I can't. I've had a pretty rough pack. I've had a rough pack streak, I will say.
Yeah.
It's been rough, but I'm excited because this is for somebody else, and I feel like the Schrodinger's pack situation changed once I realized this is someone else's luck. It's
Yeah.
not mine.
The pressure's off.
Yeah, so I can do
And
that.
you know that your feelings influence what's in the pack.
It was. I mean,
You know-
I could
yeah.
feel it shifting. I was like, it's for me. And then I said, oh, it's for Wesley. And they said, well, he's really nice. And so shout out to Wesley and Rob and the 20
I'm
Lore
s-
crew.
I'm going to say this right now. We got some good juju. I'm feeling it.
I
I'm
do.
Feeling
I feel
it in my
the,
fingertips
I can feel
here.
it coming in the air tonight.
Starting with some Into the Woods, or Lost in the Woods, rather. Power line.
Into the woods and out of the woods.
Some Beasts Mirror, the throwback set 1. All right, let's go. Let's go. Some Donald Duck action with the actions. Okay. Poor unfortunate souls.
We got all the hits here.
Shout out. DKP.
You got to lower a little deeper. Ooh, I love
Ooh,
this card.
it's just gorgeous. It's
Like,
just
can
a
we get it?
good
Can we get an
looking
epic
card.
of it?
Let's
Chat?
take a look at that. Look at that. Oh, she's sitting there so magnificent. It looks like she's actually sitting for a photo.
We love
be
women
painted.
sitting in chairs in this game. Let them sit.
They really go ham on it. Okay, let's go. Little John.
Okay.
Magic Feather.
You already got that, but
Playable.
once again,
It
yeah.
is playable. Let's see what. Super rare. Shenzi.
No, we're not gonna. Well, listen, here we go. I feel it.
If this is an iconic, what are we gonna do, Katie?
We're gonna end the stream and go.
I'm gonna
go
rip
to
it
the
in half and
casino.
I'm gonna eat it. If it's
Yeah,
not.
I'll eat the other half.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that is
Ah,
epic.
Lawrence,
If you're
we
really
do.
into manservants.
Listen, we do love a good Lawrence, and when Amber Steele comes back full force with the songs, that's going to be something people are going to be excited
Yeah.
about.
Lawrence, no Rapunzel. Name a more tragic duo. You're like, oh, and mind you, he's still there, but like without a Rapunzel, it's just sad. It's sad, isn't it? But here we go.
All right, Katie, I feel this one for you.
I know. We felt it. Now, you might say, Katie, what happened?
Rapunzel.
I went
Some
roller
queen
skating, by the way.
of
And it turns
hearts.
out gravity, it still affects you at any age. Anyway,
No way.
so I'd like to point out, it's from
Learning science and ripping packs.
Misadventure.
Katie's a master of all of it. We got the Tinkerbell.
Oh, I was like, oh, it's a legendary. No. But I mean, there is a Sapphire legendary.
As a person who doesn't play Steel, you know what I call the big Tink?
Big Stink.
I call her Stinkerbell.
Stinkerbell. Big.
I don't like seeing her. I don't like seeing her down.
All right. After we got what? That's uncommon. Okay. We got Bruno.
We got a rare coming up. We got a rare.
You feel it? Okay, but I
Okay,
feel
it's Robin Hood.
please.
Legendary.
No,
Oh,
what is
super
this?
rare. But what is it?
Alice.
Okay,
It used to be
Alice.
legendary.
Yeah, she got
Technicality.
demoted.
And okay, guys. All right, guys. Well, anyway, it's been a good stream. No, we are gonna. That's a Rose Lantern, but
You know what? That's one part of the Enchanted Bell.
that is. I got a little piece of her.
We got a small piece.
a little
of-
piece, a fragment, Exodia of Enchanted.
We're on some heavy cope right now, people.
Yeah,
We just-
right. Listen.
What do
This is how I end up buying 3 booster boxes. I'm like, actually, the first one wasn't that bad. If you think about it.
Have you what did you open up? How much did you open up? Did you open up like a case? Were you opening up like
I've opened a couple boxes. I think I've opened 3, maybe 4. Who knows? Who's counting?
3,
Who's
4
counting?
boxes? 3, 4 cases?
Boxes.
Oh,
Not
okay.
case. I haven't ordered a case yet. I'm a little, I'm trying to be responsible this set.
Yeah.
If there was a case out there, I'd buy it, but there isn't because we're in the hard times. We're like first chapter again.
I
We're out in
know.
these streets fighting.
So many people didn't see it coming. So many people were like, maybe I'll sit out this set, and now we're feeling the FOMO.
Yeah, and then Dumbo
myself
flied
included.
around and said, kind of
Yep.
like, he didn't fart over us. That's not a very nice thing to say that Dumbo would do, but he's not verbal.
The deleted scene.
Yeah. the deleted scene.
Maybe he was just spitting out some water.
Yeah, he's shooting peanuts.
You know, that's
Yeah,
that's the elephant sound.
Yes, exactly. Now we have something exciting. You guys said that was a fun interview, but wait, there's more.
Mhm.
So we have Liam, and last time we had Dragon Tons, now he played against somebody that we know and love, Hector. So yeah,
We're gonna throw it over.
yeah. So we'll do that. I didn't know what else to say. I was waiting for something else that I would feel good about
Some
saying.
fireworks.
Yeah, so, and then I played the genie and sent it to the library, and that was the third time that Ed Chu told me that I taught him everything he knew about Lorcana. And so then we're live. Okay, well, hey, everybody, welcome back. I'm here in the interview booth with Hector Herrera, up from Southside Gaming at Charlie's. I know it's always a bummer coming up here after a loss, but I wanted to talk to you specifically because you are a CCS champion. And in the history of this tournament, this is one of the biggest third-party tournaments in the history of Lorcana. A lot of well-known players have taken it down, and you took it down in March. What does it feel to be associated with this event in that way?
I mean, it felt great. That was one of my first major tournament wins, so it felt fantastic, right? And then just being able to play in one of these big tournaments where all these big names are coming from all over the country, like you got Ed, Zan from here. A lot of these players are tough competition. It feels like we're at a DLC in the room, right? So, and winning this event, it just means even more. So at least people are walking around like, man, are you going to do good today? And it just, things like that make you feel good, right? So this tournament is definitely a big one for me.
That's awesome. Definitely something I know you're hoping to springboard into Milwaukee and the DLCs and stuff. But so I always love watching you play. So it's really great to see you on stream against Jonathan Williams, another very talented player who you know very well. You play him a lot in your shop.
Yeah. So our area has a lot of talented players, and they're all mostly here. To play them round 3 is crazy out of a lot of people, but you're expected to play somebody good. The better you do, right?
Yeah. It is funny how often the team on team or the local fratricide happens in the early rounds.
Of course.
What are the odds?
Right.
So talk about your deck a little bit. Right now, I think there's 3 big bogeymen out there. Blue Steel isn't one of those 3. Why did you choose to carry this into this event today?
Well, first, a friend of mine's, he put me on to Scar. I didn't know it existed, so as soon as I saw it, I'm like, damn, this card is great, right? I want to work something with it. And then also the Dumbo situation, where first week we got cut allocations. It was hard to get Dumbos, right? And our teammates needed Dumbos, so it's like, hey, I'm not going to get Dumbos, so might as well try something different, right? And then I tried the deck, and I really liked it. I did well last week, and it's kind of like my play style, right? I don't want to fall into the room where you go purple X, like everyone, so it makes me feel good playing something different, and try to win with that.
Yeah, well, it was fun to watch. It was certainly refreshing seeing something beyond, the Dumbo mirrors. So you're saying that part of why you played it is your teammates needed Dumbos, and so you're like, okay, fine, I don't need them. I'll do something
Yeah,
else.
so I picked up an expensive set of dumbbells, right? And the teammates, like, I wanted them to play their best, so everybody needed them. So I figured, hey, I let somebody use them. We were able to secure it for everyone, and I'll play something else that I was comfortable with. It's not like I was just playing something I wasn't, so I felt good with it, so I took a chance on it.
Yeah. Is Jumbo that good?
I mean, I believe so. Just it's not a lot of card draw in this format, right? So just a card that instantly can come in and gain you lore and draw you cards when you and your opponent are like running low on resources. I think it's a great card. For a reason, it's super expensive, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And Scar getting up there a little bit too. Some people onto that card, not enough yet, but it's fun to see you running him here.
Yeah, he's more of like a specific deck type, right? Like Dumbo could just go in any purple deck that you want just because it has versatility, but Scar has to, you have to build around him. So you need the allies, and then it makes it, some of your card draw a little complicated, right? So you got to navigate it specifically. It's a little tough, but it's definitely, if played well, it could definitely skyrocket.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I hope to keep seeing you at the top table here. I'm sure you will be. Congrats again on your win last March, and I hope to see you do it again today. Best of luck today.
Me.
Let's send it back to the booth.
Thank you.
Fun. Thank you.
And just like that, we are back in the booth. I don't know why I'm David Attenboroughing it, but
What a great interview. We
Yeah.
didn't hear it, but I could tell by
I
the
could
body
tell.
language.
The fact that they kept like raising their hands like this when they were talking, I was like, that must be very electric.
Liam started miming as if he was doing a balloon animal. Yeah, just
Yeah.
all of the stops.
It was quite good, but we have some things to talk about because we were talking about it's very exciting being in this room because we're at the precipice. We're at we're going up the lift hill to
Yep.
this competitive season.
Yep.
And you mentioned one. You said Lone Star Gaming, and
We're climbing Mount Fabled. Yep,
but
Lone Star
between
Gaming.
between the two, so we're kind of going to do a Tarantino where we started with kind of like the middle, and now we're going to go to the beginning, and then we're going to switch to the end of things coming up.
Let's talk about some of the events coming up because you are actually going to be making an appearance at next week's.
Yes.
Talk to us.
PPG Pro Play Games Summit is going to be in Denver. Technically Aurora, but Aurora, nobody, you know how there's suburbs, and it's Denver for lack of better terms, but it is in the Aurora. The Gaylord of the Rockies is going to be right outside the airport, so if you're flying in, great times. You quite literally leave the airport, you're there. And it is going to be next weekend, so it's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I believe there's a 5K and then a 10K, and then there is...
Let me look it up. There's a 5K on Friday, September
15K.
12th, a 15K on Saturday, September 13th, as well as a sealed 5K.
If you like to gamble, get in there. That's my kind of gambling, where it's a little bit of skill, a lot of bit of luck, I think, and then skill. I mean, we saw at Worlds. Obviously, it takes both for sealed to work, but that is very tempting, and I will be casting.
I love sealed. Are you a sealed fan?
Oh, I love it. People who don't like sealed, I'm like, so you don't like fun, right?
It's made me...
Like, that is the most fun
Some
thing.
people just don't care about ripping, but you
They're
and
wrong.
me, we love ripping.
And it's
my
ripping
two
with a
favorite things
purpose.
combined.
Yes, you're ripping and playing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just ripping. Sometimes you're just playing. Rip and play, dudes and gals and everyone. Everybody rip and play.
Sealed is my favorite format for
Yeah.
that reason alone.
It is because you everybody opens packs. Everybody, no, some people don't, and those people, we're on to you. That's weird. They're not opening packs, but sometimes you open packs and there's we just opened a pack and we didn't do anything with it. But sealed, you do something. It's an activity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
And then you get to play. There's a reason for it. And you feel like, this is justified because I'm actually playing and doing this thing. And now there's even more of a reason because there's 5K in the pool minimum.
And there's a pool at the Gaylord. They have a lazy river and stuff. And
Speaking of pools,
it's gonna be so fun.
Not just a prize pool, but a pool that's prized.
I'm not staying at the hotel, but I imagine how fun would it be? You're it's a night and you're at the pool and you just see Zan Syed float by and a little
on the lazy river.
Yeah, just imagine and be like, "What are you playing?" But that is next weekend, so I'm literally gonna go home and then be like, "Well, I'm gonna be like that Simpsons gif of I put my hat off and then I take my hat and then I pull back out." And that one's gonna have a very fun lineup. We're gonna have JDZ, Liam will be there, and then we'll also have Color is Law shall be there, and then we have Dick Burns and Dan of the Ridden Mountain shall be there as well. And I am truly over the moon excited to see what the players bring. There's discussion. I've seen people talk about, are people bringing their A game this week knowing that next week is the bigger one?
Right, because it's the CCQ.
Yeah, it's a CCQ. You're right. So that is the first CCQ.
First in America, yeah.
First, yeah.
Is it the first
No,
ever?
I don't know.
I
Definitely
believe
in
Europe
America.
has already had one.
Usually that's the case. Honestly, just when in doubt, say Europe already had.
Yeah, we'll just call it the first American, and then we're covered on all bases.
Yes, first North American. Because it's not happening in Canada. It's happening in Denver, Colorado. So that is next weekend, and over the moon excited. And if you guys have any questions about like Denver, there's lots of good restaurants. I can't wait. Sushi Rama, if you like conveyor about sushi, go there. And then I'll be going to get some sukiyaki in the Lohi neighborhood. You might say, what is that? Ask me. I'll tell you. But that's next. But what else we got?
We also have a couple weeks away, September 27th, the weekend of. We're going to be in Waco, Texas, doing the big thing at Nexus Gaming. We are going to be at the Lone Star Open 10K weekend.
Yeah, and that's very exciting. Waco, Texas has Collins Street Bakery. You know, I feel like everyone's like, what? And I'm like, well, here's what you should eat.
You're a traveled individual.
I am. And
are you a food blogger?
No,
by night?
I'm certainly full though. I am full of stories of lore and food. But yes, that is going to be very exciting. And 20 Lore Pro will be casting that or broadcasting it, so you'll find it here where you are now. Go there that weekend, and they will be streaming that event, which is very, very, very exciting.
And then a few short weeks after that, if you are headed to the Milwaukee DLC and you're like, this is going to be some massive amounts of fun, but you're like, but it's not enough. If only there was something I could do on Thursday.
I want Lorcana.
Well, there is. And it is called, I have it memorized, An Enchanted Evening, hosted by World Class Cards. You didn't see that phone just sneak into the camera?
It's spooky. The font is very spooky. It's enchanting, but spooky.
It will be October 23rd, the Thursday in Milwaukee, right before the DLC. So please stop by and check it out. All your favorite World Class Cards representatives will be there. We got DKP. We got Frank Karsten. We got Kendall Burdett. No, I'm not. We got Ed Chu. I mean, what?
It's kind of a feeling like the Thanos Infinity Stones of players. Like if you do well, like it's gonna be like Nick Fury. You get home and it's just the runner of World Class Cards turns around and be like,
in the Infinity Gauntlet, which of the players is the Time Stone? Makes time
I feel like
stand
I'm gonna
still.
make a joke where people aren't gonna be happy about it, but there are some players.
I think it's Ed.
Yeah.
Because when I watch Ed play, I feel like time
that's a good way to
stands
take
still.
it. Yes.
I just never know.
Yeah, your heart stops because you're just like, he's looking through me, right? Can he see the back of my head?
How can you believe? I mean, man, watching him play at Nationals, and we were both there. I shook your hand. We met very briefly.
I took a picture and said, "Hey."
That was such a
Get
fun
back here.
time, and
That was such a great weekend.
I remember watching Ed just put out this whole board full of Madam M foxes, thinking, "What is he doing?" And then I was like, "He's racing! It's crazy! He's racing with these one lore characters against Zan." What a top four that was!
That was a great weekend. Honestly, being in the room where it happened was quite electric. But speaking of the room where it happened, this room is going to have more happening. We're going to go ahead and do a quick little, possibly a video, something, and then we're going to have Liam come in. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to go hunt down a sandwich. That's it. That's for me. But Brent will still be here, and you got Liam coming. Have you cast with Liam before?
I never have.
It's great. It's great. It's like watching an artist, and you're just like, I'm using crayons, and he is using all the colors in the paint box of casting. It's an honor to be in the booth with him. So
I can't wait.
I know.
Set it up perfectly.
So we will go ahead and cut to a something, and then we'll come back.
Enjoy the something, everyone. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Charlie's Collectible Show. We're here in Georgia for an amazing Lorcana tournament. You know, Charlie's has deep roots in the Lorcana community. It's where Lorcana history is made. It's been won by greats like Zan Syed. It's where Brendan DeCandio put Diggy Diggy Hole on the map. It's where Lucas Serrano took down his mentor, Kendall Burdett, on the way to the finals, and where just recently we saw Brooms making a splash in the finals, and then that got carried on to Worlds. It's going to be an amazing day. I can't wait to show you all what's inside.
Yeah, I can't believe we're here. It's happening, and set 9 is officially starting, so let's just go inside.
Let's go take a look.
Liam, we're here. This is the room where it happened. You've been here before. This is my first time, but what can we expect here?
This is the Charlie's. I mean, this place is amazing. Not only do they have a tournament set up, a big snack shack, which we'll show you in a second, but there's all sorts of vendors with goods and products of all kinds here. It's a really fun place to hang out and shop if you're in the area, and it's a great venue to hold a Lorcana tournament in.
Yeah, I think my wallet's a little scared, but luckily we'll be in the booth. They have good taste. Stitch is here, okay? So, gotta love that.
This is the snack shack. This is where players and commentators refuel throughout the day with energy drinks and all sorts of goodies and stuff from overseas. It's kind of cool. And here we go.
And this is where it's crazy, because when you're outside, you're like, oh, it's just a little card shop. But no, this is just a small corner of this giant, giant labyrinthine venue.
It has all the things, all the plushies. There's Bluey. Look at these Huey, Dewey, like
Huey,
the Disney
Dewey,
plushes
and Louie, and Uncle Donald.
hanging out together. And look at this, Mickey. I
Yeah,
love it.
I have blinders on. I'm walking past. No, I have to stay in the venue.
It's dangerous
Yes.
for our wallets. This is the start, just the start of the play area. Look, we're gonna have almost 500 players here today. That's a lot of people. So what you're seeing right here is just a bit of where players will be playing today.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is it. No, there's more, which is kind of the theme here today. Is but wait, there's more. So.
It's wave to the broadcast team over there. They're busy.
But speaking of busy.
Speaking of busy, here are the judges getting set up, getting ready.
The best in the business. And more. But wait. They judge you, but in a good way. But we also have more tables. You might say, oh, so that's it, right? No.
No,
There's more.
no. Let's take a look upstairs.
I hope you brought your walking shoes. And shout out to our cameraman.
Whoa.
We made it.
More tables, more judges.
Yeah. The judges, the tables, and even more.
And this is the top area.
And this will be where our featured players are. Shout out to the wonderful crew at 20 Lore for putting all this together. It looks just like this. It looks like this, but they're a little bit more stressed than this.
Katie, what's in here?
Here, this is where the magic is made for the captainating team. We're gonna be in this room here today. So you might remember this stream from the other side, but this is our view. And we're gonna do our best to bring you the greatest stream possible.
It's gonna be amazing. Hang out with us all day today. There's gonna be some amazing Lorcana. There's almost 500 people. It's an incredible event. We can't wait to see you in the booth.
Absolutely.
You know, it's one of those things when you're commentating that you should always, during a break, decide between the two of you who's bringing it out of the break. Because if you don't do that, it results in a really awkward transition.
Wow, welcome back, everybody.
There we go.
Hey. I'm gonna back up a little bit. I
Hey,
feel like
hey,
I feel like I'm too close and I look like a giant.
I'll try to sit up. I can sit on my
Yeah.
my notebook, maybe.
I'll chill back here a little
We're
bit.
good.
Yeah. Now-
Brent, I'm so excited to be here in the booth with you. Like, this is such a treat, a dream.
The treat is mine, man. The dream is right here. I'm so happy to be with you.
Oh man, but you flew all across the country, and I mean, anyway, it's cool. I'm excited to get to chat with you for a bit.
Same, man. Speaking of chatting, we were just chatting about some of the fabled products, some of the ripping, some of the openings. How has your ripping journey been? You're a collector also. As a fellow collector, I'll say from my point of view, I've loved this set. Just being able to find the extra epics, out of some packs. But what has your experience been?
I mean, I think it's a great set, frankly. And look, everybody. I know.
Yeah.
I know that for a certain segment of the population, players who are looking for who already have like all the playable cards they need from previous sets and all that. I know this set isn't for everybody. It does have a high number of reprints. I get it. But for me though, like I worried that I would open up the packs and be like really discouraged when I got a bunch of cards I already needed. But there's a couple things that I really enjoy about it beyond. Just the new epics and the iconics. Those are clearly home runs. But I love that we're getting new treatments to old cards. Like new Hades looks very different than old Hades. So like you can upgrade your collection in that way.
Yep.
We're getting PET foils instead of cold foils, and that is kind of cool. So we're getting new versions of cards. And there's all sorts of fun little cosmetic changes that they've made. So like the historian in me and like the person who I love nostalgia, and I love opening like Hades and Elsa's and old cards. Like I just really like the set.
It's like seeing old friends.
It is, yeah. It's like, there you are, Elsa. I remember you. It was only 2 years ago, but it feels like ages ago.
It does. At the beginning of it all, right?
Yeah.
Brings you back to that time period, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's great. And I mean, the Enchanteds are out of this world. The gold that they have, the little extra gold layer that they're
the
putting
embossing.
on.
That flew under the radar for me. Like I was ready for the epics. I was ready for the iconics.
Yeah.
And the new treatment on the Enchanteds completely flew under the radar until they were opened and I saw them and I was like, whoa.
Have you opened any Enchanteds? No?
It's a curse of our channel. No, sadly.
Oh my gosh. We opened up a Pongo and we opened up an Ariel.
Oh.
And I gotta say, for people sleeping on this Pongo, don't. It is a gorgeous card. The way the clouds with the gold, I mean. But you've seen them in person, though, the Enchanteds.
I have, yeah. One or two, not all. I've never seen an Iconic in person.
No?
No.
They were selling one at the 6K out in SoCal.
Oh, man.
I was like, my wife was like, can I hold it? And the guy was like, no.
No. Yeah. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
You can, for the low price of whatever they were charging on release weekend, you can hold this card. But no, I don't know. I will acknowledge, and I do have to say, I know this is a very polarizing set. Like, we've done videos on this. I did a video talking about how I thought this product was a home run. And man, I didn't realize how polarizing this product was until people got in the comments and told me their opinions about this product, because I know it's polarizing, and I know that there's a lot of people who will choose to sit this out, and that's totally okay. Everybody experiences, a TCG in their own way. Everybody has sets that are for them and that aren't for them. Some people are collectors. Some are just players. Some people sell every enchanted they open. Some put them in their binders. Some grade them. So wherever you're approaching the game from, if the set isn't for you, I get it. I'm not saying it's a set for everybody. But for me, it's a set that I love.
I'll say this. If you at home are listening to this and you're like, I love ripping packs and I love the experience that brings, just from the straight rips alone, I think that this set is an overall improvement, because the epics really do. Having that hit ratio be a little bit higher, and you're just like, oh, it's something, you know what I mean? It's a nice, shiny, full art card. Oh, man, it's indescribable.
I agree. Speaking of which, there's 10, look, opening packs on camera sometimes, I don't know, it feels like a cop-out. But there's 10 sitting right here. And did you open any legendaries with Katie?
I didn't open a legendary with Katie. We opened 2 super rares, 1 super rare each.
How are these packs divvied up?
They're divvied up. Katie just said we'll put 2 each. So you choose.
I'm gonna open this pack.
What calls to you? Okay.
I don't know.
I'm gonna open this pack.
Here's the thing. Like I can leave sealed product on my shelf in like sealed boxes.
Same.
Like no problem.
Yeah.
As soon as that seal is cracked on that box, the packs, they call to me.
It's a flood. It's a flood. You want to go first?
Sure.
All right.
And so these packs are sitting in front of us here. We haven't pulled a legendary yet. We haven't pulled an iconic. There's been no spice, and I know that there's some in this box.
There's got to be some Dumbo action. Lorcana Ray is saying, "Let's go."
Okay, beautiful card here. Aubrey Archer does like all the Rapunzel. We did a whole video on this card actually, looking at Rapunzel concept art. Fire the Cannon, Smee. This another set 1, Maid Marian, beautiful card. Look at all this awesome artwork. Casa Madrigal. Set 1 again.
Yep. Ooh, medallion waits.
Hey is taking a dive here. Go over here, Hey. All right. Let's see. Bring this over here. There we go. There's Standout. Oh, just a rare. Oh no, Max
Goof. Not bad.
Nice little shift. Just super rare.
Prince Philip. Okay.
Give me an iconic or an epic. Oh man.
Oh, the double medallion waits.
I know.
I can't believe that card isn't seen more play. It always feels like it's ripe. It's ripe for it.
This box is something else.
This box is something else. But let's go ahead
let's
get some redemption
Let's
here.
see
Mulan.
I never opened
into Mulan.
How many Mulans are in this set? Let's see if we can get a.
We got 3 at least, because there's a Sapphire Mulan also. And she comes in enchanted, so maybe that's what this pack is telling me.
Well, all princesses so far.
Another
we'll count that too. Another Mulan.
Another Mulan, not in name.
Another
but in
princess.
Face.
This is an all princess pack so far.
Princess pack. Timothy Q Mouse.
Ruining the streak.
Yeah. Okay. Beking Undisputed.
Dumbo,
okay.
Not the one we want.
Dumbo does a great Dumbo 9th Wonder of the Universe impersonation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, oh, wait, no.
Wait, that's not the right. That's not the right one.
Not the right one. Herc, okay, 0 to hero. We got the Ariel.
Beautiful card.
Okay. Super rare. All 4 packs super rare. So that's not bad, but it's not great. I trade them all for 1 legendary.
Right, right. Specifically,
let's see which one.
Certain legendaries.
Bruno.
Bruno.
Number 0.
Let's see it.
All right, everybody. Are you ready? All right, let's go. Oh, it's a rare.
Foil rare.
Beautiful
card.
John. Very beautiful
card,
actually. I do love the look of this card.
John Lauren.
Foiling. Very nice.
That's like the perfect card for John Lauren. He did a brilliant job on it. It actually kind of loosely connects to Little John Camp Cook.
Oh, does it?
It does, yeah. The two of them, both John Lauren and the smell of the porridge or stew or whatever is like wafting over to Robin Hood's card. It's really good.
Wow.
Anyway, all right. That's me opening and whiffing on Fabled packs, which I generally do on camera. We are getting close to round 3, or no, 4, no, 5.
5?
Four.
4?
4.
4.
The tick round. We're getting close to
You're
round 4. Today's all blend together. Getting close to round 4, and it's really fun. I was looking at the top tables while I was out there, Brent. It's one of the things that you can start to do with these tournaments is all the best players end up at the top tables because that's where the top seeded players play, and so it's always fun to see who's kind of like filtering to the top. A lot of great players up there. Zan Sayed is up there. I know another CCS winner is up there. Christopher Baxter playing I wouldn't say a spicy deck, but let's call it a fast deck. Who's doing some work.
Okay.
So there's a lot of really great players up there. We just saw Jonathan Williams and Hector Herrera. It's really, really fun to see like all of the big names, all start to collect there on that one side of the room. And it's not all Blurple.
It's not.
It's not all Blurple.
I mean, you just mentioned Zan, and we watched his game. That deck is insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
I did not get to watch it.
The synergy
really
of it, you'll be blown away when you watch back the stream. I'm like, what does this deck lose to? It's hard for me to understand what the weakness of the deck is, as long as it gets a few of the combo pieces.
Yeah.
But even then, it's not like combo heavy reliant. It's not like the Emerald to Amber, whole new world discard stuff. It's a well put together deck.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I hope we get to well, if Zan keeps winning, which he is, we will all see it again, either near the end of the day or in the top cut tomorrow. And I hope I do. That was blue green, right? Or
yes.
Yeah.
Emerald Saf, man.
Interesting.
It's yeah. I love seeing decks that are not a part of what everybody says. When people say rock, paper, scissors, I want to see the lizard. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or
the Spock.
Oh, yes. I want to see the Spock come out. That's what Zan's deck is.
Right?
He's bringing the Spock, man.
Spock. Like, I see your rock, paper, scissors meta, and here it is. I mean, it is interesting because I've always thought it was interesting when the best players choose to bring like kind of off meta-y decks, because Blurple is considered the best deck in the format for a reason. It's very consistent. It has a lot of removal tools. It has a lot of draw. It does all the things you want a deck to do. And if you're one of the best players in the world, there's every incentive for you to bring the best deck and just play it better than everybody else. So I always find it fascinating when players choose to bring something like very off meta. One of the things that I respect about Zan, about Zach Bivens, or about Mo Shamblin, just to name a few, players who are not afraid to take something that they're like, I believe in this. I could bring in the best deck and beat you all, but I'm going to zag. I'm going to go this way. You're all zigging, I'm going to zag.
When players of that caliber bring something new, you know that they've tested it, they've looked at it, and there's something about this deck. I mean, you were there in Vegas, right? Emerald Steel after the Bucky ban. It was like people were going, Emerald Steel, fun while it lasted. And then like Ed, Zach, Zan, independent of each other, all brought Emerald Steel.
Yeah, parallel evolution.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, what?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me how a lot of these have you gotten to even see? I know Ed is out here.
I have not gotten to see what Ed's playing, actually. I have not run into Ed. Everybody says Ed's here. He's like a shadow out there. I can't find him.
If he has Emerald Sapphire, that would be my favorite thing of the day. Is if Ed also came to the conclusion that Emerald Sapphire is it. But
the deck?
I wouldn't be surprised either if Ed found some way to bring back Ruby Amethyst. I mean, we've been seeing a couple Ruby Amethyst matches on stream. So, I mean, as a Ruby M lover myself, the deck seems a little dead. It seems in the ground. I'm pouring one out. I'm going, what did they do to my boy? And
had enough.
Yeah,
been
I know.
Since set 1.
I know. Oh, it's been here all along. But maybe Ed has found some way. We'll see. Hopefully we get to see him play. Was he at the top tables you were seeing?
I didn't see him at the top tables. I literally have not seen him all day. Like I know he's here, but I literally have not seen him all day. It'd be interesting to go figure out what he's playing. I do know that I have heard Green Steel. There's a couple players who brought Green Steel. And they're out there, some good players.
Is it the pirate stuff?
I actually don't know.
Because I've
Green
been
Steel
seeing
Location Pirates.
I've been seeing some people cooking up some not Location Emerald Steel stuff, but some Pirate Synergy Emerald Steel. So we'll see. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too early or anything. But I believe some people were trying to make the Mickey Emerald Steel stuff work too.
Okay.
Some Mickey Synergy Emerald Steel, but we'll see. We'll see. I guess we'll get there when we get there.
We will. I do hope it filters to the top and maybe. So I'm interested in the chat, like for the chat here. One question, because I've always wondered this. I've heard two different philosophies when it comes to choosing decks for the top tables. I've heard some people say that they don't want to watch the same like 2-3 decks over and over and over again in a deck that's heavily where a deck is in a meta where a deck is heavily represented. And so they're perfectly fine, and they want us to go out and find decks that are doing well. You know, we don't want decks that are in the bottom, but decks that are doing well that might not be in the top 10 places. And then I've heard people say, absolutely not. Somebody once told me, I hate watching a tournament where we don't see the meta. And when I watch an event, I want to see the meta. And those are two different approaches to picking matches. I'm interested what the chat says, because this matters to us as we go out and hunt down people to pull on. You know, what do you all want to see?
Yeah, I guess for myself, I like the mix-up. I want to see some meta. I want to see what Blurple's doing. I want to see how Amethyst Steel is doing into Amber Steel aggro with some of this Aurora, one-drop Aurora stuff going on. But also if we can combine, if we can get a Racer deck in there.
Yeah, right.
I want to see it, man. Oh, I want to just see somebody with a Racer deck make it to the top. It seems like such a powerful deck on paper. Have you seen some of the decks that people have been crafting up?
A little bit.
It's crazy. There's good
bit.
draw. There's good returning stuff back from the discard to your hand, gaining lore with the Wreck-It Ralph, banishing characters, adding strength so that you can do it. But I have not been able to playtest a whole lot this set, so I'm interested to see. And a lot of people have been doing it, so we'll see. We'll see if one of these can crack through to the top here.
I love it. We did say I have seen a Racer deck do very well in there's World Class Cards where they did the triple deck format. Really spicy Racer deck. And then I got beaten up by one at a locals that I went to on a work trip. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because I lost with a World's Players deck. But anyway, Racers are fun. I see everybody in the chat saying, we like to see, standard matches. Some people saying, early on I want to see the meta so I can get a feel for that, and later on I want to see some different decks. I think we all agree that the best of both worlds is when an off-meta deck is doing well, so we can show you the top decks, and it's a spicy deck. Some people saying we hate the mirror. Yeah, that's true. Thanks, Specimen. Appreciate the shout-out. Darlin, it's beta, streaming off meta. Take it from me. Solid wordplay there, Pocknock. I approve of that message.
The under the sea, that's great.
Yeah.
It's great. Love the ref. Pocknock wherever you are.
Yep.
We got it.
Yep.
We love it.
It's comment of the day so far. Comment of the day.
Tales of the meta, there with me. A little of both. Spice really is, variety is the spice of life.
Variety is the spice of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, what else? I do have to say, Charlie's. I'm going to change the subject slightly because I want to try to bring people in here. Charlie's. I've been to one before. This is the biggest one I've ever seen. Close to 500 players. A lot of really talented players. It has a DLC feel to it. This is your first one, and I know you've been watching Lorcana since the very early days. You've seen a lot of Charlie's on stream. What's it like being here in person versus? What's it like being here in person?
That's a great question, man. When I walked in, I mean, it's how do I describe it? It's like you watch NFL, right? You watch the NFL, and then you go into the stadium, and you get to experience just the energy and the magic, and even just walking in, players outside, right? I'm at the Chick-fil-A this morning. I see somebody with a Treasure Planet jersey.
Yep.
walking back to a whole group of like 12 people, and I'm like, yo, they're looking at me with my Kronk on my shoulder. I'm looking at them with
Yeah.
a jersey. We kind of do one of these. I kind of,
You're about people. Yeah.
and it's magic, man. It's magic. Charlie's has always been so good at showcasing the decks and the players and the matches, right, and the personalities here. But being here and just hearing the noise, hearing the excitement as people are walking in, laughter going on, like it's indescribable. If you live around, even if you don't live around the area and you can make it to one of these Charlie's Collectibles Show weekends, I highly encourage it because, number one, the tournaments that we're doing also get you an invite to the Invitational 50K. Later next year. So, I mean, this is a 25K, yes, a 25K weekend. We're having several more throughout the year, all leading up to the Invitational. And I'm telling you, man, like if this is what the first event of this series is going to look like, I can't wait to see what the energy is like as these events continue and as word continues to spread. But long story long, Charlie's Collectibles Show, I'm all in. People, you got to get down here. After I'm done, you know what I want to do? I want to go walk the floor. I want to go buy some Lorcana cards. I want to go see some Enchanteds. They're a little bit low. I want to go buy some, bring some home to my wife, you know, show off some cardboard. We'll see how crazy I get. I don't want to go too crazy, but I do want to do some walking.
Chat wants you to go crazy. Here's
Chat.
like I want to see on stream the craziest card that you buy this weekend, even if it's not that crazy. We should. You know what I'm gonna do? Next time I'm on break, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing with Charlie's too.
Okay.
If you watched our intro video, like it's not just a card. There's card vendors out there, but there's also like, you know, people selling plushies and like I saw magic card hats and like all of your favorite nerd things are out there in a booth somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find like the weirdest thing I can to purchase, and I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna show you all.
Ooh, that's a
what I
tall
bought.
order.
I know. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. So yeah. It is cool. Like, honestly, you hit the nail on the head earlier. Like, one of my favorite things to do at these events, and at Charlie's in particular, is walk the floor and see who's there.
Yeah.
And, there's also something really cool about seeing, because Charlie's isn't all, and even DLCs aren't all, like, veteran, experienced, you know, players, grinders. There's a lot of people who are here just to enjoy the vibe, to play in the event. They know they're probably not going to win, but they're going to give it a shot anyway. So if you're a newer player and new to the game, like, don't hesitate to go, like, to sign up for one of these and throw down against some of these players. But on that note, it's really cool, especially in the early rounds, to see, like, you know, Ed Chu, the winner of the North American Continentals, you know, second place in the world, sit down across from a newer player, and the experience of that person getting to go toe-to-toe with one of the very best players in the world. It's really, really cool to see when the top players go against each other. It's also really neat when you get to see Lorcana players experience playing against, like, Lorcana celebrities. It's kind of neat.
And just seeing the amount of people around today. I mean, I'm just sitting down. Dragon John sits right next to me, and I'm like, oh, that's Dragon John.
Yeah. I know you.
I know that guy.
I know you.
Zan came over, shook our hands. I'm like, oh, that's Zan. That's Vegas DLC winner, champion. Zan, top 4 North American, right? Championship.
I watch you on camera.
There's just so many. Yeah, it's like all the things that I love about sitting at home and watching this is now here.
Yeah.
And it's come to life, right? It's like imagine watching a Disney film and then all of those stuff starts happening for real.
What a great metaphor. Yeah. All of a sudden the birds start, you know, talking and singing and cleaning your house.
That's all that I want from them. I just want them to clean my house. Y'all don't need to sing. Just clean my house.
Yeah,
you can get
you know,
I'll leave some money out. Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah. Here's some bird seed. Just, you know, clean it up for yourselves. Get the dish, the ring out of the tub. That would be amazing. Yeah, I do think, man, we have to be close to the next round. We're very, very close. Time and round was called a while ago. But, you know, one thing I have noticed, too, in a Blurple heavy meta, some of those Blurple matches go long. So, yeah, so we're very, 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 very close to the next game.
When they're playing against aggro, though, those games games go
Man,
really fast. I'm going to say that.
I got out there and last round, and I was taking a breather, and I you know, everybody had just sat down on the table. You know, it's my round off, so I'm kind of taking a breather, trying to hit the restroom, grab a soda, whatever. And I felt like I was out there for like 5 minutes, and Christopher Baxter, I think it was Christopher Baxter, the previous CCS winner, like gets up from the table, you know, like the 3rd seed spot. and like walks by me, and I'm like, Chris, are you done? Like, did your opponent not show? He's like, no, man, game's over. Like, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, match is over, man. Yeah.
Did you ask what he was playing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. We don't want to spoil anything. We can't spoil anything.
It's exactly what you would expect, given that anecdote.
Okay.
Yeah, it's what everybody's thinking right now. It's fast.
It's the Sonic the Hedgehog of the Lorcana deck meta. Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha. We got to go faster.
Yeah.
Next match incoming. I mean, what do you want to see? You see so many different things, man. You've seen it all, Liam, at this point. So what excites you? That's what I'm curious about. Like, what deck colors, what matchup? Is there even a matchup? Is there just a specific deck color combination you want to see this weekend? Talk to me.
Oh my goodness! What a big question. What excites me?
I know. What thrills you, man? What will bring a smile to your face if we flash onto the cameras and then we see, you know?
I mean, what would make me the happiest if Emerald Amethyst is competing for the top cut. That would be nice.
Are you an Emmy guy?
Yeah, that's my jam.
I was playing so much of it last set, man. I get it now.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's fun. Tempo. Like, I don't like the discard variant, but like tempo.
Yeah. The kits. We wanted the kits.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
it's
needed
tough
the
to
kits
play.
back.
Yeah.
It's the catch-up card. There's not enough catch-up cards right now, which is why the play-draw disparity is so bad. But we need more catch-up mechanics. But yeah, the kits. I miss the kits. So that would make me happy. But you know what I like? I like stories and I like storylines.
Yes.
And so yes, it's about the decks and the gameplay, and I really don't like mirror matches. Well, there's some mirror matches I actually do like. True test of skill, some of those mirrors. But I don't like control. I keep trying to find like deck colors that I don't want to see, and I generally enjoy most Lorcana. What excites me is seeing like the top players play at the top of their game. I like seeing really good gameplay. I like seeing plays that surprise me, cards and combinations that surprise me. But I also like seeing players. I like storylines, so I like seeing when, let's say, perhaps a player is against a former CCS champion and trying to get through that champion in order to make the top cut and take things down. Or, I think it's a fun storyline when a player who's known for a particular deck color, who's played that color forever, is on a different deck color, or maybe a different archetype in the tournament. And I like seeing that. I like seeing players, perhaps competitive players, who are returning to the competitive scene after a while, and now this is their big shot. I like seeing players who I've never seen top a tournament before, trying to make their way to the top cut. So, like, it's all about stories for me. And so, for me, I think what excites me the most, I think any, like, top-tier, high-caliber Lorcana game is exciting and I enjoy. What really gets me excited are stories, and so it's about the players for me as much as it is the decks.
Absolutely. Is there story cooking that you're seeing starting to evolve? Are we still too early in the day? I mean, we're not even at round 4 yet. I know that's a big question. It's a big ask, but is there? I got one. I'll start. Yeah. I'm biased, ladies and gentlemen. I'm biased. No, I'm not. Is my coach. He was my first coach. I don't want to even say a large part. He was the reason why I was able to top 64 in Vegas. Like, it was his tutelage. Love the man to death. And I'd like to see him take it because I don't believe he has ever won.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
So for those on the net, no, I'm not is the handle for Kendall Burdett. Maelstrom player. No, he's playing for World Class Cards
World Class Cards now, yep.
And here's the funny thing. Like, you're right. I don't think he's ever topped at Charlie's. He always wins the second day.
Yes. He always wins like the smaller
the
tournament.
Smaller one on Sundays, yeah. Always takes that down. Like, he does really well there.
And he'll top 4. He'll get it. He'll be in the mix.
Yeah.
I just want to see him. I want to see him go all the way. That's
a fun
That
line.
would bring a big smile to my face.
Yeah, and he's not on his typical color pairing. He's a Ruby Amy player by trade, and is not playing that this time.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
I'm not going to spoil what I believe he is playing, but yeah.
I saw him. I think we saw him on stream.
Oh, have you already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope by the end of this weekend I'm able to stream one of his matches for that very reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm always rooting for Kendall.
It was a fun storyline. Kendall, my favorite storyline at Charlie's is when Lucas Serrano beat. I mention it all the time because Luca was another Kendall protege, Ruby Amy player. Luca is at the time was I think 15, and
I remember this top 4.
Top 4, yeah,
Yep.
face down. Lucas Serrano versus Kendall Verdette, like the coach versus the master. It was Daniel San versus Mr. Miyagi.
Yep.
And Lucas Serrano went through Kendall with his own deck in order to take down the tournament. Won Charlie's at 15 years old, and great story. So yeah,
This
but
was
that's
the Ursula's Return meta. I
Yes.
remember set 4. What a great set. That might be the first CCS I ever watched, and I was blown away. And that made that watching that, and I got into it because I was watching a lot of Kendall at the time and trying to learn the deck. And yeah, I think that match actually is what inspired me to get coaching from him. And I knew that I loved the Ruby Amethyst, and he's been known as the Ruby Amethyst guy. So seeing that Ruby Amethyst mirror, watching the whole thing, the Queen's Castles coming out, right? Oh, all the
Queen's
nostalgia, man.
Castles.
Oh, what a great matchup that was. I think that matchup was, and sometimes in sports, it's the quarterfinals that somehow is a little bit more interesting to watch than the finals itself.
The
right?
Red Sox taking down the Yankees before
Yeah. That's, no discredit to what that finals was. I'm sure it was great, but that was always very memorable. I watched and rewatched that match probably about 2 or 3 times, and it's just, what a Cinderella story for a 15-year-old to come in and just win the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. So your connection to Charlie's runs even deeper than I thought. If that's one of the things that inspired you to get coaching, to embrace the game, and start really launch your Lorcana journey, was watching that. That's fantastic.
I'm telling you, man, this weekend is magic for me. I've watched Jeebus, I've watched all of the, I've watched so much of it, and to be here, sitting in this racer chair, ready to commentate with the Illumineer himself, Liam, right? This is all I could have asked for. I cannot wait to do this match with you, man.
I can't wait either. Y'all give me too much credit. I have no idea what I'm doing. Still, I just make it up as I go along. But no, I'm super excited to be here again. Super excited to be here with you, and super excited to bring us this next match. I'm gonna check in with production, see where we're at. How close are we? Oh, that's what we're waiting on.
Judge call from last round.
Yeah.
That'll do it sometimes.
Yep.
And so understandable, right? Because in a new meta, there's so many different interactions that we haven't seen before, right? So it's it's the first. It's really the first official week. It really, Fabled released in big box stores yesterday, right? LGS is a week before, but the official start is today.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a few things that you gotta look up maybe so long judge call I'm fine with.
It is. And so I want to shout out the judges real quick because there are, I know there's no official judge program, but there are judges who now have gained quite a bit of experience over the last competitive season, whether it's at DLCs or other Charlie's events, etc. And you have some really, really, really talented judges out there today. Whether it's Joe Clark, Albert Berdellins is here as part of the judge crew. Ellen is here. I'm going to blank out on so many names, but these are all folks that you all have seen at DLCs over the last
Liam,
year.
there's only 45 of them.
I know, right? I know, right?
Let's get the credits rolling.
Let's get right to
yeah. But sorry, you were saying about the DLCs and all.
No, I was saying that the judge crew that they have out there are all very, very experienced. These are all DLC. Some of them world's judges. And so hearing about this judge call, it's being handled by the very best. I do see the comment in the chat. Meyer saying, "Holy cow, is there ever going to be another game?" Yes, there will. They are dealing with a judge call from a previous round, which delayed the round a little bit. So we're going to be. There's not been another match since Hector's game. No, but it's again dealing with a judge call. Sometimes those take a while, not only to resolve the ruling, but then you have to sometimes rewind game states, and so sometimes the resolution of a particular. And then there's an appeal process too. Every tournament has an appeal process where you can appeal. Up numerous levels. So sometimes these calls take a moment.
And these judges, man, they're meticulous too.
Yeah.
That's a large part of the, I shout outs to one of the great SoCal judges in Lorcana, Judge Phil. Hearing him, my wife was interested in maybe getting into some of the judging stuff, and hearing him talk about how meticulous it can be really opened my eyes and really gave me a lot of empathy for, when a judge call takes that long, they want to make sure that they get it right. And in the new meta, right, there might have to be some rule book looking up. There's some new interactions that we're not familiar with. So, yeah, to that credit, it is taking time, and we appreciate your patience. But please understand, It's all in the. Oh, okay. I see the look in your eye. I saw you
We've
eyeing
waited
it.
too long.
Yeah, it's been way too long. Let's go ahead and go. I'll open first this time. I'll open first.
All right. Yeah, I don't know, Meyer, what the judge color is. If I will find out later. It might not be this round, but I'll find out later what the judge call is, and I'll try to bring it to people either, on stream or through our socials. Just because if it's a judge call taking this long, it's probably something of interest to the community. So we'll see.
Exactly. Wow.
We'll
yeah.
see.
Great to think about that.
All right.
We're starting with Ursula, some Vanessa, some Sergeant Tibbs, some Tinkerbell. Okay, for a lot of first chapter here. Okay, we got Maid Marian. We got
there he is.
one of my favorites of all time, and I know because of you. For those of you who don't know at home, there's a fourth little thing here. It says honey.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
Are we getting some honey-compatible cards in the next set? I always said maybe with the Honey Wizard, you throw on some additional things that only affect with Honey Wizard. That would make this card turn from a vanilla to something really cool. We got a magical, we got the Wildcat, Tomcat, Wildcat.
Wildcat.
Smash. Okay,
Look at this family. Look at this
family.
It's the Robin Hood again.
We got the Robin Hoods all covered. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Oh, Jafar. That's why I opened first. I feel your pack is going to be better.
I don't know. We got to have something. I will say,
Yeah.
we got this box. Like 3 or 4 packs had been opened already. So, but what are the odds that somebody hit like the legendaries and then they wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do that.
And then resold the box. You mean?
After one, we just haven't seen a legendary. We've opened so many packs. No legendary, no iconic. This is a beautiful card. Great art.
That is absolutely gorgeous. You are
No,
right.
super
Another
rare?
super rare. We've been hitting all super rares.
It's Stitch Rockstar. And
Rare what?
that's a
Oh,
good
okay.
rare.
No, that's not bad.
that's a good rare.
That's worth
Foil.
more than some epics.
That's true.
That right there, that's worth more than some epics.
Well, and here's the thing. And again, we highlight this, but you remember the old cold foils? It was only foiling on a couple of the symbols, and then in the picture, cold foiling is where you put down some adhesive, you apply the foiling, and then you pull off the foiling, and it leaves stuff behind. This is different, and so now we have the whole card foiled. So it's a different treatment. That's a good hit.
There's a name for that kind of this new kind of foiling that you went over. What is the name of it?
Well, I can't say it's called PET. The acronym is PET.
Yeah. That was all. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, it's like
polyethylene something or other. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. This is not a cold foil, and I'm really mad at TCG Player for continuing to list it as a cold foil because it's not. It's a pet foiling, and it's also a silver pet foiling as opposed to rainbow pet foiling that epics are. So. There's some foil nerdery for you.
What a wealth of information you are.
It's useless information.
I can't believe Strength didn't get an enchanted.
Me too. All right. With that, they were waiting for us to open those packs because they're sitting down at the tables, getting ready to go. Let's give you something else to look at besides us. Let's head down to the table.
Enough vamping. Let's get to the game. Let's see who we got. We got RMB.
Oh, it's Mr. R&B himself up from the Tampa area, R&B of Team Maelstrom. And he's on Blurple. And then the Alabama, not a player I've seen around, not somebody I'm super familiar with. I can't tell you his record, but or his achievements in Lorcana, but somebody I've definitely seen in some of these big tournaments. But he's doing well today, 3-0. And if those symbols are correct, we're about to see a Blurple mirror. So yeah, I mean, some folks said they wanted to see the meta. This is the meta, folks.
This is absolutely the meta. But here's what makes Blurple such an interesting color combination is that so many people are using different tech cards within the Blurple mirrors. And
That's
unlike
true.
most mirrors, I feel like a good 45, 50 cards in most Blurple or in most mirrors are about the same. I feel like it's closer to there's 35, 40 cards that we see all the time, and then there's a lot of different tech stuff. We see some of the Auroras from Chapter 1, which help out in the mirror, right? We're seeing some of the stuff like TikToks, right? We're seeing some of the Dolores Madrigals. There's many different cards that people are throwing into this mix. So even though it looks on the surface like a mirror, we're about to see some of the spice that these players have included here. TikTok, speaking of, is going to hit the inkwell for Alabama, and a Basil is going to be played Is it Basil or Basil? I was asking.
I think Basil. Baker would know. Basil has become very popular recently. That support ability really, really strong in a meta that relies really on challenging and character-based removal. Rafiki on the other side, back over to Tipo on turn 2. You want to hit that ramp, and the Alabama does.
Not as, definitely you want to see the Sail the Azurite Sea over the Tipo in most matches because you'll be able to replenish your hand a little bit. Speaking of, RMB is going to be able to do that. He's going to get massive card advantage right now because of that play, as opposed to the Tipo.
It is interesting, but you do want to refill your hand. The fun thing about Basil, though, is he does make that Tipo a lot more dangerous now.
That is true.
A 1-2, kind of innocuous, but having that support sitting on the board, and sometimes you'll see that Basil sit there like all game, and until the right moment when all of a sudden that support comes in handy. So.
And speaking of spice, we got the Baymax. We got the
which one was
promo
it?
Baymax, actually. The one that heals 2 and then gives you a lore for each one that you heal. 5 cost sinkable.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I know he's running this list. I have had the Universal Shift being run, but not in this list. I don't think it's been run a lot.
Right. And the Universal Shift one would have to be Emerald Sapphire. The Madam Mim Elephant coming down. A lot of people loving this card. You bounce back the Tipo, and then each turn you can put at the beginning of your turn 2 damage that's on the Madam Mim Elephant onto an opposing character of your choice. Very, very powerful. And
it's elephants.
Wow.
Again, elephants on parade here again. Both players on this card. I mean, we lost most of the bounce package, but elephant stayed around and being used to great effect here. Of course, getting that Tipo back in hand feels a lot better, I think, than getting the Rafiki, but now we have some well-statted characters on the board.
I mean, the Alabama here, is going to be able to, but he's only going to be able to, he's going to quest for 1.
No, he's got support,
and then take it out in 1.
And there's that Basil. I mean, it comes out turn 1. It sits there all game, and at the right moment, used to great effect, pairing there with the Elsa to do 4 damage, and then followed up by the Elephant. And now that Elephant's sitting with damage on it, and that's not what you like to see if you're playing against it.
Yeah, let's see here. Oh, and RMB plays the bell. We'll put all of the damage onto the Elsa so that the Alabama can't do it. But still, I gotta feel like the Alabama is ahead right now. I mean,
fantastic play there. I mean, that bell hitting at the perfect time to prevent any sort of damage shenanigans from that Madam Mim, and getting that Elsa off the board feels really good. Like critical play, well, not critical play, but fantastic play there.
I mean, definitely critical. If we don't have that, then the board looks mighty scary. And we're gonna see a 3/4 Challenger Elsa here. I believe the Challenger's for +3 Challenger. 4 cost Elsa, if I'm not mistaken. But again, these decks are so wildly different that this actually is Into the Unknown coming down, taking out that Elephant cleanly here. However, a little bit of a tit for tat here because the Alabama does get an extra ramp into the Inkwell because of that.
And here, another Elsa coming down and going to get rid of that Basil before we have any more support hijinks there. We're going to exert it the other way here, just for uniformity. There you go. And back over to the Alabama. Some people talked about how they dislike mirror matches, and I kind of said jokingly that I didn't like mirror matches earlier. But this is a fun one because you're just seeing this really back and forth, this post and repost here, this fencing match where either player, now that they're into the end game, have late mid game, getting into the end game here, they have a lot of their removal options available, and we're just watching this back and forth, this board control tit for tat. It's really a lot of fun. Speaking of which, here comes Hades.
Hades is going to come down. The Elsa's going to make that clean trade. And this is what makes these mirror matches so skill intensive. Every single decision counts. And the longer that the game goes on, the more decisions that you have to make. So a lot of times, and I've talked to my wife about this, she loves playing control decks, but at a certain point after a few matches, she's like, I don't know if I want to make as many decisions. And I was like, maybe you should try an aggro thing. Because these matches can go on for very long periods of time. So the amount of skill, the amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Not durability, but you need to have stamina here. And Rafiki's going to come down.
And with that, I think the Alabama's hand is empty, if I'm seeing correctly. So I'm really hoping to draw into some card draw here.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some of it is not finders keepers, perhaps. And there's that Dumbo. I thought we might be setting a beautiful Dumbo. Look at that enchanted version. And I thought that Genie might be setting that up because this is where you want to play him with an evasive character already established, so that Genie being used immediately to draw a card, and now not vulnerable to the crackback because it does have evasive. So we'll play a Develop Your Brain here, look at a few more cards. And look at that enchanted Dumbo. It's one of the most beautiful cards in the game.
Oh, gorgeous. That thing's just south of $500, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. For a piece of cardboard. But, I mean, what a beautiful piece of cardboard.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely fantastic.
Oh.
And RMB is a player, by the way, who is known for blinging out his decks. Everything has to be enchanted, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were multiple enchanted demos in there. That's kind of one of his trademarks.
I know, but you can tell it's early in the format because he already inked a non-enchanted
Oh,
Dumbo.
did he? All right, yeah.
Maybe by next week it'll be all
It'll
four.
be all foiled out. I mean, he's got the one out there. The Alabama, I didn't see what he drew here. I mean, you really want to draw into some card draw, even some removal, like get that Dumbo off the board would be nice, but
Yeah, they're even having a friendly little chat here. R&B, they're laughing it up. It must be something not that great. And R&B, it looks like he's saying, what could you possibly have that you wouldn't want to play right now?
yeah, what are you thinking about? Is it a Genie? We saw 4. It is...
Oh,
No,
the bell.
The bell, all right.
You don't get the value out of it. I think R&B probably called it immediately when
Yeah,
he saw him hesitating. What else do you not play? Because you slam down a Genie and draw a card, right? Like, what would you ever have to think about? And it is the bell.
But now just got to get some stats on the board here. Looks like the Alabama's going to push his lore total a little bit, up to 5 there. But this is one of the reasons Rafiki's in this deck. I mean, there's again in a meta with where people are running a lot of high willpower characters because all the non-conditional based removal got removed.
Right.
That Challenger 3 is pretty big.
And I believe the Alabama is already at 5. He's actually up to 7
Up to 7,
now.
good. Okay, good.
Yeah, with that Hades. And he's correctly understanding that there's got to be a little bit of racing done here as Hades goes into the Inkwell. Hades on Hades action. It's never anything that you want to see, but it always turns out real brutal here.
That's true. I think Hades has Hades'd another Hades like as often as Hades has Hades'd other cards.
Try saying that 3 times fast.
Nope, that's it. It's a little poetry for you there.
If the Alabama is not able to draw, I mean, if he doesn't get, any finders keepers, any what's the second star to the right, like. Oh, and another bell, which you won't be able to do anything with. You don't even want to quest because R&B is going to be able to make a bunch of favorable trades with that Rafiki. I mean, this is going from bad to worse. And just as we were saying that these games can take a long time, this game looks like the writing might be on the wall here. I mean, the Alabama needs to draw into some evasive characters to start handling. Back-breaking Elsa.
So one of the things that the 2 bells did set up was singing second star to the right. If the Alabama's running it and could draw it, that was one of the big outs, was like draw the second star to the right, sing with both those bells. And I didn't see what that was.
I know if that is, and that Elsa.
I know. I'd be like, oh man. But that exerting those characters and just leaving them there like useless is so heartbreaking. And look, I think he's counting. What's that? If that was second star.
Yeah. Then agonizing, absolutely agonizing. We got the Dumbo, baby. That is right, C9 Ender. Dire Wire is correct, too.
It was second star to the right.
Second star to the
right. He had the out. That was the out. As soon as he played that second. I know. Oh, man.
Played it perfect. He knew exactly what was going on because he's playing it. And this is what we're talking about, Liam. This is exactly what we're talking about. Sure, it's a mirror match, but these plays and the heads up of R&B, there's so many cards in his hand. What does he decide to play? The Elsa, because how does the Alabama come back into this? Well, if he's able to sing second star to the right, draw 5 cards, has a
all
full
that ink
Inkwell.
available.
Boom. And that game was not exactly completely over, but that was such a back-breaking, agonizing play that the Alabama just scoops anyway. I don't think that game was over, Liam. I think that there was still ability to win. I think there was still a little bit more that could have been done, right? But, man, the Alabama just scoops because it's just so back-breaking to have that happen right as you draw into the answer that would have brought you back into this game.
Man, that's what a fun play. Yeah, at this point, preserve some time, perhaps. Go into game 2. These mirrors can run long, but man, like it's so funny. That's interesting. As soon as he played that bell, I was like, okay, it's not necessarily what you want. Second star to the right, though, that gets you back in it.
You
That's your
called
avenue.
it, man.
And I was like, man.
The
okay.
fortune teller.
Yes. Such a bummer. I know there's other cards that he could have had. I mean, any of those elses get knocked, or those bells get knocked out, but still, yeah, interesting. All right.
That's right.
All right.
And yeah, like we were saying, unlike other mirror matches, this does feel like there's so many tech cards that you can add. And I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of different versions of Blurple. I've seen ones that are playing the Ana, that when you have the Elsa out, then you can draw more cards, which means that you're putting more Elsas into your deck. Like, maybe that's what the Alabama has and just wasn't able to find, but kind of felt like Alabama just gassed out when he didn't find the draw cards, and RMB finding that Dumbo and able to, activate the effects with the genie was just too much when the Alabama was struggling just to survive and make the trades.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of highlighted, you foretold a little bit the. Is that a message to the broadcast team? I couldn't see what that was. What do you rate, chat? I'm interested. Yeah, you kind of foretold the trouble that he would have early when you talked about the Tipo instead of the Sail, and how not being able to replace that card and having to use cards in your hand, it could set him back, and he just never found that draw engine. Every one of these decks, especially Amethyst decks, and then it used to be the Sapphire decks, needs to hit like this mid-game draw engine, or at least a couple cards. If you're playing Steel, you need to hit Docks. If you're old school, you need to hit the Flavisham mid-game. If you were in this game or in Amethyst, you really want to hit that Genie in the mid-game there. It used to be Rabbit. Getting a Rabbit established and bouncing around, in the mid-game was key. And so if you miss that draw engine, or that draw, or at least like one Finder's Keeper or something like that, you'll burn out. And yeah, the power of Dumbo there on full display. RMB getting one, and the Alabama not being able to play one. So
I know. I personally love a good mirror match, especially when we're watching two high-level players like this playing, because you just start watching the plays and you go, why would they do that? And you're like, oh, they're playing around the possibility of XYZ, and this is not open deck list format. So RMB doesn't know for sure that the Alabama does have the second star to the right, but played around it anyway. I mean, just brilliant plays here. Brilliant plays. We have an RMB fan in here, 00's voice saying, go bald man. Unless they're talking about me.
he is,
but I doubt it.
RMB is known for his lack of hair.
Yes. The RM bald, and the Alabama will put down, will ink and pass. No one drop. RMB electing to develop his brain instead of putting down that Rafiki there.
Neither player developing a character there, indicates to me, I haven't got a good look at RMB's hand, but perhaps is missing one of the key pieces. I don't see, he flipped really quickly, I don't see a ramp on turn 2. That would be something that you would develop for instead of looking for, or instead of developing the board. But Tipo there, or Sail sending Tipo into the Inkwell, so Alabama hitting his ramp on turn 2. I don't know. I didn't see.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. And if RMB is going to miss this 2-drop ramp in the form of Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, because now just like that, because the Alabama is on the play, he's going to have 4 inked 2 here. And that is a massive advantage when you are playing a deck like Blurple.
Yeah, and what it does is in this match, when you can get to Elsa's quicker, when you can get to Genies quicker, the first person to play those, you really like on the front foot. And here, the Alabama establishing this Genie on turn 3, back over to RMB with only 3 ink. It's going to be tough.
He draws into the Sail the Azurite Sea. Turn too late. Yeah.
Too late. We'll play it here.
He draws 2 cards by accident. I get it, too, because you just played the develop your brain. Your brain's kind of on that. He drew 2 cards. Oh, oopsies.
Yep, that'll happen. Look at that. Immediately raising his hand, calling a judge over. Luckily, they're still in the same order, so we can kind of rewind this a little bit.
And we can probably just take the top card, put the other one in, and I don't know if RB even looked at the cards, though.
That is true. I don't know. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll have players move that card around if knowledge of that card would help them. It looks like we are going to shuffle here and kind of randomize what's going on.
I wonder why the bottom card stays. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. So the Alabama will.
Again, these judges know more about Lorcana than I probably ever will. So
Yeah, the bottom single card is interesting. You know, with Develop Your Brain, there's a bunch of cards you put down there, but it's interesting that the bottom card does hang out. But there we go. We've fixed that situation. These things happen, and calling a judge over immediately. We do see that beautiful Baymax.
Because of the Develop Your Brain from the first turn. That's why. So RMB is able to play a little bit of catch up here, but unfortunately won't be able to find anything to play with those 2 additional inks. Back to the Alabama, and I mean, he's up to 5 ink here. World's his oyster. Is it going to be the Elsa? Oh, it's going to be the Belle. Okay. We're going to quest for 2. And just like that, you know, RMB is on the back foot here. Yeah. I do see a genie that he flashed, so I'm assuming that that's going to be the drop.
Yeah, that'd be a good card you get on the board here. Again, we do the Spectral Parrot. Giant Spectral Parrot coming down, 4/6. With Vanish, it became very popular when he first came out, almost immediately. A great answer for genies, of which Alabama has one.
I don't know if I don't think Alabama has inked the Hypnotic Strength, though, yet. So if he's able to play that Hypnotic Strength onto the Iago, target the Iago, goodbye Iago for just 2, and you draw. But I guess he had already inked it.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Yup. Clock's ticking down.
Yeah, this card became very popular recently. Zenulus Logan Taylor, who won a big event last weekend, release event with this list, talked about how powerful TikTok was. That 4/7 stat line, just very, very, very difficult to deal with. And talking about how it was one of the best cards in his deck. Underrated, he said.
Wow. Yeah, people have been getting very, very high on that TikTok. Shout outs, Lorcana Villain, for the reveal of that card. One of my favorites. Did you see what he did with he superimposed like a hook scene with the TikTok? It was very funny. Anyways, RMB decides to play down the genie here. And you know what? Just like that, this game's starting to... I was about to say this game's starting to even up a little bit. That Dumbo kind of shifts things because that TikTok is going to be able to gain a lore, draw a card. Do we do the same with the genie?
And that's what makes Dumbo so good. You know, what made Hiram so dangerous, like when he was around, was his interplay ability. It's the fact that right when you played him, you got to use him, draw 2 cards. So even if you dealt with him, you've already gotten value off of him. And this Dumbo, its first ability, not bad. Its second ability, the fact that you can use it multiple times, I think is secondary to the fact that you can use it immediately. And so being able to play him and then immediately leverage one of your cards to draw a card is just so powerful.
Absolutely. I mean, he does decide to draw the card and gain the lore with the genie, but now his genie is exposed. That Iago's going to take it out cleanly, only putting 2 damage counters back on that Iago, opening yourself up for some Bell kind of actions too, where you can take out that Basil, move the damage counters off of the Iago if he has the Bell, but that's yet to be seen here. He'll ink the Rafiki. And I mean, yeah, we are nicely into this match, and it's still 4-0
territory.
Ooh.
Once that 7th ink hits, you know it's time for not Be Prepared anymore. It's time for Hades.
Absolutely.
Hades has seen enough of that pachyderm drawing out the album card.
Ooh, giving the
there it is, that damage-based removal, that support ability coming into play here again. That card just sits around all game long, and then you know, you use it the most annoying time possible for your opponent there. Very efficient trades. And, yeah, now back over to the Alabama to see how he responds. But it does feel like things have swung these last 2 turns.
It feels like RMB is now firmly in the lead. I mean, the Alabama was luckily able to get, taken out. The Iago, of course, the TikTok's going to take back a measly 2 damage here. And I'm wondering, do you trade these Basils? Do you...
There's another Dumbo. It's like, I got rid of one, and now you have another. Yeah, it would be interesting to see the Basil trade here. I don't like to talk. Yeah, I think I would take it out.
The Basil. Yeah,
it's just so dangerous paired with that Hades. So I don't mind that trade at all. And another Hades on Dumbo. That's like, man, we're gonna see that so many times this weekend. So Hades coming down again. RB having the answer, getting that Dumbo off the board.
Right, and just as soon as it was looking like the Alabama was pulling back ahead, yeah, this second Hades comes down. I mean, the bittersweet news is that even though you Hades the Dumbo it's a massive threat. You are giving your opponent more ink at the end of the day. So, I mean, and if there's one thing Blurple loves, it's more ink.
It is more ink.
Let's see what goes. Oh, and the
man.
Elsa.
Here's the thing. Like, Blurple and the end game here, you hear us every time going, oh, it's because there's just haymakers. Like, the end of this deck at the top end, it's just all haymakers.
Yes.
It's like Hades followed by Elsa, followed by Belle, and all of these, like, powerful cards with really fascinating and powerful effects. And there's another Elsa on the other side.
To Elsa.
All right, so it looks like we're going to choose the R&B has played on camera many times, knows how to help us out here to tell us exactly what's going on, but he's going to exert both the Elsa and the TikTok there. Those won't ready at the start of the Alabama's turn. Those Hades still sitting there exerted thanks to Alabama's Bell. But those Hades will be readied first. So, and there's a Hades coming down on the Elsa.
Onto the Elsa.
This is the hook and uppercut and back and forth.
Do we quest here with the Bell? That's the question. I don't see a reason not to, right? I mean, you're walking into Hypnotic Strength, maybe. You're walking into... I'm trying to think what else would punish that, but Hypnotic Strength for sure. But then you're preventing your opponent from questing for another 2, right? So it's like, how bad really is it? Alabama firmly ahead here, 11-1. It looks like we're going to a game 3 unless R&B just has the turn of the century here. But he, with only 3 cards in hand, gonna be kind of hard. Did you see any of those cards?
He has it develop, which I think we're going to see right here. So he'll get to look a little more.
Yep.
I didn't quite catch what the other 2 were.
It looks like maybe it was Finders Keepers, but I got to imagine, well, you'd probably develop first before you Finders Keepers. I do think it was Finders, but I could be wrong. Let's see. These players so good. They're always shuffling their cards. They're always making it difficult to see. Double Hades into the Elsa. Interesting. Yeah, we got to do damage control.
Oh my goodness, we're sending both the Elsas back. A double elephant coming down here, sending both the Hades back to hand.
Yep.
Oh man.
Turning the drawback into the strength, because now the Alabama's sitting here going, well, do I drop my big bombs because he's just going to Hades it into my inkwell? It might be too little too late, though. I mean, I'm not going to lie. These are going to cleanly answer the bell, right? But, like...
Are we going to see a return of Madam Impact? We are.
We are
bounce my
into
own
the
Hades. Look, this is a mirror match in its truest sense. It's just... And then having enough ink there to play that Hades again, send that Madam Mim to the inkwell. We have 2 Hades in hand now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Clearly not enough to do both. But yeah, the Alabama just managing to drop, big threat after big threat after big threat. And at 11 lore, R&B has to respond every single turn here.
Right, and being able to, and the only reason, by the way, the Alabama has that much ink is because those Dumbos went into the inkwell. So it's like, yes, you are quelling the threat right now. However, you're opening yourself up to more damage in the future with these Blurple mirrors. The Hades is going to Hades, the other Hades.
Yep, can't bounce it if it's in your inkwell. Madam will put a couple damage there onto that Bell, and it'll go back over to the Alabama there. So just stacking a few damage counters there. Looks like the Alabama will
quest for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, yeah. And R&B is just gonna scoop here because it's like, writing's on the wall, right?
Yeah.
We got to get to a game 3. I don't know how much time we have left in the round, but these rounds can go long. So why not scoop up when we see it? Go to game 3 here.
Yeah, the lore teller may have been slightly off too. I think we may have been lagging behind a little bit on the Alabama's lore, but yeah. So we will see a game 3, and for that match, say again. Production is telling us 24 minutes left in the round, so plenty of time to close this out. But these matchups, these mirrors can go long. Now R&B here will be on the play going into game 3. We really want to be in this meta, and yeah, from that game there, I mean. Not only was he on the draw, but missing that turn 2 ramp and it just felt like he was a step behind for most of that game.
Right. And finding it the next turn just wasn't. Yeah. But then not being able to play anything with the 2 extra ink that you had. Yeah. I think you said it all, man. What are you looking forward to in this match? Who do you got here? R&B is going to be on the play. It's hard not to assume the player on the play, especially in a match like this where it is mostly a mirror. Doesn't have the huge advantage, but Liam, you're the master. You're one of the masters of commentary here. What are you seeing?
Well, It is, as you highlighted, it is hard to vote against the deck on the play in the mirror here, especially when you have a player of the caliber of RMB. Both of these players, though, piloting this deck very well. Either one of them can take it, but yeah, being on the play is such an advantage, especially in the Genie, meta. If you hit, and you can highlight it really, really well with just the Genie Elsa sequence. If you're the one establishing your Genie first, and then your opponent plays their Genie, and you play your Elsa on turn 5,
Yep.
now you answer that Genie very cleanly. And so, like, that line of playing that Genie on 4 becomes really perilous when you're on the draw, because you're giving your opponent like a very, very good trade when that Elsa answer is right there. So now, of course, you can answer with the Elsa, but still, so it.
You
that's
can
just
even
an
do the
example.
bell and with the same effect,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Genie in, take the damage off your Genie, take him down. I remember the great Genie Wars of 2024.
Oh, okay, shudder. We all
a perilous time.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, the draw is pretty powerful in this matchup, but what I will say is, the script is also very important with this deck. Hitting any Sapphire deck, hitting that ramp on turn 2 is critical. So I will vote with the player who is on script for the first few turns, and barring that, if both players are on script, definitely being on the play here. I
Yeah,
think gives you
something
gives
to
you a
consider,
significant
though.
edge.
I believe RMB just altered for 5 cards.
Interesting.
So, these control decks usually hard altering, but that means that there's a higher percentage of bricking sometimes.
That's true. It tells me he probably has the ramp, though, because I think if you don't have the ramp, I think you're altering for
All 7?
All 7, I think.
Probably
Maybe you keep
probably
the
a good
brain,
sign.
'cause-
Maybe you do. Maybe you do keep it. I don't know. Because you figure with the develop your brain, you'll find the ramp anyway.
That's worth 2 cards.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. So, but certainly, I mean, this is what we saw in game 2 when he didn't have the ramp, playing Develop Your Brain rather than establishing anything on turn 1. We know that this deck likes to get Basil in play on turn 1 now. So not seeing that. The Alabama, though, is that 1 Dumbo.
Already seen the Dumbo. I do believe I'm seeing the Tipo as well.
Is that a Magic?
Rafiki. And see, this is the thing. These long control decks love inking their 1-drop. Oh, I think we missed ramp again, Liam. I think there is no world where we develop our brain on turn 2 if we have the ramp in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's interesting. Looking at the, you highlighted the altering for 5. I'm willing to bet that he altered for 5, keeping 2 Develop Your Brains in an effort to find that ramp. But yeah, this feels really bad. I mean, you're on the play, so you have a little bit of this just allows your opponent to catch up a little bit on ink totals, but it does feel really bad to miss that turn 2, especially when you're running, 8 either T-Pos or Sail the Azurite Sea. Alabama hitting it, though, getting his ink total where he wants it on this turn. We'll see if RMB can come back from the resource disparity. No, turn 3
and
play.
a turn 3 pass. Meanwhile, the Alabama's going to leap ahead here. So if you were not paying attention, you might think the Alabama was on the play. But the Alabama was not on the play, has the extra card. And RMB is in a little bit of a world of hurt. Listen, it's Blurple. We're going the distance, right? We're going to have a long match. It's anybody's game. We're still at 0. This Dumbo is going to help out a ton, right?
Yeah,
but man,
really
is
nice to get that
RMB on the
there.
back foot now, I think.
I mean, both players honestly feel a little bit on the back foot. I mean, I say that now. The Alabama did hit his ramp on turn 2. That's critical. But playing Dumbo on turn 4 is not where you want to play Dumbo. You'd rather establish a Genie or another evasive character, perhaps a Parrot that allows you to use that Dumbo immediately upon playing it in a later turn. So playing that Dumbo early tells me that he doesn't have exactly what he wants either. We'll be able to use it here to draw a single card, but that doesn't feel quite as bad as drawing 2, 3, 4 off of it. So RMB establishing that other Dumbo, which will allow him to either answer or draw his own cards, is really impactful there.
Is this going to be the Elsa?
If it's the Elsa, it
exerts
hurts. Oh, it is
yeah.
the Elsa.
We'll be able to take out that Rafiki. Now that Elsa will be able to activate the Dumbo effect on the next turn. I mean, there's just so many. This is looking grim, and I know those of you at home, it's 1-0 right now, and I'm going, oh, it's looking bad. This is looking dire for RMB here. Missing the ramp and then missing anything to play on 3, absolutely backbreaking. I don't know. I don't know. Because now Alabama is going to be able to draw with that Elsa, gain the lore, even draw with the Dumbo. Okay, I'm seeing it here. Looks like the bell is going to be coming down here.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Whew, what a play. Yeah, fantastic play there, putting 3 damage on the Elsa. Bell coming down, shifting those damage counters over. Remove that threat from the board. Not only is that getting that threat, that well-statted character off the board, but it also removes that card draw that you highlighted that Dumbo could enable. So now RMB with the, does have the Exerted Dumbo on the board. The Alabama will be able to answer that if he wants, but a well-statted Bell. So great turn there.
Right. And you got to ask yourself, if you're the Alabama and you see the Dumbo on your opponent's side of the board, do you make what the official term, I believe, is the tradesies?
The tradesies.
Into the Dumbo. Understanding that RMB drawing more cards will allow him to get back in this game, or you're around the same cards in hand here. Do you keep your Dumbo? Do you maybe play your Dumbo and say, hey, if you want to? No, he doesn't elect to activate Dumbo's ability.
So one of the things here, if you're protecting your Dumbo, TikTok, I believe, is cost 6, and Dumbo being cost 4 does set up that 10 cost Sing together for a second star to the right. And so protecting that card tells me that maybe that's a play that he's either looking to make next turn or just wants to protect the Dumbo. But that is a line that's available now as long as he protects those 2 characters.
Absolutely. It looks like the Elsa's coming down here. We're going to...
exert into an... Oh, man. Okay.
And the Elsa will be able to challenge the T-Bow, and just like that, RMB is back. This is the... Of all of the deck mirrors, I will say Blurple is maybe my favorite. Because it has these crazy swingy plays. RMB... 2 minutes ago, if we could do the rewind to 2 minutes ago, we were like, it might be over for RMB. People in chat saying, I don't know, yikes. People are saying, GG's. Just like that, 2 minutes. The Alabama is back. He has the Dumbo. He's the one on the back foot now. You can see him playing around with it. It's unsure of what the best play is. You're trying to see what cards the Alabama has in hand, aren't you? I know, me too. I'm at the edge of my seat trying to figure it out.
I want to know if he has the second star again.
If he has the second star and the RMB made that heads-up play. I mean, so smart, right? To understand. Once again, it's so important to take out that TikTok because to the uninitiated, maybe the Dumbo is the one that you hit with into the... not Into the Unknown. Or is it Into the Unknown? That is the card, right? Yeah, Into the Unknown. But RMB smartly assessing the situation and saying, no, that TikTok is way more dangerous. So let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Yeah, Bahamut is saying Blurple has too many tempo swinging cards to say it's over just because he missed the ramp on the play. That's absolutely right. The swings in this game are maybe my favorite part because just when it looks like one player is going to take it all the way, they turn it around. Yeah, Dumbo's going to get, taken off the board here. And a Basil to boot. What a turn for RMB. Cleared the board of the Alabama. The Alabama's still ahead on Ink. And technically twice as much lore at 2-1. Looks like this Basil's going to be taken out. Or do we go after the Exerted Elsa? I think we go after the Exerted Elsa, right?
It's an interesting call here. I can see the argument for both. It looks like he does go after the Elsa. I mean, that Basil is so threatening with the support ability. It seems innocuous, but can enable some really, really great trades. The decision that really makes it is that Elsa there with the 1 damage counter on it, which will be able to answer... Hypnotic Strength there. That'll give Challenger 2 to the Elsa. Draw him a card. So now that Elsa will be able to answer the other Elsa pretty cleanly. There it goes. And yeah, just...
There goes this Elsa. We won't quest with the Basil. We don't want to open the door up for the Tipo trade. I respect it. That support can sometimes be great.
Another Hypnotic Strength there. And it's a Genie drawing a card.
Yeah, and when Blurple players are playing Hypnotic Strength, when it's not really going to matter at all, like that's how you know we're digging, dude. We're in a little bit of a critical place here. I believe the Alabama only has 1 card in hand. Is that correct?
I think so.
Wow, and what was looking so good just a moment ago for the Alabama is starting to expire here. Is it the Bell? Is it the no?
The Baymax.
We're going to not only heal our Elsa, but we are also going to gain 2 lore here. For every damage counter that's taken off of a character, up to 2 whenever you play and whenever you quest, this Baymax is going to be putting in work. The other part of it is he's a 2/6 body, so with that 6 willpower, he's going to be hard to take off the board as well.
Yeah, that's one of the things that makes this deck so difficult to deal with cards like TikTok and Baymax and Hades and all of these 6 and 7 willpower characters. It's just, in a meta where you're really relying on damage-based removal, unless you have Hades or Into the Unknown. It's actually, by the way, the other reason that Hades is just so good in this meta. You know, those high willpower characters are just, they're just difficult to deal with, and especially Baymax with his 2 lore can close things out in the end game. Of course, you know, if you have to get over high willpower, cards with Challenger 3 are helpful. This Elsa coming down here can do significant damage.
That's right. What can we bring up that 4-cost Elsa on screen? Ooh, the second star to the right comes down for RMB, and just like that, oh, a backbreaker. Challenger 3. Okay, I was right the first time. It is Challenger +3. 4-cost 3/4. Quest for 1. Second star to the right. We're going to be able to sing it cleanly with the Elsa, with the Baymax, and what this card does is sing together. As long as you have 10 on board that can sing it, you draw 5 cards.
It's a lot of cards.
And especially for Blurple, you're going, I mean, what are you going to be drawing other than bangers here? And, yep, absolutely right to save that Basil, because that Basil gives that Elsa just enough strength to take out the Genie. I'm seeing why that Basil is seeing so much play now.
It's just so good.
I think those Basils are up to like $3 foiled now.
It might be.
It's insane. I was looking at it. I was like, oh, there's a lot of Blurple. Maybe I'll buy some foil Basils while I still can. And I don't think I want to pay $3.
Card's been around since set 5. Didn't see a ton of play, but man, just sticking him around on turn 1. He'll sit there for like 10 turns and then all of a sudden do something. So
right. And this Elsa, this is an interesting inclusion. I'm wondering exactly what this Elsa is here to deal with.
Yeah,
what has 6 willpower? I guess Baymax.
There's a lot. I mean, Baymax, Hades in the mirror. And so, you know, when you're looking at the meta, one of the things you're always thinking about, or in a meta that's just dominated by a single deck, is everybody's thinking about the mirror.
Yeah.
What do I have to do in a Blurple mirror to give me an edge? And when you have a lot of 6 willpower characters like Elsa, Spirit of Winter, like Hades, Infernal Schemer, TikTok has 7, but still you'd like to be able to do a little bit of extra there. You know, Madam Mim has 7. And so one of the things in the end game here is you really have to get over these high static characters like that. Perfect example, a 6 willpower, you can take it out easily with the Elsa. So this is a card that's in here for the mirror, I think largely, because of all of the high willpower characters that this deck runs. And we see its effect right there as it cleans up that 6 willpower Baymax.
Absolutely. The TikTok is going to come down here. It's going to threaten those Elsas with some damage on them. And unless RMB has some kind of healing, then he won't be able to turn those Elsas sideways without worrying about that TikTok gobbling one of them up here. You think the Alabama's on the Ana, the Blurple Ana, the one that I believe it's when you quest, you draw a card if you have an Elsa in play. Maybe that's why some of the Elsa energy is also there, but
could be.
We'll see.
I haven't seen it yet, but
yeah,
it would be another interesting reason to include it. And we have seen that list. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, if that Elsa had stuck, then maybe that's another way that he could start getting back into this game, because it is currently 1 card to like 3 or 4. But the Dumbo's going to help. We
did see that card. So the second place deck in the CCS release weekend event ran those Anas. So it is a card that some Blurple players are working with.
Double Dumbo. And we ink the Into the Unknown to play another Dumbo here.
Yeah, I think at this point of the game, it's Hades time, right? And so sticking in, you can't count on a Dumbo sticking around. It's such a big threat. So
that is
if you
true.
play 2, you know, then you're saying, hey, I bet you can probably deal with 1 elephant. I bet you can't deal with 2.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no clean way to deal with that unless you have 10 and just have enough on board to challenge, which I guess technically you could. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, we're one ink shy, and maybe that's also why. Because even in a worst case scenario where we get, we'd need another 2 Elsas to come down.
Right.
Which would be absolutely crazy. All 4 Elsas just on board. But let's see, RMB's thinking it over here. He's got the bell in hand. I'm seeing what looks to be an Into the Unknown, maybe a Hypnotic Strength there. I can't quite make out what that 4th card is. But, yep, into the unknown. Get that TikTok out of here. Once again, though, ramping up your opponent, which in a Blurple matchup can come back to bite you.
I mean, into the unknown, just another card that makes this color combo so good. I mean, we lost all of the non-damage based removal for the most part, except hanging on to Into the Unknown, the Hades. This color combo has removal options that just, I don't know, allow it to answer almost anything.
We go double in. Okay, we go double in. I believe that TikTok was played a turn before, so that TikTok can still quest. And now we got the Madam Mim Elephant out. Always a dangerous card. You never like seeing it. It's so hard to get rid of. I mean, it's a 3/7 body. They can, every turn that you leave it with damage, like you can't even like put damage on and then say, okay, I'll deal with the rest later. Ugh.
That's just it's an annoying card.
It's an
just
annoying card. It's tough. You got to deal with it all at once. But how do you do that without taking out a lot of your own characters along the way just to make the single trade into 7 willpower? I mean, how much ink, by the way, does the Alabama have? I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It looks like 11 ink. Oh
no, low on cards. Will Hypnotic Strength just to draw a card.
Yeah,
most likely.
Yeah.
Probably get another draw with that Dumbo. There it is. Of course, that'll expose that Dumbo. It's not going to stick around very long, but the Alabama just needing to find answers here, apparently. Love to draw into a Hades, perhaps. Any sort of removal.
Yep. I mean, you need to draw. The Alabama, you need to draw some cards. He's looking through his discard. I wonder what he's thinking about here. Blurple versus Blurple does take forever sometimes, but the first 2 games of this were actually pretty decisive. And I am enjoying seeing some of the spice that these players are bringing here. Notably that Elsa. What a strange, what a strange inclusion. But I guess hitting for 6 does a lot, especially into the mirror matchup. You survive the Madam Mim Elephant if you do it with a Hypnotic Strength, for example, right? But man, yeah, never would have thought I'd see that card exactly. Let's see.
Yeah, been around all the way since Rise of the Floodborn. And you can tell that this card we're showing on screen is a first printing because it has that broken tree behind the horse's head.
Oh.
There you go.
I never knew.
They fixed that later.
The broken tree behind the horse's head?
Yeah, right there.
Oh.
They fixed that in later printings, even in set 2, but it's a fun little note there. If you're a collector and you want the OG of this card, look for the one with the error.
Yeah. Or just look for a little 2 at the bottom. That's how I usually do it.
Yes. Even later printings in Floodborn, they fixed it. So you can find Floodborn cards now with both. It's a fun little Easter eggy.
And it looks like a judge is being called over for some kind of a ruling here.
Yeah, chat's saying lore discrepancy.
We might have missed a Dumbo lore trigger. If it was, then I missed it too.
Yes, so that makes sense. When you watched his card draw, he actually started looking through his discard pile, like doing his next move, and then took the card almost as an afterthought. So I think he was kind of thinking through the next thing, and probably missed that lore trigger. So probably discussion there about whether it's a must or a may, or but clearly resolved.
Oh no, and you take out the Dumbo clean with the TikTok, the very thing that's going to be able to eat up more Dumbos. Yeah, and that's why you can't ever call the game too early, because these decks just go the distance.
Yeah, these there's just so many swingy plays here. One of the things that makes this deck so dominant in the meta is it just has removal, it has card draw, it has all the things you want. But one of the things that is missing in Lorcana in general, we had some for a while, but one of the things that we don't have enough of is what people call catch-up cards. It's cards that allow you to swing the tempo in your favor when you're on the draw. Cards in Emerald that we were talking about earlier, Brent, like Cloud Kicker is a perfect example of a card that allows you to, on your turn, establish a board presence while bouncing a card back to your opponent's hand and setting them back a foot, or a little bit. And that was one of those tempo swingy cards, those catch-up cards, those catch-up mechanics that were so valuable in that color. And Amethyst just has a ton of them. Elsa
Absolutely.
is one. Belle, moving damage counters around, is another. These are cards that come into play, allow you to establish a body while also gaining a powerful effect and removing something from your opponent's board.
On the play, which is so impactful, which is why these Blurple games can take forever, but also I think it takes forever, and we have a lot of fun watching it because it's like, oh, right when I thought that this was going to happen, this happens, and right when I thought that was going to happen, this happens instead. But we got a lonely Hades out here, and I think the look on the Alabama's face says it all here. There's not much we can do. We're up against 5 characters to 1. I mean, RMB is firmly in the driver's seat here. We'll be able to just exert a genie, a 2-quester that's evasive. Gonna be
Genie on genie. What do you call a group of genies?
Katie was calling them a threenie.
Well, that's yeah. And there's the handshake. Just too much to deal with. And man, I tell you what, Brent. Generally, there's some cards where the mirror matches are really a grind. Like green steel on green steel, I just miserable.
You're just discarding. You're like, what do I keep? Yeah, they're sitting there mulling over what card is going to be more impactful 4 turns from now, and then it gets discarded anyway. Yeah.
But a group of geniuses at GG, very, very clever in the chat there. Mr. Dad with the dad jokes. But I actually really like this mirror a lot. It's really fun. There's a lot of real swingy plays. There's a lot of powerful bombs, and it's just this back and forth. You know, I Hades. You know, you're this. I bounce my Hades. Hades, you're Hades. I'm moving damage counters around. Elsa's coming down, exerting things, moving damage counters. Like, it's just a lot of fun. I actually enjoyed that mirror quite a bit.
I did too. I mean, like, how quickly it went from like, oh, R&B's in trouble. Like, this is looking grim unless R&B is able to. Oh no, wait, never mind. R&B wins, right? Like, it's just, and at any point, right? At any point, if the Alabama had just drawn cards that allowed him to draw more cards, right? Sans the Dumbo, which could get, belled and could get Elsa, right? Like that's what that matchup kind of came down to. And I think R&B was able to draw off the top a lot of the cards that were going to keep on refilling his hand. That second star to the right in that last game was a definite game changer.
Second star to the right, just a card finding a lot of favor. And great card. The one note there, are they ready in a minute?
Do I want to go interview him? Sure. I'd love to.
All right. We're going to get you an interview here in a second. The point I was just making about the deck, though, was both these decks, especially these ramp decks, they're working towards the end game, have a script. You could tell R&B was off when he missed the ramp on turn 2. That's the indicator that we all look for. He was able to come back from it. On the other side, though, the Alabama also not on script. Dropping the Dumbo on turn 4 is not what you want to do, and it indicates that you don't have what you need. You much rather prefer to drop a Genie there, another 4-cost, some sort of 4-cost evasive, and then play the Dumbo on turn 5 or turn 6, where you can immediately draw a card with that evasive character. And so once that Dumbo drops on turn 4, you're like, okay, the Alabama is also not like where he wants to be.
You called it. And you absolutely called it.
Yeah, and at that point, there's a window there, and R&B kind of claws his way back in. So, but really fun match. Really fun match. I enjoyed it.
Me too. Is it time? Should I go out? All right. You'll see me in a sec, everybody. Liam, dude, so nice casting with you, man.
This is so much fun. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. So to paint the picture for y'all, we're going to get you this interview. One of the best parts about doing this live, these events, is the ability to, I'm going to slide some in the center. One of the best things about doing these events live is the ability to grab the players and then do quick interviews and talk about what we just saw. So Brent's going to go out there, grab R&B. We're going to bring you an interview. The interview area is right around the corner here. And so we're going to get R&B in. We're going to hear from him. R&B, a member of the Blue Steel Mafia, as it were, Blue Steel players. They all, I don't know. I don't think I've met a fan base of a particular color more passionate and loyal than the Blue Steel community. But here, switching it up and playing Blurple and doing very well. So he'll be 4-0 now, going into round 5. For those who are not tracking the format, there'll be 9 rounds of Swiss, but we're breaking them up. And you'll do 7 rounds today and 2 rounds tomorrow morning before the top cut. And we hope you stay with us for everyone. Hey, Katie.
Hi.
How are you?
They let me out. I came back. If you love something, set it free. If it comes back, it was meant to be.
That's my new favorite saying of the day. I gotta write that down again.
Thank you. But yeah, I did see them set out for the interview. It's 2 beautiful bald boys out there.
Oh man.
The best kind of meta is just 2 happy bald boys. So
yeah, Well, we get to see that. There might be glare on the camera, but yeah, we're getting ready for that. And then when that's, I don't want to ask you like questions about the floor because I don't want you to start talking and then like all of a sudden we have to go to the interview.
I will say, it's good.
It's good.
It's good out there.
It's good out there.
It's good games.
All right, ready? Let's send you out to Brent, who just ran a mile to the interview booth to talk to R&B.
So, like,
Okay. And I am here with the man, the myth, the legend, RMB. Ryan, how you doing today?
dude, I am elated. Like, first of all, it's always great being here at Charlie's. Like, Charles puts on an absolutely amazing show here. If you're not here right now, you're wrong, first of all. So, like, I get to hang out with all my friends. I get to play, like, a game that we all love. Like, it's such a mood. And I'm 4-0. I'm 4-0.
Congratulations, man. I just watched that match. It was grindy. It was everything you want in a Blurple mirror match. It was back and forth. The tempo was shifting. Talk to me a little bit about your mindset in that last game when you missed ramp and it looked like he started to run away with it. Talk to me, man. What were you thinking?
Dude, I don't even know, man. Like, so the one saving grace was that, like, he had the ramp on 2 and his turn 4 or his 4 ink play was Dumbo, which was, like, significantly less scary than, you know, any of the other 4 drops that it could have been. It could have been like an Iago, it could have been a Genie. Genie would have probably been like the worst possible case, but because he played exactly that, like, I ended up taking the line of just like, okay, I just play my Dumbo. If you want to trade Dumbos, like, I missed ramp here. I'm now at a disadvantage, even though I went first. Like, if we want to just exchange Dumbos, I'm okay, like, making this concession to slow the pace of the game down a little bit, so that I can, you know, try to claw back with like a couple of clutch plays, which there were definitely some clutch plays. Like, I got the opportunity to sing a second star to the right. He didn't, which was like,
that felt like the big game changer.
That was the difference maker.
That was the difference maker. Game 1, the play that Liam and I were going crazy about, man. You had a bunch of cards in hand. You had a bunch of choices. It was the turn right before the last turn, right? You throw down the Elsa. You exert both of the bells as he draws into second star to the right. Now, I got to ask, RMB, did you know? You were on the lookout for it. You were playing around it.
Dude, so like the Blurple mirror match now, thanks to Kendall Burdett, no, I'm not like, the Blurple mirror match now is all about sing equity. If you can sing the second star to the right, you just win the game. Like, the game is just actually over. You draw 5 cards and you still get all this ink. So once you get to, like, you need to be mindful of the cost count of characters your opponent has in play. Like, if they have 10, you should always be afraid of second star to the right. And, like, if you can play around it, if you can either remove something or, like, that Elsa, like, I was holding the Elsa getting, like, just waiting for the turn that...
So you were waiting that long, like, even? My
dude,
God!
It was in my hand since the beginning of the game.
Yo,
It was
what?
literally in my hand since the beginning
And you
of
were
the game.
just like, okay, if he ever gets to 10 ink singers, I gotta stop the second star to the right. And then for him to top deck it, I mean, dude, a lesser player... I'll call myself a lesser player.
No.
I would be like, oh, look how many genies I can get out. Look how much ink I have. You're like, no. There's one card that could turn this game around, and it's second star to the right, 100%. And he has 10 on board. You just nailed it, and he scooped immediately. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think that game, between you and I don't think that game was complete. I don't think that game was completely over, but I think just the nature of top decking that, as soon as you see it, I mean, dude, he scooped, and the game was over.
It's an uphill battle. Like, if your opponent gets to sing second star before you do and they, like, stymie your ability to do it, the game it throws so much tempo. It's like, okay, like, say we're trying to get to, well, we are trying to get to 20, but, like, let's say...
let's say, for example, we were trying to play the game. Right,
yeah, right. Like, so, like, let's say you're trying to get to, like, 10 points of tempo positive.
Yeah.
Like, at that stage in the game, we're both, like, net neutral at, like, 4 tempo. We threw like an 8-point tempo swing. So like we put our opponent back to 2 and we went to 10.
Yeah.
Which is like, dude, it's actually just insane. Like that type of tempo swing is so hard to come back from because what do you do on your follow-up turn? Like you finally get to sing yours, but I've already now established 2 turns worth of characters. Like I'm past the point, like I've got all the cards in the world. I'm gonna go so wide that you have nothing that like is going to be able to interact with the board. Like sure, you might be able to Hades and, you know, into the unknown something, but you're never gaining tempo back on the board, ever.
I love to hear your insight, man. They said that we'd have to do quick, but we're not getting cut off, so I'd like to pick your brain a little bit more here. I mean, brother, people are calling Blurple the Tier 0 deck, the only Tier 0 deck of the format. No, you disagree?
Absolutely not, no. Like, so there's a few, like, really, really prominent players out in the field today that are on a Emerald Sapphire list that I think is like the bane of Blurple's existence.
Wow.
It's like, dude, the matchup's like kind of unwinnable. It's like,
wow, really?
Yeah, we like tested it a bunch. Sailor and I tested it over the course of the last week, and like that's like the only like Zan's on it.
Yeah.
Zan's an incredible player, number one, and then on top of that, he's playing like a direct. Like I just don't want to pair into him. As long as I don't pair, like I also think that the Amethyst Steel matchup and like the Blurple matchup is very, very swingy as well.
Yeah.
So like they get to do effectively the same thing that you're doing, trying to like do this Dumbo thing. The difference is that like your turn 3 Genie doesn't really matter because their turn 3 3-drop Genie sings Strength of a Raging Fire on your Genie, and you've already lost. You've lost the Evasive War before the Evasive Wars even happened.
Right.
It's like I think it's a 50-50 matchup. I think Amethyst Steel is a 50-50 matchup, and like I also think that you just play Amber Steel aggro, and like Blurple needs to have Into the Unknown on Tiana, or you just lose the game. Like you actually just lose the game. If you can't answer the Tiana instantly, it's over.
Okay.
It's over. So I don't think Blurple is tier 0. I think that it's got the highest card quality for any deck in the game right now.
Okay.
So like just play the best cards that you can, and they are in fact in Blurple, and try to be more skillful than your opponent. I think it's going to reward people that put the time to like learn the lines on the deck, because it's not super linear and super straightforward. Like gaining tempo on the draw is very, very difficult in a lot of matchups. So you put the reps in, like I think the deck is capable of being the best deck. It's probably the best deck, but I think that there's still a lot to be explored with this format.
Okay, very, very fair. I guess last of all, if anybody at home is thinking about playing Blurple, what's the reason you chose it today? What's the reasoning? Like, where's your brain at? Why should a person play Blurple?
Because it just has the best cards in the game in it. I get to play Baymax. Like, Baymax is one of my favorite cards in the game, and just never got the opportunity to shine because of cards like Brawl and Big Sisu, you know, prior to rotation. So, like, the fact that I can just play Baymax now, I'm happy as a kid on, like, Christmas Day.
Is it because Baymax has
Dude,
some special quality to him?
It's just my favorite card. Like, it's just such an awesome card. It's a card that allows you to claw back, like, from a lore loss on the draw and just like steal games that you have no business winning.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, in that game too, it looked like you were gonna be able to claw back with that Baymax until all of the.
I had 3 Hades in my hand. I was like, I don't have enough ink to play all of these at the same time. I think I was at like
pack of Hades.
Yeah, I had like 11 ink. I was like, man, if I was at 14, this would be sick. But I didn't.
Well, RMB, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. 4-0, man. 4-0. How you feeling? You
Feel
feeling
pretty good? We're gonna see. We'll see. I'm gonna keep trying to go.
All right, man. You know what, dude? We gotta do like a twin pose picture, because I'm just the Asian version of you, I think.
We like touch homes.
And we're back. And with me, I got. Yeah, you said your name's Toop, but now I'm looking.
Yeah, it's
Toopaloop.
Toopaloop.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah.
things have really escalated since I learned your
it has.
name.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Now, because I'm going to look again, it's going to say Toopaloopadoo, and I'll be like, it keep getting longer. But Toop, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good. This has been a great event. I'm excited to be here. I love Charlie's. I love coming here. It's a great venue, and like, I love how it's like a mini convention almost.
It is. It
with
is.
all the vendors and stuff like that. It's just a really good area, really good atmosphere.
It is. It's very fun. Like I mentioned, I mean, the last DLC that we were all able to go to was in January, and even that was kind of small.
Yeah.
And so I think everyone's very hungry to be out where the people are, and we are indeed out where the people are.
Oh, we definitely are. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. There's like 500 and something people just playing in the tournament. So that's just a tournament. So
Yes, I
can
know.
imagine more, with the staff and everything.
Yes, it was. Somebody said it is like in the Harry Potter movies and books. There's a part where they go into the tent, and it's got like this spell that when you go in, it looks.
Oh,
small.
and it's like huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like that, and it is very, very cool. I walked around and said, "Don't you brought only a carry-on? You cannot buy anything."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Notably, not a lot of Fabled packs out there because
I hear.
people want them. They're looking for Dumbos, but we have a couple packs here. We might open some while we wait for the next round to start. But before we do that, I mean, what's the most thing? What kind of decks have you been seeing? What are you excited about? Is there things you're like, man?
I know we did a deck tech on Emerald Sapphire earlier. Zan the Man was running it,
Yes.
and that deck looks really put together really well. I've seen a lot of Amber Steel. Of course, we've seen Blurple, and then we've seen a little bit of Purple Steel. So there's a little bit of a mix out there. Not a whole lot, but on the top tables from what I can see right now, that's kind of what's kind of taking over right now. It's definitely Purple Steel and Blurple a lot. So
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to the players out there that says, I'm going to see through the meta, because I think that's a hard thing, right? Is when you know there's one deck that's pretty darn good,
Yeah.
and there's some decks that are pretty good, and then a rest of decks that people haven't quite figured out yet or maybe aren't viable. People can be very slow to bring those other decks,
Yeah.
and so then it just feels like everybody's bringing Blurple, and then it's kind of just like, oh man, it's not fun necessarily as a viewer or a player. And
Yeah.
So, but if you, why would you not bring the deck that's gonna win? So it's
Yeah.
like it's one of those things. I always love players that are like, I'm gonna bring a different kind of deck, but then I'm like, but if you brought that one deck,
Yeah.
it could be the top.
It's like I don't want to play Purple, but it's a top tier deck right now. It's like a double negative kind of. I'm just like, I guess I'll just cave in and just go ahead and play
I
it, you
know.
So I mean, it's different. It's either that or Amber Steel. I figured there'd be a lot of Amber Steel here because I feel like everybody kind of salvaging right now
Yeah.
to get Dumbos right now because, like you said, there's not a whole lot of Fabled out there. Like, there's
No.
not, and it's just a big thing for people, and that card is very rare. Dumbo is so.
Yes, it is. I have opened, I think at this point 3 boxes, and my sister opened a box, and then
Jeez,
I
how
opened
many packs are per box? Jesus.
24
Wow.
and 1 Dumbo. I was like, Dumbo,
That's
get
it?
out here, dude. What are you doing?
That's a lot.
You baby envelope. He's flying around. I'm like, please come down
Just
here.
land in this pack, please.
Please. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think we can open. Now, these are not our packs. So, I
Okay.
thought that would save the curse of me because they are sure Ashdown
Yeah.
or Wesley, as you might know him, who is the man that does so much behind the scenes, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, for sure.
Wesley and Rob, I mean, you as
Stunning
well,
Rob and-
Sasuke.
yeah, no,
You guys are like running
Wesley
around.
and Rob are, and then Zach on the is doing the
Yes,
producing and
Zach.
stuff like that.
Quietly just doing the most
Yes,
things you've ever seen a
yes,
person do. And he's like,
yes,
oh, yeah, I just set all
exactly.
this up.
He's like, let me troubleshoot this, that. And then they're all over the place even right now. So, like, those guys are, like, the behind the scenes. They're the legends behind the scenes.
They are. So shout out because I have done,
We just show up, look nice, and kind of talk a little bit. That's about it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Hi.
like- yeah.
This doesn't work. When it doesn't work, I just go,
Yeah.
help. And I listen, that's why, we can't do it all. But here we go. I can't do that. I can't see if there's a back. Here we go. This is really hard to do backwards, but we got Prince Naveen.
Ooh, sudden chill.
You love it. Not with Diablo and Bucky and Prince John. They're gone.
Mhm.
All right. These are
See what we got.
classics. Speaking Undisputed,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
which, people say is a thing. I haven't seen it played. And then Dumbo that nobody wants.
Oh, I got excited for a second.
I know. And the Dumbo. That
Smash, our top removal right now.
All right.
one
We
of
got a
them.
rare. Okay. This is a great rare.
Alright.
This is a great rare for people
Yeah,
at
strength
home.
is good. That's like our 2 removals right now we have.
Okay. And this is a great, we've seen this card play to great success in Blurple, by the way. This is a card that lets you draw 5 cards. All you need to do is have, in this wide board, all you need is an Elsa and a Belle, and maybe you got 5 cards. And then, no. All right, I got excited, but it is just a foil. So, okay, it's on you. You got this.
Let me see what I got going on right here. I got a Queen
Okay.
and a Mulan and Tatiana, Aladdin,
Yeah. Ward Aladdin here.
Mufasa.
Mufasa.
Oh yeah, this is Timothy's really good. I like
Timothy
him in sealed.
Q Mouse,
Yeah.
by the way.
He's pretty good in sealed.
Don't get him confused
a
with the other
medallion
Timothy.
awaits.
Okay. Here we go.
what
We're
else we
heating
got?
up.
Mama O.
Madam Odie.
Yeah.
Mama Odie, who told you so?
And is this an Aurora?
Yep, and here we go. We're into the rares. We got the
Alright.
Simba that's
Simba, and then we got
man. Okay, I feel something good. There has to be something good back here. It is pretty okay. There's great cards and there's pretty okay cards. And
it's okay.
yeah,
I was hoping for other stuff. I think the last one I pulled like a Stitch or something 7-drop. That was pretty nice.
that was the Surfer Stitch, which I revealed at Gen Con. And I
nice.
said, of course I get to keep the card. And ha. I'm like, of course I get to keep the giant card. And
I
like,
love Gen Con. I haven't been there back in years. Is it still
it's
just
so fun.
amazing as it always was?
it was so fun because you get to choose your own adventure. There's 70,000 people, and all 70,000 are having a different weekend.
Yeah, I went when I was real young. Like I was 19 years old, and I got qualified for the pro circuit. So I was there for that event and Versus. That was a game a long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was so fun to see it. I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh at the time, and I was playing some other card games. So I was playing all these tournaments. It was really fun. I
Yeah.
love Gen Con.
Yeah, and I mean, I went there. Obviously, we're just Lorcana, but yeah, I mean, you could go around and there was just every different thing. I mean, even like niche games, like there's a game like called Blood on the Clock Tower. It's just like a mystery.
It's like the largest tabletop convention, right?
Yeah, and they'll
so
just
it's all
be-
tabletop.
There'll be like 40 people just playing that game at all
Yeah.
times, and I'm just like, there's people who came. And they're like, I'm the Cookie Rush people. The Cookie Rush contingency is here. And
I'd love to go there and play some Settlers of Catan or something like that.
yeah, and like
you
with the
know?
best settlers, they're like, guess
Yeah.
what? I've got all the resources.
And I'm like, you know what? I don't like this game anymore. I got beat so bad. I don't want to play anymore.
But yeah, we got a Cruise to Gaming that said Toop. So shout out to Cruise to Gaming, which
Oh
Wesley
yeah,
said, Cruise.
Zito, what's up, man?
That's so fun.
I love Cruz.
Shout out to chat, by the way. Let's see how long Blurps can survive.
I'm
Now,
I'm kind of seeing that too. Let's see how long. Like
well,
I'm
what do
not-
you think there's an antidote? Do you think there's an antidote that people are too afraid to do? Because that's what happens a lot of times. The first 2 weekends, there's a deck, an aggro, something where people say, wait a minute, all I have to do is just beat that deck, and then I
Yeah.
have a good chance. So do you think there's a deck that people are sleeping on that's like, guys, this is the Blurple?
I wish I could say that I'm good at like deciding that factor. But
That is quite a big thing to put on you. Be like,
yeah,
solve the meta, please,
Yeah,
right here.
I just so much pressure. I gotta go. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
right. I
Um,
have a conference.
No, but I mean, I just think right now it's just like we said, the trifecta's here right now. I'm really excited to see what if something gets homebrewed. You know, like today. I know, like we said, like we talked about Zan's deck. You know, but like I want to see something else kind of unique on the screen besides the trifecta. So that's what kind of I'm looking for. Something that breakthrough deck. Either it happens here or next week we got PPG. I'll be there in Denver too, so we'll have that too. So.
All
should be
right.
real
Now,
fun.
I did just drop the melee in the chat for people like me, distinguished people who like to do little melee math and stuff like that. I did post in here, and let's just take a moment. I'm going to look at the melee and see, because this is where things get fun for me. Are you somebody that likes to look at kind of like who's doing well, who's not? Are you tracking, or are you just kind of like, that's not
You know what?
something
They kind of just throw me on the screen. They say start talking. And I'm
Yeah,
just
you're like,
okay.
I'm thinking or talking. Pick one. I can't
Yeah.
do both, guys.
They're like open a pack too, and I'm like, okay.
I mean, to be fair, if
So
anybody
whatever-
throws me into any room
whatever
and
you
says
guys
open a
tell me to
pack,
do,
and
yeah.
they're like, hey, you have to pay your taxes, but you get open a pack. I'm like, well, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. And then somebody else said, flushed. I probably shouldn't read people's names. This is a 1-day tourney or 2. It is a 2-day tourney. Rounds 1 through 7 is today. And then rounds 8 and 9 will be tomorrow morning. Then I believe we're going to do cut the top 16.
Yes.
And then we will have 4 rounds tomorrow.
Yeah, exciting.
So 4 rounds plus 2 rounds, which for those playing at home, that's 6 rounds tomorrow. 7 rounds today, 6 rounds tomorrow.
For sure.
So very, very excited about that. And
Rounds get very long sometimes. I've played in a few rounds. Like they're just 8 rounds is a lot.
it is now. So I did talk about this. Like, I talk about this as a problem I have all the time. Like, what if I'm winning so good and then it's time to go to bed and the next day I wake up and I'm not winning so good anymore? So you said you played other competitive TCGs, obviously Lorcana.
Grand Prix and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
So do you like the split where like you have that momentum and you're like time to go to bed, or do you want to just say like let's just get it done, let's finish this day?
I like the split because I like to be able to go, okay, this is what happened today. Like I've been to Grand Prix a lot and stuff like that, and in Magic and in different games. I love 2 days because I can go over my matches and figure out like what I did wrong, and then I can also get with my buddies and be like, dude, I lost to this today. Hey, can you build that so I can test against it?
Yeah.
Especially if you have like a crew with you. Again, like Zach and them and Rob and then Wesley, they tend to like build whatever decks and they'll test play against me because I'm usually the guy competing in the tournament. So I like having that day too.
Now we are moving into the round 5 here, which we have 3 rounds left, including this round.
Ooh, she's been running hot with Amber Steel.
I heard you said I
Yes.
saw there's a girl that's playing a blank.
I'm trying to get her on a deck tech. Yeah, she's doing really well right now.
And I love that. These are so okay. Blurple people, let's all take a deep breath. We saw a lot of
green
Blurple.
steel.
But Blurple's not real. It can't hurt you because, like you just said, look at that emerald steel. Look at that amber steel.
Yeah.
There's not nary a drop of amethyst or steel or amethyst or sapphire anywhere near the screen right now.
I love it. I love a little bit of a mix,
Yeah, we deserve it as a treat. So it looks like I'm feeling pirates. And we are starting quite strong with
Good.
a John Silver being
I think
inked
I
as
saw a
captain.
Chromacon in his hand.
Which that is such a good I think Sasuke came up to me and mentioned he's like Chromacon. You know what that does? And I'm like, well, yes.
I completely I gotta look at Chromacon again.
I believe Chromacon lets you on your opponent's turn. If they banish one of your characters, you get to bounce something of
Ooh.
theirs. Now, that might be something I just made up, and we will find out during your opponent's turn whenever one of your characters banished when your turn chosen. Well, look at me.
Oh,
Look
nice.
at me. I've played this game before, y'all. Oh, no.
Ooh, let's fire the cannons right there. Get rid of that one drop.
Beautiful.
Nice.
And that is quite the opening start for tea
That is
time.
very good. We got we got Captain Hook to take out somebody. We also got
Which Captain Hook, in this case, he got to
Curse,
do
yeah.
a beautiful little. He got to do a beautiful little quest because that one cost fire the cannon and
Yeah.
curse marble. He got to do everything.
T-Time's definitely in good position right now. He's just taking out whatever and able. Ooh, Nala. That card's good right now.
It is. Nala is a very valuable card. Now, she is not a challenger. This is a challenging and questing meta. In this case, you got to pick. You got to pick, unfortunately, questing. But it does give her resist 1 and +1 lore if she has no damage on her, which that fire the cannon being fired means she might be good for a while.
Sure. Ooh, there's the Chromacon.
There we go. And he says, she says, can I read that? And good for you. Because honestly, there's no shame in saying, can I read that card? But here we go. And that is something where we talk about anti-meta cards. And people don't run anti-item cards. People generally are not going to run that unless there's enough items in the meta to warrant it. And I don't think there's enough items in the meta to simply warrant any item removal right now.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that. Like, there's nobody playing, like other cards to get rid of any items. Yeah, items not kind of relevant right now.
Now, I did check. There are 27 people heading into this round that are undefeated right now. And then there's 2 people that have a tie. So that is still pretty good, but there's 450 people competing So we're getting smaller. Every round, we're kind of halving. So by the end of this, we're going to have, just a small handful of the people that are undefeated, but not a lot of ties, which is good. You would expect that in this meta. There's not a lot of control deck, so going to time is a lot less likely right now.
Ooh, she played Tatiana, but Hook was able to take out the Nala, which was really good. You got it back up for Pluto, too, though, so that's good.
Yeah, and we talk about Tiana. Tiana, you do have to pay a tax. It's a tax card, meaning that you have to pay some kind of amount of fee to be able to do the cool stuff, in this case, challenging. And he had the money to do it, and
For sure.
Tiana said, oh, okay, well, I didn't count on you being able to do that. But here we go. What about second Tiana?
Second Tiana, okay.
Now, does this stack? This is something I wonder here. So if I have to pay, whenever your characters are challenges, characters exerted, challenging characters. So yeah, it looks like it would be both. If you have 2 Tianas exerted, it'd be -3, -3, and you have to pay 6, I would assume.
Whoa.
How does taxes work? Is the IRS here?
With that, I got a confirmation of that with the
Yeah.
stack.
Don't worry. Somebody in the chat,
Somebody said, yep,
rules.
agreed.
Yeah, Rufus Strawberry said, okay, so to be fair, who knows? They should have kept the null already since she had strength. Yeah, that's a good point with that. Strength is only as good as the strength in numbers. So now we see something that Tiana's pretty stressed out about. She has nobody that you have to be afraid of challenging. A very wide board that's just humming along. Now, Pluto did take a damage, so he's a 1/5, so at least that's one scary thing out of the way. But now it's just Nala and Tiana against the world. Does she have a dock? Something else? Yes.
Oh, there's a Doc. Yeah, I love Doc. That's like one of my favorite cards right now.
Yeah, but that was dock, no docking. She just, she did dock.
Really?
Which means there's got to be another one, right?
Yeah, there has to be another one. It's like Doc, no ability. Doc, game draw 2. It's like, dang it.
So let's see here. So someone did confirm you have to pay twice. So that is deliciously painful.
Thanks, Jay Walker.
Yeah, thank you.
Income tax and property tax. Hibbity hop distribute property. I like it.
So we see this very wide board. Now we have a Jafar on board. I believe that is Jafar.
This one does challenge 2, and it gives you a plus challenge to a character, and then it just quests for 2. It's a pretty good card.
That is a quite good card. And somebody just pulled up a Jafar. There's so many Jafars right now. You might think that's the same picture. It's not. That is a different Jafar.
There it is. There's my boy. Yeah.
Aspiring ruler. And as you said, challenger too, which, like I said, you got to be challenged, you got to be quested.
But it
There's
quests
no
for
board
2, though.
That's
pretty good. For a 3-drop, it's a 3/2, so you know it can do stuff. And it also pumps one of your guys up, so
and
you
can
can pump
sing
up somebody with evasive. And yeah, you can sing strength. And it quests for 2. That's a very solid card for a 3-drop. And it's inkable. So.
Finally, Jafar gets a good card. It turns out it's just a common.
For
Unfortunately, he's had some other ones.
I'm loving that dragon, though, the one that gets evasive.
Bug catcher. Well, he's not bug catcher. Wait, no, dragon that gets evasive. That's Genie the dragon that has ability bug catcher, which gets evasive on his turn.
Yes, that's the 3/4, right?
Yes.
Yes, that card's really hot right now. A lot of people are playing this card.
Which, that's a funny card because I believe other characters have that ability. Happy is one that has it, and I believe it's always called something else when other characters have it. But for some reason, it's called Burst of Speed, except when that dragon has it. And then in that case, that's Bug Catcher, guys.
Yeah.
That's a bug.
I can't see Happy having like a Burst of Speed
No.
with all that armor on.
Could you imagine a little Happy running at you?
I would be able to like dodge that instantly.
Yeah,
Like,
light work, no reaction, they say.
So.
But yeah, so as far as standing goes, I did send a melee link about, I don't know, like 10 minutes ago. So I don't know if it's still there in chat, but the melee link will have the standings. Like I mentioned, there's 26 people who are undefeated. Let me scroll through the names really quick and see if there's any names that people are going to go, oh my gosh, that's my favorite player. But they're all my favorite player, all 450. But we got Kendall, who we saw on stream earlier today on the Blurp Bowl. We have Joseph Quigley, Joseph Quigley is coming down from the Great White North of Canada, an ETB member, Friendship Battlefield. And let's see who else. We got R&B, who we just saw on stream, a sweetheart of Team Maelstrom. And with him, his other teammate, Pierre-Marc Duguay, who is from Montreal, also Team Maelstrom.
Oh, wow.
So, and then lots of names. That's the other thing, is there's lots of exciting people here doing quite well. If I didn't say your name, Humble's there. So Maelstrom is showing up. They showed up and they linked arms and said,
Nice.
We're going to win, boys. The Stormfront.
For sure.
Stormfront came through. But shout out to all the players out there. And we are now moving into game 2. And Candy Cane said, that was scary. Don't do that again. She did not have the greatest start in the world. She didn't have a very aggressive start. Yeah. And Tea Time was able to absolutely take advantage of a slow start. And that cannon, I think, was really the painful.
Yeah, that cannon came in pretty clutch right there. Kind of helped him out a little bit. Able to take the character out. So he was able to get good board presence on there. Have the Captain Hook on there. So. And then the Mirror folks just getting that lore constantly, and then the Pluto came down. It was just kind of locked, So
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a painful time. And yeah, it was basically in Lorcana. I mean, sometimes you are the chaser and sometimes you're the chasee. In this case, Candy Kane was just trying so desperately to keep up with Tea Time. And once she lost that footing, one turn is really all it takes to be like,
sometimes
I'm
it
not
does. They
coming
just
back.
got either strength smash, you kill your guy, that guy, play another guy, and it's like, man, they have more presence than me. I gotta try and fight that. So
Tea Time has something very cool in his hand. He has a Go-Go Tamago,
Daisy.
which he might not get time to use. I just saw Daisy, but
I want to see her go Daisy next turn.
the Daisy Chain.
Yeah, I want to see the Daisy chain.
Daisy into Daisy, the most scary game in the entire game or opening in all of Disney.
Go-Go is a great card too.
Yes, and it's something that you don't always expect. The unexpected Go-Go is really clutch because basically your opponent does the math and says, well, what? You can get 2 next turn, and you're like, hey, no, I can get more than that.
Yeah.
Now, Penny is a card you don't always want to see on turn 2. This is not a turn 2 curve card. You would think it costs 2 suit seed on turn 2, but her abilities is not something you pretty much ever
No,
want to
it's
use
kind
on
of
turn
more like
2.
a little bit late game, I would think, But maybe she doesn't have any other good good kind of 2-drops.
Yeah, and then sometimes the best 2-drop is a 2-drop you have, but it's a kind of counterintuitive card where when you run it in your deck, you go, oh well, I have a 2-drop, and it's like, well, do you? Is this a 2-drop you have or a 2-drop you deserve? And then we see Captain Hook, which unfortunately only was able to do 2 damage, but 2 damage is a start of something beautiful here. And then we got Go-Go No Go-Go, a no-go Tamago.
That Penny's a 1-2. Still quest for 2. That's pretty good. But that Go-Go can take it out.
Yeah,
So as it stands right now, is we kind of
not a lot of value on Tea-Time side.
Oh, he's gonna go quest. Okay. I figured she might have waited to quest and then play tap the Tatiana.
Well,
and then maybe kind of.
This is the cost of it all. At this point, she just knows that what are the odds that he would pay 3 this turn, knowing he's had such a terrible start. I'm wondering, because to pay 3 with only a 2-2 and a 3-2. So in that case, no, he says, I won't be paying the Tiana tax. Wait.
Whenever she's exerted. So
there
that's
you
what
go.
I was thinking. I was thinking maybe what he might do is she might not quest that turn. And then
That's
pass,
smart. Yeah.
And then Tatiana, exhaust her, and then now exhaust all my characters, and now I have the ability, so they're all my guys are protected.
That is
for 3.
actually, that is.
So I figured that's what she was gonna do. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is such a good point.
That's what I figured she probably wouldn't. Have
Yeah, you're
quested.
like, why? And
Yeah.
that's such a good point because once you lose that ability, it's gonna be tricky. And now,
Well, that's the main reason that card's out there. It's there to help help the other characters not die, And in this matchup, you want to keep board presence a lot, so that's like a big thing. So.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of reasons, right? Like having patience in an aggressive style deck is one of the harder things because when you have an aggressive style deck, you think, well, I want to go fast, right? And you do. Except for when you don't. And that's one of the reasons you don't. Like you said, you're holding out for the Tiana or strength.
Maybe she had some other different cards in hand. I don't know, but that's probably what I personally would have done. And I different players. She's 4-0. I'm not. I'm just back here. I'm behind a booth. So
well, and that's the thing is, I'm not saying she did anything wrong. It's more, it's more that you sometimes in these kind of decks, you have a momentum and you keep that momentum going,
exactly.
not thinking that maybe like what can happen on the other side.
Yeah.
And he had a very slow start. Tea Time had a Captain Hook into a I already forgot what it was, but he didn't have the greatest start in the planet, and now he's coming along and feeling pretty good. And the Captain Hook into a Tamago, a no-go Tamago.
Yeah.
So now he's got a wide board. He's got a Tiana off the board. She can't sing. She can't do anything because she's now banished. And Tea Time probably feels a little bit more comfy, knowing that the hamster ball is going to present quite a problem.
Yeah, that hamster ball is. It's she's at 8, but I feel like he can kind of catch up with that lore he's got. He's got 2 Cursed Merfolk, so that's gonna bring him back a little bit quick. Tea Time's kind of gonna rely on those 2.
Yeah, so we'll keep humming along. Now, that being said, that hamster ball...
He's got resist 2.
Yeah, which is good. Not impossible to get
Lawrence.
around.
I love Lawrence.
He is. He's
there's the dock. That's how you do it.
dock o'clock, everyone. It's time to clock
That's how
in.
you do it. Maybe she's trying to empty that hand to keep just going to town.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you have to keep
It's kind of a
doing that.
race, So...
Yeah, and if she can get to new cards, I mean, she might get to a new path forward.
For sure.
Now, that being said, the wider that Tea Time goes, the more that his strengths are going to be a problem, because now we're at 5, which is enough to get rid of that hamster in ball rhino. So I do wonder...
What? Oh.
All right, so is that supposed to be strength? And
What's he doing?
yeah, it was supposed to be strength. I was like, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I've never seen Lawrence sings
Okay.
Doc, but no, I think so. Then they knew they had enough. got rid of that strength. Go ahead.
Oh, he's saying it. Okay, I was like, why? I saw him do something crazy. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I
saying
think-
it. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
And now
It's like
that
he's kind of run away with it. Man, Doc is my favorite card right now.
he's quite fun, right? I mean,
I love him.
It's a nice little treat. You get 2 cards as a treat. It's
Yeah.
not too much.
Or 2.
2, yeah.
He's a 1/3.
Now they do clump together. That is the
They
only
do-
downside.
do.
Is a
But
clumpy
you can
little
go
card.
Doc, no activation, Doc, activation. You know, and I got 2 Docs out in play. And I like how they're saluting. He's like, I'll get you 2 cards.
So yeah, here you go.
Oh, bouncing Doc with Chromocron is very strong. I agree.
So here we go, and you can bounce whatever you want. In this
You can
case.
bounce every turn, and then you can end up drawing your whole deck. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while, though. But no, that's a really good play,
Ooh,
though.
But this, speaking of good plays, we have pretty great clapback on Candy Cane's part of a Daisy into 2 Calhouns
For sure.
with a lot of little Calhoun bait on the other side. Lots of cards that can be gobbled up and turned into lore
For sure.
if they turn sideways. So now Tea Time needs to have an answer for these Calhouns. Otherwise, all these little guys are very vulnerable the minute they turn sideways.
Man, that's like 4 lore right there. So that brings her to like 17. Wow, she could.
That was quite the turn.
Wow, that's
An
that's a really
incredible
good turn.
top deck with the 2 cards she drew. I mean, yeah, she's got
She's got enough to just.
just sit pretty. I mean, now that being
Yeah.
said, the Lawrence can do a Lawrence
That's
trade.
probably why she went all out with those other characters. She's like, I got to quest and get my high numbers up. That's probably it. Probably ended up working out for her.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, she didn't necessarily know what that Doc would get, but when I think
Mm-hmm.
she saw 2 Calhouns and a Daisy, went, well, that's pretty good. So we do see a Doc dealing damage into Lawrence, so that Lawrence can trade into Lawrence without taking any damage. Then it becomes an issue of, okay, how much am I afraid? Now, the
Ooh,
Calhoun-
T-Time's got to count now.
yeah, and Calhoun can't banish Lawrence on their own. That being said, there are ways that they could chip away and throw a Doc. In this
Mhm.
case, let's go ahead and get rid of that Doc with Captain Hook. It's not a trade. It's just a little bit of damage. Doesn't hurt. And now, we see a Clarabelle, another Go-Go, which could be great. That Go-Go could be a very clutch card
For sure.
if they survive 1 turn. And now, wow, and Chromacon. Well,
Well, you can attack and then it bounces the character back to your hand, right? The one that killed something, right?
whatever you want. You return chosen character.
During your opponent's turn, whenever one of your characters is banished, you may return chosen character to its players. Oh, okay.
So it doesn't count. You have to depend on your opponent doing a challenge, and then you have
Gotcha.
to kind of depend on, that being out there. So I think they're doing the math. Do I need to get that Go-Go out here right now? And I would say no, but yeah, why not? Because that Daisy could hold some damage. Now that being said, there's not a lot of things that can. I mean, that Hook could deal some damage, but I think they're just giving lots of problems. T-Time
Yeah.
saying, you know what, you pick what you want to do. I'll figure it out later. Knowing that Calhoun's designed a quest or challenge. So basically, they set a trap here by
Just- yeah,
saying,
she's
I'm
a-
sideways, I have a Chromacon, you have Calhoun, you do what you want to do and see if it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, she has 19 on the board right now, potentially. So I wonder what was going to happen here.
So I might have wanted to hold
Mhm.
back that Go-Go because a Go-Go could be up to 3 lore.
Ooh, and then bounce that one. Yep.
But this instead is nice. Like I said, I mean, making your opponent make choices is sometimes a good way to play it because you're saying, hey, make a good choice. Just kidding, that was the wrong one. But
17.
so here we go. She's at 17, which is what, for those playing along at home, 17 plus 6 is more than 20. So now T-Time says, well, foo. You know, if I had that Go-Go. Let's see. If she had the Go-Go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 6 plus 3. Well, you couldn't have that. No, so they couldn't. So it's kind of 6 and 1/2 a dozen. Okay.
How much we got on the board? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.
Yeah.
And if it goes back to her, she can come request out.
Because that Go-Go, if paired with the Hook, could deal some damage.
I love her little Mickey Mouse ears, too. I don't know if you can see that on the screen. right
Yeah.
there.
It
It's
looks
kinda-
like a little mermaid one.
Yeah.
So we have a Calhoun of their own, which might be a Calhoun a little bit too late.
That's what I would have thought, too. I like the Zezzy TCG. I like the putting damage on Daisy and doing the Go-Go on that and then getting that. That'll give me the extra 3 lore. I like that play. Yep. Hook. Yeah, Hook into Daisy. I like that. Yep. That's correct. Great play. That's a great play.
Now in this case, now we have one.
Ooh.
We're losing or using your last of your strength. Now, is that enough? Well, with challenging, it will be because now,
Oh, but he's got to attack everything into it, yeah.
which isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, the problem is Lawrence has to go for that Calhoun because
But
nobody
if
else
Lawrence
can do.
goes for it, you can swing back with the Calhoun. Oh, no,
Oh,
she
no.
can bounce the other one.
And Hook can also. So this is actually not that bad.
Yeah.
This is a good position to be in because Smee can deal with Daisy. Now he gets to choose if he does want to bounce or not.
I definitely kill the cow.
Oh no, he doesn't.
Just kill it.
There's no bouncing because this is his turn.
Yeah, but on the next turn, I'm thinking he could attack and then try and get 2 and then get 2 here, but she could bounce the other one. He could bounce the other one.
That's true. So
So
in this case, this is quite
He's kind of
nice.
he's in like control now.
Yeah, this was quite a tempo swing on his part.
Yeah.
So he's at 15, and he said, "You know how you were at Lorthal?
Mhm.
Look again. I am." So here we go, and she has the worst possible card you could have in the situation: a little rhino, no shifting, and I think Tea Time says it might be W time. But shout out to Candy King because I mean we saw that there was a phenomenal amount of pressure, but we saw that Emerald Chromacon really be menacing, and we also saw Calhoun can be menacing. But at the end of the day, Tea Time didn't even have to use the go-go, and he had a pretty good time.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people, I would have probably held my go-go a little bit. You know, I probably would have done a few things different. But again, these guys are like 5-0 and 4-0, and I'm sitting in here.
Yeah, I'm sitting in here. Hey.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, my sister's child, which some might call a niece, said, "Hey, Katie, do you like to play or do you like to be casual more?" And I was like, "Well, I really like to watch people play and talk about my feelings about it. That's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
Is if I have a choice between playing or not playing, I'd like to just talk about people playing. But I do like to play, but it is very fun to think about it in the luxury of a booth."
Somebody said, "Get your ADHD in order, sir."
Oh no, that was the Decandio. This is actually called the Decandio opening, or Decandio Open, because this man came in and said, "Hey, I won," and then he came in again and said, "Hey, have you heard of Diggy Hole?" We're like, "Oh, you mean the song Dig a Tunnel from Lion King 1.5?" He said, "No, it's a meme from a long time ago." And everyone went, "Oh," and then he won again, and then Mr. Ravensburger himself gave him a job. I think that's how it happened, right? I'm sure there's no plot points I'm missing.
That's exactly how it happened. And he stayed with us that night, and before that tournament and everything, he gave us a deck list too. It's a really cool guy.
And I mean, it's very exciting. You know, he's a beloved person in the community because people go, "Yep, win there, win, retire," and that's how you do it, guys. I choose win once and retire. I've chosen not win and then retire, but either way, you know, he's a beloved member of the community because every single lorecast or a tour, they say, "Where's Decandio?" Like they have him like next to the desk, like press the Decandio button, and maybe they should get one because people, they love him, they want to know where he's at. And thank you for watching. But that was
not that was a pretty good game. Pretty good game. I like the use of the Chromacon.
Yes, I love having a card that can kind of change the outcome of a game by not doing a ton. I mean, it's a 3-cost card. It's a 3-cost card, but it's an item, so it just sustains on the board. And definitely capitalize on the fact that people are not anti-items right now.
Mhm.
You can put out an item and know with pretty good certainty it's going to hang around.
Yeah.
Which, do you think there'll be other items like that?
That I can't say.
I know. They're like, I don't know. Please stop putting me on the
wish-
spot with these very, very hard questions.
These are just-
very specific questions.
Yeah, these are really
what cards is going to make it
Yeah,
in the meta?
what's gonna change the meta? I'm like, this is a lot of questions.
Yeah. Can you define what deck shall win Worlds this year, please?
I'm not that good. I wish I was a seer and I could see. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, to your point, to my own question, I mean, part of me wonders, you know, what card came back? Lantern. And now Lantern, there are Lantern type cards. We have things like Aurora, the new sitting lady of the sitting lady meta. We also have Pluto, that will reduce cost. But Lantern, we saw that if something goes on the board and nobody does anything with it, there's some value there. But with the fast meta, do you have even time for a Lantern? I would probably posture no, but
I'm just trying to figure out to play what I'm gonna play next week at PBG. So like I'm just trying to see what happens here and then what other stuff too. We've got a few things in the works. We're working on a new blue steel list right now with the team. I'm working with Sir Ashtown and Zach and Stunning Rob and stuff. We're looking at different cards. You know, we try to break the meta whenever we can. We do sometimes, but not all the time.
Well, that's the thing about breaking the meta is once you break it, then people say, well, there's 2 things that happen. We've seen it with with Zan Syed, he'll play Oswald, and then people said that was like 1 week where people played Oswald. And mind you, some very key cards.
I saw that deck. It was good.
It was so good. It was so fun to watch it.
was
But
fun.
speaking of watching fun things, we are going to talk to the winner of the last round.
Sure.
Do a little interview. So we're
gonna-
gonna give the Tuple Loop scoop out of here. We're gonna scoop a loop. I'm sorry, Toops. You didn't deserve that, but I can't not. I can't resist low hanging fruit. But yeah, so let's see here in the chat. We have a community on Metafy. Search my name for the guide and Discord link. Is it for the Chromacon community? I hope it is. I hope that the Fast Action Hamlet says, join the Chromacon community today. It is? Wow. Okay. Never mind. Well, my joke is less funny when it's real. High end of the tournament. So I will say we're on round 5. That was the end of round 5. We now have 2 rounds today. We have 2 more rounds, 6 and 7. Then we're all going to go to bed. I'm going to go back to my hotel and then immediately fall asleep. No fun. Only Lorcana. Then tomorrow we wake up. We have 7, 8. No, 9, 8, 9. And then we cut to top 16. So you might be saying, Katie, what is the cut? What's the bubble? And we will tell you that. Not yet. It's too soon for bubble math, guys. But I am going to start seeing who's undefeated. Like we mentioned, there's lots of players that we know and love. 3 players from Team Maelstrom said, get out of here. The storm front's rolling through, and it's a 100% chance of pain. So shout out to them. And then we also saw lots of other teams out there having a fun time. So very cool. We'll be cutting to interview. If it seems like I'm going, it's because I'm just so excited. But who's going to PPG Denver? I'll be there. Liam will be there. Will you be there? You should be. I can tell you all the good food that I like to eat there. There's this one restaurant called Burger King. Oh, it's so good. The Whooper, so good. It's local. You guys might not have heard of it, but it's very good stuff. And shout out to everybody in the stream. You had choices. You know how in airlines they go, you have a lot of choices when you fly, but you chose us, so thank you. You have a lot of choices when you stream, but you chose us, so thank you. But also you should check what the real answer. Get 10 TVs and put up all the streams. You never have to pick. Burger. Sorry, someone said Burger King. That is a vocal fun. Now this is not good. You never want to put me on a mic by myself. Who knows what I will say? And the answer is I'm gonna say Burger. But here we go. In just a few moments, and we'll have Toops in the booth saying, "Hey, how did that feel?" And I'm gonna guess he's gonna say, "Pretty good, guys." There's a service called there's Duyo Dache. They'll get anything to eat. So, let's see here. Do we think we're close to interview possibly? Okay. So, I will start talking about something better than my favorite Burger King restaurants. Shout out to the Chernobog's Crushers, which they crushed him so hard that he's not even playable in the current format. But they gave me a little ink token, and look, this is Zeke the Beast. It's a tiny little ink token. And one time, I think it was World Class Cards. This has come up a lot. He had these tiny ink tokens. And I said, yeah, we have tiny ink tokens. Have you thought about getting tokens slightly bigger than a card? And so that way your ink tokens are just slightly bigger. So as far as decks in the top cut, we don't have a top cut yet. So that was the end of round 5. We have top cut's not until the end of round 9. So it's too soon to tell. We have a total of 4 more rounds. So I could not tell you what the top cut is. As far as the meta breakdown, there were 450 decks submitted, and they were all paperless. So we're going to go ahead and cut to interview. I'll try to see what information, because, I mean, as we get closer, I might be able to do something a little bit better, but I cannot do a full analysis on 450 yet. But we're going to go ahead and interview. So we'll go ahead and talk to the winner of the last match of Tea Time, and then we'll come on back in.
All right, so I'm here with Chris, aka Tea Time. You just won the match. We just saw you on stream. How did it go, man?
It was okay. Game 1, I think I was on the play and just able to get the Chromacon down. I drew the cannons. I had the cannons in the opening hand, so I stopped that turn to Tiana, and then was just able to kind of get the Merfolks down, I think, and I think I had Merfolks in that game, and just
and start questing out. Yeah.
And I was ahead enough at that point where it didn't matter.
How has Chromacon been helping you out throughout the day? Like, has it been like a big staple in your deck, or
Definitely.
is it like okay?
So there's not many matchups that I don't want to see it.
Really?
It's one of my better turn 3 plays.
Oh, okay.
If I can go 1 into 2 or 1 into 1-drop cannons, especially against Blurple, if I can cannons that Basil or the T-Pro, it allows me to kind of play 2 threats a turn and they get 1.
For sure.
And especially once I get that Doc is like the most important card.
Oh, no,
of the
I
deck.
love Doc. Doc's my favorite card right now.
And then you pair it with Chromacon.
Yeah.
And they start going. You leave the Doc up, you bounce the Doc.
That's what someone was saying in the chat. They're like, hey, he can just Doc and return his Doc or whatever. And I'm like, that's a great play.
It's just unlimited.
I made a joke about he could draw his whole deck. It just returns every turn. He could just draw 2.
Yeah.
That's amazing. What made you want to play Emerald Steel? Like, out of all the deck lists, we know like the top 3 decks.
Yeah.
But what made you want to play Emerald Steel so much?
So I played in a the qualifier for Denver. My local store had one of those. It was pretty small, only like 17 players, but there was a guy playing this deck. I played against him. I watched him play all day, and this thing was just like
it just stuck out.
Turbo all day, like
it's like tea time, play me, tea time, play me. Is that what it kind of just?
And then I grabbed it. I started playing it on simulator.
Yeah.
And then I literally made the decision last night. I was testing with a friend that I had just met here. I came by myself, so
Gotcha.
I met someone. We're testing into Blurple. And it was like 80-20 into Blurple, and I'm like, I have to play it.
Yeah, for sure.
have to
Yeah.
play
And how far did you travel from here? Where are you
it.
from?
I'm from Jersey, so I flew in yesterday.
Oh,
on
okay.
Friday.
And you just decided last night, you're like, I'm just going to play Emerald Steel.
Yeah, literally last night
That's
at 8
crazy.
o'clock before I went to bed.
Yeah.
I had brought the deck with me because I knew it was maybe an option.
Yeah.
But I had Purple Steel otherwise ready, and I made the decision
That's
last minute.
It's been working out for you,
Yeah.
man. I've seen you 1-2 times on stream today,
Yeah.
and that last game was really well. But we do have your deck list out. We're going to do a deck tech on it,
Sure.
so let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is when you're having this setup here?
Yeah.
I like what you got to see a certain amount of cards. What is your ideal 1 through 3? What do you want to kind of see early game?
So blind, I definitely want to see like a 1-drop. 1, 2, 3 is great. 1, 2, 3 into like Chromacon as the 3. Or something like if I have 2 1-drops in hand and a cannons, that's also great. And I really want to see the dock. If I don't have, I'm looking for dock in my opening hand as well.
For sure.
And the Bobby's super helpful because this is playing, as you can see, 17 on Inkables.
Yes.
So we're
yeah.
quite
We're kind of up there a little bit.
we're up there, but
It's been working out well though.
yeah,
Apparently.
a good friend of mine said the 1 drop on Inkables count as half an uninkable. So then I'm only playing like 13.
Okay. Yeah, I like that math. I'll try to remember that next time when
it's
I'm
probably
doing.
not.
Yeah.
I've only bricked really bad once so
Yeah.
far.
I love your package, how you have kind of like you got some Plutos going on over here. I saw those kind of protect your guys a lot and
Yeah.
stuff. You definitely got some good shift targets for your big Clarabelle, which is
Yeah,
real
I have
great.
the 3 and then
Yeah.
the 4 here.
Yeah, exactly. So you got a good amount. John Silver, what made you want to play this?
It's super helpful, like into the elephant. That you see a lot of elephant around the room today. In
For sure,
Blurple.
yeah.
They bounce that thing. You have your 1-drops out or whatever. You play that. It just like gets you that extra 3-4 lore.
For sure.
It's a reasonable body.
So kind of against Blue Steel, you kind of want to drop a few, like a 1-drop, 2-drop, and then you kind of want to bounce their guy back and forth.
Yeah,
Right? That's
so
correct.
at that point, like I want to go 1, 2 Chromacon. I can quest out. They can challenge something. I'll bounce something back, and at that point, I'm looking to play 2 bodies a turn, and they can only answer.
Yeah, with 1. Yeah.
And that's a general goal.
I love how you got the package of one of the best cards out right now. I feel
Yeah.
like.
Doc and Calhoun.
Yeah, Doc and Calhoun.
It's crazy because I almost came off the Calhoun too.
Really?
I was considering Nala for a little bit, but then I realized I need to be able to win in the
So
steel-
was that a
steel
good
mirrors.
choice going from Nala instead of
I'm
Calhoun?
happy, I'm
with
happy
Calhoun?
with the Calhoun.
Okay,
today.
so if anybody plays this deck, don't take out that for Nala. Play
You can
Calhoun.
try it. It makes the on the play like ridiculous, and it makes the on the draw considerably worse. If you look, like the only other on the draw card you'd have is like Hook.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Well, you got a good removal package too. I saw you do fire the cannons on her early drops and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and then you're able to get board presence and kind of take over the game from there. And you got your strengths, our main removal right
Yeah.
now in this format.
Yeah.
Besides either that, these are like the top ones in Smash.
Yeah. No smash. That's a
Yeah.
little too slow.
Yeah, no, but I can tell you've got good lineup and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I love the Jafar came in, it gives somebody extra 2, and you're able to take
That
out
actually
somebody.
helped. So that's the first time. So far today I played Blurple, 2 Blurple and 2 Red Purple, and then the Amber Steel. That match was the first time this card ever came up.
Yeah.
With its effect. Otherwise, it's just a 3-cost body that quests for 2. I considered the Lilo, the new Lilo, because John Silver is an alien.
Oh,
so
okay.
It does let you quest with the Lilo, but honestly, not so often am I quest challenging with the deck.
Yeah. What made you want to play 3 Curlabells only? Like, I figured you want to play like 4 or.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of, obviously, the shift targets.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a specific reason, but I really only want to see 1 per game.
For sure. Yeah.
So,
No, that makes it. Yeah, you don't want to draw like 4. You'll kind of draw a few of them at a time, and
Yeah.
it kind of gets clumped in your hand. I could see that happening.
Yeah, I think someone could definitely refine the list way more than this.
Yeah. No, this is a good list though, man.
Yeah.
Like watching it on camera and seeing you do this Chromacon stuff going. Do you think you could try and fit 4 Chromacons? Do you think it has like?
You could. I think you then have to play Mulan.
Would you, if you could go back today, would you put a 4th Chromacon in?
No.
You wouldn't. You like 3?
I'm happy with 3.
Okay, 3.
You can, because they get a little clunky.
Okay, that's understandable.
I think if you want to play the 4th, you need to play like either the 4th Bobby or drop like a Hook and play some Mulan or
Yeah,
something
for sure.
to
Yeah.
be able to filter.
Yeah, filter, of course.
But otherwise, so far, it's been okay.
And then Pluto, I see you got a good setup to go, hey, if I want to quest a lot, I got 2 Curse Mirror folks, but then I can play a Pluto, kind of protect them or whatnot.
Yeah.
If I want to go aggro route. I noticed you got kind of like a little bit of control, and you can switch up to aggro, too, with this whole deck.
So it has the aggro mode is pretty simple, and then it has the Calhoun and the Jafar, and the Steel Genie is actually pretty helpful into
This card's definitely really hot right now.
Yeah.
And I love your
really
Lawrence package.
overstatted.
Yeah.
And the Lawrence has been okay so far. You know, when I need it, it's there.
Well, man. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. And then I have the Clarabelles too.
Yeah.
For the extra shift target and then just the extra draw. I've probably drawn 80% of the time off that card today.
That's good.
So, yeah.
That's definitely good. That's definitely a good card in the deck. Well, this looks like a great deck list. I'm excited. What's your record so far?
What was that round? That was round
5. Yeah. So you're 5-0. So you're 5-0 right now with this. Wow. On day 1, that's good. I love this deck list. Would you give any tips to anybody who's gonna like try and build this or anything like that?
No. I mean, I don't I'm nowhere near the expert. I played this deck only for like a week leading up to this. Maybe practice the mulligans a lot because they can get at pretty bricky.
Kind of clunky.
Yeah, so just keeping that extra ink in hand, even if you don't think you're going to play the card, just so you actually can have a play on turn 1 and 2, sometimes is pretty important.
For sure, man. Well, dude, thanks for doing this deck tech with us. I appreciate it. This deck list looks great. It looks like you're doing a great job today, you're running pretty hot right now, and I hope you do well in the future matches. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I beat my anticipation of O2 drop, so I'm a happy person.
That's good, man. All right, man. Well, thanks. I appreciate you. Yeah. Have a good one. All right. See you guys. Bye.
Thank you. I hope I did okay.
Hello, Illumineers. It is me, Katie, and I'm sitting right where you left me. And you might see this empty chair with empty names. That's because this could be you. Listeners at home, call. No, I'm just kidding. That's not how it works. But we're gonna get people out. We had Tubes doing the interview. We've got Brent, I believe, on the other stream live right now, and Liam is probably out there doing interviews, networking, and making sure he has a guest on Monday. He always is so good at making sure he gets the most relevant. Shout out to Liam for doing that show every week. The fact I had a podcast. There was a time I had a podcast called The Lore Keepers In. Oh, this is in. We have a special guest, everyone. This is very exciting. This is how I like to find out. We got Sure Ashtown, the man, the myth, the legend behind all of the clicking and clacking going on. So, hello, how are you doing? That is okay.
I'm over here muted behind the scenes.
Yeah, but you know how to fix it. That's the real thing. If you're going to be muted. And we got Cruzito Gaming. I thought like Cruise 2 Gaming. It's Cruzito Gaming saying, hello. So what's up?
No, I get to control behind the scenes. I'm over here clicking the cards and
with the 40,000 computers. You guys travel. I'm sure TSA loves to see you coming. I'm sure you drive when possible.
No, we drove. Yeah, we drive. It was so much fun. I mean, it's like 14-hour drive for us with a trailer from Texas.
But I mean, it's fun though sometimes, right? When you have because I mean, you have are both you and Rob in the same area then?
Yeah, so we all travel. Some people fly out and we meet them here, but for the most part, we travel from Texas, and it's a great time. And I'm so glad I get to see you in person. This is like the second time.
I know. They let me leave the house, guys. Eventually, if you keep casting, they'll say, "Come on, get out of here." Now they do put you in a closet. So that's the only downside, but it's a fun closet, right? And they let you out every once in a while. And my goodness, this is fun, and it's so great. And the amount of technology, I say like 40,000 computers. It's not 40,000. It's like 10. But that's a lot of computers for those at home. Usually people have one, and you guys have it all set up. And then something will go wrong, and you're like, I'm on it. And then it's like you guys are hacking the matrix. It's very, very magnificent stuff back here.
Well, it's so funny because sometimes you'll set up for this stuff, and you're like, oh, we're good to go. Everything's set. But then the next day, it's like, oh, gosh. Nothing works. We're all of a sudden broken. I don't know what to do.
You said an entire outlet said goodbye, and it was like the outlet you plugged everything into. And you love to hear that. You love to hear that an outlet can be like, I'm going to check out, guys. I'm going to take the rest of the day off. But you have been doing this event since its beginning. Have you guys always been doing Charlie's Collectible Showcase?
Actually, we missed the first one they ever did.
Okay.
And we were able to make it to the second one. I want to say the first one, possibly Zan may have won. Maybe someone in the Twitch chat can tell me. But we've been coming ever since the second one, and it's been a great relationship. Charlie, if y'all have not been out here,
he's so
Charlie
great,
himself, he's so amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a ton of fun. His whole family is great. This whole area, CCS, is a convention every single weekend. I mean, they just did a retro arcade game event last weekend. They're doing all sorts of things. And it looks like we're actually about to have an interview here. But I want to hop in to just say thank you so much, Katie, for coming.
Yeah,
you have
it's a
been
pleasure.
amazing. So great to have you here.
It's so great. I love being here. It's been great, and it's great to see people face to face. And I'm so happy. This is the beginning of like basically season 2, and it's just more fun from here. You already have one. Later this next week, we're gonna be all at PPG Denver. And then after 2 weeks from there, you'll be at the
Lone Star Open.
Lone Star. Yes, I was like Star. Yeah, there we go. Lone Star Open in Waco. Basically, it's not actually in Waco. Is it in Waco?
No, it's in Waco.
Okay,
That's
Waco
our
proper.
home area.
So that's great.
I'm excited. And for y'all at home, join us there. And we're going to transition over here to, I believe, Liam. He's got Chris. This should be an exciting interview. So we will switch on over, and hopefully I'll get to talk to y'all more in the future. Wanted to fill in for a little bit. Again,
Yeah.
thank you, Katie.
Yeah, no, I love it because I was like, well, guys, you're going to get my own thoughts. But here we go. We'll go over to the interview.
Oh, you mean the one I carry with me everywhere? Yeah. He should.
Just to make sure they don't get it ready.
Yeah. It's in my Discord bio too, but I'll write it here.
Yeah.
I had to have a weird name, but gives me good like SEO, right?
That's true.
I'm sure you can relate.
It's true. There's one other Liam and Cosma in the world that I know of.
There is?
Some little punk kid. Yeah.
In like Poland or something? Or
No, he's in America. Must be Hungarian or something, because I don't know. There's, most Hungarian/Ukrainians don't go for an Irish name, but.
Well, you know, accidents do happen all the time. So.
It's fair. There's one other. Other than that, pretty good.
Fair enough, man. Oh, I can see there I am.
Oh, I didn't notice that. How do you say it? Burdellins.
Yeah, just phonetic. Don't
That's what I
overthink
thought.
it. Yeah.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the interview booth. I'm here with Albert Burdellin, somebody who, if you've been around Lorcana at all the last few years since the game's been out, you know Albert, just a mainstay of the Lorcana community. Albert, how are you doing?
I'm doing really great, Liam. Anytime I can come to a tournament and be part of the judge staff, I am absolutely thrilled.
Now, you've been to a lot of different Lorcana tournaments, PPG events, you've been to DLCs, you've judged there. This is your first CCS, I understand. What do you think?
I am blown away by the facility and also the operation. I have been all over the world and seen a lot of different possible tournament settings. This is a very unique one, and since it's in such a global transit hub like Atlanta, it's a perfect place for this kind of thing. So it's no wonder there's a huge turnout today.
Huge turnout. I mean, do you know the final player count? I heard it was around 500. Are we a little short of that?
Yeah, we're just under. I think it was somewhere around 465, 470.
465. That has to be. If that's not like the biggest, it's pretty close to one of the biggest third-party Lorcana events that we've seen.
Well, it's no surprise because CCS has really been a supporter of Lorcana since the beginning. They've been hosting these tournaments and investing very heavily in the prize support and attracting players from all over the world. So it's no surprise that they've got a great turnout today.
I agree. You know, one of the things, if anybody who's watched us at all this weekend knows, I keep talking about the history of this tournament. You hit the nail on the head. Like, from the get-go, Charlie's was one of the people sponsoring, big events, trying to bring the community together, even before the first DLCs. So.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just here in a consulting capacity. I'm just a regular floor judge. I'm supporting our brand new head judge, Taryn, who's doing an absolutely wonderful job. I think it's really important for those of us who have had opportunities in the first chapter of Lorcana's history to make room for the next generation and just grow the entire scene as a whole from that point.
Completely agree with you. And I know Albert's emphasized to me numerous times, I'm just a floor judge here this weekend. But you have taken it upon yourself and you've done a wonderful job in the early years of Lorcana, serving as kind of a guide and a mentor to a lot of different judges, kind of bringing them along. How important is it for you, or how important do you think it is for there to be I won't call it like a judge program, but let's say like a judge community who learn from each other and kind of, let's say a professional judge community?
So the thing that always has been important to me is that Disney Lorcana has its own unique competitive scene and its own unique community gatherings and a unique tournament structure that goes along with that. And judges are just the community leaders that help make that happen. So for me, it's been really important to create and to nurture a unique culture amongst those judges that are then going to go out and host tournaments all over the country and the world in a way that's unique for this game and not just importing it from one game or another.
Yeah, Well said. If you want to have a unique culture, you got to have unique communities, and yeah, it's super fun for me, honestly, when I come to these things too, to these types of events, to see some of the same familiar faces and the judges. It gives me a lot of confidence in the event, and it's like seeing friends. So it's I don't know, it's a lot of fun.
That's great. Is there anyone out here that you are surprised to see?
As far as judges or
anyone?
Anyone? I mean, I don't know. I'm surprised at the number of people that are here this weekend. Surprised me. I guess it's the large Quebec contingent.
Oh wow!
Probably surprises me the most because they traveled a long way internationally to get here. There's a lot of people from Quebec here.
Yeah, I think that's the really exciting thing about third-party tournaments like this is they allow there to be kind of a filled gap in the schedule. I actually thought a lot more people would drop after losing a few rounds, but no, people are just so hungry to play that we have almost the entire contingent of players sticking around, and it's already round 5.
That's a fantastic point. That had not occurred to me because you're right. At this point, you'd see at least half the field kind of winnowed out. But no, we're looking out right now at the floor, and you can just see this huge, massive players. Everybody's still here, hanging out, having a good time.
That means that people are just here to have fun playing, and that means that a game has a successful competitive scene. I think that is a hallmark of success above anything else.
Completely agree with you. Anything you're excited to see or anything that you've seen so far that's really excited you in this tournament so far?
I just like being able to kind of set the tone for a successful tournament, get it launched credibly, make sure that everything is in a very high integrity environment, and make sure that the players that are playing the best are the ones that actually win. To me, that's the most important thing because when it comes down to it, it's all about the players and their experience. And it's just about making sure they have a tournament that protects the integrity of their gameplay and make sure that the right people end up in the right placements at the end.
Well said. Can't say any better than that. Albert, thank you so much for your time, and I hope the rest of the event goes really well.
Liam, always a pleasure. I got to get back to work.
Yeah, we'll set it back to the booth. I assume it's gone back to the booth.
I hope so.
Yeah. All right. If it's not,
we're going to disappear.
There we go.
Oh, hello. They tried to throw it to us, and we went, nope, hey. And then finally we caught it. But I am joined here with Sasuke. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's been a great day so far. A lot of really great Lorcana. Got to watch Zach Bivens versus Zan Syed.
I know.
And a whole bunch more.
We got to see that from the back. We're like, is that Zach Bivens versus Zan Syed in the background? How did that match shake out? I didn't get to watch it. I got to see it from the back. But who took down between the LCCCC superstars there? You know, those are hot names in the community.
Those are some hot names in the community. Actually, it was Zan who managed to get it down into 3 there.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, a really, really great back and forth series. Kind of just came down to the fact that Zach Bivens got hit with Under the Sea, I think 3 times in one game. So
he went under the sea and he's like, I'm done going under the sea. I don't know how to hold my breath that long. But yeah, I'm going through and seeing, like, what do we got out there? And the answer is we have about, let me see here. We're going to have at the end of this match a maximum of 14 undefeated people, but it could be less than that if there's some ties. But they're trickling in here. But matches that are very notable. So undefeated right now that I can talk about is Joseph Quigley of Enter the Battlefield, ETB. They came down from Canada and said, I'd like to play a little Lorcana here. But there was a match that I looked at and went, it was R&B versus Sailor of Maelstrom.
Oh.
Yeah, you hate to see they're both undefeated. And they said, well, one of us is leaving this match a little defeated. And that was Pierre.
Was it Sailor?
Sailor, he did go ahead and get beat at 2-0.
R&B blinded him with his baldness.
I know, and that'll happen. R&B came hot off a streaming match and then said, hey, I got hot hands, hot head. I'll go ahead and play you here. Now, we do have some people saying put Dawson on cam. I don't know who Dawson is. Let's see. Is he? We will see. Listen, there are 450 players out there, which is insane. And you might say they're 450 out there. They're upstairs. They're everywhere. We have players in every nook and cranny possible. I ran into some playing in the bathroom. They said, this is where our table is. And we said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is where your table is, but that's what we have to do. But yeah, there's a lot of, is there anything out there that you've noted that you're like, wow, that is crazy?
We did see, actually, not the last round, but round 5, I want to, or round 4. Round 4, got to see that green steel deck that everyone was talking whispers about, and actually managed to get that win too. So it was a really great match to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little explosive as far as the speed that deck was able to pull off, having things like a Cursed Merfolk, but then also a Captain Hook able to do some challenging. It was just a very fun deck to watch with the Emerald Chromacon, which is very cool to see. This is a meta where you can put an item in and be pretty sure it's going to stick around. But in the meantime, you want to crack some boosties. We got 2 packs. We got 2 more after this. And then that's it. We only have 2 more breaks because this is a break between round 5 and 6. Then we'll have one between 6 and 7. Then we're all going to bed. They turn off the lights at Charlie's and we all
sleep here, actually.
Yeah, we all get a blanket and a pillow, and then we fall asleep, and then we wake up and say, "Oh, is it time for Lorcana?" And it's really nice. It's really nice stuff. No, they let us go home. We have nice hotel rooms, but I'll open my packs. Also, you can open yours. I've had some stinky packs today, and I feel quite bad because they're Sir Ashton's packs, so if I have a stinky pack, we have a stinky pack. But we have Healed What Has Been Hurt, Gaston. No one rushes in or reckless like Gaston. Eeyore, Mickey Mouse, you know me, love him. Develop Your Brain. Elsa, gloves off. Ugh, Ursula, she's so nosy. And we have Belle. Where are we at now? Okay, we have one more before the hot heat. Can we please get a legendary?
Super rare.
This is start.
Guaranteed at least one more super rare then.
All right, this is 0.
Bruno.
Yeah, so that's fun. Not great, but it's fun. Then, okay, well, this is a good card. People say this might be something someday. Is that something to be like, this card might be good one day? And then, I thought that was a good symbol. All right, it's all on you. We only have 3 packs left. We have not gotten an epic. We need to. That's like legally you have to get an epic per box. If you don't, you get to call your local senator and say, hey, I would like an epic, please. And they'll say, I'm not sure what you're referring to. So let's go ahead here and see what kind of heat you got to this party.
It starts off with a classic.
Which there is an epic of that.
Stitch.
Okay. PJ Pete.
PJ Pete. Mickey.
Mickey, you know him. You love him.
Aladdin.
Warded.
Hans.
Princess Synergy Han.
Louisa. Madrigal, the 4/3 rush. A nice little Jafar there.
Well, it's Jafar now, but if you put it closer, it's Janir. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That broke me. That was good. Anyways, we got a Daisy Duck. Maui's Place of Exile. Can't really see it because of the reflection there. Wait.
Okay.
Okay, can't really see it.
We are so
Doesn't
heating
matter.
up, guys. Here we go. We're cooling down, but don't worry, we're going to heat
rare.
back up. Oh
That's
my
also
goodness.
Rare. That's lame.
Oh, but it's a rare that used to be super rare.
Yeah, Sonic rare.
Oh my
Sonic
goodness. Okay. All right.
Ooh,
Everybody,
Lawrence.
for just
Actually,
$1
that's really
a
good
day,
foiling,
you
at
could
least.
sponsor the next box for Sir Ashton.
Can you see the foiling?
Was it the holographic kind?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
That's foil.
Well, it's foil. Yeah, but I thought you were saying it's the holographic kind. So some of these foils, if you look, everybody, if you're home, go through every single one of your foils from Fabled, and there is a small chance it is the paper they use for epics. I've pulled 2. My sister pulled like 12, and it's very exciting.
Wow.
And it feels special because you look at them and like,
That's actually technically a misprint, right?
yeah, because I mean they basically did something. They put the wrong paper in the wrong thing, and my sister opened a box. She got like probably 8 or 9, and I said, "I'm taking 1. I bought this for you. You must give me 1." And she said, "Well, I can't really say no." And I said, "That's the perfect kind of situation, one that I'm guaranteed to benefit from."
Okay, fair enough.
Now we are almost going to the next round. Now I will have to get a Liam and slap Liam's hand and tag him in. Now we have to see how we're going to do this in a way where you don't see me do the classic caster shuffle. We got to save those packs for when Liam gets in here. I can't open another one because these have to be hot
You
packs.
said there was 3 of them, right?
No, there's 2 left.
Oh, 2.
Yeah, so I think you and Liam should open it after this round. I don't think I should touch packs legally for perhaps the rest of my life. I shouldn't be allowed to touch any more packs because these hands are what the opposite of hot is. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get Liam in here. And then are we doing the little shuffle? Are we doing that kind of thing? Because I can do it. In fact, not only can I do it, I'm going to do it.
You don't, there's nothing, he's not here. You don't see him. Yeah.
Listen.
He's invisible, guys. He's like John Cena. All right? You can't see him. Hi, Katie. Oh, sorry, Liam. I didn't see you come in there. You were so stealthy. I know. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing good. I'm really excited. Not the greatest set of packs. I don't know if you got to see it, but hopefully we could pull a couple more and hopefully find something good. Because we've got 4 packs left in this box, and yet to find something cool. I mean, we did get a cold foil Strength of Raging Fire. That is pretty hot.
That is cool. But yeah, no, that's a good point. Did you hit a legendary in here?
This is the closest thing we got to a legendary, which is the cold foil Lawrence.
Look at that. So we can foil out a steel deck here. Playable cards.
Yeah.
Ariel's good. Downshifted.
Down.
Do you want to see what we got?
Yeah.
You can't tease me with him and then not.
Okay. Which
All
one
right.
do you want?
Ooh, I
He's
think I
got
want
the-
the Mickey.
Okay. Mickey's his.
It's so I don't know if this is the first. Is this the first time they've put an enchanted card on the card cover? Because this is the.
I think so.
Yeah, it might be. So, but yeah, that means there's an enchanted in here. That's what it means.
No, there's an iconic.
Oh
all
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Liam is muted.
I'm muted. Now I'm unmuted.
Oh,
I was
now he's
muted.
unmuted.
Sorry. When my mic was muted, I was saying something brilliant.
Yeah, you guys missed
sure.
out actually.
Yeah.
So he probably would have solved world hunger right there if you were paying attention.
That's
but
true.
The mic was muted. So
That's true. Hi, chat. By the way, back. All right. I'm gonna do this. Because pack sitting. I was saying earlier, like when there's sealed boxes, I have no problem keeping sealed. As soon as the box is open and there's loose packs sitting out, it's a problem.
this is true. Actually, I feel like this is an issue for a
beautiful.
lot of people because it's like a Pandora's box situation, right? While it's closed, but once it's open,
Yeah. Megara. I don't know how to do this on this camera really
yeah,
well.
it's just because the lighting right there, it's a little bit of an issue.
Yeah. Flounder.
Bell,
Bell. There's
World's
a
great.
good
Oh, that
playable
also
card.
got downgraded.
LeFou. Also downgraded. Mama Odie. All right. Let's see. Do we get a legendary in this? Oh my
Rare.
goodness.
Okay, it's still potential. It's
I love this
good.
card though. I love this card. I did work with this card in set 1.
yeah.
Back
He
in
was
the-
he was a house in set 1.
Wait a
Uh-oh.
second.
That's a legendary.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Legendary Kenny Anderson, the artist. Oh, there's a banger.
Okay, that is a hit. That's a real hit.
That's a banger. This card is actually seeing a decent amount of play out there today. People pretty high on this card. Oh, and a common.
Oh, Mulan.
There we go. Mulan. Banger though. This is good. This is a great card. It's a great pull. Excited about that.
Okay.
This is all steel. Like, look at the steel in this box. But that means that we've not pulled. So we have a legendary now, but we haven't pulled an epic
Okay.
or an iconic. There's cards everywhere here. Just card. There's just cards everywhere.
Yeah. All right. I got a quick question to ask you. Lim.
Yeah.
Are you a pull the rares first kind of guy, or do you go through the full pack normally?
It depends. Actually, normally I go through the whole pack. I don't know why. I like to prolong the experience, I guess.
Oh, I can't stand the wait. I get too impatient. So Aladdin coconut basket. That's been
Coconut
while
basket.
since
A
I've seen that
a
one.
lot of first chapter here.
TikTok. This card's becoming a house.
Yeah.
Dig a little deeper.
Dig a little deeper.
Hold on. Wildcat. Maui's
Maui's
Place of Exile.
That card.
I-21.
Eye to eye.
Right?
Eye to eye. I-21. Yep. Nailed it.
Oh, no.
I-
Another rare.
I-
Wait.
I'm going to call it I-21 from now on. It's a foil location.
Oh, it's a foil Maui's Place of Exile.
All the steel.
All the steel.
All the steel. Jasmine's okay, though. So, look at that. All right, well. Scar.
Liam's got the best pack so far.
Yeah. Scar's good. Scar was going up in value, too. I forget what he's at now, but 20-something, I think.
Yeah, he's going up.
We want Spice on cam. Okay. Scar's super cool. Scar 2 casters, we want Spice on cam. Okay. I assume you're talking about deck lists. You want spicy deck lists. All right. I'll see what we can do. Here's the deal. I'm not picking the matches. Normally, I go out and I influence the matches and stuff. I'm in here kind of on receive mode, seeing what they send us. So
Yeah, we're kind of in isolation here.
yeah, I should tell them. I don't know if they're listening. Chat says they want Spice on camera. Default Dan opened an Enchanted Bell this morning when he picked up a trove from Target while out. Oh my goodness. Enchanted Bell is probably one of my chases from this set. Fantastic, beautiful card. Who is Spice? Is that Kurt Spice? Yeah, Kurt Spice not
Isn't
here.
Kurt Spice all the way up in Ink Ink?
I think he is. Yeah, Kurt Spice not here this weekend. So there you go. Where is Zenulus? Zenulus is also at Ink Ink.
Yeah.
So yeah. There you go.
Half the Maelstrom boys came down here for CCS, and the other half went up to Ink Inc. And I believe that half was Wonderland, Zenulus, Sky, and then I forget who the fourth one was. But
yeah, correct. But I obviously want puppies on cam. If only. If only. If there was a puppy deck out there that was halfway viable, even if it was like only slightly viable, even if it was like it can win a game here and there, I would go find it and pull it in on stream.
Yeah, I would too.
But yeah. So, yeah, really great. So, Sasuke, we've gotten now to see what? We're going to round 6 now?
Yes. Yes.
So we've got to see 5 rounds of Lorcana in this meta. It's week 2 of Fabled being out. What are your overall impressions so far?
A very interesting meta. I think I was a little bit skeptical of how the meta would shape out. Just like knowing that Be Prepared was gone and a whole bunch of other things were getting stripped away. But it's been very interesting, actually surprisingly more open than I expected it to be. I mean, I think you've had a couple of dark horses like that green steel list that's now starting to, have whispers here and there of. You got green blue, which Zan Syed has decided that is actually quite good and having
crushing people with.
Yeah, absolutely crushing too. And then, obviously the Blurple that's been everywhere. I feel like that one was the most obvious just because it was starting to get really strong in set 8. And then with the removal of Be Prepared, everyone was like, well, Blurple's going to be incredible now. So, yeah, I mean, I think Blurple right now is the big bad, and everyone's kind of scrambling to figure it out. I haven't seen too much Amber Steel, though, as of this week.
That's true. I haven't either. There's a little bit out there. Mark Miller is actually, I think, 4-1 now with a very, very fast Amber Steel deck. But I think one of the only people in the top kind of part of the bracket right now, the top part of the tournament right now with running Amber Steel. Probably a couple others out there that I'm not tracking. But yeah, I think it was interesting because going into this week, there's a number of people who call this like a rock, paper, scissors meta with those 3 decks, Amethyst Steel, Amber Steel, and then Blurple being like the rock, paper, and scissors. And I've seen a lot of Blurple, seen a lot of Amethyst Steel, not seen a lot of Amber Steel. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of replacements for the Amber Steel matchup. I'm not really sure what Amber Steel was supposed to be tackling. I guess it's supposed to be fighting the Blurple matchup or something. I know that Tiana's really been one of those key cards, but I mean, I feel like you have Into the Unknown, you have Hades, you have Elsa, in which you could just lock down a couple of things and then ignore it anyways. So,
yeah,
where's Amber Steel?
Yeah, missing. Although there's a couple, but yeah, not as prevalent as I think most of us thought. But yeah, it is really fun. You highlighted, I think, some of the other fun decks that we're seeing. There's a green steel list out there doing fairly well. A lot of top players too bought blue green, emerald, sapphire. That's doing well. And then even within some of these decks, some of these deck colors, there is a lot of variants as well. Even the Blurple lists, there's a lot of variety there. There's an amethyst steel list out there running like Jafar, and a couple other really fun. Jafar who cares about illusions,
right.
And a couple others. So there's a lot of variants there too. It's there's a. I mean, I keep wanting to like look at the bright side and say there's a lot more variety in the meta than we. I mean, there is a lot more than I think we thought.
Yeah, it's probably like 6 to 7, 8
There's just a
lists.
lot of Blurple. Yeah,
It's probably like 30 to 40% of the meta right now, at least here at CCS, has been Blurple. And I think because of that, you're going to see a lot of people for next week up in PPG just going to be finding a way to specifically tackle that, right? Because if it's that much the meta, I mean, you're kind of rolling a die and just being like, do I automatically win? Cool.
Yeah, It's funny you mentioned that. You know, when you have a deck that's like this dominant in the so there's a story about like set 2, right? Back then, Ruby Amethyst was like all
that was like
all there
70%
was. Right, that was like 70%. It was just so bad. It was all of the. And I remember going to Houston TCG Con, and it was actually the 20 Lore Pro Group crew who went down there with this. We called it the discard high 5, the Emerald Steel. No, 6 on 6. I don't know. The whole deck was designed to beat Ruby Amethyst by making it discard its entire hand on turn 4. And so when you have a deck that becomes that dominant in the meta, yeah, everybody else just techs against it, and you can pretty reliably run into it, and it kind of ends up controlling things in a way. And just to illustrate the point even more, I was out there talking to 2 different players. One of them from my hometown in Austin, who's here, world qualified player. Shout out to him. And he built a deck just to beat Blurple. Hasn't seen a Blurple deck all day.
That's how it goes, man.
And I was talking to another player who's 4-1 on that Jafar list, and he's like, "Yeah, I tech to beat Blurple, and I've seen nothing but Blurple." So like, it's just funny because sometimes luck comes into it, and you can tech against. I think a lot of people tech against Blurple, and if you, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's just so much Blurple. We're getting more. You handed us more packs.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did you hand us good packs this time?
No.
All right. We'll open 2 more of these packs. I'll stop talking about stuff. We're going to get this next match here up shortly. I know the time in the last round expired a little while ago, so we'll have the next round up anytime now. People asking how things are. Let's see. People asking about Zan. Zan is still crushing folks with his blue-green list. What else? Diego Saz. Yes, Diego's here. We want Spice. I don't know.
Well, if you want Cursed Spice, you got to watch Ink.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. I'm gonna knock through this real quick. And I love this card. Enchantress. Great little aggro Emerald card. All right, there's another standout. There's a queen.
All right, should be the last uncommon.
And
wait, it's a
no.
super rare, right?
No. Oh yeah, it's super rare. So the lighting's really bad. For a second, I thought that was an epic. But, super rare in the first slot. Actually, I heard some players think Lucas Kaupa is a Worlds player from Germany. Like, he was pretty high on this card and said that he liked it a lot for this set.
That's a legendary. Okay.
Here we go. The artist is Max Ulcheny. That's a Max Goof. Look at that. I've had some fire in these last 2 packs. Let's see if this is extra fiery. Oh
no. Hidden Cove, but it is. I
mean,
that
Hidden
is
Cove
a
is
pretty
nice.
cold foil.
That is true. All right, you got to bring. Let's see an epic at least.
Yeah, let's hope I get lucky. I mean, so Liam, I just want you to know, for instance, my bad luck. Okay, before we go through this pack, set 1, I got a Enchanted Hades, and that was the only good card I got. I had to buy all the rest of the cards. Set 2, I bought 2 boxes. I opened 4 Sisus, and then I opened another 2 Sisus, and I got 1 other legendary for that set too. And that's been my luck. Pretty much the whole time.
Maybe it all turns around here in this moment. Maybe you've been saving all of it for this pack to pull an iconic on stream. Maybe that will happen.
All right. Here's to open. Gaston.
No one disappoints like Gaston.
Hidden Cove. Flounder. Louisa. Oh my God. Aurora. I heard Aurora's actually quite good, actually. So, Pirate's Life. Last Ditch Effort. Okay, now we're gonna do it like this. Nope.
Oh, just a rare. But here we go. No, just a rare. But here it is.
It's a Rafiki.
Big spot. I mean,
nope.
Oh.
Yep.
I don't know what, like Fabled with I think it's with the epics, and then even I guess with the off chance of iconics, has really made that foil slot like extra exciting, right?
Yes,
like,
it has.
I mean, you always had Enchanteds back there, but I don't know. I'm just even more excited for that foil spot now. Yeah, I don't know. Fabled, fun product.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I don't know. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I don't think we're supposed to talk about other card games, so I'm just gonna scratch that thought.
Okay. Okay.
But it looks like we're getting ready here to start the next round finally.
Right,
so
I can't open any more packs, I guess. All right, let's move on. Let's bring you to the next round. We're excited. It's round 6. I had to check. And we have another Blurple mirror, it looks like. All right, this is Humble at 5-0, a member of Team Maelstrom there, against Christy over there on the right, also on Blurple. So another Blurple mirror. And look at that. They've even graciously given us the blue and the purple card sleeves. Super appropriate here, for this matchup.
Oh, that's funny. How appropriate.
Yeah, both these players 5-0. So we are seeing people who are pursuing that perfect record today. This match extra important. I think once you win this, I know we don't talk about talking about draws and tournament math and all that too much, but I do think at 6 wins and then 3 draws, I think that would be good enough to get you into day 2. I'm
You need
pretty
7
sure.
and 2.
You need 7 and 2 draws. Oh, so okay. So
This is still a very,
one
very important
closer.
match. Yeah.
Very important match. Both of these players would like to obviously be that 1 win away from that automatic draw. So let's see.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, mulligans here just have to be done. So it looks like I assume they're probably just deciding who goes first. But, yeah, I mean, I assume you've seen at least one Blurple mirror today.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes, a couple actually.
Okay. So the question I have to ask then is, what has really been one of those big mirror breakers?
Oh, mirror breakers. I mean, the key to the matchup is one, staying on script, trying to hit your, if you miss your ramp on turn 2, especially, if you're on the play, it allows your opponent to really take over that beatdown role if they're on the draw. So staying on script is key. Getting an unchecked Dumbo, obviously, is a backbreaker. Dumbo on curve is terrible. Dumbo on turn 5 or 6, where you've established another evasive character, allows you to start to run away with things if your opponent can't respond. About mirror breakers, I don't know. It's a tough question because both of these decks tend to run, they have the same answer. So it's very common. You see the Elsa on Elsa, Tricide, and then Hades on Hades, and I don't know. I think perhaps who manages to have the most effective elephant. I don't know. We'll see in this one.
Yeah, so Humble here just going to ink that elephant, start off here with the Developer Brain, just start setting up these future turns here. So Chrissy is going to have to find herself at least something to do on turn 2, because really I feel like the game just kind of starts when they start ramping. I mean, I feel like one actual mirror breaker is your opponent has a sail or a Tipo and you just don't.
Yeah, really critical to hit that ramp on turn 2. And speaking of which, Humble hitting the sail there. So we'll get that extra ink. It's interesting, when people are doing developing on turn 1 now, it tells me their hand isn't super great. One of the things that a lot of people are trying to do is establish that. Now, why am I blanking on the card? Wow. Support 2-1. Basil, yeah. Sorry. Practiced detective, is it? Yeah, a lot of people trying to establish that Basil to pay off later. And here, sometimes Rafiki, but usually Basil on turn 1 pays off dividends in later turns. So interesting, neither players managed to or are interested in establishing that. But both players hitting their ramp on turn 2. So both players on script right now.
Yep. So now Chrissy just needs to decide what she wants to ink for her second card here for this turn here. And honestly, the Rafiki, I feel like, is going to be able to get probably like 2 to 3 lore here just in these next couple of turns, because right now I assume Christy's just going to develop a Genie or potentially some other efficient 4-drop like Dumbo, but you don't really want to play Dumbo because then you can run to the Elsa. So this Rafiki, I feel like, kind of subtle, but it's actually going to be able to get a lot of lore.
Yeah, probably, if you're challenging into the Rafiki, you're not challenging into, the Genie or something else. So sneaky little card. One of the reasons he's so popular now, again, is there's that 3, in the challenge line. There's just a lot of 3s and a lot of 6s right now in these Blurple decks. Here, Elsa coming down, going to exert that Spectral
Iago.
Parrot, that Iago Spectral Parrot, and then we're going to finish it off with an Into the Unknown, send it into the Inkwell. And yeah, Humble going a little bit wide now. And to your point earlier, that Rafiki now questing for 2, probably get a 3rd. But so there's a lot of cards with the 3/6 stat line running around in this deck now. A lot of people running Baymax, a lot of people running Hades, and then even 7 stat line with some of these 4/7 characters that have been run around like TikTok. And so that Challenger 3, even though Rafiki seems like kind of an innocuous card, allows you to finish off some of these bigger statted characters that you're seeing now, because having lost a lot of this unconditional removal, a lot of the removal in these decks now is damage-based and challenge-based. So with the exception of Hades and Into the Unknown, which is one of the couple of cards that make Blurple so good.
Yep. And so now here, Christy's just kind of deciding what she wants to do. Do I ink? Do I not? You do stay on ink parity if you don't, but you do get a little bit ahead if you do. So essentially, kind of swaps the turn order in some sort of sense here, up until obviously Humble gets back or some sort of ramp later on. But yep, that Hypnotic Strength going to get inked here, and right back to Humble we go. And honestly, I feel like Humble has a pretty commanding position. Obviously, Christy not completely out of the game yet, but that Elsa coming down, that second Elsa going to come down, really going to hurt this for Christy and just put her incredibly far behind, actually. The fact that there's 4 characters on board to her 0, it's going to be really difficult to establish that board back.
Yeah, I mean, and this Genie Elsa like sequence is one of the reasons that the play draw disparity is so bad against when you have these Genie mirrors, these Amethyst mirrors. The ability to establish a Genie and then your Elsa first really checks your opponent's Genie, and I don't know, you have to have some unconventional answers, or perhaps sometimes move right past the Genie into something else and try to build towards a Hades something. Speaking of which, 7 ink here, we will see the Hades come down. Hades will send that Genie into the inkwell there. Hades, just another card making it from set 1, all the rage again, seeing a reprint in Fabled. So have a couple quests here. No, not a couple quests. Singing here, second star to the right, 5 cards off those 2 Elsas. Second star to the right, another card making a resurgence in popularity here in these Blurple decks. 5 cards. It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a whole new world, but, only you.
Yeah. You asked about Mirror Breaker cards, and I do think second star to the right is one of them. The first person who manages to establish a board and to sing second star to the right, that is huge. Usually what happens, one player does it, and if you sing it, you have enough ink to immediately respond to your opponent's side of the board, not allowing them to establish those characters. So if there's a card that I would call a Mirror Breaker, it is second star to the right.
Yeah. I actually was speaking to a couple of players earlier, and one of them who is on Blurple was suggesting that a core ban on second star to the right might be effective. And I was like, maybe it's a little bit too early to say, but come set 10, if this card is still being a house, I feel like it's probably going to get moved up to 4 of each of them. And when that happens, I feel like Ravensburger might have to respond. But for now, it definitely feels like a very strong Mirror Breaker because, I mean, look at this board state. There's 2 Rafikis, 2 Elsas, a Genie, to the 1 Hades, and not to mention, Humble has the same amount of ink and more cards.
Yep. So many more cards.
Yeah. So I do see a Monstro in Christie's hand here, so that might be some way back into this game. The only issue with that, though, is it's not an evasive answer, so going to be exerted here. Maybe it's an Elsa. Maybe reconsidering the position here. No?
I think you might be right. Let's see if we see her come down. It is the Elsa, Spirit of Winter. Another card that looks like set 1 meta over there on the right with Elsa and Hades kicking around. So we will exert a couple characters. I'm not sure which Christie's picked. She's going to pick a Rafiki and a Genie. Those cards will not ready at the start of Humble's turn. And then we'll take care of that Rafiki. 0-2. Challenges well, but not so good on defense.
Yeah. So very effective use. Just being able to strip away that Genie for 1 turn just gives her that 2 more lore that Humble's obviously trying to get towards here. So being able to remove that Rafiki, finally going to be able to get at least 1 card into the banish pile on Humble's side of the field here. Just shifting down that Elsa, though, is incredibly difficult to deal with. And so now Humble very likely going to be able to quest for an incredibly large amount here. I think it's 5, bring himself all the way up to 10 to Christie's 0. And yeah, I mean, I feel like as these turns continue, it just keeps getting tougher and tougher for Christie to come back into this game.
Elsa, such a good card, even when you aren't able to shift her. But anytime you have a Floodborn with like a very, very good shift target that you're going to run anyway, just makes it feel like extra good.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, that's powerful there. Humble questing up to 10. Yeah, Christy, there are ways back in, not a lot, but really would love to have those characters ready. Not only can you sing, challenge, but it's, oh, goodness gracious. It's just going to be tough. Let's see, 8 exerted. Will we see another Elsa? No, it is that Monstro you highlighted earlier. Monstro will come down, rush in, banish that Elsa, We could ready it if we wanted to, but Christy electing not to. Just going to clean up that Elsa with her 3 lore and then pass it back over.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where it's like, do I get rid of this Rafiki or do I not? And right now, the Rafiki just doesn't answer anything on the board. She's going to have to, Humble's going to have to send in all 3 characters just to be able to answer any one of these characters here. I guess 2 with the Monstro since he's got 4 damage on it. But yeah, I mean, this Monstro finding a lot of value here.
Responses here. Azurite C into the Inkwell. See, you have Baymax in hand. I do see a TikTok.
5 ink going to be exerted here. Bell.
Oh, it is the Bell Accomplished Mystic. Now we'll get to do some damage counter shenanigans here. Humble kind of sizing things up, figuring out where he wants to slide the damage counters on his Elsa.
This is a pretty interesting position to be in here. So it looks like the damage is going to get moved over onto the Monstro, and I think the Rafiki is just going to go ahead and finish it off here. The problem is that the Hades and this Elsa is still on the opposing side of the field. That said, though, you know, Humble's all the way up to 13 lore. He's got 7 on board, so Lorthel is essentially on the field right now. And it's going to be up to Christy to kind of slow things down enough to where this is not relevant. But the fact that Humble's still sitting on 7 lore and 5 of which, is evasive, makes it incredibly difficult to get around. So Christy going to be exerting 7 here, maybe another Hades.
That was me, Hades coming down. We'll get that ready Genie into the Inkwell. But yeah, everything else evasive here, so
may as well just quest, get that lore while it's available. So nope, instead going to sink
into the unknown. Okay, and another into the unknown. Everything heading into the Inkwell. So Humble with a full pile, like a giant Inkwell over there. But all of a sudden, his board looks a lot less intimidating. And those evasive characters, one way to get rid of them is to just send them into the Inkwell.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a lot better than I think I could have expected for her hand to be sitting on. So the fact that she was able to make that play, I think really shifted things back into her tide here. And so now Hummel has to find a way back into the game here. I think he's considering to quest, understands that if he does quest that the Elsa will be officially removing it. But that said, TikTok and Iago still on the board. So there's a lot of big bodies on both sides of the field. And Humble just has a significant lore lead, and it's going to be up to Christy to kind of find her way back into this game in terms of lore. So Finders Keepers, I think a great start for this, and we'll have to see if she finds something relevant for right now, because Humble still wins this race. 4 and 4 is still faster than, 0 to 7, 7 to 14. So yeah, Christy still needs to interact with Humble. This is a pretty tricky situation. I would like to see, hopefully, Christy draw into another Elsa Spirit of Winter, and that Hypnotic Strength. Honestly, one of the best cards she could have seen in her whole deck.
Yeah, honestly, for targeted removal, trying to remove something there, I mean, what an efficient way to get rid of a Vanish character. Drawing a card while doing it. Yeah, great play.
Scrooge McDuck going to get sent into the Inkwell here, and now she's finally on the board, 7 lore, and yeah, now Humble's struggling. He's got 2 cards remaining in hand. One of them is a Dumbo, and it looks like he's got 2 Dumbos now. And
yeah, I imagine we may see both of those. There's one, and if you're going to play one, you might as well play 2, because one subject to removal by Hades, etc. We'll see if that's the way we go.
So, going to pay 1 here, gain that lore, draw a card.
Another hypnotic strength.
So this accomplished Mystic here is actually going to be able to get a lot of value.
Yeah.
It's going to be able to get rid of one of these Hades here or the Elsa. But if he gets rid of the Hades, obviously that Bell gets to survive yet another turn. So now this
and then
heal,
remove that with the Baymax. Get 2 lore off of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a pretty tough situation here for Christy. What looked like was coming for her to claw back into this game. That top deck Hypnotic Strength really punished her, and now this Baymax going to be able to gain that lore and make that, Bell Accomplished Mystic that much more difficult to remove as well. I mean, yeah, this is incredible play here from both of these players, and so now Christy needs to figure out a way to get rid of both of these 2 lore threats, as well as probably that Dumbo and, yeah, Humble, kind of sitting pretty.
Yeah, I mean, Christy has a few options. I'm not sure what she has in her hand, but it does feel like this is going to be a really difficult situation to overcome. Yeah, Hypnotic Strength, the card, really, I don't know, what's the right phrase, not punching above its weight, but doing a lot of work this meta. It's been around for a bit since set 5. It saw a little bit of play, but in these Blurple matchups, it's done a lot of work. Not only like the ability to make the math a little bit more favorable on your side of the board, it does replace itself, but then also I've seen Hypnotic Strength now banish so many Iago Spectral Parrots. It's
doing what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us, when we saw the Hypnotic Strength, were like, oh, that's an okay card. And, I mean, I think with the amount of limited pumping is the best way I have to put it, just adding stats to characters. This card has really risen in value, especially because the illusion characters have become so prominent in this meta. And wow, an Enchanted Elsa, that is pretty cool.
My goodness. It took me a minute to figure out what that was because I haven't seen one played since like set 1. So beautiful card. Beautiful card. You love to see it in play. Elsa will exert both the Baymax and the Chick-Chock. They will not ready at the start of Humble's next turn. Buying a little bit of time here. All that's left is that Dumbo ready. Speaking of Dumbo, we do send one to the Inkwell, and Elsa will quest for 3. That leaves Christy at 10 with 8 lore on the board. And we know, just, fun note, we do know that there is some instant lore gain in this deck with cards like Baymax. So if Christy does have a Baymax in hand or finds one, that is game on the board.
Yeah, and Humble has a grip of cards now. Was able to draw 2 cards off this Dumbo so far. And this Baymax, obviously, still pretty difficult to deal with. So Iago considering the Iago right now, instead opts for the Dumbo and another Baymax. So just developing as many threats as possible here. So Christy just has to be able to survive just one more turn. Now, this is very difficult because Humble is sitting on 3 characters that are not 2 lore questers and 2 other 2 lore questers in these Baymaxes here. So even if Christy has that 3rd Elsa to play, she still needs to be able to get rid of at least one of these evasives on top of the fact to be able to close out this game here. So yeah, I mean, this is a tough situation. I don't know how many cards she has in hand, or if she has some sort of into the unknown something, because yeah, I mean, this is just a nail biter of a game. I mean, it really felt like Humble completely ran away with this game, but that turn where she was able to get that double into the unknown on top of that Hades really brought her back, and now it just feels like it's pretty much anyone's game. And I mean, what are we looking for here? How do we close out this game if we are Christy?
A Baymax. But in the absence of that, it's tough because you need multiple removal cards. Another Elsa, that you could shift in perhaps for cheap, leaving you enough ink to do something else, perhaps an into unknown, but you really need multiple options. It's the evasives over there that are really problematic, and just a lot that you have to deal with. So I don't know. It's going to be tough. We'll see. Christy clearly has some answers.
So it looks like a Finders Keepers. I think that's a good start here.
Very expensive. Doesn't leave you with it much left. She's already played at least 2 Into the Unknowns. It's a card you'd like to see, but
no, I just don't think she found the cards that she was looking for here.
Yeah, playing 2 routes. Yeah, it's just a lot to overcome. Yeah, and that's it. Christy not finding anything to do with it, so Humble will take game 1 here in round 6 of day 1 CCS. Yeah, going back, let's rewind a little bit, look at that game. You asked about backbreakers. I'll say it again. Second star to the right is one of the backbreakers in this mirror. Humble managing to establish his board, play 1, draw 5 cards. Christy not able to do that. It is, one of the reasons that it is such a powerful card in this matchup is because when you can sing it in the late game, when you have 7, 8, ink available, what you're able to do is immediately, oftentimes, play cards like Elsa, play cards like Hades to pick off your opponent's board and prevent them from doing the same thing. So once you sing that second star and you can immediately play out some of your removal or control options, your opponent is prevented from pursuing that same line at that point in the game, and it just feels like things swing like quite a bit in your favor if you manage to do that. Yeah, so it's be interesting to see. Christy, very good player, almost came back. If she's running the Baymax and she had one, I think she could have won the game with that board state. But
I think that's what she was digging for with that Finders Keepers.
Yeah,
because she had exactly 9 ink, so she was able to get to that 10 to be able to develop that Baymax. So I think she was playing towards her outs there, and unfortunately for her, she just didn't find it.
Yeah. All right, so some cards over there. We see Into the Unknown in her hand, Royal Guard. Over on the other side, I do see that Basil there. We'll see if Humble keeps that and plays that turn 1. Only sending back 1 card, I think. 1, 2, 3, yep, that's Bell Accomplished Mystic heading to the bottom of the deck. And Humble will draw 1 more. Christy looks like altering 2. So both players having much of what they want, indicating they probably have the ramp they want, probably a turn 1 play as well. So we're likely to see both of these decks on script here through the first few turns.
Yeah, I mean, I did get to see the Sail the Azurite Sea in Christie's hand, so definitely on par for the course there. Would like to see, I guess, really just for both players, turn 1 Royal Guard, turn 2 Sail the Azurite Sea, turn 3 Genie, right? Kind of the script?
It's kind of the script, yep. And that frees you up for your Elsa response, or then even a Dumbo that you can use with the Genie, so... Let's see, and there's that Royal Guard into the Inkwell. No turn 1 play on Christie's side.
So just opting and saying, hey, look, this turn 1 play isn't going to actually amount to too much value here over the long term, or over the long course of the game here. Yeah, so obviously we assume that she's going to be going for the Sail the Azurite Sea here on turn 2, just deciding what she wants to throw into that Inkwell there. As a side note, though, I love those playmats.
I agree. I think they make unique ones for every show, or at least they rotate them occasionally. So yeah, beautiful. There's that Sail the Azurite Sea, Christy, and I just want to comment on this Basil. By the way, Basil, another card that's been around for a while. This card has done work. Very, very good card, and it's not uncommon to see them, sneak out a few lore early. But what we're most likely going to see with that Basil is just going to sit there for like 4 or 5 turns. And at the right moment, you're going to watch Humble leverage that support ability to make a really favorable trade, perhaps with a Genie or an Elsa. So that is just a tool that is sitting out there that he's going to use at the right time. A really, really fun card to see, and it's always fun to watch it, leveraged in the right moment. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those cards that just, I felt like kind of got drowned out by just the efficient removal effects that were existing in the meta before this. And so now, because, a lot of these removal tools have been restricted, I mean, really, Dump Truck just one of the only real efficient removal tools for something like Basil anymore. So it's just a card that's kind of starting to get a lot of value here. So, yeah, Christy just right on script here, has the Royal Guard, has the Genie, had the Sail, and Humble kind of a little off script here with the Tipo. But, nothing to scoff at here. But the issue is now... you can't develop your own Genie without the risk of that 5th Spirit taking over. And yeah, I mean...
yeah, it's that play draw disparity striking again. The Genie into the Elsa. We've seen it over and over and over again. We'll see if Christy has it. A little Earthquake there. Nothing to worry about. There's a pole that this camera's hanging on, and people have bumped into it so many times out there.
Oh yeah. Rob was very, very adamant that was going to happen.
Yeah. So you see the effect of that there. I saw it on the other side. This is my first time seeing it on camera. So yeah, Christy doesn't have the Elsa, at least, or if she does, opting not to play it. I see a Smash in hand, Into the Unknown. Looks like another Spectral Parrot. Couple smashes. Let's see, we'll ink a couple times.
Okay.
Giant Spectral Parrot.
Quest herself for 2. I don't like this quest for 2 here, and the reason why I say this is because this Basil right now is going to be able to efficiently remove that Genie, and then now you're kind of forced into this awkward position where you where you have to trade your Royal Guard, but now this 5th Spirit gets to exert, and yeah, I mean, if you...
Yeah, so I think
I think
that calculation there.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscalculation there, I think.
Let's see. So yeah, that Basil will quest here. Then we'll leverage his support ability to increase the strength of someone by 2. Looks like it will be the Elsa. And again, that Basil sitting there how many turns? 3, 4, 5 turns, just waiting for the right moment to be used efficiently. And there it is, making a really quick work of that Genie. Elsa does, coming down, augmented by the Basil. Tipo will now get a quest in. And Genie. Nope, Genie gonna sit, looks like. Nope, we're gonna quest it. All right. So yeah, Basil, good card. I've enjoyed watching it work.
All right. Yep, and then as chat was pointing out, the quest actually was smart because she is playing around the Elsa 5th Spirit, which is fair. So either way, this Royal Guard, I think what, you know, do you go for the trade for the Basil just because it is the higher threat, or do you go for the efficient trade into the Tipo here just because it is available? I feel like this is a very difficult situation to be in. You have to kind of make that decision almost prior in that sense. So
yeah, I'm just doing math, sing together math here. Certainly nice to get rid of both. At this point, one of the things you start thinking of, we talked about the sing together, second star to the right being the backbreaker here. One of the things that Christy's thinking about is I cannot leave. She cannot leave 10 cost worth of characters available. Moving that Genie is a no-brainer anyway. And there, to your point, we're going to remove the Tipo, leaving the Palace Guard on the board, leaving that Basil with his support available to use. Do a little board control here.
And yeah, I mean, Christie's just right now sitting on 2 Elsas and an Into the Unknown. So considering just getting rid of that Elsa while it's available, and opts to do so. So now Humble has some options available to get himself back into this game fairly easily, but I think it is going to be a little slow here. So Elsa 5th Spirit going to come down yet again. Basil just going to quest and then give that Elsa that just little bit of reach that she
needs. Look at the work
needs.
that Basil has done. Not only allowing that Genie to be banished, but here allowing that Elsa to take out that Parrot. Fantastic card. I've really enjoyed seeing it work here in this meta. Basil finding a home in this deck and just really being a menace.
And now, unfortunately for Chrissy, she manages to find a 3rd Elsa. So going to be still 2 turns away from being able to develop those down. Hopefully she finds herself an inkable card in these next couple of turns, because if that's not the case, Humble's going to start running away with this game here. He's already at 5 lore, and he's going to keep gaining lore here, bring himself up to 8 on this next turn. So hopefully that was inkable for her, because if not, it's going to be fairly difficult. And so instead, just going to drop down this Visions of the Future, wants to find something a little bit more useful for right now. I think this 5th Spirit might be that for her. And yeah, considerations. She has a Hades. She's got 2 5th Spirits, and I'm not sure what that final card is besides the Tipo.
Yeah, tough decision here. There's a couple of different lines available. If she has no inkables in hand, though, that 5th Spirit is it's frustrating not to be able to play it. You know, it is tempting to just grab an inkable. You could take the Tipo. And then leverage one of those 5th Spirits, or one of those Elsas as an extra. Oh no, you don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't know, but she does take the Tipo. I assume he might be ink here in short order.
Yeah, I will say this. I do think that Visions might have just been better as ink all its own. I'm not sure what she was digging for. Maybe she was digging for a Genie, wishful thinker, or wish fulfilled rather. And if that's the case, okay, you know, just get something onto the board, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, she's kind of stuck on ink here. I feel like she shouldn't develop this Tipo, because then she just inks one of the Elsas. I guess you're probably not playing 3 of them anyways, and getting a body on the board's probably relevant enough, and I think that's what she's decided. So
yeah, I mean, you have a couple extra Elsas there. You can only play 1 per turn anyway. Part of the calculation here again is you know, getting a body on the board is fine. Tipo's not going to do a whole lot on his own, but you do have hypnotic strength and things like that, which can augment his strength. But again, like in a deck with 2nd star to the right, and unfortunately that Tipo's not going to stick around very long. Elsa, the 5th Spirit, I think that's the 3rd or 4th one Humble's played. 3rd Humble's played?
3rd.
No, 3rd this game?
Yes.
I don't know. There's a lot in the last game too. But you're gonna take out that T-bow. But one of the things is if you can establish bodies on the board, like you want to. Again, you are working towards that 10 cost to be able to sing second star to the right. So establishing that body just to sit out there and be 2 of that sing together math is not terrible. Again, unless your opponent plays an Elsa and then sends T-bow away to bed.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for me, this felt like a tale of Elsa the Fifth Spirit the whole game. I mean, Christy has not been able to find any of them for her, and instead has found, the Spirit Winner, which has not been helpful for her at all because she just has not had the ink. And so now, finally, she's going to be able to develop at least one of them here. Very likely going to at least lock down 2 of them here, potentially even the Basil and one of them. So instead, it's just going to be 2 of these Elsas here thrown into the sidebar. And yeah, I think this is the only way in which, even if this Elsa is exerted, that she gets to survive. So, I mean, unless there's an Into the Unknown, which obviously there's no out for that one.
No, and unfortunately, just like Into the Unknown, Hades sends things to the Inkwell. Humble playing Hades there, sending Elsa away, and that's just it feels really, really bad when you waited all game to play that card. It's a very expensive Inkwell over there.
That is very expensive ink. You know, in other card games, for the resource system, people like to get pretty pricey. So maybe that was her intent the whole time.
Maybe.
All right, so it looks like another Elsa is going to come down here. Lock down probably the Hades and something else here. Looks like, yep, the Basil. Makes sense.
Back over to Humble. Humble at 11 now, able to go up to 14 on this turn. It looks like those Elsas, no, they're not going to quest. That's 10. That tells me a second star to the right is on the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A couple games in a row now, Humble's managed to play a second star to the right. Christy hasn't. And that, I just feel so bad when your opponent draws almost a full group of cards with all of that ink to use right away. It feels like a back-breaking moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a pretty devastating position here because I did see Humble pick up that Elsa Spirit Winner as well as an Into the Unknown. So almost certainly going to see this card removed here. So it looks like that Elsa is going to come down in response, lock it down. Yago's going to sing that Into the Unknown. And I think from this position, there is just no outs. There's more than 10 lore on the board, if I'm not mistaken here. So now, yeah, it's just going to be up to Christy to figure out a way to not die.
There is 9. So this will protect her for a turn. It looks like that Elsa says, you send my Elsa to the Inkwell, I'll send your Elsa to the Inkwell. Hades doing work there. Back over to Humble for a response. Looks like another second star to the right. That's 10 cards he's drawn with those 2 Elsas there. Just all the cards, all the answers in hand. Second star to the right, such a good card in this deck. Hades on Hades. And a Rafiki, and a Basil, just for good measure. Quest for 4. And it's back over to Christy.
Yep. And I think that's the game right there. I mean, it really just, I felt like it came down to the fact that there was all these Elsa Fifth Spirits on the side of Humble, and none of them on the side of Christy early on. And because of it, Humble was able to jockey for position there. And then those second starter rights really just closed the game out.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, again, story of this match, second star right, and I'll go all the way back to the beginning. I feel like I keep raving about him, but that Basil, games where these Blurple decks, especially in these mirrors, are able to establish that Basil on turn 1 as opposed to taking the turn off or perhaps using a developed brain to find your ramp card or whatever. Like when you can establish that Basil and just let it sit and wait for the right moment, it comes in huge. A couple very, very favorable trades for Humble in that match in particular, using a Basil established on turn 1, on turn 4 or 5, 4 or 5 turns later. It's a very, very good card in this matchup, and I'm surprised I'm saying this, but in the mirror, the player who manages to stick a Basil like on turn 1 and then ramp on turn 2 versus a player who doesn't manage to get that Basil on board, I don't know. It's a funny card to swing a match, but I've just seen it do so much work today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it really did take over in that game too as well. What was it? It was used to remove the Elsa initially, or Genie with the Elsa initially, and then the Iago next, right?
Yeah, it was paired. It was paired
Yeah.
with something again to take out something else.
I mean, from
Yeah.
there, just it really felt like the snowball just started rolling. So
Yeah. So I don't know. It's an interesting meta. It's a lot more because of the lack of a board wipe and because of the lack of wide removal. You do see some targeted removal in Blurple. It's one of the reasons people love it with Into the Unknown and Hades. But other than that, this meta is one where we're just seeing a lot more board states build up and people trying to establish tools like characters with support or characters that give other characters challenge or things like that, and just like waiting for the right moment to make like efficient trades. And so it's just a lot more like building things up and assembling your toolkit than we've seen in previous metas because of that threat of the board wipe isn't here.
yeah. Yeah, I mean there is that under the sea, but it's predictable at least, so it's a little bit more easy to play around because just a song where you can just destroy the whole field. How do you deal with it, right? I mean, it was able to do incredibly well at Worlds, right? I mean, we saw the Worlds DKP. The DKP list was the one that just kind of took over Worlds, right? I mean, those efficient removal tools no longer existing has completely shifted the meta, and I feel like we're still trying to catch up here, and I think that's part of the reason why we're now just starting to hear about those whispers of green steel, and I think there's a couple other pockets of, some dark horses here and there. And I think that those are going to continue to develop as this meta develops. And hopefully by the end of Fabled, it's not the same as the start of Fabled.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that, in most metas. There are those early, favorable decks, and, people tend to find answers near the end. And it's funny. Sometimes you get to the end and you're like, that deck's been here the whole time, and I didn't even realize it. But if you're just joining us, we're going to bring you an interview shortly. If you're just joining us, this is Charlie's Collectible Show. Great weekend here. We have almost 500 players, including many Worlds qualifiers, Nationals players, or Continental players. I feel bad, not saying goodbye to Sasuke as he's heading off to do an interview. I'm going to wave. It was fun. A lot of Worlds players out there, a lot of very, very well-known players, DLC winners. So it's a really stacked field. And Charlie's is a tournament with a lot of history in Lorcana. Speaking of which, I wanted to go on this tangent just to shout out Brendan DeCandio in the chat, a previous winner of Charlie's here. I think, did you win it twice, Brendan? I can't remember. At least once with Diggy Diggy Hole putting that on the map. But Brendan DeCandio, always a player that showed really, really well here at Charlie's. So it's fun seeing you here in the chat. But a lot of history here. A lot of very well-known players have made their name here, and it's a tournament that sets metas. And so if you haven't been to Charlie's before, just outside Atlanta, come on down and visit the aquarium while you're at it.
Can call in sick. They don't advertise that, but the whale shark, he might not be there. They should put that on the pamphlets. Whale shark doesn't have to be there. This is my personal. I said I wasn't going to talk about it today, but it came up. But do go to the aquarium. They had 2 types of otters. Otters 2 ways.
River and sea?
Yeah, river and sea. You were correct, Liam, but not the scary one. There's an Amazonian one. You don't want to see that one. Google it at your own peril. But they had, I think, the Amazonian, and then as well as... Nope, the Amazonian is the scary one.
Well, you know what rhymes with river and sea? Sasuke.
Sasky and the interviewees.
And the interviewee. And we're going to go. We're going to go out to the interview booth, bring you an interview with Sasuke, and we'll see you back in a minute.
Oh. Hi, guys, and welcome. I'm Sasuke, joined here with Humble. Humble, you managed to get the victory here. I mean, you kind of dominated.
A little bit, yeah. So, I won the die roll for the first time today. So, being able to be on the play.
That was your opponent's first mistake.
Matchup, yeah. Only misplay she made was go second. So, I definitely tell that. She was stunned on me with the Enchanted Elsa, though. The first Elsa was like, okay. The second Elsa was like, oh, please stop. And the third Elsa was like, okay, please stop doing this. I managed to get there. Dumbo is a very good card. Just allowing you to not lose lore pressure as well as also just draw cards. Cards are king, especially in the mirror match.
Right.
You saw she was on Finders Keepers. I've actually opted to not play Finders Keepers in favor of Second Star. There's just not a lot of good times where I think you can play Finders Keepers, deploy it and get the 3 cards and then utilize those 3 cards.
Right.
So I've gone it's inkable, which is huge because there are some times I just have 2 Second Stars in hand and I just don't do anything.
Yeah. So in game number 1, it really felt like you were kind of in control up until that turn where she developed the Elsa and then into the unknown to 2 of your characters after the fact, and then it kind of became anyone's game. And I mean, is it really just that Dumbo that kind of allowed you to eke that victory back? Because I mean, it kind of felt like she was looking for Baymax to close it out right then and there.
Definitely. So like I'm not sure if you can hear me on stream, but I think I did the words like, if you have Baymax, I'm dead. But I had to put myself in a situation to win. Like when she Elsa plus double into the unknown, I really thought I was losing. I was in a losing position, just because she was generating so much lore pressure.
Right.
But I was able with the Dumbo to like build my board in a way where even if she was able to quest to a point like get to like 18, I had lethal on the crackback because my hand was also like a Baymax and something else. Right. I don't remember if I think I second starred that game. And that was the deal breaker. Like just getting 5 cards and then getting those resources to deal with the opposing board was really huge.
Yeah, fair enough. So, I mean, besides second start of the right, are there any cards, I guess, like Basil that might be some sort of back-breaking piece for that mirror-breaking component?
So Basil's actually really good. TikTok, shout out Vanable. He's the one who put us on TikTok. TikTok was insane. Just like a 4/7 evasive, you'd think like wouldn't be good, and it's just insane. I do want to give a shout out to R&B. You saw him on camera. This morning we were on Visions of the Future right before the event, and he was like, "I don't like this card." And I was like, I was already kind of tilted, so I was like, "Sure, I'll do whatever you do." And he was like, "I'm just going to pivot to Develop Your Brain," and that card has been absolutely insane all day. Your ink intervals are in a position where like sometimes you just don't have 2 extra ink, but you always have 1 extra ink.
Right.
And especially on, I think I had a game like round 2, where my opener had develop and no turn 2 ramp after my mulligan, and I was like, okay. And I was able to develop and define the turn 2 ramp.
Right.
So like that alone, like develop's been an all-star all day. I think that's a lot what helped me in the mirror match is being able to just filter more cards like that in the second star. And the Baymax also being able to just like keep you with the lore pressure without having to sacrifice much. Like you can like challenge their board to like maintain board control, but then also play Baymax gain 2, and then you're threatening almost a gain 4 on the next turn with the quest. So like it allows you to like come from behind basically.
Yeah, I mean that's clever. Yeah, I mean, so is there any other spicy tech choices that you've been running, or are you going to keep that secret for now? Because it wasn't, it might not have been shown on stream.
As far as spicy tech, no. Like the spiciest thing has been the Baymax and the develops, which you saw in the game. I think cat's out of the bag on second star. That card is absurd. Like it's very high risk, high reward. Like like I said earlier, sometimes you just have 2 in your opener and you're just like, sick, I lose. But then other times you get to resolve 1 and then you're just like, I win. Like you saw, I resolved it twice in game 2 and like
that was devastating.
Yeah, it's. I had a game earlier where I was able to. I shifted my Elsa, tapped 2 of his things, and then sung second star, and the game was just kind of over from there. Because like I locked his board down, he couldn't sing second star. It was a mirror match, obviously. He couldn't sing second star. I got the second star off, and then I was just able to like Hades and Elsa, and like just drop a bunch of one drops on the board. So it was. But so far, like the develop has been really good. The second star has been insane, and like the Baymax has been like a lot of the cards that are mirror breakers.
Right.
So like leaning on those a lot.
Okay. And then is there any deck that so far that you've seen so far that you're just like, please, no?
So I've been fortunate enough to dodge the Sapphire Emerald matchup.
Okay.
It's not particularly good for us.
Right.
And then I played after playing Tiago. Shout out Tiago. Tested with him last night, and he just like defeated me handily like 4 games in a row, and I was like, I don't want to play anymore. I'm not going tomorrow. Luckily, like the purple steel decks I've run into were like not exactly Tiago's build, so I was able to get there. I do require them to stumble a little bit, but like if they don't see like exactly strength, then that game gets really, really like favored for me on my side. But if they see the strength, it's rough.
All right, fair enough. All right. So with that, Humble, any shout outs you want to give before we?
Yeah, shout out Team Maelstrom. Join our Discord. We do a lot of stuff all the time. We have guides and whatnot. We play community games with the community all the time. We do some of our testing. We do internal. So if you're subscribed, you get to kind of get a peek behind the curtain and watch our testing. So definitely shout out Team Maelstrom. Shout out Heavy Play for some of the best products TCG has. And shout out me, man. I'm 6-0. Let's do this.
All right. Well, thanks, Humble.
Love you, man. Love you guys. Say it back. Who wants this?
Thank you for the interview.
Oh, not a
Your
problem.
stuff's right here.
First time ever we're seeing it eye to
Oh,
eye.
Liam, karaoke is over.
Oh, sorry.
We have karaoke here, just so you know. Not only cool kids karaoke, we sing here.
Yeah, nothing crazy goes on off camera.
We dressed up as our favorite Disney characters, the business people.
Yes.
You know that? There's another stream out there. They have costumes. We have our own costumes. We're dressed up as Business 1 and Business 2.
I am dressed up as the main character in Paperman.
I
the
am
Disney short.
Yeah, I'm dressed up as a background character in there. I'm at the bus stop.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I'm
perfect,
in the background being
You all
like,
didn't
I'm
know.
going to work.
And you may be like, well, did he wear purple and green? And you don't know. It's black and white. Could have been.
Yeah, it could have been anything. And
Yep.
that is the beauty of Disney magic and the world of color. But we just finished round 6.
Mhm.
Now, chat, I get it. We all are doing the same thing where we're like, is this it? Everybody's looking at their cards and going, I guess if it's not Sapphire and it's not Amethyst, do I throw it away? Don't do that yet. It's not time.
Not yet.
It's not yet. We still have 3 more rounds, 1 more tonight, and then we're all, like I said, we all sleep here. We all brought our blanket and we go out there and then we pick a table.
Right in this chair, actually.
Yeah, this is where Liam picked. He picked this room, which is honestly smart pick. I picked table 3. That was so silly. But yeah, I mean, we are headed into round 9. Nope. Round 7. What? Any surprises for you? Any things that you're like, I didn't see that coming, or is it just like you're like, I saw through all this? You did the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, any surprises? Well, came in expecting Blurple to be dominant, very, very large percentage of the meta. 30 to 35% was my prediction in my head. And to be honest, that's what played out. If there's anything that surprised me, it was the number of top players bringing in something else. Zan said bringing in Emerald, Sapphire, and there's a couple other spicy lists.
And I don't know. I mean, sometimes when people tell me things, I'm like, is this journalistic where I can't say what they said? But I mean, I won't say everything Zan said, but he hinted that he was as nervous as everyone else was about what to bring to this room. He kind of mentioned, he's like, well, I played it. It seemed like it was doing good. I brought it. And so, I mean, mind you, these players, they're very humble. I've learned that they'll be like,
Yeah.
I only tested it for 4 days. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, that was a lot of testing.
I'm only 507.
Yeah, and so I will note that when they say it's not a lot, it is more than you and I mortals probably test. But this is a room where people were still, and I mean, if you watch people play test, changing their deck list, changing everything because it's not settled. We're going to have a lot of data after this weekend, but I still think PPG is going to be a different ballgame. I think that it's going to adapt to whatever happens in this room and in Ink and all the little tournaments that are going to bubble through. I think there was one in Europe I saw that people were casting. Those things are going to inform next weekend. So I think it's not done until the ink is dry, so to speak.
Yeah. And we do have a fun surprise for you. They've got some fun areas set up here at 20 Lores done this weekend. We've got the interview hour. We also have, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but the deck tech area.
Very cool.
And so we're going to bring you outside to a deck tech with Corey.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm here with Corey right now, and Corey, you've been playing the tournament all day. And how's it been going so far, man?
It's been doing pretty well. I've got a record of 5-1 right now.
That's really good. That's good. I mean, going into 6th round, we're 6 rounds in. We got 1 more round to go, and then we got to play tomorrow, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. So what colors are you playing today, and why are you playing these colors?
So at the moment, I'm on Sapphire Steel.
Gotcha.
It was definitely one of the interesting choices. It definitely wasn't what I was expecting to be playing. I was originally on Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst, okay.
I really enjoyed that deck for a long time, but after playing the Blurple after Blurple and then Amethyst Steel.
We all know the trifectas out there. Yes, yeah.
It was just almost unplayable at this point. So I tried to look for a deck that was able to keep board tempo as well as just big characters that could also answer a lot of things.
Well, it looks like it's been working out for you so far today on day 1 at CCS. So,
oh, yeah.
So it's been doing pretty well. We actually got the deck up right now. We're going to do a deck tech on this, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at it right now. Let's go look at this thing. All right, so we see here you got like what's your normal setup? You want to be like 1 through 3. What's a good draw you want to have?
So depending on the matchup I'm going against, if I see aggro, just a generic matchup, normally I'll try and look for a 1 drop for an answer, a ramp on 2. Depending on if I have Scrooge McDuck on 3, it's normally really good. Otherwise, I try and go for the Pleakley so I could do 6 drops on 4.
Okay. And you got your main 6 drops are going to be like your Tinkerbells, which is great.
Oh, yeah.
Tinkerbell's great right now. Still, I guess you got your Vincents. This guy's really good right now. I like him too. He just comes in and shoots. Has he been working out well for you?
Very much. He has killed a great amount of Dumbos and Yzmas today.
Nice.
So.
That's perfect. That's actually the top cards we want to kill, that right now in this Dumbo. I noticed you got your removal package here. I haven't seen too much of Smash. I've seen a lot of fire your cannon and stuff like that. What made you want to play Smash or Fire?
So the first thing being that it's inkable. That was one of the main reasons.
Okay.
I wanted to try and keep the uninkable count low with me running 6, 7 drop uninkables.
Yeah.
The other thing is the magic number is 3 to 4 right now, so I need another answer to be able to take care of Dumbo.
For
things
sure.
Like that.
Yeah. I love how you got some strengths going. And then what you played Beyond the Horizon, you got 2 of these. What are these
Yes.
kind of for?
So that's basically dock number 5 and 6, but it's also really good against the Blurple matchup if they go the star card that lets them draw 5 cards. That's an answer to that card to be able to kind of swing tempo back into your favor.
For sure.
With the amount of 7 drops I'm playing 2, I can also just use one character to play it and just recoup my hand.
I also, Scott, you got Jasmine in here too?
Yes, she at the moment is the only answer I have for an evasive package. I figure more of my top end along with the Robin Hood would be more than enough to take care of it, and so far it's been doing pretty well.
I noticed you also got Robin Hood too. How's he
Yes.
been working out for you?
Very well. With the amount that I ink with my hand getting really low, just being able to play a card on 4 that also answers Genie and draws me a card. It's basically Blue Genie in this deck.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I noticed you got a package of 4 Auroras, and this gives all your guys ward.
Yes.
Why do you play 4 of these?
So with the amount of removal that's in the game right now, with it being Steel and the Blurple matchups, all their removal is targeted.
For sure.
So if I play that on 4, 9 times out of 10, it's going to eat an Elsa or something else. There was one game where I was able to get 2 out against Blurple, and
Oh, wow,
there was
that's-
nothing they could do.
yeah, that's it,
Like,
yeah.
all their removal is dead.
I noticed that right away. I was like, man, those are the Auroras that it gives everybody wards. So you kind of want to you're definitely going to play like you like to start off with a 1-drop, kind of like, kind of cycle some stuff.
Normally either Mulan or Hook if I'm
Hook's
going
a great
to
1-drop right now. I've been seeing him a lot lately.
Yes. Mulan also fixes the inkable count,
For
where
sure.
if I draw a bunch of uninkables, I can just pitch it.
Yeah.
It's also very good fodder for Pleakley, which has done a lot of really good things
Yeah,
today.
for sure. Also, too, like I noticed you got your Pleakley here, so you can ramp here and you can ramp again with Pleakley.
Yes.
Then you can just like accelerate so quick and start dropping bombs.
Being able to drop 6 drop on 4 has just been amazing today. So
Oh, have you been doing that consistently a lot today?
That's
So you're
normally what I
consistently
try and
dropping
look for.
6 drops on turn 4.
Yeah.
That is amazing, dude. No wonder you're 5-1. So have you been dropping a lot of which one have you been dropping more? Is it Tink kind of taking control of the board, or is it more Robin Hood?
it's more of Robin Hood if I do the double ramp on that aspect, just to kind of refill my hand, trying to look for other characters that can take care of my opponent's board. The play line I normally try and go with is a 1-drop, a ramp spell. If I can get Scrooge being a 5/5 on turn 3 is
Solid
just
body,
insane
yeah.
right now. And then the next turn playing Aurora on top of that. So now I have a 5/5 with Ward that quests for 2.
Yeah, for sure. It's just
done
hard to
really
deal
well.
with. Yeah, it's
Very
hard
to
yeah,
deal with this
I can
now.
imagine sitting across from me and being like, this is I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
You know. Also, too, like you got your package going here. You got your removal there. You got a little bit of removal here. I see a lot of synergy. If there's anything like, let's say if somebody was to play this deck, would you change anything from today, or would you keep the same 60 and play it again?
So the only card that was a little bit underperforming would have been the Visions. I'm probably going to be testing out Develop Your Brain just so I can play
Okay.
it off the sale. But
Yeah.
being able to dig 5 cards deep to find a card to refill my hand's been really
Yeah.
good. But
So that's the only thing you would kind of change. Maybe just try, develop your brain instead of visions.
yeah.
Okay.
Visions has been working out really well so far. So, I mean, that would be the only thing I would tinker around
Yeah.
with just to see.
And how about Doc? Has he been helping you out a lot today? That's like my favorite
Oh, yeah,
card in the
no.
meta right now.
Doc is so good right now just because of the numbers math on it too. Because
For sure.
even if I do a 6-drop on 4, I can also just do a Scrooge and Doc on 4.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So the
Okay.
math just there works out really well in that favor.
Well, dude, I think you got a great setup, and I'm excited to see what you do in your next rounds, dude. I'm happy for you. You're 5-1 right now, going into day 1. You got one more round, so I can't say anything more. This is a great setup, man.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you coming over here doing a deck check with us and everything. So,
Anytime.
again, good luck to you for the rest of your matches. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that was Mr. Blue Steel, your meta. Well, how was that? Was that something I didn't
Yeah.
prepare for you?
That
I
was-
don't. Whatever.
that was
You
great.
know, I
Off the cuff.
tried, right?
Yeah. So there you go. Like not a lot of Blurple out there. In fact, most of the top table is Blurple, but there's other decks that are thriving, and a couple players bringing in Blue Steel, and that deck Corey there performing really well with that version of Blue Steel. It has seen some purchase.
Oh, I tried to drop the link in the chat. It got censored. So the Melee tournament is 334-305. If you know how to make that work.
There you go. 334-305.
A classic little thing here. But I will say that, hey, if you guys are brewing, so Earl, I sent you the link, but also you can just Google PPG or not PPG, don't do that. CCS 25K, and it will come up. But I will say that as a deck builder, I'm not a great deck builder, but I will say you kind of sometimes get the keys to the castle when a meta looks like this, because pretty much what happens is then people go up to a tournament, they're like, well, I want to win. What wins? They look at the top 16 and they're going to say Blurple. Now, do I know what the antidote to Blurple is? No, I don't. But I do know that you now know what most of the room will be bringing if this deck does well this weekend. And there's some value in that. Now, if it's truly oppressive and nobody can build around it, then I don't have an answer for you. But that is something to keep in mind, that when the deck is strong, that's the best time to find the antidote.
Yeah.
And we've seen it. We've seen it happen. Now, we didn't see it happen. Sometimes it doesn't happen, and then sometimes mice go missing. Mics and Fortispheres might go missing. But yeah, now someone said advertising for another company.
Yeah.
No, these are...
Because you said PPG, but we should be advertising PPG because you all should be watching PPG next weekend.
Yes.
We will be there. 20 Lure Pro will be there doing a broadcast out there in Denver for the first CCQ. So, definitely watch Charlie's today, watch Charlie's tomorrow. Maybe catch a little bit of Ink, but, see how this tournament goes. But the next weekend, tune into us again out in Denver for the PPG CCQ acronym. But, yeah, we'll get our first, I think, Continentals qualifier out of there. Next weekend, so that'd be super fun, and I expect another great turnout there with a lot of amazing players.
Now, I am doing, you might say, Katie, are you writing in your journal? Kind of. It's my favorite kind of journal. It's the Who's Doing So Good journal, and we are ending round 6. Round 6 is wrapping up, and as far as like what's going on out there, I mean, we've got some pretty stunning things going on. I mean, we have some players that you will know and you will love that are undefeated right now. We have some players that are doing quite well. Players are undefeated. Humble, we just saw him, and he's has lots of reasons to not be humble right now because he is running a very, very, very good tournament out there, running that Blurple deck, which, as we know, a friend, Zen, also ran. I wonder, have you seen how similar those two lists are?
I have not.
Yeah, me neither. And to be fair, it's probably pretty similar. It'd be weird if he's like, I'm building something very different. But other people I saw out there that are doing quite good is Quigley. Joseph Quigley is doing very well. I think he is also undefeated. Other names that I saw in the top right now, Zayan Syed, another Maelstrom member here of Sailor, and I think R&B. He just took a loss, but I think it's still a win because I think he was undefeated before that loss. I think
R&B did?
Yeah, he did lose against Dylan Crowley, but good news is I think
fantastic player.
He beat Sailor, so I mean, you can have a loss, guys. You're allowed one as a treat. Oh, we got Spessy in the chat. We got Spessy and Earl. Hello across the pond.
Yeah. It's not super late there, but appreciate you all joining us.
I know, it's like 6 hours.
Yeah, Spessy been lurking here for hours. Yeah, I saw you on here earlier, Spessy. Yeah.
This is exciting, though. Spessy's watching the meta come out. This is like factory fresh meta right now.
Getting churned out right now. Yeah, Blurple looking really good. Blurple is Emerald Steel looking hot. I don't know. Emerald Steel is out there.
It's looking...
Yeah, it's looking something.
People see
it's there. It's present. It may make a comeback. I don't know. The thing about Blurple, in Lorcana you want card draw, you want removal. Blurple has both of those, and Ruby lost a lot of its, unconditional removal, not damage-based removal with cards like Brawl and Madame Medusa and Be Prepared, and Blurple still has their tools with cards like Hades and Into the Unknown, and so you have removal options. You have very, very good card draw. And there's also a lot of cards which allow you to come from behind, kind of momentum changers with cards like Elsa the Fifth Spirit and Belle. And so it's it's a deck that's really, really good on the draw. It's one of the best decks on the draw. So it's just a very, very good, consistent deck on the play, on the draw. And it just doesn't have a lot of very, very bad matchups. There are a few, there's not a lot of Amber Steel here today, actually, which I was super surprised by, but there are a couple that have been doing really, really well by running underneath Blurple, like some very, very fast Amber Steel decks. Mark Miller is running one of them. Mark Miller is a winner of the SSG release event last set, so very good player and has been doing that, but not a lot of Amber Steel. That is one of the ways to get around Blurple, is just go very, very, very fast, and a couple people doing that. Yeah, what else do you see, Katie?
We got 7 people who are undefeated right now. So 7 people sitting at 18 points. What's 6 times 3? That is 18, folks. And so the undefeated players going into this next round is Iba A, Frank Nicola, Humble, Theogox, Chris Trunoa, Dylan Crowley, and Tickerboy, which is also Quigster or Pandemonium Heart. He's got many names. He's a man of mystery, Joseph Quigley. So those are our undefeated players, 7 because you can have an odd number become undefeated with ties and things like that. And then from there, we enter Bubble Town, and we have a truly splendiferous amount of people sitting at 15 points. Those players are at 18, and then you got the X in 1, they call it. X in 1 is 1 loss, and then X in 2 after that. So there is a very, very, very thick amount of people sitting in that category. Everybody between from 44th to 7th is sitting at that. So it's going to be, people are playing. You're not IDing at this point because
Wow.
you are not comfy. It's cut to top 16, folks.
Yeah.
Folks.
Cut 16 is a real. I mean, with about 500 players, 9 rounds, cut to the top 16. You really have to be. You have to be very good. It's a tough cut. They are prizing out to the top 32 here. So even if you don't make the top cut at 16, you can do well by finishing the top 32, getting a little bit of prize support there. And just to familiarize everybody with the format, we are doing 7 rounds today, and then we'll do the final 2 Swiss rounds tomorrow morning before doing the top cut. And this allows people a little bit of a break, and so we're not going till like 9 o'clock tonight. But that's how they do it here.
How nice is that, right?
I
I was
know,
like,
it's
I'm
so
gonna have
nice.
dinner. Like
Yeah,
that's
we're
such
gonna go
a.
out to dinner,
I'm
see some
like,
of the town.
I can't wrap my brain around having dinner tonight because it's just something we don't do. But are you about to have a little
Yep.
appetizer?
They're sitting here. I have to open
I
them.
know. We deserve it. Honestly, we work so
Yeah.
hard, and by we, these are Wesley's packs.
Yeah, Katie, did you see the fire that I opened? Look at this.
Oh,
two packs.
The scars remind me that these packs were real.
I know. We opened
Those
like
are only 2 legendaries so far. So
That's
there's
true.
more in here.
We
I'm
opened
feeling it.
a bajillion of these packs.
We
and
deserve an epic.
no epics.
All right, you can go first. I'll get mine ready. I'm doing math. Opening packs, thinking about the meta, all sorts of things here.
Yeah. So we're trying very hard. I have talked to the organizers, trying very, very hard to bring you all a non-blurple mirror. There's just a lot of blurple in the top, so it's hard.
This blurple rises to the top, they say. That's what my grandma always said growing up. The blurple rises to the top. So here we go. A rare.
Rare.
Feels good.
Alice. And
A super rare.
Oh,
that's a good one.
card.
That's a good one.
That's a good card. She's worth some money now. People really.
Here we go.
really like her. Oh.
Okay. Well,
So-
we can't have everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Now we're about
It's not the Dumbo you want.
But the Dumbo we deserved. Our Rapunzel, Queen of Hearts, Mick Mouse, a Tinker Bell, a Corella DeVille, Casa Madrigal, Donald Duck.
Perfect gentleman.
He's great, honestly. So beautiful. And then we have Judy. One more until we get to the spicy spice. Rare, but it is goofy. Oh, I got the epic. 2 epics of this, by the way. And I
Great
feel.
art.
Oh. This card is beautiful.
Probably one of my favorite pieces of art in the game, hands down.
And then,
Look at this family.
Look at this family.
This shiny family.
Look at this family and look at this mouse. And yes, this art is Christian Romero, who's done a truly profound amount of art for this game. Right?
Ton of art. Christian Romero works fast. A very talented artist. He actually does a lot of concept art for the game as well. Did a lot of concept pieces and character designs for Azurite C, I believe. You may remember his Stitch from the collector's set. He did that special edition Stitch as well. And just also truly a fantastic person and lives in Bogota, Colombia.
I love that you're like, and if your mailing address is, you know so much things. It's crazy because you know the meta stuff, but then you're also like, and I know everything about these cards right now. This one is printed on 0.47 cardstock. You can, it's impressive. Liam and Aaron, I assume, never sleep. I just assume it is only prolific working content and child rearing over there.
Just silly things that you remember.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, and by the way, did you get any gibbets or jabbets today? Mine, I got these ink tokens from Zeke the Beast. I got a bracelet from Aloha Illumineers. And then also somebody gave me a pin from the college program from Team Infinity.
Oh,
Their
that's
name
very
just
cool.
slipped my mind, but they're great and they worked in downtown Disney with me. So these are my little treasures. You're playing with one. It's very satisfying.
Yeah, the little
Play with 2 together and see how that feels. It feels
Oh, man.
very good. I can see why that would be addictive.
Yeah, Chernobog's Crushers, the team here with these really fun little ink tokens. I didn't get many of them. I did get a hat that's over there.
What? That's a huge thing. I didn't get a hat.
But
You work hard on getting hats. You work. It's good. Shout out to content creators. You got to pick a niche, and sometimes if you say I like this thing, that thing will happen. But you can't do too much. You got to pick. You can't just be like I like all things.
All the things.
But yeah, if you say like I like stickers, then people will give you stickers, and stickers I shall get. It's very exciting, but I don't use them. I put them. Sometimes I use them. It scares me though. If they give me 2 stickers, I shall.
I did. I also bought. I was perusing the Charlie's Hall. There's all sorts of vendors out there, and I did find one selling Disney pins.
Oh,
I was very excited because I found this like park exclusive like cast member teacup pin, which I really really loved, and I bought it $5, and now I can't find it. So
today
folks,
you bought it today, lost it today. Wow, what a time!
It was in my pocket, and now it's
here
gone.
today, gone today is what they say.
So
Fire
like,
the cannons.
if you're at Charlie's or you know somebody here and you find a teacup pin sitting around, hit me up.
Yeah, and say, listen, I'm a little teacup, lost and found. Here we go. We are sorry. Listen, we are. Look at this family again. Keep looking at this family, if you will. All right. Can we please? I feel like something's there. Is it? No. Ah! I was like it's a token because it's so similar.
My goodness gracious.
Okay, first off, sure, Ash, he just walked away. He got so excited he had to leave. But this is not my card. So everybody who's excited, this is Wesley, and he deserves it, honestly.
We need a top loader. We need a penny sleeve stat.
All right, come over here and accept your card. Now here is the winner of the Enchanted. Yay!
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so here's the thing. It looks so similar to the ink tokens because it's got the same color palette that my brain was like,
That was the most no build up.
I
Like
know,
Enchanted
well,
was just like it's
okay,
nothing.
but look
Boom,
at-
here it is.
You guys can't see it because this camera's like working overtime here. But look how pretty. You guys can see the details. They really, I know sometimes people are like, oh, you're just saying that. I'm not just saying that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean,
have you seen this one yet?
I've not. In fact, I have not seen any in
It
person
feels
so far.
expensive.
It's the embossing, like the gold
Yeah.
embossing that they've put on. Because all right, here's the thing. In today's day and age, like TCGs took a huge note from the sports card industry, and over the past like 5 to 10 years, what sports cards were doing with their chase cards, making them really, really, really blingy. And so you saw TCGs start to push that themselves, and so now you see like Manga Rares and like One Piece and Magic started putting out these premium, expeditions. I think was the first really cool thing that we saw back in like Kaladesh from the Vault, things like that. And like Lorcana's Enchanted have always been like good. They've always been really beautiful. The art's been great. Like no shade. They've always been wonderful. But when you compare them to some of the premium options in other card games, like some of the cards like really, really go hard. And what they've done this set with the gold embossing and the way that they've done these Enchanted, it's so good.
Look, there's a Powerline map for 20 lore, kind of Powerline inspired, where it's got like the like, whoa, look at that lightning. So this is very exciting. This is for me. I pulled it. So this is a trade, guys.
Oh, this is a trade?
Yeah, if you pull a Legendary Max Goof using Sure Ashdown's packs, he will provide for you. Now, it's a hard thing to do because, I mean, it's kind of as an interest, but I threaded the needle on it. So,
yeah.
I love this.
Like achievement unlocked, quest unlocked.
But
Woo.
no, to your point, yeah, like opening cards like that feels good. I mean, talk about last pack magic. Is that my last? No, there's one more back, but how exciting is that? It's a beautiful one.
I don't even want to open this one anymore. Like it's gonna be so anticlimactic.
There could be an epic. I will say that there is. But yeah, this playmat, shout out 20 Lore Pro. That's how I heard about 20 Lore Pro. It was like the playmats, and they had one at, I went down to Fort Worth, Texas. That's where Fort Worth is. DOC Fort Worth. And I was like, 20 Lore. I just got beat by a guy from 20 Lore. And it turns out that 20 Lore is everywhere because you can buy playmats. You too could be part of 20 Lore and make me think that I got beaten by Mr. 20 Lore. And yeah, so yeah, shout out to this, which, cool. Is this new? Like you guys, the foiling effect? Okay. It's the first time ever I'm seeing this eye die, people say. Anyway, so you do your last pack, I'll do my last pack. We'll jump into the last match.
Man, I'm so excited. I can't believe.
I know, and I just was like, whatever, who
Yeah,
cares? Honestly, when you're like someone like me pulling an Enchanted's light work.
Wow. Like, and what a one to pull too. Like, it's just so fantastic. There are cards everywhere now. Dinner Bell.
All right. Okay, I pulled away the token this time.
We still have not seen an epic from this box yet, like at all.
That would be pretty epic. Now, it doesn't look like it's this one. Is that foil? Is that the foil?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do I have the hot hands, guys? This is a real test. Gooby. PJ Pete.
Okay, so I was watching a Whatnot stream, or actually,
as we do.
I was watching a stream, and I saw a 2 enchanted box, which I did not think was possible.
Yeah, someone just said they saw that, and I was like, I don't believe it. But if you saw it,
Yeah,
then
I saw it live.
All right, so so this is a hot pack.
Yeah, there we go. Super rare. So the next one. Oh, it's
Okay.
not super rare.
All right. And
Bruno.
then no. All right. Well, we tried, guys, and honestly, PJP can go with Max. Who's better to go with Max? But PJP.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I have not seen a box with no epic. This is the first no epic box I've ever seen. But that being said, it had an enchanted. I've seen lots of boxes no enchanted.
That's
That
true.
is statistically
I will
almost an
take an
inevitability.
enchanted over 2 epics any day. And,
Yes.
only 3 legendaries, I think, but 2 of them are absolutely fantastic with Scar and Max Goof. We
A
also
double,
got
the Max Goof Heat.
Yeah, and we also got Olilo for good measure here. So overall, not a terrible box. No Dumbos, but hey, any box with Enchanted is a fantastic box.
It's enchanting. And speaking of, we have our last match of the day. Now, it's not the last match before Top Cut. Just so everybody knows, we have one more match today. We're all going to sleep, then we'll wake up, and we'll have 2 more matches, then cut to Top 16. But let's go ahead, without further ado, see what kind of hot decks we have here. It's one purple. Sorry, guys. The spice is purple, but with that is something a little spicy. And it's somebody you guys might have seen before. Have you heard of this player, Zan Syed?
I have, and it looks like we're coming in. He's been around the block a little bit. Looks like we're coming to this game.
Turn 4?
Like...
Yeah, turn 4 because it looks like he's at 5 ink. He's at 4.
The Charlie's ink blended in. I was like, "Where's the ink?"
Yeah, where's the
side
ink?
of the
The ink is in the mat.
People were asking for spice, and apparently there's a player.
Yeah, we got the spice.
So
Now,
we got
this
the
is not
spice
spice, no spice.
and Zan. So okay, so on the left we do have Blurple. You know it, you love it. Maybe you hate it. I don't know. But we've seen it a lot. Dumbo here challenging into that Clarabelle, removing her. But on the other side, Zan. Now, some people got to see this deck in action early on. We did have it on stream in round 1, I believe. And all I heard from Brent McKay is, this deck is mean. I don't want to play it. I hate it. Like, he loves watching it, doesn't want to play against it. So Zan been doing work here today, sitting at 5-1. So both of these players here fighting to stay alive, searching for the top cut. Looks like we are in game 1. And, yeah, we're going to see what this deck can do.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, can you lose twice and still get in the top cut? That's going to be a hard maybe because, I mean, right now we mentioned that right now there are a total of 37 players at 15 points. I mean, 37 players have lost 1 game. So Zan knows that he has to win this, but so does Spicy. Spicy says, well, I'd like to win too. So that's kind of where we're at right now. But as we saw, there is that John Silver. We saw him in round 1 many, many hours ago. And he is back with a vengeance. He is a legendary from set 1, comes back in set 9 and says, hey, guess what? You have Reckless now. But I believe Reckless gets around that Dumbo. Dumbo can use his effect versus challenging. It's just you can't quest. That's it. But you can sing. You can use the ability. But here we go. You can't get around this, though. And that is Hades coming down on that Clarabelle.
But it is interesting, though, because you have to use an ink to use his ability. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's pretty low on ink on his side. At least not luxurious. He has 7 versus...
Yeah, so Dumbo, you'd have to challenge with him there, or at least can't quest with him because you aren't. If you use all 7 ink for Hades, you're not able to use his ability because it does require 1 ink. So I'm not sure who got Reckless there that turn, but
well, I suppose in that case, was it T? Well,
bottom line is we're not sure who got Reckless, but at the end of the day, there we go. So now we will banish that Dumbo there.
And somebody just pointed out something that is scary for a Amethyst Sapphire player, and that is low hand size. So one of the magical things about this card in combination is it draws cards. You can draw up to 5 cards in 1 turn. I mean, probably even more than that because that's a sync together card, second star to the right. But that's what Blurple wants to do. It feeds its hand by drawing. Now, he does have 1 card in hand, but it's a card that was bounced. So not a perfect setup here. So Zan is feeling a little good, but knowing that Spicy's built his deck to know that it's supposed to be punishing at the top end. That's where it really thrives. So we're chugging along here, and now we have trying to see what that second. We got that Dumbo back on the board deployed for 4 ink. Now, unfortunately, nothing else evasive on the board. Dumbo needs evasive friends, and right now he does not have any. So Dumbo, the double Dumbos. Which double Dumbo? Shout out Disney World. Shout out to Disney World that has the double Dumbo ride. And here we have double Dumbo, but one's in the inkwell, which is not super useful, but you probably want to go ahead and ink it or play it if you have it. And in this case, he says, I'll just ink it due to his total ink cost. And now, I don't think there's going to be any discard on Zan's side, but you do know that Emerald, there are some discard things. So it's anytime you're against a discard, you only have 1 card or Emerald. In this case,
yeah, and you mentioning the discard, that Basil there will force a discard
Yeah.
whenever he quests. So one of the reasons that you saw that Dumbo head into the inkwell is because if it's sitting in your hand, if it's the only card, and look at this combo, it's one that we saw last set quite a bit in these ink colors. You bounce something back to your opponent's hand and then force them to immediately discard it with that Basil. So it's kind of the same as banishing, but it feels extra insulting when you send it to your hand and then send it to the discard pile from there.
Yeah, and that this is why reading the full card. There's lots of Basils here, folks. This is one Basil, but this one is Basil that's got discard. We got all sorts of things going on here. So it's got bounce and discard, which is kind of nefarious together. And it's another top end Punisher. We've seen that a lot. It feels like decks are kind of thriving in these extremes. And isn't that the way? You have early game, mid game, and late game. But these two decks seem like they're kind of trying to thrive in the late game, and Zan is definitely thriving more right now.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating for a Blurple player here. You know, one of the ways that you really run away with the game, second star to the right, is a card that's been used to great effect in this tournament, but it requires you to establish a board to sing it, and when you can control your opponent's board, bounce stuff back to hand, it's drawing into that card. Now it's a dead card, so it's one of the ways that you like to take over games, and not available here, as Zan is really controlling Spicy's hand size.
Yeah, he's saying, that's a spicy meatball. And here he's going, though, and keeps questing along. And, man, it's interesting. Zan is definitely one of those players that definitely looks at the meta holistically. He doesn't play something just because, like, this deck is good. He looks at this deck is good because of where it is right now. And we're seeing that here because Blurple is a deck where, like, hey, guys, you got to fear it. It's the worst deck. And Zan doesn't look too scared right now. But I don't think I've ever seen him look scared, if I'm going to be honest. He's a pretty cool as a cucumber player. But in this case, he might be onto something, and we might see, maybe we said we're going to see Blurple. Maybe this is the next deck where they say, oh, the big three. Bleen, Blurple. Bleen and Blurple, everyone's two favorite colors.
Yeah, and here Spice digging a little bit with the Visions of the Future, looking for something. We do see a Hades there. I'm not sure if there's enough ink to play it this turn. I don't think so. There's no ink, so it looks like we're going to keep a Bell. Won't be able to. Well, there's a little bit of damage to counters to slide around. We'll do something here.
Yeah.
Slide a couple damage counters from John Silver onto that Basil, get him off the board. That support ability, really annoying.
And he chose to only move the minimum. That's something important to note. When you move, you can move up to 3. And that is something that is important to note, that they didn't go overboard and say, I'm going to move 3. They said, I will move 1. That's all he needs. And save it for later, because there could always be more bells. In this case, he's got some pretty beefy characters, unfortunately. We've got that Basil and then John. And here we go.
Oh, there's that Universal Shift Baymax. Not shifting here, just coming down.
Because he's feeling
on
going
the
wide.
board, and just too much to deal with. So you all wanted a little bit of spice. We gave you spice, and we gave you a spicy deck, and we gave you a not Blurple deck, and one Blurple deck. But Zan said they're taking game 1. Wish I could have seen how the first few turns went, but I did see an Under the Sea in the discard pile there. I'm wondering if that was used earlier in the game. But really, I think showing what the game plan of this deck is, it's not heavy discard, but that Basil will give you a little bit of discard. I'm not sure what else is there, but a lot of board control with bounces, and then discarding your opponent's hand, just not allowing them to establish a significant amount of resources. So interesting. I really want to see this deck. I didn't get to watch the match earlier today, so I really want to see a full game of this deck, but certainly fun to watch.
Now, I heard someone earlier today, and I know, guys, you think I might know every Disney Lorcana card, and I do try, but there's some that people say, and I'm like, that one, let me look at it again. And it's a card called Heads Held High, which is a Sing Together card from last set, Raina Jafar, and it is an excellent pairing, if you will, with this Under the Sea. And we talk about, we got rid of Be Prepared, but Bleen said, what if I told you Be Prepared is you just have to be prepared. You have to make your own. You have to sing a couple songs, and by golly, you can still be doing that. And I do believe Zan is on Heads Held High. We did a deck tech earlier, but earlier somebody said, you have Heads Held High? And he said, yeah. He said it, not 100% sure. But it could have been me also trying to process what I was hearing at the time. But I'm 90% sure he is running it, which I'm confirming right now with my resources. But very interesting stuff here.
Yes.
Looking here.
I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah.
A couple of them.
Which is, honestly, people call it toolbox, but I think it's just called, hedging your bet sometimes too, where he doesn't know what he's going to be against, right? He could be against an aggro deck where you absolutely do not need Heads Held High. Just go ahead and send that Under the Sea naked. You don't need to run anything with it. But in this case, we're going into game 2, and Spicy's saying, I didn't like that. I'd like to show you what my deck can do.
Let's see, taking a look at Zan's hand here. We do have that. I think is that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman in there? We do the early Basil, the late Basil, and Under the Sea.
Oh, wow.
Little
that middle
Clarabelle.
card, I'm kind of like, yeah, but that's a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman.
There we go. I get a card, you get a card, and you can discard your card. So yeah, it's interesting. See how this goes. I definitely see we do have the turn 1. See Clarabelle there. And you can see the early game plan from this deck.
Yeah, I mean, now that one card that I think is very, very interesting in this meta is Basil. Basil is a support character, and as we mentioned, I mean, removal's at a high premium in this meta, so you don't want to pay to remove something that is not a problem. So you might look at Basil and go, it's not a problem. Yeah. That too could be very, very, very problematic. It helps click up that lore count, and it gives more threats. More threats is more problems, and more problems means you might use your removal carelessly. And anytime you give your opponent a chance to make a choice, there's a chance they make the wrong one. So it kind of bets on that. It gives you the chance to drain their removal and, pump up something later, as we've seen it. It's very good in Blurple, but we've seen it here piloted by Zan, which is kind of fun. Oh.
Here we go, turn 1. We're not going to establish that Basil early, so no turn 1 play from Spice. Over to Zan.
Yeah, and Zan saying, all right, what are we going to do here in this case? He will ink one of those Basils that was quite premium here last game. And then he goes and passes as well.
So we do hit the ramp here on turn 2. Sail the Azurite Sea with 1 going into the Inkwell.
Yeah, and this is not the most explosive start for either of these players. It's kind of like, all right, don't worry, guys, something will happen later.
Play-by-play.
Yeah, but it's good. I mean, when you're having a start like this, the best dream is that your opponent also has a start like this. Is you're like, listen, if I'm going to have now turn 2 ramp up the ante, and he said, well, I also will turn 2 ramp. So it gives you a chance to kind of not be as stressed in this kind of situation if your opponent is having an equally measured start as you. But it all depends what's in their hands right now. We know Zan was on the play, so he did not get to draw a card. Or sorry, he's on the draw. So he got to draw one, so maybe he got something good. But when you're ramping, that means that you had to use a resource here. But here we go, refilling the hand with the Genie coming down with Evasive. And now will Zan start firing up his engines too. And he's got a 5/5 Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, just not a lot going on here. It's a vanilla card, but 5/5 for 4 with 2 lore. Very, very good stats. Spice here playing a Genie first, drawing a card before inking. Will ink the TikTok, and Genie will quest for 2. So both players coming out with 2 lore characters, but the evasive on Spice side of the board means that Zan will not be able to respond. But let's see if we get another 4 card. Nope, we're going to sail the Azurite Sea again.
Yeah, and drawing a card here is good. I mean, we know that both these cards have both these decks have a pretty annoying top end as far as things that they can drop on the board and make problems for you. In this case, he says another Scrooge, which
so this is big for one big reason, other than being able to quest and being big on the board. But that's 2 4-cost cards. That's 8 total, which can sing Under the Sea. Both those Genies susceptible to sea. So Spice got to be careful here because very, very susceptible to a board wipe in this scenario. Let's see what he plays out.
Yeah, and I mean, that being said, both those Scrooges are very susceptible to well, one's susceptible to Into the Unknown, which in this case, not a problem, I don't think. He just put his cards down, which he believes there was nothing unknown about it. But yes, anytime you turn a card sideways, there's a chance that Into the Unknown will get you. But this case, survived, and now is it time. TikTok, notably, not afraid of being under the sea.
No, not at all.
Unless there's a head cell.
Unless there's a head cell tie,
yeah,
which would be a really fun play. Oh, we are going to get everything exerted here. 7, so it is the Clarabelle.
Okay.
Let's see. Nope, we're just going to quest for those. Quest for 4. So no C there.
Which, I mean, if he outvalues him, then it's not the end of the world. He sees a TikTok, which is like, you know what, if you want to throw one of these into a Scrooge, it's not the end of the world. And he might not even have an Under Sea. That's one of the things, sometimes if you play like you have something that's its own kind of psychological damage where it makes your opponent possibly do something different than they would have done. So in this case, he either doesn't have Under the Sea, doesn't want to play Under the Sea yet. But either way, I would assume he doesn't have it because those Genies can kind of run away pretty quickly. But either way, he's sitting pretty right now. Now, we did see earlier there is some cards in the deck that they can, Spicy can use to call back cards, and that's primarily the only bounce card right now is Madam M Elephant. That's a card that you can play to go ahead and get something back to your hand. But in this case, we can just go ahead and do removal the Amethyst Sapphire way of moving some damage, challenging, moving 3, and, whittling away, doing some healing, doing some damage removal here.
Bell Accomplished Mystic. One of those beautiful cards in the game being used. Great effect here. Finish off that Scrooge.
So very smart move here where Zan is saying, you know, what's worse, you making plays based on what you think I might have, or you making plays based on what I have? And he can kind of enjoy the best of both worlds, but he does see Spicy's board looking a little spicy. He's going, I have to do something about that. And luckily he has a Scrooge, but unfortunately Scrooge cannot reach. He does not. His little wings are too short to reach those 3 characters on the board right now. So can he get under the sea? And the answer is no.
Yeah, I'm looking for either the Under the Sea or the Heads Held High. That combo would be pretty devastating. I don't see either one.
No, and he needs both, and that'd be very weird if either one was in his hand right now because he has not been acting like it or using it. Now, somebody in the chat says, no bend to my will, no bend to my will. That is something I do know with a confidence that he said, no bend. And I said, which bend to your will is a card that discards all of your hand, which in Blurple can be very devastating. Blurple is so greedy with cards sometimes. We've seen players just casually drawing 5 cards with a second star to the right. So that would be powerful, but it is uninkable, and it is not always good. If you're playing against a card or deck that dumps their hand, like an aggro deck, you don't want bend to my will. So it's a niche card, and it really, really is depending on card draw happening spectacularly on the other side of the playmat.
Yeah, let's see. Zan thinking very carefully about these cards. I think we still are looking and considering the Visions cards. Thinking through the lines.
Now, we saw a deck similar. I mean, by similar, I mean this ink pairing at Worlds, but it was items. And so when he said today, well, I'm running Sapphire Emerald, the first thing my brain went was, oh, items? This is not items in any stretch of the imagination. This is absolutely not. I mean, it's almost bleed control in some ways. It's tempo. I don't know. Anytime I see Emerald, I start to think tempo. But I mean, this deck is just very wiggly and ziggy and zaggy, as Emerald is known to be.
Yeah, very, very measured turn here.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know 100% what he has in his hand, and that could be why he's trying to make sure he gets this exactly right, because he knows that Spicy's deck can explode quickly.
Well, and you have to find some sort of removal here. The problem is, you know, Spicy has pushed himself all the way to 10 with 7 lore showing on the board, so that's 17 unless you do a little bit of work here. The TikTok. It's just a lot out there.
A lot of evasives, and I think that makes it also extra frustrating. We've got that beefy bell over there. Then we have 3 evasives that he just doesn't have a clean answer to right now. So he has to say, am I even going to get to this next turn? Now he doesn't. He has time, not a ton though. So he wants to answer something. And the answer is, unfortunately, he has no answers right now with these 3 characters being evasive in the hand that we think he has. He says, well, maybe I'll get to draw some cards, and maybe the answers will come to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the play he's looking for here. Is he's trying to get, you know, into one of his outs, one of them being Under the Sea, which will slow things down. But in the absence of that this turn, you know, Spicy able to go up to 17. The card that gets you back in the game or really controls things is that combo of Heads Held High and Under the Sea. And you need to find 2 cards in order for that to happen. So just trying to set up something that'll enable him to draw into those 2 answers. So Perfect Gentleman here, drawing him an extra card.
Yeah, and now we are moving along to Spicy's turn, and he's saying, what do I got here? Because he hasn't had a spectacular card draw heavy turn, and he knows also that you've got a quest now, because he knows that Zan has this kind of endgame plan to do a board wipe. So it's like, you want a quest if you can. However, you also want to deal with this board, because these are very good singers. They sing great together. They harmonize. So now someone just said, well, we'll see. I'm not sure what people are referring to here. Yeah, notably, Clara on board, if at the end of the turn he gets to draw cards up until the value of how many cards his opponent has. So you get to draw at the end of your turn to match whatever the hand size is of Spicy. So if you saw someone draw at the end of turn, that's part of it. It's baked in.
Yeah, it's Clarabelle's effect there. Also coming down, exerting that Perfect Gentleman. Perfect Gentleman is a card that will allow both players to draw an extra card at the start of Zan's turn, but not allowing him to use that ability there, taking it out in short order, going up to 16. Back over to Zan again. I mean, he would have loved to see that extra card. Now, he did draw one up to Clarabelle, so let's see if we found that combo.
Yeah, and he needs it. We say now or never. It's truly now or game 3. because he's got enough on board right now that's just evasive where he can't answer it. So now it is, what can we do? And he's not moving quickly, which makes me think that he's just trying to say, is there anything? These cards are going away I'm not sure about, that maybe I can make these. So he's still thinking, looking at his hand. Now, notably, both these players are 5-1. Both these players know if they lose this game, they probably will not make it to day 2. It'd be very, 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 very hard. Oh, we see heads held high.
Oh, do we have both parts of the combo? All right, heads held high.
That's part. So that's going to go ahead. Now it removes damage, but it also reduces the strength here. So it's going to remove 3 damage for any number of chosen characters, and then all opposing characters -3. So you don't have to. Chosen means you don't have to choose anything, but all opposing characters get -3. That's pretty black and white. But I think he's just going to challenge. I don't think he has the other half.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he'd slam it down right now, and it looks like...
Or maybe not. Maybe Clarabelle sang that, and now he's about to slap down.
Is he going to... Does he have it?
He
has it!
Yeah.
Oh, we've been talking about it all game. There's that combo in full action. Now, we lost Kita. You know, that's... Kita is we used to see this effect in Amber Emerald. You know, reduce all your opponent's character strength, then play the Under Sea.
Yeah.
We lost that, but we still have heads held high. There it is. Everything... going down.
That was a very dramatic build for
yeah, man. Oh man, if I had that combo, I would have slammed that ages ago. We really thought
he
about
was playing
that.
it like maybe I don't. And I was like, well, maybe he just wanted to do it because he wanted to have Heads Held High out there because it's a song no one knows the words to. I don't know the words to that song.
Heads held high, touch the sky. You mean everything to me.
Okay, I didn't. Wow, what is that from?
RESCUE, Rescue Aid Society.
Oh wow. Okay, here we go, guys. Katie's Disney movie night coming to a theater near you, and now we have a Dumbo, and this is not where Dumbo wants to be. Dumbo needs friends. Dumbo needs a lot of things. Dumbo is not meant to be by himself. He is best played, not even on turn 4. He's best played with some friends to do some bidding for him. Now Zan's not out of the woods. He is sitting at 8. He doesn't have lore drain. He really needs Spicy to have nothing over and over and over again. He just used a ton amount of resources to do that combo. So it was a game saver, but not a game ender.
No, and that Dumbo is not, not the worst way to respond, especially when your opponent is not playing a ton of evasives. So, it'll be a little bit of card draw the next couple turns.
Oh, and then we go ahead and do some universal shifting. And we do it twice, which is kind of interesting here. It definitely ups the lore here because he shifted one on top of the little Clarabelle and then another one on top of... I forgot what was on the other side. It wasn't a Scrooge. It couldn't have been. It could have been. I mean, it could be. Anything could happen.
I think it was. But really fun flavor here. Those suits of armor coming down, clapping around those characters. Fun card here. Universal Shift, of course, can shift onto any character.
And it's tricky because Clara is only good if your hand is smaller, and Spicy put him in a tricky situation when Spicy's like, I'm not really drawing cards, guys. I haven't been doing it, whether he can't or won't. Difficult to say, but I mean, I probably won't because Blurple needs cards. So he basically said, well, if I shift,
oh my
cheap.
goodness.
And now we've got the dumb 3. Nope.
Yeah, what do you call it? A crash of elephants? Actually,
there we go. A crash. That's way better.
It's a crash of rhinos. I'm sorry, and a something of elephants and a herd, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that it's quite a lot. It's scary what it is. Now, is it scary by itself? No, because I mean there's just a lot of flapping sounds. It's not a lot, but it is enough where he's got Lorthbull on board right now. He could win the game if he doesn't have any answers here. And notably, Baymax, Clarabelle, and also Baymax cannot reach where Dumbo is right now.
No, as long as Zan can get rid of one of them, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on board, so it'll force Spice into the response or into the,
Someone
the control role.
Holy money on board, and you are right. That is what do we call 3 Dumbos? We call about $180.
Not as much as the Enchanted Elsa we saw last game. So
here we go.
There's that.
Okay, so we got your welcome. He got your welcome.
That will.
What can I say
enough.
except you're gonna shuffle that card into your deck now?
That's good enough. All we need to do is remove 1, and Zan's got enough on board to force Spice to respond to him. He's singing, so we'll send 1 away.
Yeah, and that is exactly, he literally needed, that was the last card of the Visions, was You're Welcome, and it's a song.
Wow.
And he had enough to do it, and so that is an answer. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board. So suddenly, just like that, Spicy says, oh, I have to deal with your board. And his board, no offense, is a little bit more scary. Zan's board has 2 upright and then 3 very, very sizable threats on board.
Yeah, there is some reach in this deck. I mean, Baymax is being run in some of these purple decks. It does give you a little bit of reach, but no way really to put damage counters onto either of his characters, so that's probably not an option here. Has enough to go up to 19.
And he says, I'm going to try the magic visions. Visions one helped you from losing, so maybe all visions, and I'll find the answer.
Found a little bit of removal there, but it's just not enough. And there it is. There's the fist bump. That's it. There's not enough to remove those threats on board. And wow, I mean, I'll be quite honest, I thought Zan was on the ropes for a good part of that game and just kind of clawing back, but managing to find both the cards he needed for that combo. Both of them can be sung, Heads Held High and Under the Sea, clearing Spicy's board, and just Spicy not able to drop enough on the board to close that out. And what a combo. Heads Held High.
Our heads are held high because we're going, wait, what does that card say? And the answer is, it says, I'll build Kita. I'll build it here. So we're going to go ahead and get ready for, we're going to talk about this day. And I think this is such a good day, note to end it on. Because this day started with, hey guys, we started with saying Blurple is bad, but I don't think it's that bad. It'll be fine. And then we watched it win twice on stream in a row. We went, how are we going to beat the allegations? And so then we said, I'll tell you guys a little behind the scenes. We said, we can't have a Blurple mirror glass. We need something not Blurple, a little palette cleanser. And what a palette cleanser that was.
Yep. There were so many Blurple mirrors, but yeah, what a palette cleanser. Watching not only Blurple, and again, like no shade to Blurple player. It's a great deck.
Yeah.
You know, there's
Play
some great
what
paths out
wins.
there.
That's a good
Play what
choice.
wins. I get it, but you know, it was fun to see somebody build something specifically tailored, I believe, to deal with that deck, and then to watch it hit its game plan and 2 cards working together. That I don't know. Great
it's
combo.
expensive. What a combo that is, though, right? It's a 6 cost and an 8 cost. That is a ton of real estate just to do that combo. We used to have this card called Be Prepared, and it was only 7 ink to wipe the board.
It was nice
and now you have to brew it. You have to get together and slap it together like MacGyver and be like, is that something?
Yeah,
and we
duct
watched
tape
him.
these cards together.
We watched Zan fight for his life for both that combo and for that visions into a You're Welcome. It was the 5th card. Insane work. And Zan probably, that's as stressed as you're ever going to see Zan. We might interview him. I'm assuming we will. And you've met this man many times on the road. Have you ever seen him stressed?
He doesn't get flustered very easily.
But when he wins, pretty cool. When he's just very even, which is probably why he's out there winning. And I would be a wreck out there in that game plan. That is a very, very rough thing to get through. And I'm excited to see if people are, because what Zan plays, people build. So how will this deck be? Is this something where, because Zan has built decks in the past where people are like, this is it, and they build it it's not as fun as it looks. This is very hard.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the next test. Is this the meta breaker, or is it just Zan playing a deck the way that Zan can?
Yeah. It would be interesting. This deck has done very well against Blurple today. Say again? Talking to production here.
Yeah, I can go do an interview. So
All right.
I'm going to do it. I haven't done one, and I told myself, I'm too scared, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to be brave. If Zan can do it, I can do it. I can be brave.
Don't go anywhere. Katie's going to go grab Zan and do an interview with him. We're going to hear a little bit about this deck, all the brilliant things that we just talked about. So for those, don't go away. You're going to get the Zan interview, and that will be it for games for today. I believe that was round 7, but tomorrow morning we'll be back with rounds 8 and 9. There is a lot of Blurple, but there are also a few other decks there that are competing for that top cut. We saw one of them there with the Emerald Sapphire deck. Zan, they're still battling to make it in the top cut. I know there was at least one Amber Steel that was doing very, very well, trying to run underneath Blurple decks. But really, the theme of today was either you're playing Blurple or you're tech to beat Blurple. And then if you tech to beat Blurple, you're hoping to run into it. And yeah, so it's a good deck. It's a good deck. And I'll be honest, I don't know that Dumbo is a very, very good card. An unchecked Dumbo will win you games in the same way that an unchecked Diablo would win you games in any of the old green steel decks or any of the old emerald decks. But I don't know that Dumbo is the biggest reason on its own. It's just that Sapphire was left with some really good removal tools where a lot of other colors lost theirs, with cards like Into the Unknown, with cards like Hades, and Amethyst just has a ton of card draw. And in any TCG, in Lorcana especially, if you're drawing cards and you're removing your opponent's threats, you're winning the game. And so it just has the best tools. So Dumbo is part of the equation, but and it does allow you to run away with games. But I'm not confident that. I'm not certain that Dumbo is the problem on its own. I don't think it necessarily is. I don't know. Yeah, worth as much as he is right now. Yeah, it is interesting. Dumbo is it's a very very good card. But even some players out there like Jonathan Williams, is running a deck and is only running 3 because 4 of them can be oppressive in your deck, and you don't want to see him until the late game. So. With that, let's hear from Zan about his tech for this tournament. We're going to go out to the interview booth with Katie and Zan.
People call it Baja.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if Ravensburger likes it. And that is round 7, and we are here with a very fun end to the day. I'm here with Zan Syed, who we know and we love him. He brings the decks that make you go, should I build that deck? So what made you build this deck? And I know it's probably a long journey to get to it. So what led you here?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have done it without my best friend and podcast host, Jeremy Bertarioni. He was playing this deck all week. I didn't particularly like his version, but someone posted something on Twitter that gave us the final piece, the puzzle pieces, and I felt confident sleeving it up today.
Now, how much thought went into what the decks you thought? Because everybody said blurple, blurple, blurple. So how much thought went into you knowing that you were going to be against that deck, you were against it just in that round?
Yes.
Went into picking this deck for this day?
Well, I like to think about the metagame like a pie, and even if it's like the highest percentage, blurple is the highest percentage it's ever been in a tournament, the max is going to be is 35%. So you still have the rest of the pie to deal with. And so in order to get to the position where you're going to only play against Blurple, you need to build a deck that's good against everything else. So I actually playtested 0 times against Blurple. I just knew in theory what I needed to do because I played Blurple last weekend at SSG. And so once I lost to it once and then I beat it twice. And as I was playing, I was just figuring it out. I did Audible to this deck last night.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about, I saw lots of people play testing and changing cards, and so changing a whole deck has to be stressful. Have you had any experience with this deck in other metas, or is this our first time really getting into it?
Basically, every meta, I'm like, okay, it's time to play Baja, and then I'm like, oh my god, this deck is terrible. And this is the first time I was like, okay, it's good enough, but the color combination made me feel like my stomach was like, I was like, am I just throwing away this tournament? I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, people were saying, I don't want to see Blurple, I don't want to see Blurple, and we said, okay, well, fine, we probably can't not have Blurple, but we found your match, and then you said, you know what, let me put Blurple to bed for the night, and it was a very exciting end. Exciting play. How did you feel? There's 2 plays that were stunning. The Under the Sea, Held South High, which is a very expensive combo to pull off.
Yes, it is.
So how was that getting to that? Because it looked like you were kind of clawing your way to that card draw.
Oh my god. Well, I think the thing that you're trying to do is play a Clarabelle and draw a whole bunch of cards.
Yeah.
And hope that you find that combination in those cards. What you don't want to do is visions for the head held high card and not have the other part of it, Under the Sea. And so that's kind of what made the order in which I drew the cards made it super exciting. And not fun. Yeah. I wish I found it earlier in the.
You're
I don't
clawing
even know.
towards it.
But yeah, basically that's the part where you're like, my deck has 4 copies of this card. I am bound to find it. I have to just let the deck give me the tools to win this game, and it did.
It did it again when you Visions, and the 5th card for Visions was notably You're Welcome. So there's another time where I'm sure you're like, did you do the one at a time look, or did you pull them all at once?
I definitely did the heart of the cards moment. Yeah, it was an incredible moment.
Yeah. So now you're undefeated, right?
No. 6-1.
Which is good. It's still a good way to end the day. Now you do have to do the thing where you go to bed and then come back. But after this, are there any decks that you're kind of a little bit nervous? Because you don't get to pick what deck you play.
Well, I think that bringing a deck like this makes you the scary person.
Yeah.
Right? Basically, people don't know how to react to me. So either they take the time tonight to practice against it, or they sacrifice, or they go to sleep. Right? So it's a really tough choice for my opponent. Whereas I feel like I got my reps against Blurple, and I already have enough reps against everything else.
That's true. Yeah. It is. But we went into this day saying there's 3 big decks, but now there might be 4. The Baja is blasting off, if you will. I don't know. We'll see if that takes off here. But we'll go back to the booth. Before we do you have any shout-outs or anything you want to do?
Yeah, shout out to my team, Rare Hunters, I just joined them. They're based out of Austria. I just feel like this season would have been possible for sponsors like Rare Hunters.
Yeah, no, and shout out to teams. That's my favorite part is you show up, you look across the room, and you get a scan and be like, look at all these people.
Yeah.
So it's been very fun, and I hope to see you again tomorrow on these matches because it's so fun to watch that deck and see the cards work. But we'll go ahead and say goodbye, and thank you so much for stopping by.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, one of like the geniuses in the game. Always fun hearing from Zan and seeing what he brings in. I know that those of you who are here for competitive Lorcana, we did finish the last game, but if you're interested in some of the decks that are being played here today, some of them that aren't Blurple, don't go anywhere. The team out there has actually lined up several deck techs that we're going to do, and so you're going to have some of the players who are sitting at like X and 1 who are still in the running talk through some of their builds. Again, that aren't Blurple. I don't think we have a Blurple deck out there, but they're getting set up right now. So if you haven't seen one yet, they've done a really good job setting up a camera in the interview area so you can actually see their deck laid out and hear the players talk about what they're playing. So I'm just going to vibe for a second while they get that set up because I want to send you over there as soon as possible. But yeah, and one of the fun things is, these players that we're talking to now, I think all of them are still in competition for tomorrow. So you'll get to hear about their decks and then see them perhaps tomorrow on stream as they try to fight for the top cut. For those of you who aren't familiar with the format, we are going to do the final 2 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, rounds 8 and 9, before cutting to the top cut. Somebody in the chat asked how many people go on to day 2. I think everybody goes on to day 2 if they want to. Players can drop, but I don't think there's anything preventing you from playing rounds 8 and 9, no matter where you sit. If you want to play those rounds, you'll just be paired accordingly. So yeah. For deck techs, people asking for Zan deck techs in the chat. I think we did one earlier today, so that should be out there. If we didn't, we'll make sure to get that. If not this afternoon, then tomorrow, because I know that's something you're all interested in. Yeah. What other, I'm trying to remember what other, I don't know what other decks are out there, but really, yeah, again, it's a Blurple world, and we're all living in it. Yeah. One of the things people were asking me earlier, what was I surprised by in the current meta, or the meta show today, and the rock, paper, scissors, I think that a lot of people were talking about with Amber Steel, Amethyst Steel, and then Blurple, it didn't really show. Not a lot of Amber Steel out there at all compared to the other 2 colors. A lot of Amethyst running around, just not a lot of Amber Steel at all. And I'm not sure if that's because the run underneath the Blurple deck strategy just wasn't effective, and so it just didn't show well, or what. But just not a lot of Amber Steel. A few players though on Amber Emerald, trying a different kind of strategy, kind of the Chernodogs build up the board strategy, trying to win in a couple turns. That saw some moderate success, but really, when we look at conversion rates at the end of this tournament. I think we're going to see Blurple converting very well, probably even, or probably above its meta share, actually, or slightly above. And then everything else probably a couple Amethyst Steel, and then we'll have a couple niche choices that convert very well, including Emerald Sapphire. Zan's not the only one running it, and it's actually performing very well in this field out there with a couple players who chose to bring it in. So, yeah. Other than that, I mean, the story of the tournament is Blurple. It's Blurple, it's Hades, it's Dumbo, and it's Basil, turn 1 Basil. So, yep. Chat. I think somebody already did one for Zan. Yeah, so definitely go check that out if you're interested in Zan's deck. They did that earlier today. Great interview, Katie.
That was so scary. I will say, to be fair, interviewing and being like, hey guys, interviewing scares me, and being like, you want to interview the Zan Syed? But the good news is you can talk about 5,000 things. That man has played on many decks and had many lives in this community. And what a deck. I was like, were you freaking out? He's like, about what? I'm like, all of it. That was a very scary and exciting game. You navigated the corners. But as we were talking, Jeremy came up, who helped him decide to play that game. And they're both X and 1, which is a way of saying they've only lost once.
Is Jeremy playing the same deck?
He is.
Okay, cool.
They both buddies, and they both high-fived. And I said, do you call it Baja Blast, Bleen, Groom? And he said, I call it Blue-Green High Five. And I said, what?
That the blue-green high five.
Yeah.
Blue-green high five is a deck from set 1.
Yeah, that's what he said. He says he's been playing it since set 1. And he said, I call blue-green high five. I've always called it that since set 1.
And the reason it was called high five is because the highest cost card in that deck
Yeah.
was 5.
That's what he said.
That's not the case here.
Yeah.
But I love
He said
the
there's a
shout-out
whole
history.
bunch of 5s.
All right. We're going to send you out to a deck tech. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a moment.
All right, I'm here with Tiago. We're at CCS right now. Currently, you're 7-0 right now. What are you on today?
Today I'm playing Purple Steel.
Okay.
It's the same deck that I played last week at the 126-person 15-case event at SSG, where I was able to get first.
Oh,
and so
wow.
I'm just running it back today and off to a good start.
Yeah, it sounds like it's been working out pretty well and stuff like that. So you just decided to play that? You're just like, I played the same thing last week. Let me just run it back. And so you didn't want to change it up or anything? Nothing else caught your eye?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I didn't get much time to practice this week because I got in Tuesday, and then Wednesday's tricky, and then I flew out here Friday, so I only really got to practice Thursday, and I was playing only Blurple, so I played like 25 best of 3s of Blurple, and I was like, I can't do this deck.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
It's not for me. So then, yeah, when I arrived here, I just last minute, I'm like, I'm going to try Purple Steel again, and changed a couple cards, and it's like, that has to be good enough, and it's working out well. So.
Dude, how are you able to get your Dumbos, man? Right now, that's like a commodity right now. Like, I see them over there, and I'm just jealous of you right now. How are you able to get those?
Yep. Well, last week I was very tricky. I had to, do a tour for 5 hours around New England to pick up my Dumbos from a bunch of my friends. So shout out to them. They're lifesavers. But then at SSG, the owner Devin hooked me up, so he was able to
that's cool.
Pull some levers for me to be able to get me some Dumbos, and that was really appreciated. So this week I have Dumbos.
That's awesome. Well, you're 7-0 right now. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at the deck right now, and we're gonna see what systems you'd like to do. You know, your 1 through 3 drops. So let's take a look at that.
Let's go.
All right, so we kind of have these. You have your curve going right here. What's kind of your ideal curve for your 1 and 2 drops?
Yeah,
like
so
what do you want to start off with?
There's 2 different kinds of openers. Really, on turn 1, you're looking to play either Palace Guard or Diablo, especially when you're going first, but against a lot of the slow decks, they just put a lot of pressure. They're really annoying to deal with, and sometimes, if you're playing against Blurple and you're going first, at the end of the game, your Palace Guard will have just gained you 6 lore from a 1-drop, which is completely ridiculous.
Really good.
And then the Captain Hook is good going second, especially against the steel decks, the aggressive steel decks.
Yeah.
His 3 attack lines up super well because they have so many 3 health characters. And then just going second, in general, he can be strong, but
I've noticed I've seen a lot of Captain Hook today. Captain Hook has been a hot card, a hot commodity today. I love how you're playing the 4 Calhouns. Have those been helping out a lot today?
Yeah, Calhoun's excellent. Basically, Calhoun ends up bodyguarding for your Palace Guards and Diablos in the sense that the premier 1-drops in this format right now are these big challenger ones. So it's cards like Captain Hook, like Rafiki, like Royal Guard.
Of course, yeah.
And these characters challenge and do most of their effect on their first challenge, but then they're left exerted with 0 or 1 attack on the crackback.
Calhoun
which
just cleans them up.
And she eats them for breakfast.
Yeah.
It's also excellent because this format, you get in a lot of board stalls, so then both of you guys just start looking at each other with your boards for a long time, and then if you're able to get up to 5 ink, and then you play Elsa, she exerts one of their characters, and then Calhoun is able to eat them, get you a bunch of lore, super, super strong. It's one of the uninks can be a bit tricky, but it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah, I also noticed you got Raja on there. How's she been working out today? 2 for a 3/3?
Yeah, I think Raja's pretty good. The options we have for 2-drops are not that good.
Yeah.
So I like Raja just being a pile of stats. It's really strong, bridging you towards the stage of the game where you're able to play your genies into Elsas and your Dumbos and your Treasure Guardians and your Docks. So it really clogs up the board, and it's certainly our best option. When we have 11 illusions like this deck has, then the downside from the Vanish keyword is mitigated, because if your opponent's playing 3 Hypnotic Strengths in their deck to counter illusions, they'll probably draw maybe 1 a game if they have 3, and then if you have 11 illusions, they're not going to have Hypnotic Strengths for every single one you play.
No, for sure. I agree. This has been a hot card this weekend too. The Genie Dragon there. Giant Cobras. I noticed you're playing 4 of the White Rose. What made you want to play 4 of these? I usually see it as a 2-of or a 3-of. I haven't seen 4 lately.
Yeah, I think the Rose is great. I think when you get to these points in the game where you're just using your Docks and Genies and Treasure Guardians and Dumbos to each try to eke out a little bit of lore and then draw cards, and then it's just really, really excellent off the top. it's generally not the greatest turn 3, but it's a sturdy body that sinks strength and then generally trades with something on the crackback. So I think these gain lore burst effects like Cobra and Rose are strongest in high quantities. So because I think they like synergize with each other. So that I think I would always play 4 of it.
No, for sure. Yeah, it looks like it's been working out pretty well for you. So I know you got the one single Jafar in there, the guy for Challenge 2. But I love his ability. I think he's a really good card right now. 3 drop, 3/2, challenges for 2, but also quest for 2. So has he been working out for you pretty well as a one of?
Yeah. I was playing 2 of him last week, but now that I put in the hypnotic strengths, I thought it was less necessary. A lot of people are playing Lilo. I think the new Lilo is much, much worse than him. I think the new Lilo's body, as you said, he quests for 2. The new Lilo is a 2/2 that quests for 1, which we know is like the vanilla stat line of a 1-drop, like the goons that we have. So his stat line is like between 2 and 3 mana's worth, so you really need to get way less out of the effect for him to be worthwhile. Whereas,
So I got to ask, have you been like hypnotic strengthening your Calhoun at all? Have you been doing that? Has that been a line at all today?
Yeah, I played against Amber Steel in round 4, and he quested with Daisy Duck, and I was able to play hypnotic strength on my Calhoun, challenge the Daisy Duck, and then play a Captain Hook, which then contested his board really well. It's not quite as good as just having played Jafar to get the Challenger 2, because then you develop the Singer 3, which is important, but it does the job and gives you the flexibility of being able to defeat enemy cards like Iago's that can be really tricky for us.
Yeah, I noticed you got of course, the Dumbo package. It's been working out well today, I can tell. Also, you got your Genies going there, and then you got Treasure Guardians, which is pretty good, because you said you got a lot of illusions here going
11.
on. So, I mean, are you comfortable with this list? Is this what you would run again, or would you make any tweaks if you could make a tweak?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Like, I only changed a couple cards from last week. I was playing like the Skater Mim, which wasn't that good. I was playing some more Jafars, and I was playing the 5-mana Jasmine, and all those cards were kind of underperforming. I would say this list's pretty good. Like, you don't have to play like the Hypnotic Strengths. You can try to play like more of the Crab Jafar, but I think overall, like, if you completely copy this 1-for-1, you can't go wrong.
Okay. Well, I like to get the viewer's mindset, because like a lot of people are looking at this deck list. They want to know what's good right now, what to play. But again, like Elsa's been doing really good, and you got your 2 Bell package, which is a lot of people are playing 2 Bells or 3. And this card I've been seeing this played a lot. It's just doing really well today. Has it been working out well for you? Would you still stay at 2, or would you go to 3?
So last week I was playing 1, and then I added a second one this week. I think I've cast her 0 times in 7 rounds. Like, she's done completely nothing, but I think she's fine. Like, I think she gives you a lot of flexibility in the mid game against Blurple, which is the most popular deck here by far. So, I don't know. I think she's definitely cuttable, but she's generally fine, and people knowing you have her, like if you ink her in the mid game, then it makes them play pretty wonky. So there's some utility to it, but definitely not a core card to the deck.
For sure. Well, I really like your list. This Purple Steel list is really good. Apparently, it's been working out well. Like, again, you're 7-0. You played it last week. You won the tournament. So, again, congratulations. I'm excited to see what you do tomorrow. We're going to be here tomorrow. So, but again, I mean, this is Tiago with Purple Steel. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And then I told Zan Syed, you can go ahead and take my deck list. It's fine. I've only been working on it for a few minutes. And it turns out sorry, we're back. That's my Liam bit. How did that go, guys? That was and scene. I'm doing what Liam does. How'd it work? Zan did not take any deck advice from me. In fact, he got it from Jeremy, who I actually got to meet. The Jeremy from the Monday night or Monday morning work thing. When I go to work on Monday, I'm like, well, Jeremy's here. And that's quite nice to have a little bit of Lorcana to get you through the morning. But yeah, so that was the deck tech. But we have more to come. We have coming up, and we might quick to it very quickly. So we're being agile here. What do we have next?
So before we go, we're going to have an interview with Corey. Now, we saw a deck tech with Corey earlier. I believe he's on Blue Steel. He won last round So still in the running for top cut, and I know everybody's excited. It's Blue Steel, it's not Blurple, so we're going to hear from him about his match, and then we're going to bring you at least one more deck tech before we finish for the evening. And so I know, we really excited that the 20 Lore Pro Crew has worked this out and is doing this, because I know for all of you watching, a lot of you are trying to figure out what you're playing in your next couple tournaments, what you're playing next week in PPG perhaps, or what you're preparing for, and getting to hear from these players about their specific builds and how their decks work is really valuable.
In real time, too, because a lot of times we get to talk to the players, but it's Monday night, or it's Monday night. Illumineers go live. Maybe not this Monday, but most Monday, so you'll find them. You did go live on a Wednesday and sent me into an absolute panic spiral. I was like, I was like, what day is it? But it's great to hear them right after, because I mean, as you've interviewed players both way after and right after, and right after they have that energy, that zest, where they say like all the things they saw, and I love it. I think it is very cool. That was one of my first post game interviews, and it felt good. It was scary out there. I think honestly, Zan did good, but I think I did great. People don't say that enough.
I think you did wonderful.
Thank you.
Full disclosure, I could not hear you at all in here, but I could see it, and the energy looked fantastic.
Yeah, I did the whole, do I look at the camera, look at Zan, look at somewhere else? It was, you don't know, but shout out to Kay Della Barella with that beautiful sticker. I don't know what it's for, what it means. But it's just Stitch. It's
a Stitch sticker.
Stitch doing Stitch things.
Stitch things.
But that is, just so you guys know, we're done with matches for today, but we're not done. Like we said, this tech is very invaluable. You want to listen to why these players, because if you do what they call net decking, you might hurt yourself into confusion. So it's very important to listen to the players, listen to why they put the cards in there, because then you'll know when to use the cards. I think that's something that sometimes people forget, is they look at a list and they're like, I get it. And sometimes you want to listen a little bit to the players to kind of hear why they did what they did. Have you seen that? Have you ever built a deck and you're like, I don't think I get this?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And not knowing why certain cards are there, when to play them, play them on curve or not. It is valuable to hear from players as they're walking through what they're I don't know, why they build the deck a certain way.
Yeah. Why did you do what you did? And the answer is it might surprise you. But shout out to me, who opened a John Silver foil, and my friend likes it, and I said, here you go. Oops. Turns out that was a good card. But anyway, we're going to go to the interview, and I'm going to message them and say, can I get that back?
Today, and why did you pick that deck?
I'm playing Ember Steel. The main reason why was before they finished porting the set, I started building a deck, playtesting it, and I tested it a lot, like 200-300 games.
Oh, that's a lot, dude.
And the last 2 weekends, I had weddings. So one close to my house, but the other one I had to fly across the country for a wedding. So
wow.
Not much time to play test. And when I came back, I saw all the purple lists, and I started wondering, do I want to try to test that deck? Do I switch? And I didn't have enough time to put the good number of games on to be able to play the mirror.
Yeah.
So I decided to stick on this deck and just try to work around it to make the matchup better.
Well, apparently it's been working out. You're one of the top players, playing Amber Steel right now, going 6-1 into day 2 at CCS. So what matchups have you hit today? What matchups do you want to hit, and what matchups do you not want to hit?
I don't want to hit the new green-blue deck.
Okay.
I don't want to play against
that. With the Chromacon and stuff like that? Okay.
I didn't play against it today. I played twice against Purple Steel, 4 times against Blurple, and once I played the mirror.
Okay. And how's your matchup against Blurple?
Against Blurple, it's pretty fine.
Pretty good?
I won 1 or 2 dice roll today.
Okay.
So I was on the draw almost all day, and Purple is okay. It's a hard matchup. It's not a 80-20 win.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
It can be 50-50, and you need to travel again. On the draw, on the play, it's mostly 70-30, but on the draw, you have to travel to you need to be patient with the deck, and it's not that bad. Purple Steel is harder.
Yeah.
But
a lot more removal. They got more spot removal, more shrinks, more smashes and stuff like that.
But if you tell me which deck of the top decks I want to play against, it's clearly Blurple, yeah.
Oh, okay. I got to ask, they told me to ask about your shirt. So what's up with the shirt?
It's a story. There's a deck box in the shirt. The guy on the shirt asked the guy in the deck box for some cards. We work at the same LGS in Sherbrooke. And he asked me to take a picture with the cards. So I did a crazy face at it. They took that face, they put it everyone on the internet, and then they made sleeve with my face.
Oh, nice.
So my first revenge was the deck box. I made the deck box with the face of the guy who made the sleeve.
Yeah.
I distributed it to some friends, and then I made the shirt. So it's trolling most of the time.
Nice. Yeah. I like it. But let's go ahead and take a look at your deck, okay? Yep. Let's take a look, see what we got going on. And this is right here, the famous deck box you were talking about just now. That's your friend right there.
Yeah, this is 10 years ago when he lost, when he finished 17 at the tournament.
Oh, okay.
And then this is at the Continentals. He made top 16 at the.
Oh, nice. Is that why he's yelling? He's like,
yeah. He thought he was not making it. I told him he was making it, and that's the picture when they said his name for top 16.
That's awesome. Okay, so what is like what's the starting play you want to have, like 1 through 3? What's a good draw to start off with? How do you want to start?
Depend on the matchup, but mostly always the Daisy, Nala, Tiana. That's like the best start into Pluto. Then you protect all your team.
For sure.
But if you're playing against a purple steel deck and they play one drop that can attack for 3, you want to play a little or this one so that you can just destroy, banish this dude and then play more pressure.
For sure. So I noticed you're playing Jim Deere. Like, how has he been working out for you today? 0-4.
He's good. He can give you one more turn. Like, the best thing you can do with your character is quest twice with them. That's your target.
Yeah.
You don't want quest 1 and lose it. You want quest at least 2 times with each one. So that's why you need more bodyguard. Those were the best option, but you needed a lower one. Because if you don't have the Tiana, if you don't have the good pression early, you want to protect and start questing early.
For sure, yeah, that definitely like guards your guys. So how's Nala been working out today? I've seen Nala like a lot, and I don't mean to cover that up, but like Nala's like just been, everybody's been talking about it, been raving about it. It's been working out pretty well today.
I think it's better than Piglet was.
Really? Better than Piglet?
It have a resist one.
You heard it, guys. He's better than Piglet. He says it.
Yeah. Like Piglet, you need to have other characters. So you top deck a Piglet, it's going to quest for 1.
For sure, yeah.
This, you top deck it to play it, it's going to quest for 3. So I think because of that, because of the resist one, because you play things like this that can heal it.
Yeah.
So you can go back, quest for 3 each time. So it's pretty good.
That is definitely a good card.
Yeah.
And Penny's just, obviously give us a resist and stuff like that. Your Lilos keep coming back just in case you got some board wipe. I like how you're playing the Docs. I love Docs, my favorite card right now. Jim Deere's been working out pretty well. Have you done any sick plays with playing Lady and then like under dropping a few other characters? Did you drop like a Nala and play Lady or something?
Lady into Jim Deere.
Oh, okay.
Because you don't want quest every turn, but if you go turn 1, turn 2, and you're on the play, you're going to go turn 3.
Oh, and then
drop
bodyguard.
Deere, you're going to quest for 5.
Yeah, you can quest for 5.
And the next turn you quest for 7.
That's
so
an
you're
amazing.
at 12.
Oh yeah, that's an amazing start. Yeah. What about how's Tatiana been working out? How's she been doing?
It's really great.
It is.
But like, you have to watch how you play it. You don't always want to play it on curve turn 3. If you're on the draw, you're playing turn 3, your opponent just gonna remove her from the board right now.
Yeah.
You won't get no value of it. But yeah, it's one of the main cards of the deck.
I love Lawrence too. He can like smack somebody really hard for something, and he still quests for 2. This card's really good, solid. I played it last season and stuff. What about Bolt though? He comes into play tapped. How has he been doing today?
Against the best line I had is against the Mirror. Game 3, I was on the play, so I went turn 1. He played turn 1 the Rhino. Turn 2 Nala. He played Rhino. So I was kind of stuck. So when I played this on turn 3, it allows me to quest for 5. So on his turn, he played the Tiana on his turn 3. So he just he Rhinoed this and played Tiana. Then I played Pluto. So he had to sacrifice Tiana on Pluto, then kill Pluto. With the Rhino, played another character. I played another quest for 5, played another Pluto. So I got to 15 with just those 2.
That's
because
crazy.
Of this into this into this.
Yeah.
So then you just
because he's got to get rid of those like that.
Yeah.
You don't want to quest. He doesn't want you to quest for 4. So that's just a good line.
I quest for 4 a few times with him, but mostly he's there just for a sacrifice.
Yeah, he
to
has
make me able to quest for 5 and.
Yeah, if they don't get rid of him, that you can quest for 4. So they're gonna go him first instead of like let these guys just live.
Yeah.
That's definitely a great. And I know that everybody loves the Rhino line where you go 1 and then you shift onto it.
Yeah.
So have you been doing that today consistently?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, it's a good line against the Mirror. That's why you're going to be against the Mirror.
That's still good though. Like you're not. That's like one of the sickest plays in the game right now. But you're not doing as much. But you're still winning with the deck.
It's just if you're playing against, like I said, one drop that's challenged for 3. If they have the hypnotic strength, you're just losing everything.
For sure.
But if you have this and this, well, you're trading his character, you're keeping this and keep making pressure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why Rhino is not the best of the deck, but it's still a good card.
Okay. I noticed you definitely got Pluto in here, and you got Bagheera. How has Bagheera been helping out? He's kind of
Bagheera
new.
was great.
Has he shot anybody down, or he's just...
Like he's another bodyguard. He's a bodyguard with like a lot of powers, like Pluto, and also like the 2 top decks have a lot of like 1, 2, 3, 3 things like that. So it wipes the board. Like unless they have like numerous Hades or something like that, it's gonna get 2 or 3 of the other guys that cannot attack my own characters. They have to just quest for 1 and trade for it. So yeah.
You got your package of strengths just for any removal. So like you say this list is like it. today, if you were to play this again, would you play the same list, exact 60, or would you change anything up?
100%. There's no card that I.
There's no changes you would make right now at all.
I don't think so now.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, you're going 6-1 into day 2.
And I lost 5 of my 7 dice rolls, so it went well.
What did you lose to today?
Blurple.
Blurple, okay. Was it just you didn't get a good start, or like what kind of happened? Yeah.
The start I had a bad hand. I kept like the 2 rhinos and the strength. Mulligan 4 uninkables. My first draw was uninkable, so I had to ink strength to play Daisy, to play Rhino, ink the other Rhino to play Nala. And
that's definitely just goes downhill. And you're not playing that many uninkables, are you? Like you got
16.
16, okay.
It's
not too bad.
Yeah.
Usually when you get to the 18 or 20 range, it kind of gets a little scary, but 16 is not too bad. No, overall, I think this is a great deck list, and Mulan is definitely a great card now. It kind of cycles those uninkables out of there, and you're able to draw more cards, especially late game. You're looking for something, you know?
And not just that, against Blurple and against Purple Steel, if I don't have a Daisy, I will want to go Mulan, because they won't sacrifice a 3 Challenger just to trade with that, because they're going to lose it. So I don't know how many games Mulan quested for 2, 3, or 4 in the games before they decide to trade with him.
Okay.
So,
Well, I definitely love your whole deck list, and again, congratulations going 6-1 day 1.
Thank you.
And good luck tomorrow. And guys, this is Nick and his Amber Steel deck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Funny story about the deck box and the sleeves.
Katie's doing Katie things in the brackets, doing the math.
I'm in the mines.
I really love seeing these deck techs. It's a bummer. I full disclosure, like in the booth, like where we're sitting, I can see the deck techs, but I can't hear them. So one of my homework pieces tonight is to go back and listen to all of these brilliant players talk about their decks. But it's really fun to be able to bring that to you all and to get to hear, like in real time during the tournament, how players are thinking about the meta and their builds. So this is super fun. Don't go anywhere. We've got one more interview, I think, at the very least, that we're bringing you from a Blue Steel player, Corey, who has done very well today and is still battling for the top cut. So I'm just waiting for production to get that ready. Then we're going to bring you over. Chat saying, I know Nick's such a nice guy, always ready to chat meta strategy. I ran into Nick at the hotel last night at midnight. He was eating pizza, and I just started chatting with him. He's like, yeah, I'm down from Quebec. And we just talked all about strategy, the tournament, all that. His amazing shirt with his Battle Buddy's face on it. So really wonderful player. I will say one of the things that has surprised me this weekend is the deep pool of players traveling from Canada. A lot of Canadian players making the trip across an international border all the way down here. A lot of Quebekians.
Quebec cloggers. I don't know. I feel like it has to be something that we're saying wrong, right? There's no way that we're just going to get off the bat and say it the way that they would say it. Because Quebecers, I bet it's not that. There's no way that there's a hard, like they would have a like Quebeco, because they have a very gentle thing. A Quebecois. It is Quebecois.
Yeah.
It's definitely not said that way.
Pardon.
Québécois. Je suis perdu. Pouvez-vous m'aider? Québécois tabarnak.
J'ai étudié français pour 3 ans. But that's all I remember from.
All I can say is les poissonneries and
les poissons.
Les poissons.
Oh, I love les poissons. All right, we're gonna head over to that interview. That's enough of this. Let's get it. Let's get over there.
And now this is a French language.
Steel, I believe it was.
Okay, and what are you playing again, so the viewers know?
I'm playing the Sapphire Steel.
Oh yeah, blue steel.
Okay, big blue deck.
Big blue deck earlier, like we put on camera.
Yep.
Again, like, what did you hit last match, and what kind of like what cards helped you win that match?
So the first game, unfortunately, just top decked uninkable after uninkable. There was a point where I was just going to play Doc and just pitch 3 Hades just to try and get out of the situation. Game 2, we hit curve pretty well. Played cards, removed cards. Just the deck did its thing. Game 3, I was able to play Scrooge on 3. And
nice. Yeah, definitely that 5/5 guy. Quest for 2 is definitely good on turn 3.
Yeah, we definitely stalemated there for a little bit. But
the little Care Bear stare.
Yeah, being able to do Horizons into an Horizons the next turn definitely.
Nice.
Definitely gave me the card draw.
So, you're 6-1 today. Like, what are you hoping to like play against tomorrow? What matchups you like to play against tomorrow?
Definitely the Amethyst Steel deck. I have a really good matchup into that, I believe. Blurple's really like a 50-50, but everyone here has been playing that, so it's been just one of those things. Just more on the low end of like the aggro decks is what I'm told
For
to
sure.
do well against.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, man. I feel like this has been a. How have you enjoyed the venue so far? Like the events. Have you done a CCS before, or is this your first one?
I've actually, I believe I got top 8 the event that the Cameo ended up winning.
Oh,
So,
okay, cool.
I was his top 8 opponent for that.
Nice.
It's been really well, though. I really enjoy coming to CCS. I've been coming since, I believe, set 2, set 3,
Yeah.
whenever they started hosting them.
You fly in here, or are you from Atlanta?
No, I've actually live in Murphy, North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina.
2-hour drive.
Oh,
from
okay.
here,
2 hour drive's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Yeah, I definitely love CCS, and I love everything they put on for here, and it's a big cash prize,
Oh, yeah.
and it's it just attracts all the best players,
Oh, yeah.
And I like how you're playing Blue Steel. You're doing really well with Blue Steel. Again, like I noticed also too, like you had the 4 Auroras. Did that help out in that match at all?
It definitely helped me secure the game for game 3, just being able to drop it and making sure he wouldn't top deck any removal spells or anything of that nature. Other than that, it didn't really come up for that match.
Yeah. If you were going to play another tournament again, or you could switch decks for tomorrow, would you switch decks at all, or would you stay the same with Blue Steel with the same 60?
I would probably switch to a different deck, honestly. I like
Really?
experimenting.
No, for
trying
sure.
the,
Yeah, I get
format. I'm still trying to make Ruby Amethyst work personally.
Uh-huh.
It's just with so many blurples. And
Yeah, for sure, man.
It's
Yeah.
definitely a rough. But no, it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it.
That's good, man. I'm glad you had a good day. Well, you hear from Corey again, playing Blue Steel 6-1 today, going into day 2 tomorrow. Again, we appreciate you, Corey. Hope to see you tomorrow. Good luck tomorrow too.
Thank you.
Also, so again, back to you guys.
Yeah, it's so nice to see something other than Blurple doing well. Corey, there with his Blue Steel.
Listen, this isn't plants, okay? You might guys think like that we said like we got big blurples, so we can't be too good. It wasn't like that scene in The Incredibles where they're like, Dash, go, stop. This is real organic blurple smashing, which is good because you don't want a deck. Now we end up in the rock paper scissors meta. I think I heard Brent say that, and I quite liked it because it is kind of you have decks that you can beat and decks you can't. But in this case, we saw. Blurple is good. I don't think anyone's out there going to say it wasn't that bad. It is bad in the sense it's bad by being good. But was there any kind of decks, takeaways that you have? I know I have some of my own thoughts, but I'll start with you and kind of what are your first initial thoughts as you reflect back upon the past 7 rounds of Lorcana?
On the meta?
Yeah, about what we saw today.
What we saw today, as we go into tomorrow, Blurple is everything we thought it was. It's just a very good deck. It's very consistent. It wins on the play. It wins on the draw. It just has the removal tools and the draw tools that you want, as well as cards that have to be answered every single turn, like Dumbo. It's just a very frustrating deck to play, and I understand why everybody is playing it. That being said, there are other decks that are viable, and there's plenty of decks that are being piloted by very good people here that can take down Blurple, but you have to tech slightly against it. And if you are not playing against Blurple or you're not playing Blurple, you're going to have a rough time, as we saw some players have today. Yeah. Again, but it's not your only option. I guess that's my big overall observation. What about you?
Yeah, my thing is like you said. When you know what the deck is in the room. Now Zan said something very cool in the interview. He said when you know that deck is going to be a huge meta share, you still know that only like 33% of the room is going to be doing it. Speaking of elephants in the room. Look at this.
Yeah.
I love this foiling that people have been doing on the official Disney Lorcana playmats because it makes me feel very powerful when I see it. And I know the light it's inside. It's in a top loader. Which shout out to the person who decided to make a top loader for a mat. Incredible work there.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is me handing it to Liam. You did it. You were a champion today.
Oh, thank you.
I assume that's why they handed it to us.
Yeah, that's true. This is my gift. Katie got the other playmat. This is mine, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Production says yes.
Yep. Production. JDC's wife's here, which is very weird. But no, here we go. So that shout out to I believe that was Mattify that helped make that shiny. So anybody who's out there that says I can make that thing you have shiny, I'm a big fan of your work, and I'm a big fan of Mattify. So we're gonna go ahead. Let's see. Do we have another thing to? Are we going to somewhere? We going somewhere? What? Okay.
To what are we doing?
Where are we going? Oh. We're going to Lorcana Mickey Mouse. I don't know what that means. We're going to transition to it.
It's going to be awesome, whatever it is that we're transitioning to.
We're going to find out together.
We're going to find out together. Don't go anywhere. We'll give you our closing thoughts later after we bring you some more of these interviews and tell you why you should tune in tomorrow.
Cassidy? How have you been liking CCS so far?
Oh, I've been loving it. I've been to a couple, and this is the biggest by far, and it's been so much fun. It's been great.
For sure. Where'd you come from? Like, where'd you? Are you here from Atlanta, or are you from somewhere else?
No, but I'm close. Yeah, I came with the Bracket Villains, where we play in Augusta, so about a 2-hour drive. It's not far at all.
Nice. Is that like the team there? Like, are they doing well in the tournament? How are they doing?
Yeah, they're doing really good. We have a couple people, Brandon and Caden. They're 6'1".
Oh, nice. That's good. So yeah, going to day 2,
Yep.
like just strong.
Yep. They're like, we're coming in.
What are they playing there? Are they playing like Blurple or anything like that?
They are playing Blurple. I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you
Oh,
that.
okay. Yeah.
Blurple.
Yeah. That's been a hot deck though. It has like a trifecta. I also noticed you got the monkey ears going. I mean, the Mickey ears. Yeah.
Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, for sure. What else have you liked about CCS? Have you been able to look at the venues and stuff like that, and look at the artwork and stuff they got going?
Yeah. I love that they have a lot of like custom artists here. They do like the custom mats. They have a lot of booths and vendors here. So I feel like you come here and you play Lorcana, but you come for the whole experience. You come for the community.
No, for sure.
You come for all the cool gadgets and gadgets. So
Yeah.
it's a true experience.
Yeah, and how's everybody been? Everybody's pretty friendly, right?
Oh, everybody's so friendly.
Yeah.
There was one interaction I had, and I had a question, and he was like, I can like help you. He was super kind. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't really want to call a judge. Will you like just walk me through it? And he like walked me through the card, and he actually helped me kill his Dumbo.
That's really sweet. Yeah, that's
He was
good.
so
That's good.
sweet. I was
That's
like,
like
"Thank
good.
you."
That's good sportsmanship.
Yeah,
No, that's what
everyone's
you
super
want to see
nice.
definitely for a game like this. Is like that brings kids in and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
don't want to kind of take advantage of them or anything like that. So that's really
Exactly.
good that they did that. That's really
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. So it's been
There's
great.
also like there's nice guys out there.
I know. Well, as a woman, it can feel a little intimidating
No,
when
for
you're
sure.
always against a guy.
Yeah.
This was a guy, and he was very kind. And I actually made it a point to tell him that because I think when you're a woman, it can feel like a lot.
Yeah.
So I love that he was kind and generous. And then tomorrow they're doing the ladies tournament. So I love that there's a safe
are you gonna play that tomorrow?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Oh, okay, that's gonna be fun.
It feels great when you're with other women and we can play this together.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
that there's anything wrong with this
No,
one.
I completely
but
get it.
it's
Yeah,
special when
yeah, it
it's
is.
all
It is.
girls,
That's cool. That's definitely. I forgot they're having a ladies tournament. They had one last time when I was here.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then it has a pretty big turnout. Like there's a lot. It attracts a lot of people in there, and like a lot of people get to have fun.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what
Yeah.
the game is about. Kind of just having a good time
I
and like
agree,
playing with
yeah.
your nostalgic characters. Like I played with Robin Hood with the 3.5 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I went home and I watched the Robin Hood movie, that old one.
Yes, it's making me like watch all the old movies.
Yeah, it is. I love the nostalgia of Disney, and I've always been a big Disney fan. So it's making me want to. I'm like, what is that? They're like, it's from this movie. So then I go watch the movie, and I'm like, okay, I know what that.
Now I know
character-
what this is. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
yeah,
I think
exactly.
that's what it's meant to do. It's
No,
meant
it
to
is.
reunite your love for Disney.
For sure, yeah. All
So-
those things we did growing up and watching. So again,
nostalgic.
huge fan of Hercules back in the day. I know all those songs on that movie
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
So, but no, I love Lorcana. It brings everybody together, and it's a good community. So,
Yeah. Yep.
but is there any shout outs you want to give out to anybody or anything like that?
I just want to give a shout out to the Augusta, Georgia community. We came repping strong. We have like 10, 15, I think 15 people here this weekend. Yeah, so we're a big group and we play competitively. We have a team called the Bracket Villains, so we're doing pretty good.
Well, go Bracket Villains. Keep it up. Yeah, keep it going. 6-1 in day one. That's really good.
I know.
Yeah, that's really
two
yeah,
people.
very exciting.
Yeah.
Again, I'm here with Cassie. I'll see you guys later. All right, y'all guys take it easy.
Love
So-
the. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, as you guys heard, this is not over. Not only do we have a tournament that's gonna wrap up, we're done with round 7 and round 8 and 9 are happening tomorrow morning. We have 2 tournaments tomorrow: Rising Stars Scholars and a women's tournament, which will be so there's more. They're kind of everywhere, and there's side events too. Did you walk by the prize table?
I did. I mean, the prize wall. It's a case full of stuff. There's promos in there. There's like play mats. There's all sorts of really cool things.
Like, give me that.
A lot of mattified mats.
Yes, and they're very, very pretty. I mean, like I said, you could put foil on like my like tax bill or a speeding ticket, and I'd be like, well, I guess I'm not mad anymore. So tip to
Put
law
that
enforcement.
in the old scrapbook.
Put some foil and then Liam can use his favorite word, which is the word
ephemera.
Ephemera in a
Ephemera.
sentence. This isn't trash. This is ephemera.
This is ephemera.
Yeah.
So, trash is ephemera.
Yeah, anything can be ephemera if you bond with it.
That's true. And we
As
say
I
that
pick up my
word
little
now.
objects, or I'm like, these are my little special trinkets.
Doesn't even sound like a word anymore. But
Yeah, ephemera. So shout out to, so we talked about your takeaways. And I think that you are going to see some very interesting pairings in the sense that we know Blurple's good, but we also know that Blurple's not unshakable. So we're going to see some very interesting things come up. Now, I think there are also going to be some uninteresting things. There's going to be a mirror tomorrow, guys. I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't know if we're going to get through day 2 with no mirrors. It's going to happen, and that does happen. Please don't be mad.
No, please don't. Please don't be mad. We'll try not to get it 2 rounds in a row, but yeah. So be interesting to see tomorrow. I know there's some really fun decks still in the hunt. So yeah, make sure you don't turn away from that. I know what we're gonna do now, just so everybody's tracking. We're gonna do one more interview with the artist here for 20 Lore Pro, who does a lot of their playmats, who designs a lot of the. They did the Powerline playmat that Katie was showing off earlier. Miguel is fantastic and definitely somebody who we love hearing from. Because you gotta celebrate artists. Look at that.
I know. Look at this shiny. This is for the newest set, which is, it's like, there's might be an artist that you would expect to see here. Max Goof would be a big fan of this. And then I've got the little 20 Lore. I love it very much. And it's very colorful, which is my favorite.
Yeah.
Thing. And I shall be taking this home.
Is it Blurple colors on purpose?
Oh, was this a meta pick? Wesley's just made the face of a man who picked. It was Wesley all along.
Yeah. There it is. Your Blurple playmat. So we're gonna do that, and then we'll get our closing thoughts here. Katie's been digging into the bracket, the stats, and we're gonna talk about some of the players that we're gonna see tomorrow, as well as some of the decks to prep you for that. And then we're gonna see you all back here bright and early tomorrow morning for some more amazing Lorcana. So as we get ready for this interview, we ready? We're almost ready.
We're almost ready. We're un poquito ready. Oh, by the way, somebody did come through and say it's Quebecois.
That's true.
I just want to circle back because we circled back on the break. It's gone.
I'm here with Mike, and you do all the artwork for 20 Lore, and you do a lot. You have an art stand over here.
Yes.
I've been seeing people just run over there. You're making all kinds of shirts and stuff like that. I also stopped earlier. I saw you making doing the Pocahontas, drawing that out.
Pocahontas, yeah, we was drawing up Pocahontas.
Yeah. So what's been like your number one seller lately?
No, it's the mats. The mats
The
really,
mats?
yeah,
Yeah.
the mats really. Everybody gravitates, to the mats.
Of course,
because,
yeah,
because it's on the stream and they see it on the stream. So,
But dude, all your mats, like you've done all the 20 Lore mats for those, and they've come out super beautiful. Like I
appreciate it.
I see the lantern one's probably one of my favorites. I like that one. You got the Mufasa one and stuff
Yes.
like that, and then now we got the lantern one. And I think there's there's so many. Powerline, that's it.
Powerline was
Powerline.
We just did Powerline for.
Yeah,
CCS.
and that one looks beautiful.
I appreciate it.
I'm asking them. I'm like, hey, be sure y'all save me one, okay? At least give me that for the weekend.
Especially the foil one. The foil one's
the foil one looks beautiful.
beautiful.
Yeah. Where you based out of, man?
So I'm based out of Fort Hood.
Okay.
Fort Hood, Killeen area.
Okay.
We started over there, and we got with Green got with me with the first Hunter Burton, and then we just grew from there.
Yeah,
Grew
and
up.
like I said, the mats have been a successful thing, like for you. And I noticed, like, I see you making shirts over there. Like, those are those flying off the shelves too? Anybody got any particular shirts that they like?
So they really love. So my company, I have the T-shirt company, Diamond Ink Apparel.
Diamond Ink, okay.
And what we like to do is take different artists, and then we make shirts with them, and then we go ahead and put them on. We just blow them up with whatever they want. We've done team stuff for Team Lorcana. We've done stuff for Evolutions Trading. So, everybody loves, I guess, putting their own logos and everything.
For sure.
With my art. So.
Yeah, no, your art is definitely great. I saw you here last year. You've been here a few years in a row. Do you like coming to CCS?
Oh, I love it. I love
Okay.
it. Don't love the drive.
Yeah.
but,
How long of a drive is that?
It was 13 hours.
Well, that's all. I heard y'all got in last night, like late at the night before. Was it like 2
We
a.m.?
haven't slept yet.
Yeah, I know, but y'all are like, you're just
We're pushing through.
pushing through.
Pushing through.
I see you still over there doing artwork and he's making shirts. People are coming up to you asking you all these questions. I see you taking photos of people like that.
Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, your art's been flying off I feel like it's just a big thing here in CCS.
Yeah.
So
Definitely, I appreciate it. And then it's mainly all the art that I do is commissions coming in. So it's actually the fans. The fans, they come to me with all these ideas.
That's
and
awesome.
then I even last time at CCS, I drew Vanessa, Ursula, and I even let the fans just come in and just kind of put little stuff on the art there as well. So there'll be all kinds of little shades or whatever that the fans do.
That's
as well.
awesome, man.
And then I'll print it out there and then give it to them.
yeah, I definitely saw a few shirts that caught my eye when I was over there. I'm a huge fan of solo leveling and stuff like that. I've seen some cool stuff.
Yeah, we
and I
do the
definitely love
anime
your
thing.
prints and stuff. So I mean, I think it's always a success when you come out here to CCS and then you're able to show your artwork like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Is there any other events you kind of show your artwork at besides CCS, or are you looking to get into more of the con scene and stuff like that?
So I do stuff for the cons. That's how we kind of started out. We started out with cons, but then Green got me into. I never drew Disney, and then I started drawing Disney with Green and Evolutions Trading, and it grew from there. So we're gonna be doing more cons, but Hey, 20 Lore scheduled me out all the way until 2026.
That's
so,
crazy. Yeah. If people want to get a hold of you, how can they see you? Like, is Instagram or anything like that? What are your tags?
It's Instagram, Mike Angel Art. On Instagram, you guys can get a hold of us in Diamond Ink Apparel as well.
Diamond Ink Apparel.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's really okay. So they can follow you on Instagram. You got a Twitter or anything
No,
else?
don't have a Twitter.
Okay.
I'm old school. So
I got you. I got you.
the
No,
Facebook,
no.
but-
Instagram. Instagram is better for your artwork. I
Yeah,
feel like,
yeah.
and you
So
can do
there's a lot of
different shades.
reels.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So that's cool. So if people want to get a hold of you, and people can just message you and be like, "Hey, I kind of want to do this," and then you just send them artwork back. You go back and forth, and they
Back
kind of
and forth.
Okay.
Back and forth.
Cool.
As long as it fits it within the schedule that I'm tasked out until about December.
Yeah.
But if they get with me, we do custom stuff for everybody.
That's
and,
awesome, man.
And like I said, all the artwork I do is just fan based. Like
Yeah.
fans come up to me, and then we just work up from there, and then we sell them for everybody.
Yeah. Well, you guys heard it here. Diamond Ink. This is Mike, and back to you guys over there. See you guys later.
Yeah, it really is a team here who brings these events together, and the 20 Lore Pro broadcast team is part of it. Toops, they're part of that team, and then Miguel is always bringing the heat with new art for these events,
Yes.
playmats, etc. So we appreciate him and him getting to share kind of his passion for his artwork with you all. Speaking of passion, we're really excited to talk about another couple events coming up. One that we really want to make sure you know about if you're interested in traveling for a big Lorcana tournament is the Nexus 10K weekend that's happening the end of the month. So you still have a little bit of time to make your travel plans. It's happening September 27th and 28th in Central Texas, in Waco to be specific. And that'll be a great weekend, fun event. If you register, you get a free T-shirt. And the reason we want you to know about it now is because early bird registration special ends this weekend. So I think Monday is the last day for that. So if you're interested, if you're able to travel to Central Texas, want to participate in a 10K weekend, make sure you take a look, check it out. It's on Melee. Nexus 10K weekend, 27th, 28th.
And I will say, I'm a big fan, so I recommend people, if you're going to travel for TCGs, treat yourself to a little cultural enrichment. Go to a dinner or something. There's other things besides Chili's, guys. I promise you. And I recommend Collins Street Bakery. It's right off the interstate, and they have these cherry icebox cookies that'll make you go, that's just delicious. So,
Well, now they're goals now.
yeah, they're fruitcake. You might say fruitcake. And honestly, yeah, a little But if you toast it and put some butter on it, pretty spectacular. Pretty spectacular. I'm at the age where apparently fruitcake, I'm like, well, I guess I'm old now. But that's but sign up for that. It's great to travel. And also, this is like a home game for them because at 20 Lore Pro, they travel everywhere. And this is you're going to travel, 10 minutes? Not even that. And normally they said they traveled 15 hours or 13 hours to get here. So shout out to 20 Lore who for once just puts things in a car and drives a little bit.
And just a little bit. They'll set up there. So that'll be a lot of fun. That's another fun event. I will mention if I will be in Philadelphia that weekend at Legends Expo. It is not a Lorcana tournament, but if you're in that area, I just want to let you know there's going to be some amazing Lorcana artists there doing card sketches and signing cards, including Grace Tran from Vietnam. That's Legends Expo up in Philly. So definitely check out Nexus if you can travel. Philly's going on that weekend too. And then don't miss next weekend. Most of the 20 Lore Pro team, Katie and I, will be out in Denver for the PPG event. Next weekend, it is a CCQ big event out there in Denver. It's in a castle, I guess, like some Gaylord property.
Yes, there's a lazy river. Perhaps you will see a player float down the lazy river.
That would
it's
be
cold.
fun.
It's kind of chilly, so
now
you
I
might not
have-
see anybody doing that, but maybe.
Maybe. Now I have other content I want to film out there. That'd be
Yeah,
fun.
right. It'd be like Lorcana in the top loader, inside a sleeve, and be like inside a Ziploc bag. Come on, somebody do it. Make a little Ziploc-y card bag. But either way, I cannot wait. PPG, as we got to work together. I mean, there's everyone in this room right now. There's a secret, Sir Ashtown. Just off he's got an enchanted and it just stopped working. It was very weird. He got the enchanted and it changed him. But we all worked together on it. Yeah, I opened that. So here we go. I like it because now I think I proved to the universe I'm capable of good things. So I'll get one. But anyway, it was such a great event doing it in Fort Worth. And when the gang's getting back together with some additions, we will have JDZ and Colors Law with us. So it's going to be very fun. We're all going to be hanging out and playing Lorcana, which is our favorite thing. And talking about it. We talk about it more when we play, but I play just not on camera.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
You can't
We
be
do
seen.
not
It's like
think-
Sasquatch. Nobody can see that.
Yeah, so make sure you get those events on your calendar. Set your alarms now, and we want to see you on both those streams. Watching both those streams if you're not playing in either one. So a lot of great Lorcana coming up. A lot of great Lorcana right now. A lot of third-party events. And then, of course, there's the challenge coming up in October. So before we sign off, Katie, you've been digging through this bracket here, looking at matchups. What players should folks expect to see tomorrow as they're tuning in? What players are still in the running? How are people doing? What do you got for us?
Well, here's the thing. There were 37 players, I think 37 players sitting at this. So it was a quick bubble math, a little digestion here. You get 3 points for a win. You get 1 point for a tie. You get 0 points for a loss. So there are a few people who are undefeated, 3 specifically. What is 3 times 7? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. That's 21. So there are 3 players sitting comfortably going into the next day. We have Theogox at 21. We have Iva A at 21. And then we have Humble. So a Maelstrom player. Now, Humble, the Maelstrom had a rough day. I would like to point out they're a team that we all know we love, and Sailor only took 2 losses. Sailor is a Worlds player. He only took 2 losses today. One was Humble, his teammate. The other one was R&B. So I'm sure it's going to be a very awkward car ride back to the hotel. They're all great. But basically, after this, they had 7 players going into round 7 with 18 points. Of them, 3 remained victorious, 1 tied. And then we ended this 37 people at 15 points. So you might say, why does that matter? Well, only 16 people are making it to day 2. So if you said which of those people, so 37 divided by 2 plus or minus, minus for ties, I mean, that still means that we don't know. The answer is we don't know 100%, but we know for sure those 3 people who are undefeated today are probably going to make it. That being said, it's the loss that's the problem because they're probably going to ID you intentional draw. You get 1 point, which is why people can do it because it's not a true loss. You still you inked above versus leaping with those 3 points. So that's a lot to say that, of the people who played, we're going to have about 18 people who are going to join this echelon of top kind of people. But it's looking like it's going to be tough to have 2 losses and still make it into the top. I feel like that's going to be a tough hill to climb. And it makes sense. That was a room of 470 people. So that is quite the leap. What are your thoughts? And as far as, someone's asking about the ink, I need you to know is paperless. And there's 450 people, and I've been in here, and I can't do it, guys.
The ink?
Yeah, but the ink breakdown. It is paper, and I looked at the paper, and some of those papers, it looked like a dog ate my ink list or deck list. So I'm sure we'll have that data, and we will. I did talk to Charlie of Charlie's Collectible Showcase and said, well, people will want the data, but I think it's going to be easier once we get kind of towards that top. Right now, like I said, I mean, going into this round, there was lots of contenders, and now a little bit less, but still a pretty sizable amount, and it's anybody's day as if you're sitting below that 21 point amount.
Yeah, we'll do what we can. We'll all do what we can, but paperless make it really tough when you have 470. So we'll see what we can do. But know that we all like data too. So we'll see.
And now I can say Humble, who is undefeated, is on Amethyst Sapphire. We did see both. We saw Zan get a Sapphire Emerald win, and after I interviewed him, his buddy, who he thanked in the interview, Jeremy, came up and fist bumped him because they both are X and 1. And if you hear someone say X and 1, that means they've only lost 1 game. But it means they probably still are going to have to play. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't play at X and 1 and someone does play and you get a tie and they get a win, they beat you as far as the game of math. So very fun stuff. I believe Shaner's Attic has a free Metafy on it if you guys want. But really, it's whatever number plus 3 and then look at every other number. But that's not fun. Apparently, a lot of people don't do this in their free time.
I don't need to. I just call you.
Fun. It's
I'm just
so
like,
fun.
Katie,
I'm always
tell
like
me
so
the
freaked
tell
out
me the
that I'm
math.
like, you guys are not having fun. I'm not even in this tournament. I'm very intrigued.
You should see this notebook. There's numbers everywhere.
It looks kind of like a Death Note situation. It's very, but it's not. It's a win note. One of these people is going to win.
That's right.
But anyway, and I think I have other bracket math in here because one thing my notebook is going to have is me furiously writing people's point totals. But we're almost at the end here. I think, that we're going to be back, though. What time are we going to be back tomorrow?
Yeah, so make sure tomorrow we're going to have the final 2 Swiss rounds. We're going to have rounds 8 and 9 where we're finally going to figure out who's going to make the top cut, followed by the top 16. We're going to get to see who goes all the way tomorrow. I think the players' games, players' meeting games, whatever, should start around 10 o'clock. So be here a little bit early. We're going to go live around 9:45 tomorrow morning right here. If you're interested and you speak another language and want to be adventurous too, there's also several foreign language streams of this broadcast, including Chinese and French. So that's super exciting. And also, don't forget to bookmark this second stream as well, because you can watch 2 matches on 20 Lore Pro streams. You can watch the second table and the first table, so double the Lorcana and bounce back and forth between those. So For those who hung out with us today, really appreciate you all. If you're not here, we're talking to ourselves. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Any closing thoughts, Katie?
No, I can't wait to come back tomorrow. I want to see how. I think on the docket tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out either. We'll find out tomorrow with all of you.
My mom's here. My mom's here, everyone. Anyway, but we're going to say goodbye. Hi, Mom. And then till tomorrow morning, we'll be here looking at these deck lists and getting excited.